My family was left speechless. My golden tabby cat Nana brought back an owl, and it was holding a letter in its beak. I originally planned to become a literary copycat and achieve financial freedom, but the letter turned out to be from Hogwarts. This novel has come to life. My parents still don't believe it's real, and then Professor McGonagall showed up. How is this magical world supposed to start? Does anyone understand? My golden tabby cat, named Nana, brought back a live owl. It was flapping its wings and looking utterly despondent. Let me start from the beginning. I'm Chris Red, an adult wage slave disguised as a British kid. Yes, just the kind of glitch ice guy you're thinking of. In my previous life, I was a lazy slacker who just waited to die, and then one day I closed my eyes and opened them again and bam. I was reborn in London in 1990 as a crying baby. For the past 11 years, I've been pondering the script of my life as a time traveler. What could I do? Invent something? I had long since forgotten math and science. Become a star? My looks are just moderately handsome. After thinking it over, the only path that suited a lazy guy like me was to become a literary copycat. Let me tell you, I had my plan all figured out. J.K. Rowling hadn't started writing yet, so I would write Harry Potter myself, become a legend, and make a fortune. Then, I'd take my first bucket of gold, go Allen on Apple stocks, and wait a few years for Bitcoin to come out. Then I'd achieve financial freedom and retire early. This immense wealth was just waiting for me. It was perfect. To avoid drawing attention, I usually kept a low profile at school, pretending to be an ordinary little genius, someone a bit smart, but not too much, mainly lazy. I couldn't let anyone think I was some kind of prodigy otherwise. The taller trees attract the wind. I understood that principle. And then what happened? On my 11th birthday, everything changed. That morning, as soon as I got up, my parents handed me an envelope. I opened it to find 500 shares of Apple stock. Wow, my parents understood my financial dreams. My adorable little sister Diana came over with her cat, asking what it was. I patted her head and pretentiously said, "When I'm rich, he'll buy you 10 cats." She looked worried, saying she couldn't afford to take care of them, and her little expression was simply adorable. My dad, a retired military officer who now runs several chain supermarkets, is usually very stern. I'm a bit scared of him. My mom, a former elementary school teacher, is now a full-time housewife, and she's incredibly gentle. Anyway, this family of mine is simply SS level, overflowing with happiness. The birthday party went smoothly, with a bunch of kids running around making noise. My chubby friend Imk was boasting about going to Winchester School, saying it was a shame I wasn't going to eat with my brains. I rolled my eyes internally. Eaten? No way. I just want to be an ordinary rich person. Thank you very much. After the party, as we were cleaning up, a shocking scene unfolded. My sister Diana suddenly screamed, "Look, Nana caught something." I turned around and saw my male cat Nana. Don't ask me why it's named that, firmly holding an owl in its mouth, and the owl was flapping its wings, looking utterly miserable. Our entire family was frozen. An owl. This thing isn't common in downtown London, right? My mom rushed over, saying, "Oh my gosh, it has a letter in its mouth." Whose letter is it? I walked over and rescued the letter from the owl's beak. It was a parchment envelope without a stamp, written in emerald green ink with my address, precisely stating living room, Mr. Chris Red. I flipped the letter over, and my heart skipped a beat. A shield crest, a capital H, surrounded by a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. My CPU was overheating. Hogwarts. Is this real? Isn't it just a novel I was copying? How did the novel come to life? My plan to be a literary copycat was ruined before it even started. My dad, Mr. Enoch Red, saw me frozen and snatched the letter, glancing at it disdainfully and sneering, "Son, don't worry, it's a new type of pyramid scheme. What kind of magic school has such a ridiculous name? They think they can fool me? I've seen too much." My mom was also worried. Are scammers this brazen now? Fooling even kids. My sister Diana was overly excited, hugging her cat and saying, "A magic school. Do you want to go, brother? Why not let Nana go? ITLL be a magic kitty." I was at a loss for words and quickly asked my mom to finish reading the letter. The contents, from the title of Headmaster Dumbledore to the 3 plain robes and a wand that new students needed, and the prohibition against bringing flying broomsticks in the first year, were just like I remembered. Now, I completely believed it. I had truly crossed into the world of Harry Potter. I had to go. This was magic. But the problem is, my parents don't believe it. They insist it's a scam to collect tuition fees. My mind raced and I cleared my throat, saying, "Dad, Mom, think about it. Using an owl to deliver letters is itself unusual. And the letter is detailed. What if it's real? Why don't we reply and express our doubts, asking them to send someone to explain in person and demonstrate this so-called magic? If it's real, wouldn't we hit the jackpot?" My dad stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and surprisingly agreed. He said, "All right, let's give it a try. Chris, you write the letter and let this silly bird deliver it back." So, With my whole family watching, I wrote a very polite letter inviting Professor McGonagall to come to our house for afternoon tea tomorrow and verify things. Then I tied the letter to the leg of the owl, which was almost covered in fur from my cat, and released it. The next afternoon, our family sat up straight. My mom prepared the best tea and snacks. The doorbell rang. My mom went to answer the door, and standing there was a serious-looking old lady with square glasses, draped in a dark green cloak, her hair neatly styled. "Professor McGonagall?" My mom asked tentatively. "Minerva McGonagall." Her tone was as stern as my middle school principal. "I'm here for that purpose." She walked into the living room, exuding authority, and quickly explained the existence of the magical world. Then she looked at me and said, "Mr. Red, you're a natural-born wizard." I looked at her and flatly said, "Words alone won't convince me, Professor. Can you show me?" "Of course." Professor McGonagall took out her wand and lightly pointed at a pastry on the table. Let me tell you, at that moment, I felt my worldview being rubbed against the floor. That pastry, right before our eyes, twisted and morphed, and finally, with a meow, transformed into a living tabby cat. It curiously looked at us and then ran over to snuggle with my cat Nana, providing companionship. Our whole family, including my well-experienced military father, was left with jaws dropped. My dad was the first to recover, looking serious as he said, "All right, son, I agree you can go. If this thing goes out of control at home and turns you into a cat, we'll have no way to handle it." My sister Diana looked at Professor McGonagall with sparkling eyes. "Professor, can I go too?" Professor McGonagall rarely smiled, telling her she would know when she turned 11 and taught her a method to verify. If she could see it when she went with me to the leaky cauldron, it would mean she had talent. To hide his muggle background. Then, Professor McGonagall detailed how to get to Diagon Alley, how to exchange money at Gringotts, and about the famous Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. When she finished speaking, took her last sip of tea, and stood up to leave, I quickly pointed at the pastry cat and asked Professor this. "We'll turn back, right?" "Oh, it will when the magic runs out. Of course, I can also make it revert now." It's fine, I said. "Let play with Nana for a while." Professor McGonagall nodded, walked to the door, and then, right in front of my parents, disappeared with a pop. My dad looked at the empty porch and murmured, "Did she fly away or go invisible?" I shrugged. Who knows? Maybe that's magic. My sister was already impatiently tugging at my dad's arm. "Dad, can we go to the leaky cauldron now?" Let me tell you, my dad turned pale at that moment, waving his hands like he was shaking a rattle, saying that the information overload today was too much. His CPU was about to burn out, and we had to take it slow. We would go tomorrow. Tomorrow. Well, that slow turned into the next day. Our family drove straight to the place called the Leaky Cauldron. I tell you, this place is incredible. Hidden between a bookstore and a record store, my parents couldn't see anything. It was as if they were blind. But my sister, it was like she had opened her third eye, pointed with a little hand. "There it is." I looked, and it really was there. A small and shabby pub. The sign was almost unreadable. At that moment, I understood my sister's talent. It was solid. She would definitely be a Hogwarts student next year. We pushed the door open, and a wave of old wood and indescribable smells rushed over us. It was dim inside, with a few old ladies drinking and smoking in the corner, and a boss who looked like a wrinkled walnut, named Tom, came over to greet us. I got straight to the point and said we were new students from Hogwarts and wanted to go to Diagon Alley. As soon as Tom heard this, he understood immediately and led us to the backyard. On the way, my sister curiously asked him what muggle meant, and Tom explained that it was the term wizards used for people who couldn't do magic. My dad muttered quietly, "That word doesn't sound very polite." Who understood my dad's damn, helpless muggle background? Placing the muggle's self-esteem. In the backyard, there was just a broken wall and a few garbage bins. I saw that boss Tom took out a small wooden stick, gestured at the wall, counted 3 blocks up from the garbage bin, then counted 2 blocks horizontally, and finally knocked 3 times. Let me tell you, that scene was like a movie special effect. No, it was even better than special effects. The bricks on the wall started moving by themselves. A crack opened in the middle, growing larger and larger until it formed an archway. Behind the door was a bustling street paved with cobblestones, filled with all sorts of oddly shaped wizard shopping. Boss Tom waved goodbye to us and went back, and our family of 4 stepped into Diagon Alley like Lou Lau Lau entering the Grandview Garden. My mom immediately wanted to rush into the nearby pot shop to see the commotion, but I quickly pulled her back. "Mom, let's go to the bank to exchange money first. We can't shop without money." So, we looked around as we walked and arrived at the legendary Gringotts. Wow. A snow-white building, a bronze door, and at the entrance stood a fairy dressed like a hotel doorman. The fairy was indescribable, anyway, shorter than me, with a dark face and long limbs. When we entered, it even bowed to us. The second door was silver, with inscriptions that summed up to one sentence. If you dare to steal from our bank, you're doomed. Let me tell you, I used to think this was just bragging in books, but now standing here, feeling that eerie atmosphere. Hey, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. This place, a robbery? I reckon the moment you think about it, you'd be gone. As we entered the hall, it was even more exaggerated, with hundreds of fairies busy behind tall counters, some weighing gold coins on scales, others inspecting gems with magnifying glasses. An entire hall was filled with the sounds of calculators and clinking coins. We were taken to a counter, and my dad pulled out 2,500, saying he wanted to exchange it for galleons. The fairy didn't even raise an eyebrow, and coldly said the maximum exchange was 500. I was a bit curious and asked why there was a limit. Then the fairy launched into a complex explanation about financial stability, currency shocks. Wow, this was right up their alley. No wonder they managed money. After exchanging the money, my sister was like a wild horse, shouting that she wanted to buy. My dad was about to educate her, but since I was in a good mood today, he waved his hand and treated my mom and sister to an ice cream each. Then he and I headed straight to Ollivander's wand shop. The shop was small and shabby, with just a solitary wand displayed in the window. As soon as we entered, a bell tinkled, and the store was empty, so quiet that you could hear the dust falling. I was looking around when a light, airy voice suddenly rang in my ear. "Hello there, little one." I jumped in surprise. An old man suddenly appeared from nowhere, his eyes glowing like two little light bulbs in the dark. So, this was the real Ollivander. The process of buying a wand was simply absurd. He first pulled out a measuring tape and measured me from head to toe, from shoulder to fingertip, from knee to armpit. I thought to myself, I came to buy a wand, not to get a custom suit, dude. Then he started trying out wands. The first one was made of redwood. I picked it up and waved it, thinking, what is this thing? It's too rough and doesn't match my refined and easygoing temperament at all. Before I could say anything, the old man snatched it away. The second one was made of ebony, and it was snatched away again. One by one, I tried out wands. And the old man not only didn't get annoyed, but became more and more excited, chattering endlessly. From his father's wand-making skills to his own 3 core theories of wands. He was a real chatterbox. I'm a bit helpless, but the more excited this old man gets, the more pleased I am inside. Family, who understands? This shows that my buddy has exceptional talent and is quite picky. Finally, he presented a dark yellow wand, adorned with exquisite patterns, claiming it to be made of alder wood, with a dragon heartstring core and 14 inches long. As soon as I got my hands on it, I have to tell you, the feeling was electrifying. The tip of the wand let out a silver spark in a flash, hitting Ollivander's hair perfectly and making his messy hair stand on end. The old man was not only not angry, but also joyfully dancing around like a child, shouting, "That's it, that's it." After paying 9 galleons and holding my precious wand, I felt so secure. This thing is my future foundation for survival. Then came the shopping spree. I spent 15 galleons on items like brass scales, telescopes, and crystal bottles. Then my mom, as expected, rushed into a beauty potion shop and, after being persuaded by the staff, bought a set of skincare products. Guess how much? 50 galleons. Family members just don't understand. No matter what world you're in, women's money is the easiest to earn. Next was the cauldron, the cheapest tin, alloy number 2, 15 galleons, which broke my heart. We passed a travel agency called Terrifying Journeys, and my sister excitedly pointed at the billboard asking if we could go. It advertised renting vampire castles and zombie trail hikes. And my mom turned pale, quickly pulling her away. The worst was the apothecary. Even before entering, the smell was unbearable, like rotten eggs mixed with spoiled cabbage. A biochemical weapon level of odor. I steeled myself and rushed in to buy everything on the list. Then we went to the bookstore, stationery store, and robe shop. I even had the foresight to buy an automatic ironing robe and an automatic repairing robe. That money was well spent. Finally, with no other options, I bought an owl as a messenger, a white one called a barn owl, pretty cool, for 10 galleons. By the end of the day, I had spent nearly 500 galleons, and we finally drove home. Once at home, I didn't even have time to eat. I dashed back to my room, took out my standard spellbook, beginner, and dove right in. Flipping to the illumination spell, I thought this one is the simplest, it shouldn't go wrong, right? I raised my new wand, cleared my throat, and shouted, "Lumos." And guess what happened? A huge light, orb the size of a basketball, exploded from the tip of my wand. The whole room lit up like broad daylight, nearly blinding me. I was stunned. Didn't the book say it would just be a small light point? Why'd it look like a spotlight? Plus, I felt like my magical power hadn't even budged. I don't believe in evil. I flipped to a cutting spell, and it shattered into pieces. I carefully tried it on my pillow. The pillow seemed unchanged, so I reached out and touched it. Let me tell you, That pillow instantly turned to dust. Not a single hair was left. I was stunned at the time. What the hell? Is this called a cutting spell? This is clearly an annihilation spell. With this kind of power, I feel like I could cast 100 of them in a row. Let me tell you, at that moment, the little panic I felt about the future just disappeared in an instant. My buddy is now one of those who can do magic. During the following vacation, I practiced spells at home every day and even used magic to help my mom with some housework. Our family has completely accepted this magical reality. But not everyone is as easygoing as us. I'm telling you about my sister, Diana. She is basically a walking devil instructor. She steals my wand every day, waving it around and mumbling something about rabbit eyes and harp strings, trying to turn water into wine. Goodness, are you auditioning for the role of Seamus in Harry Potter? Once it got even crazier when she tried to give our cat, Nana, a fur treatment. As soon as she cast the spell, Nana's fur exploded, and she looked just like a big hedgehog. I was so mad that I hit her with a petrifying spell and made her stand there for an hour as punishment. But this little girl has no memory at all. She even used my cauldron to cook random stuff, trying to feed it to my owl named Rupert. Luckily, Rupert is smarter than her, but didn't he fall for it. This troublesome, yet joyful summer vacation flew by, and soon it was September 1st. Hogwarts, here I come. My family doesn't understand. It's Hogwarts. King S. Cross Station, Platform 9. Just thinking about these names makes me want to take off with excitement. During this vacation, I basically devoured all the textbooks. Although I'm still a bit fuzzy on some details, it's not a big deal. I can just listen to the professors during class. On the morning of the first day of school, I woke up before dawn, mainly because of my silly bird, Rupert. I kindly let him out to fly last night, but he came back in the middle of the night and dropped a dead mouse next to my pillow. Talk about gratitude, right? I almost cooked him like a Scottish round-faced fat chicken. I had no choice but to get up with dark circles under my eyes and prepare to go to the train station for a nap. My mom watched me go downstairs, and she had already been packing with my dad. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession when I go out, and I practically wanted to move the whole house, even bringing my own wash basin, with 3 big suitcases in total. My dad was surprised when he was moving them and said, "Son, are you going to school or moving house?" My mom was even more distressed, repeatedly saying, "The school is in the mountains. If you need anything, just have Rupert send a message back, and Mom will send it to you." She even packed a big box of food for me, saying to share it with my new classmates to build good relationships. I felt warm inside. My mom's cooking is much better than those snacks on the train. After breakfast, the whole family set out. Even my sister brought the cat along, insisting on seeing the legendary Platform 9. On the way, I was humming a tune, and then Diana, with her sharp little ears, heard a lyric and shouted, "Mom, brother wants to date a man." I immediately snapped, pinching her cheek hard. This little brat. Not a day goes by without causing trouble. Around 10 o'clock, we arrived at King's Cross Station. My dad was pushing the luggage cart, and my sister was sitting on the luggage as our family marched towards platforms 9 and 10. Before we even got there, I spotted a familiar little chubby boy in a heavy wizard robe, pulling a guard and asking questions. The guard looked at him as if he were a fool. I walked closer and thought, wow, isn't that my childhood friend Lesko? Wasn't he supposed to go to Winchester School? What's he doing here? I went up and gave him a slap. "Hey, fatty, what are you doing here? Are you going to Hogwarts too?" Well, he turned around and saw me. It was like he had seen a savior. "Chris, you know about Hogwarts too? That's great. We could go to school together again." But I seem to not be able to find Platform 9 and 3-4. I laughed, pointing at the big pillar between Platform 9 and Platform 10, and said to him, "See that? Just run straight into that pillar without hesitation, and it'll be done." The expression on his face was filled with, "Are you trying to murder me?" He looked like a pure love warrior, ready to believe anything. I patted my chest and promised him, and he hesitantly gritted his teeth and, with his eyes closed, pushed the cart and charged forward. The next second, he was gone in a flash. After dealing with him, it was time for me to go. I said goodbye to my parents and sister. My mom hugged me and kissed me repeatedly, giving endless reminders. My dad just gave me a simple but strong hug. Diana said, "You should go," but her eyes were red. I felt a pang in my heart, waved goodbye to them, took a deep breath, pushed the luggage cart, and plunged into that stone pillar. The moment I passed through the pillar, the noise of the whole world rushed over me. A deep red steam train was stopped at the platform, with the sign reading Hogwarts Express, and everywhere were little wizards in uniforms, with the hooting of owls echoing around. I was still in a daze when I heard him calling me. "Chris, over here. I've saved you a seat." I found a private compartment near the back of the train and casually used a levitation spell to toss my suitcase onto the luggage rack. Imk's eyes widened in shock. "Whoa, Chris, how dare you use magic off campus? Aren't we not allowed to?" I then explained to him that actually, no one cares if you use magic before school starts. The Ministry of Magic probably thinks we can't cause any real trouble. This made him feel very wronged. He told me that after he received the letter, his parents didn't believe him and thought he was crazy. He could only run to his grandparents' house. And this holiday was such a drag that he didn't even dare touch his wand. While he was venting to me, I looked up and saw the iconic family of redheads on the platform. The Weasleys had arrived. Mrs. Weasley was scolding the twins, while little Ron, with his freckled face, and a slightly unhappy Ginny stood nearby, just like in the movies. Not long after the train had started, our compartment door was knocked on. Two red-haired boys peeked in. They were the Weasley twins. "Hello, do you mind if we squeeze in? All the other compartments are full." One introduced himself. "I'm Fred Weasley." The other followed. "I'm George Weasley." As soon as these two jokers entered, the atmosphere in the compartment instantly lit up. Imp, with his outgoing personality, quickly became friends with them. The four of us chatted enthusiastically, and my plan to catch up on sleep was completely ruined. Fred and George started boasting about their achievements at Hogwarts, claiming they had discovered 3 secret passages, and described the caretaker, Filch, as a hellish demon, saying he would hang students up with chains and beat them, which scared Imp so much that his face turned pale, and he almost jumped out the window. Imp, trembling, asked, "So, how does the sorting work?" Well, that was the right question to ask. Fred and George exchanged glances and began to speak seriously while making things up. "The sorting? That's terrifying. You have to fight the representative animal of the house. For Gryffindor, you have to defeat a lion. Last year, I almost had my arm bitten off just to barely win." George leaned in and added in a low voice, "Some fool challenged a lion and got bitten to death." I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. These two guys would be wasting their talent if they didn't perform stand-up comedy. Imp was already too scared to move, and just as I was about to comfort him, I heard the sound of the snack cart in the hallway. A smiling Annie pushed the door open and asked if we wanted to buy something to eat. I waved my hand and said, "Annie, I'll take one of everything." After paying 11 silver coins, the snacks instantly filled our little table. It was an extravagant sight. George and Fred's eyes nearly popped out, and they asked if my family owned a gold coin mint. I laughed and replied, "Close enough, my family runs a supermarket." They immediately expressed their desire to live in my family's supermarket for 10 years. I spread out the food and asked them to introduce it to me. There were things like BB Duo Way Dough, which even had a poop flavor, and there were candies that could make animal sounds when eaten. Yimp, curious, took one and popped it in his mouth, and immediately let out a fierce-sounding cat meow. With his chubby little face, it made us all laugh until our stomachs hurt. I also took out the burgers, grilled wings, and fried chicken my mom prepared to share. The Weasley brothers brought out their sandwiches, which were simple but tasted pretty good. Everyone chatted while eating, and the scenery outside the train window changed from farmland to woods and hills. Imp picked up a pack of chocolate frogs and curiously asked, "This thing isn't a real frog, is it?" Fred explained that it was made of chocolate, could jump, and contained collectible wizard cards inside. Imp opened a pack, and the chocolate frog suddenly jumped out, bouncing around the carriage before he quickly caught it and stuffed it into his mouth. Fred was stunned, saying, "Merlin, you can actually eat that? Isn't it dirty?" Imp chewed on the chocolate and mumbled, "It's fine, it looks pretty clean." Fred took the card from him and looked at it, exclaiming, "Oh, it's Dumbledore again." I took a look and saw Dumbledore on the card winking at me. When I turned it over, he was gone, which was really magical. Fred said this card was a gift for me since they already had dozens of them. I waved my hand, saying I wasn't interested, but Imp got excited and snatched it away, saying, "Give it to me. I want to collect a set. It might be worth money later. You guys don't know, but where we are, the people in the photos don't move. If this thing could be sold over there, each card would definitely be worth quite a bit." George, overhearing this, chimed in, "Hey, let me tell you, my dad loves all this Muggle stuff. He cleared out a room at home, and it's packed full. If I get the chance to introduce you, he would go crazy with joy." Meanwhile, Imp was still marveling at the Dumbledore card, watching his old Dumbledore stroll back into the frame, smiling at him, which made him cherish it even more. I have to say, time on this train flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was completely dark outside. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the horn suddenly blared, and a voice echoed throughout the carriage, "Arriving at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Just leave your luggage on the train, and we will deliver it to the school." Wow, we finally arrived. Fred stretched and turned around to see me. "Hey, buddy, where's your uniform? You're still in regular clothes. Hurry up, you need a change." Only then did I realize and frantically rummage through my suitcase to pull out the black robe and put it on. As soon as the train came to a stop, the entire carriage erupted like being pushed and shoved in a crowded subway during rush hour. The four of us were pushed out of the train by the crowd. As soon as we stepped outside, the cold mountain wind rushed in through our collars, making Imp shiver and complain, "Oh my gosh, it's so cold in the mountains." The two Weasley brothers, however, were carefree, still giggling and waving at us. The sorting ceremony is the real excitement. Good luck to you. Hope you end up in Gryffindor. We're off by. And with that, they vanished. It was just me and Imk left, shivering like two lost little penguins. Thankfully, it wasn't long before I heard a booming voice calling. First-year students. First-year students, come over here. Following the voice, I looked and saw a giant taller than Yao Ming, holding an oil lamp and waving it around. I quickly patted Imk, who was still buttoning up. Let's go, let's go. Keep up. This path was hardly fit for anyone to walk on, dark and slippery. Without saying a word, I took out my wand. Lumos. A light illuminated the way, and I pulled Imk along, stepping cautiously toward the giant. As we got closer, I realized this guy was basically a bearded little mountain, with hair and beard all tangled up like a bird's nest, and just two black beetle-like eyes shining from within. To be honest, it was a bit frightening at first glance. This had to be Hagrid. He was just too intimidating. I'm Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. The big man grinned and introduced himself. Is everyone here? If so, follow me. We a bunch of rookies followed him onto a steep and narrow muddy path that had just been rained on, making it incredibly slippery. Hagrid was ahead, shouting, "Watch your step." But it was no use. All along the way, we could hear the sounds of people slipping and falling. I watched as Imk fell with a thud, landing right on his backside. I quickly pulled him up and asked, "Are you okay? Stay close to me, I'll guide you." But that wasn't the end of it. Behind me was a poor guy who had probably tripped over something, covered in mud, muttering curses under his breath. It was a pitiful sight. Finally, after stumbling and fumbling our way around a corner, Hagrid turned back and shouted, "Attention, you're about to see Hogwarts for the first time." As soon as he finished speaking, we were met with a breathtaking sight. Across a vast black lake stood a magnificent castle on a hillside, with countless towers piercing the night sky, and the lights in the windows twinkled like stars. I tell you, in that moment, everyone gasped in awe, even me, who thought I was prepared for it. The scene was simply stunning. Each boat can't hold more than 4 people, Hagrid shouted, pointing to a line of small, rickety boats that looked like they could fall apart at any moment. I quickly found a boat with Imk, and there was already a Chinese girl with double ponytails sitting on it, looking quite well behaved. Just as we settled in, a clumsy guy squeezed in, and if I hadn't pulled him back, he would have almost fallen into the lake to feed the fish. The boat was designed for 4 people, creaking and groaning, and I started to suspect that Imk might be too heavy. Imk leaned over and whispered to me, "No way, we're not going to have to row ourselves." "Are we?" "Don't worry," I reassured him. "This boat has magic. It moves by itself." Sure enough, Hagrid got on another boat and waved his big hand, set off. The little boats took off as if they were equipped with motors, speeding away. The entire lake's surface was quiet, and everyone was looking up, mesmerized by the giant castle that was getting closer. When the boat reached the cliff beneath the castle, Hagrid suddenly shouted, "Duck!" Instinctively, we all shrank our heads into our necks as the small boat carried us through a patch of ivy and into a dark tunnel, finally stopping in an underground dock. After disembarking from the dock, we followed Hagrid up a set of stone steps and finally stood in front of the gigantic oak door of the castle. Hagrid raised his fist, which was as big as a cooking pot, and knocked 3 times. The door creaked open, revealing a black-haired witch in a green robe, looking as serious as a headmaster, standing at the entrance. I recognized her at a glance. It was Professor McGonagall. "The first-year students have arrived, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid said. "Thank you, Hagrid. I'll take it from here." She opened the door wider and led us into the castle. My goodness, this hall is so extravagant, with torches all over the stone walls and a ceiling so high that you can't see the top at all. Professor McGonagall didn't take us into the hall, but led us to a small empty room next door, where we were packed in like sardines. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall began, her presence commanding, like she was 2 meters tall. As soon as she spoke, the whole room fell silent. "The start of term feast is about to begin, but before that, you will be sorted into your houses. Sorting is very important. Your house will be your home at Hogwarts. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your performance will earn or lose points for your house, and the house with the highest points at the end of the year will win the House Cup. The ceremony will start in a few minutes, so I suggest you take this time to prepare yourselves." Her gaze lingered on a poor kid covered in mud for a moment. "Please remain quiet." The moment she left, the room erupted with chatter. "How does sorting work? Is it going to be a test?" A guy named Mike, while munching on an egg, boasted, "My uncle said the test will be painful." This immediately threw Imk off balance. He turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead as he grabbed my arm and shook it. "Chris, is there really going to be a test?" Just like Fred and the others said, I can't do any magic at all. I'm doomed. I hurriedly wiped his sweat, thinking that if this guy kept listening, he would probably pass out on the spot. Don't listen to their nonsense. They're just scaring themselves. No way, my heart is racing. Imk is almost in tears. You have to teach me a spell quickly. Is it too late to learn now? Looking at his cowardly appearance, I was both amused and annoyed, so I just casually taught him one. These upperclassmen are really something. Is it fun to scare little kids to tears? It's just ridiculous. You don't seem nervous at all? The girl with twin ponytails next to me suddenly asked, her big watery eyes full of curiosity. I'm Qiu Zhang. Oh, hello. I'm Chris Red. I smiled at her, saying it was fine. I could go to any college, just let it be. But deep down, I knew very well. Slytherin? Don't even think about it. As a muggle-born, Woon T, I'd be asking for death. As for Gryffindor, that's even worse. That's the adventure playground for the main characters, with little troubles every 3 days and big crises every 5 days. I don't want to risk my life with them. My life motto is just one word: survive. When the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. I just want to learn some magic steadily and run away after graduation. So, Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff will be my home, very comfortable. Just as I was planning my beautiful future, a few screams suddenly came from behind. I turned around and wow. More than 20 semi-transparent ghosts floated out directly from the wall, drifting among us. Imp nearly jumped to the ceiling in fright. A chubby ghost with a smile looked at us. New students, huh? Ready for the test? I hope you get sorted in a Hufflepuff. I used to be in that house. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned. Now, from a single file, and follow me. Imk's legs felt as heavy as lead, and it was only with half dragging and half pulling that I managed to get him into line. We followed Professor McGonagall through the door and entered the Great Hall of Hogwarts. This place can only be described as breathtaking. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables, with the golden plates and goblets on the tables shining brightly. The most impressive was the ceiling, enchanted to look just like the starry sky outside. Professor McGonagall brought us to the front, placed a 4-legged stool, and put a tattered and dirty wizard hat on it. This hat was patched up, looking older than me. The hall was silent. Everyone was staring at that hat. Suddenly, a seam opened up on the edge of the hat, like a mouth, and it began to sing. The song was long and unpleasant, and its main idea was, I'm the best. I can see through you and sort you into the place that suits you best. When it finished singing, the whole hall actually erupted in applause, and the old hat bowed proudly to the 4 tables. Imp let out a sigh and leaned over to say, Oh my God, it's just wearing a hat. I have to get Fred and George. Professor McGonagall took out a parchment and began to read names. Marietta Ekmo. A girl stepped up to wear the hat, and after a while, the hat shouted, Ravenclaw. My heart skipped a beat. I was familiar with that name. It seemed like he would become friends with Qiu Zhang in the future, and eventually turned into a snitch, ending up with his face covered in sores and a pretty miserable fate. Katie Bell, another acquaintance. A poor girl who would almost lose her life because of a cursed necklace later on. Gryffindor. The hat shouted, and the table on the far left erupted in cheers. Fred and George were beside themselves with excitement. What is going on? Is our new class a collection of unfortunate souls? It wasn't too long before it was Imk's turn. He nervously walked up, and as soon as the hat was placed on his head, it shouted, Gryffindor. He ran over excitedly, and Fred and George each gave him a slap on the back, welcoming him warmly. Chris read, It was my turn. To be honest, I panicked. This hat could see into people's hearts. What if it revealed all my memories about the plot? Wouldn't Dumbledore just capture me and slice me up for research? I steeled myself and walked up to sit down, and Professor McGonagall placed the hat, which had a strange smell, on my head. A sharp voice rang in my head. An interesting child. Slytherin isn't right for you. I quickly muttered in my heart. I want to go to Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. What? The hat seemed surprised, Ravenclaw. You don't seem as smart as you think. But you're very kind. No, I see the courage deep within you. Yes, it's courage and determination. So, Gryffindor. Huh. I was completely stunned at that moment. Courage? Determination? Thank you. My life plan is to just get by, and you put me right in the eye of the storm? Is this hat sick or something? My feelings of despair were quickly drowned out by the thunderous cheers from the Gryffindor table. I walked over with a blank expression, and Fred and George immediately gave me a bear hug. We thought you were going to Ravenclaw. Imp was also grinning widely, saying, Well done, Chris. I sat down and watched the sorting ceremony continue. A boy who looked like a big oaf was sorted into Hufflepuff. I looked at him and thought to myself that this guy was not as honest as he appeared. He would be the one getting caught by Snape for causing trouble in the rose bushes later on. People really can't be judged by their appearances. Once everyone was sorted, Professor Dumbledore stood up, smiling and opening his arms. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts as we begin a new school year. Before the feast starts, I would like to say a few words. I hope everyone studies hard and enjoys themselves in the new school year. And now the feast begins. Thank you all. After he finished, he sat down. The whole hall erupted in applause and cheers. I was a bit puzzled. He actually didn't say that classic line this year. Fools. Crybabies. Waste. Twist. Let me tell you, these words are actually Dumbledore being sarcastic about the four houses. The term waste refers to those pure-blood elitists in Slytherin, who see everyone as useless scraps. The twist is about those honest folks in Hufflepuff, who always think others should twist around and learn how to be like them. But this is all old gossip, and I can't be bothered to think about it because in the next second, wow, just as the words fell, our plates were suddenly piled high. Roast beef, fried chicken legs, pork chops, lamb chops, fries, stacked like a small mountain. The freshmen were stunned, all with their mouths open as if they had never seen anything like it. Of course, I knew this was done by the house elves working tirelessly in the kitchen, magically delivered to us, but I couldn't spoil these kids' fun, right? Let them be amazed. After all, I was exhausted after a whole day and starving. So I grabbed my fork and dug in. I have to say, the food at Hogwarts is really good. The chicken is so tender it's juicy. The girl sitting across from me had one big chicken leg in each hand, eating with such gusto. The chubby kid next to me, Imk, was cutting his steak while saying, "Chris, the steak is great, much better than that place outside our school." I'm still wondering why someone like me ended up in Gryffindor. Imk looked just as confused. I don't know either. When I put on the hat, my mind went blank, and when I woke up, I was here. Before we could finish talking, Fred and George, those two conspicuous troublemakers, came over again. Brothers, stop thinking about it. If you're in the Lion House, you have to do great things. Come on, tonight we'll take you on a night tour. At that moment, I was rolling my eyes to the sky. Night wandering? Come on, if Felch catches us, we're done for. Points deducted and confinement? I really don't want to start the first day of school with a disciplinary action experience card. For someone like me who adheres to the path of self-preservation, it's better to study honestly. I didn't expect that little Imk actually had a bit of Gryffindor's madness. After thinking about it, I agreed. I'm currently eating steak when, suddenly, a semi-transparent head popped out from under the table. It nearly made me spit the meat out of my mouth. Family, who understands when I'm having a meal and there's an ancestor floating next to me? How can this food still be appetizing? It's so annoying. This is nearly headless Nick, the resident ghost of Gryffindor. And then there's this chubby kid, Ernie Macmillan, who has no fear at all. He even reaches out to touch the ghost and asks if he wants to eat steak. I can't believe it. Nick said he hasn't eaten anything in 400 years, introduced himself, and then floated away. Fred wasn't satisfied with that. He pointed over to Slytherin and said, "Look, there's an even crazier one." I looked, and wow, there was a ghost covered in silver bloodstains with hollow eyes, a walking omen of doom. I instantly lost my appetite. They also said there's a ghost named Peeves, a troublemaker among ghosts who can materialize and cause chaos, and even the caretaker, Filch, can't handle him. I was thinking, Hogwarts is such a precious place. Why are they keeping so many idle ghosts? I should study this later and find a way to put them to work, so they can add some value and contribute to building a beautiful campus. After the main course was cleared and dessert was served, I finally started to recover a bit. But then the guy opposite me, a certain Cormac McLaggen, started again in full repeat mode. "My uncle is Tiberius, a big shot at the Ministry of Magic. My dad is super cool. I love eggs. If you want to be my friend, you have to treat me to eggs." I really couldn't listen any longer. And since I had a pie in hand that I couldn't finish, I handed it to him. "Dude, you're awesome. You're even better than your uncle. Here, have this egg yolk pie, just to replenish some energy." He took it happily and said I was really nice, and that he would introduce his dad to me in the future. I thought to myself, wow, is this going to be a level-up quest? I need to be nicer to unlock meeting his uncle. Who cares? This guy is simply the epitome of mediocrity. I couldn't be bothered with that weirdo. So I picked up my cup of milk and started observing the teacher's table. Old Dumbledore sat in the center, dressed in a flashy purple robe, with silver hair and a silver beard, looking quite benevolent. But the sharpness in his hawk-like nose and the eyes behind his half-moon glasses could definitely knock you out on the spot. Next to him was Snape, with his eternally greasy hair, clad in black robes, sporting a face that seemed to say the world owed him 500 million. Honestly, Snape is much better looking than that, James, right? What was Lily thinking? Is it really true that women love bad boys? I can only say that being love-struck can be deadly. Once everyone finished eating, old Dumbledore stood up again. Repeating the usual, "Don't go into the Forbidden Forest," he specifically shot a glance at the Weasley twins, don't use magic in the corridors, and first years shouldn't go to Hogsmeade. Finally, he grandly introduced our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Hey, Mediterranean uncle? Fred immediately wailed. Damn, I lost. Jordan. I bet on an old man. Didn't expect it to be a middle-aged, bald guy. The black guy across from him, Jordan, laughed, showing his big white teeth. They said last year's teacher was so old that he could fall asleep during class and couldn't even remember which house his own students were in, deducting points incorrectly. Chubby Imp was filled with righteous indignation. This is outrageous. Isn't this a waste of people's time? At that time, I thought, this class is just like opening a blind box, right? If you encounter a good teacher, it's like winning a prize. If you get a useless one, you just have to accept your bad luck. Principal Dumbledore's recruitment process is quite abstract. This terrible class might as well be canceled. Then, old Dumbledore pulled off a spectacular stunt, making the whole school sing the school song. Let me tell you, the scene was such that the teachers' smiles were frozen on their faces. With a wave of his wand, the lyrics floated in the air, and then he said, "Everyone sing your own tune. Ready, sing?" In an instant, the entire auditorium turned into a massive KTV disaster scene, with all sorts of tunes. I was just shouting randomly, mainly for the sake of participation. Many older students pretended to be cool and didn't sing. I thought, what's it to show off? Once we graduate, there won't be any opportunity to sing anymore. In the end, only the Weasley twins were left, singing passionately to the tune of a funeral march, and old Dumbledore personally conducted them, clapping the loudest. This old man understands performance art. After singing, I could finally roll back to the dormitory and sleep. The head boy led us new students to play a real-life version of Monument Valley in the castle. The stairs in this broken castle really have a mind of their own. While walking, they suddenly change places. There are also some doors that won't open unless you say the password or poke it in the right place. I tried hard to remember the way, but I found out that this place isn't meant to be remembered by humans. It's all about going with the flow. Finally, I climbed to the 8th floor and saw a painting of a fat lady. Our dormitory's guardian, the fat lady. The head boy recited the password, apple fritter, and the painting swung open, revealing a dog door. I crawled in and found it quite comfortable. It was a circular common room with a roaring fireplace and all soft sofas. Fortunately, I was assigned a double room with a chubby Kid Imp. I'm glad I didn't end up with that egghead McLaughlin. Otherwise, I'd have to apply for a transfer overnight. The boxes were delivered, and I quickly unpacked my things. The chubby kid was already snoring. I was exhausted too. After washing up, I plopped my head on the pillow and fell straight asleep. The next day, I woke up, and wow, it was already 9 o'clock. I saw it was Sunday, so no classes, what a delight. The chubby kid was sleeping like a pig, and I was too lazy to wake him up. What if he was grumpy, right? I strolled out by myself and greeted the fat lady, who even showed off a bit of singing. I awkwardly complimented her and quickly slipped away. As a result, I ended up as expected, lost. Just because I missed one step while going downstairs, I was teleported to another fork in the road. This Hogwarts navigation system is even more ridiculous than the Apple Maps of 2025. While I was dazed, a particularly nice voice came from beside me. "Classmate, are you lost?" I turned around and saw a beautiful girl with curly hair. My face turned red. "All right, I'm a new student in this castle, you know?" She smiled, and I understood. "You're almost at Ravenclaw. Where do you want to go? Let me take you." "Thank you so much. I want to go to the Great Hall for breakfast." "I'm Chris Red from Gryffindor." "Really? Then we're going the same way." "I'm Penelope Clearwater. Nice to meet you." She extended her hand. I clenched my fist. My heart sank. Penelope Clearwater? Isn't she that Percy kid's girlfriend? Wow, Percy seems so serious. But his taste is really good. Thinking back to the original story where they were all lovey-dovey every day, TSK, that kid is really lucky. But in the end, they still couldn't be together. Thank goodness they didn't end up together. Let me tell you, this senior Penelope is really great, beautiful, smart, and kind. She is practically a hexagonal warrior. The only flaw is that she had poor eyesight in the early days and ended up with Percy. Who understands, right? Percy's behavior is textbook level of being a clueless guy. When he was chasing her, he locked himself in his room for an entire summer, madly writing letters. The frequency was so high that Ginny complained he did nothing all summer but write letters. I seriously suspect that the Weasley family's old owl retired early because of him, flying 10 or 8 times a day. Who could handle that? After finally winning her over, his attitude changed immediately. Just think about the time in the Chamber of Secrets when Penelope was petrified by the basilisk. What about him? Oh, he was sad for a moment. And then that was it. Just that? Dude, your girlfriend is about to become a stone statue, and you're just sad for a moment? There's even crazier stuff ahead. One time during a Quidditch match, Penelope bet with Percy that her house would win, with a wager of 10 galleons. And what happened? Gryffindor won. I'm telling you, a normal person, even a regular friend, would let that kind of joke bet slide. But this guy, as soon as the match ended, ran over to Penelope to demand his money. He wanted his 10 galleons. If I were Penelope at that moment, I would have slapped him hard. What is this nonsense? Being so calculative with your girlfriend. Are you here to date or to do P2P lending? Later, when he became the student council president, wow, his ego was higher than the sky. When he met Penelope at Platform 9, the first thing he did was puff out his chest. Afraid she wouldn't notice the shiny badge on it. Ridiculous, what a show-off. So when they broke up, I really have to say, congratulations, senior. You're free from the sea of suffering. Just as I was thinking about this, Penelope's voice pulled me back. Seeing my rookie expression, she kindly reminded me, you need to get familiar with Hogwarts quickly, or else being late for class, taking the wrong path, and losing points is just a small matter. If you run into Filch, that's real bad luck. Filch? I was a bit confused. Yes, that caretaker. She had a look that said be careful. P.S. even more annoying than Peeves. Last year, a senior from Gryffindor got caught by him for trying to open a door because he was lost, and he insisted it was intentional, almost getting thrown into the dungeons. If Professor McGonagall hadn't passed by, who knows what would have happened. She laughed as she said this, and I have to admit, she looks really good when she smiles. She continued to educate me. He also has a cat named Mrs. Norris, and that cat seems to have radar. As soon as you dare to break the rules, even if your toe crosses the line by a millimeter, it darts off to report you, and within 2 minutes, Filch will be huffing and puffing right in front of you. We all hate that cat. Many people want to kick it hard. I instinctively asked, Senior, do you want it too? She immediately got angry. Her face puffed up with rage. What are you talking about? I'm a good student from Ravenclaw. How could I have such thoughts? Oh dear, my mouth. I quickly apologized. My bad. Senior, please don't take it to heart. I just said it casually. Seeing my good attitude in admitting my mistake, she huffed and didn't pursue the matter further. We quickly made our way to the hall. I thanked her and we parted ways. I randomly found a seat and had a couple of bites of breakfast. To be honest, the breakfast in this hall was just okay, just enough to fill my stomach. After eating, I even specifically took 2 slices of bread for that guy Imk. We've been friends for years, so I had to look out for him. But on the way back, I started to have doubts again, thinking, oh no, I hope I don't get lost again. I definitely can't go back to ask Senior Penelope for directions. That would be too embarrassing. Forget it. I'll just force myself to walk back. Luckily, this time my luck turned around, and I managed to find my way back to the common lounge smoothly. As soon as I pushed the door open, there was a little chubby imp getting dressed. He looked at me as if he had seen a ghost. Where have you been? I thought you were taken by the ghosts in the castle. I laughed and handed him the bread, saying, I went to get familiar with the surroundings and have breakfast. I was afraid you might be hungry. While munching on the bread, he mumbled, what's your plan for today? George and Fred said they're going to the Quidditch tryouts and want us to cheer for them. Then, he seemed to open up and started enthusiastically educating me about Quidditch. He talked about the bludgers, the chasers, the golden snitch, and the positions of chasers, beaters, and seekers with such excitement, as if he were going to play himself. The Weasley brothers are trying out for beaters. They said beaters are the coolest. They get to smash the bludgers at the opposing players. They also said that with a good broomstick, they would be the MVPs of the match. Imp looked at them with admiration. I was almost losing my patience, so I quickly interrupted him. Okay, I got it. I'm not really into that. It's too wild for someone as refined and easygoing as me. You go ahead and check it out, and send my regards to them. I still want to wander around a bit and scout the place for tomorrow's class to avoid being late. All right, Imp said, slightly disappointed, since you know the route now. Could you draw me a map? My sense of direction isn't great either. Wait, a map? A buzzing sound filled my mind, and a flash of golden light passed by. Damn, it's a business opportunity. Family, this incredible wealth is finally going to be mine. I grabbed Imp's shoulder, my eyes shining. A map? What did you just say? A map. Yes, we could draw a map and sell it. Imp was stunned by my excitement. Huh? Sell a map? Would anyone buy it? Of course. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Just think about it. How many new students come every year? Aren't they all running around like headless flies? Once our map comes out, it will be a savior. And what about those upperclassmen? Can you honestly say they know every corner of Hogwarts? Harry and Ron are in their 2nd year and still can't find a Slytherin common room. And those couples looking for a quiet place to date. Our map is a must-have for home, travel, and skipping classes. Imp's eyes lit up as well. Wow. Chris, you're a genius. This could totally work. Absolutely. I checked the time and said, let us go have lunch first, then immediately find George and Fred. We need their help. They're the living map of Hogwarts. When we got to the Great Hall, We headed straight for the Weasley twins. Imk, being quick with his words, said mysteriously, "Hey guys, Chris and I have come up with a big business opportunity. Want to join us?" Fred's eyes lit up. "Oh, tell us more." Imk then blurted out all my ideas. George and Fred exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from curiosity to sheer delight. "Wow, this idea is brilliant," Fred exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "You two came to the right people for this. There is nothing about Hogwarts we don't know." I quickly added, "We need you to provide information, such as the layout of each floor, the locations of various lounges, especially those hidden passages." "No problem," George said, "but once the map is ready, how we plan to sell it? I've thought it through. I'm confident. The four of us will partner up to create a basic version, priced at 1 galleon, with a strategy of low profit and high sales. Once we open up the market, we can work on an upgraded version." Fred's mind was racing faster, right? The upgraded version could include secret passages and abandoned classrooms, and we could even create a deluxe version that uses magic to make it dynamic, showing your own location. Then we could sell it for 1 golden galleon. Wow, this idea is almost on par with a living map. I quickly pulled him back. "Brother, let's take it one step at a time and first solve the problem of going from 0 to 1. Let's get the basic version out as quickly as possible to seize the market." Without further ado, after lunch, they went to participate in the selection match, while I took my parchment and pen to start my great exploration project. This job was truly not meant for a human. I started from the basement, near Snape's office, where the cold wind blew. I felt it was hard for him to avoid getting damp staying there every day. I quickly sketched a few lines and slipped away, fearing he'd catch me. Then I ran up floor by floor, and the students passing by looked at me as if I were an idiot, a freshman scribbling on paper in the castle. When I reached the 4th floor, I actually discovered a secret passage behind a tapestry. I crawled in and walked a short distance, and when I came out, wow, it was actually the trophy room. It was filled with trophies, and I even saw the special contribution award that Voldemort received back in the day. How ironic. I spent the entire afternoon exploring the main structure of the castle. My legs felt like they weren't my own anymore, sore and painful. But the reward was immense. A rough sketch of Hogwarts' main castle was born in my hands. In the evening, the twins and Imk finally returned, each one exhausted but with smiles on their faces. We did it. Imk was even more excited than when he got selected. George and Fred were the new beaters for Gryffindor. Fred sat down, picked up my cup of red tea, and took a big gulp. "How did it go for you this afternoon?" I handed over the parchment. The main drawing was almost done, but many details still needed to be filled in by you guys. The 3 heads immediately leaned in, pointing at the map. "Not bad. The overall framework is correct." George picked up a pen, "But this corridor on the 5th floor is drawn incorrectly. It should turn like this." Fred also pointed at a spot. "And here, there's actually an abandoned classroom that most people wouldn't notice." That night, the 4 of us gathered around the map, modifying and adding details, filling in the map to a good extent. We also made detailed divisions of the remaining outer areas of the castle, planning to find time in the next few days to finish it. The chubby Imk had the most tasks assigned, since he had only talked without doing anything in the early stages. As a result, early the next morning, we faced our first class of the semester, Potions class. Let me tell you, that classroom was like a horror movie set. In the basement, it was eerie, with walls lined with glass jars containing various animal specimens. Goodness, I felt my sanity points dropping rapidly. This class was particularly thrilling as we had to attend it with Slytherin. When we arrived, the great Buddha, Snape, hadn't come yet, but quite a few people were already seated in the classroom. A few Gryffindor jokers from McLagan's group occupied the front row, with McLagan stuffing his mouth with a boiled egg, enjoying it immensely. Great, we lost our good seats, and Imk and I could only sulk to the back corner. Imk looked at the broken cauldron on the table and whispered to me, "Chris, why does this thing feel like our biology class? We're not going to have to dissect anything, are we?" I rolled my eyes. Compared to dissection, what I care about more is that we have to stay in this awful place all morning, cold and damp. It's simply a double torture for both mind and body. Just as I was complaining, the classroom door was abruptly pushed open with a bang. Snape, that walking low pressure, dressed in his eternally unchanged black robe, swept in like a gust of wind. The moment he entered, I swear the room temperature dropped at least 3 degrees. He stood at the podium. His pitch-black eyes scanned the room like radar, precisely locking onto McLagan, who was still chewing something. His voice was cold and slow, like a snake flicking its tongue. "Very good. Daring to sneak food in the first class of the school year. In all these years, I've never seen a student like you." McLagan was so scared his soul almost left his body, the food stuck in his throat, his face turning bright red as he coughed and apologized. Cough, sorry. "Professor." Snape's lips curled into a slight, disdainful sneer. It seems that Gryffindor students have an IQ lower than trolls, only knowing how to eat. I should really suggest to the headmaster to raise the admission standards. As soon as these words were out, a guy next to McLaggen stood up in protest. Professor Snape. Didn't T do it on purpose, you? Shut up. Snape didn't even blink. 10 points from Gryffindor. Don't you know you're supposed to raise your hand to speak in class? Is Gryffindor so rude? Come on, who understands? Losing 10 points in less than 3 minutes. The Gryffindor students turned pale, but no one dared to say a word. The Slytherins nearby were stifling laughter, their shoulders shaking. Their faces practically written with schadenfreude. Snape then snorted in satisfaction and picked up the attendance sheet to start calling names. When he got to mine, I exchanged a glance with him, and let me tell you, that look was as hollow as 2 black tunnels, sending chills down my spine. This mental closure technique was definitely mastered. After taking attendance, he began his classic opening speech about how potions are a precise science and strict craft, how the liquid flowing into the veins makes one's heart flutter, summarizing in one sentence. You fools, don't even think about it. You 1T learned anyway. Imp next to me sat up straight in fear, afraid of being mistaken for the idiot who burned through the cauldron. McLaggen. Snape suddenly called out. Like a pop quiz in class. What is the use of bubble word? McLaggen looked completely confused. Bubble. Essence? To blow balloons, Professor? The whole class fell into dead silence. Snape's face was dark enough to drip ink. Let us try again. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? This time McLaggen got excited. Oh, I know this one, Professor. They have different names. They must look different too. Goodness. That answer was outstandingly absurd. Someone on the Slytherin side had already collapsed on the table laughing. Snape looked at him coldly. I think you haven't opened a single book before school started, have you? Of course not. McLaggen stubbornly replied. I've read 1,000 magical herbs and fungi thoroughly. Then tell me the use of flowerworm mucus. I know this one. McLaggen seemed to have grasped a lifeline. It could be used as glue. My uncle gave me one, and when I touched it, my hand got stuck. The Slytherin side was already laughing like pigs. Snape finally exploded, shouting, McLaggen, you are simply the worst student I have ever taught. No talent whatsoever. 10 more points from Gryffindor for your stupidity and ignorance. He shouted out all the correct answers in one breath about how the pus of bubblewort can treat acne. The 2 aconites are the same plant, and flowerworm mucus is used to thicken potions. Finally, with another roar, why don't you write all of this down? The entire classroom was instantly filled with the sound of quills scratching on parchment. Then, with a wave of his wand, Snape made the steps for the Scabbers cure appear on the blackboard. Pairs of 2, start now. I quickly pulled Imp into action. The steps on the blackboard were a bit more intricate than those in the textbook, clearly modified by Snape himself. Imp looked a bit flustered. Chris, this is really complicated. Do you know how to do it? Don't panic. I whispered, you go ahead and boil that horn slug. Remember, it has to be thoroughly cooked. I'll take care of the rest. Imp nodded, a look of solemn determination on his face as he picked up the slimy slug. On my side, I was crushing dried nettles and powdered snake fangs, and every step was tightly controlled. Making potions was just like conducting a chemistry experiment. Even a milligram off could blow everything up. Snape floated around the classroom like a big bat, creating a low-pressure atmosphere wherever he went. Almost everyone in Gryffindor got sprayed by him. Even Imp got scolded for boiling a bug. After half an hour, I had just finished grinding the hedgehog quills, and Imp was done on his end too. I took the materials, poured the snake fang powder and dried nettles into the cauldron, and stirred. The potion changed from a deep brown to a deep green. Then I lifted the cauldron off the fire. The crucial step was here, putting in the hedgehog quills. The potion instantly transformed into a beautiful light green, and with a wave of my wand, it was done. I filled a small bottle and raised my hand to signal. Snape floated over, picked up the bottle to take a look, and the expression on his face was priceless. The kind that showed he wanted to nitpick, but couldn't find anything wrong, and finally, he reluctantly uttered 2 words, barely passing. I pouted a little and thought, well, as long as I didn't lose points, that's good enough. After we submitted our homework, others gradually finished as well. Slytherin's Adrian Pusey was awarded 5 points, which was a clear double standard. When it was McLaggen's turn, he proudly brought up a pot of dark, mushy substance. Snape glanced at it and mocked. I see you're completely wasting materials, you fool. Just then, a dramatic scene occurred. In front of us, Katie Bell's group suddenly had a burst of green smoke from their cauldron, followed by a loud bang, and the entire cauldron melted away. The potion inside splattered everywhere. I reacted quickly, grabbing Imp and jumping onto the stool, perfectly dodging the situation. But McLaggen, who had just been scolded, wasn't so lucky. He was still in a daze when a bunch of potions splashed all over him. The next second, his neck and back were covered in red, swollen welts, and he screamed in pain. One idiot, Snape roared, waving his wand to clean up the potions on the floor, then shouted at Katie Bell, "Did you put the porcupine quills in without taking the cauldron off the fire?" Katie was so scared she started crying. Then came the most outrageous move, as Snape suddenly turned and glared at Imk and me. Red. "Let's go. Why didn't you remind her? Do you think you're so great just because you finished your task? Because of both of you, Gryffindor loses another point." I was like, how can this be blamed on us? Imk's face turned red with anger, and just as she was about to argue, I grabbed her. With people like this, saying another word is just a waste of breath. Finally, we made it to the end of class, and as soon as we left the basement classroom, Imk exploded. "This is too much. Why is he deducting points from us? Isn't it his responsibility that McLaggen got injured? That Slytherin's potion isn't even as good as ours. So why is he adding points?" I patted him. "Don't be angry. Let me tell you a secret. I think he might be going through menopause. Just look at his greasy hair and dull skin. A typical case of hormonal imbalance. We should have sympathy for the patient and not stoop to his level." Imk was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "Huh? You're right. Look at him in that black robe. He looks just like an old bat. And he acts like everyone owes him money. He's definitely in menopause." During lunch, the Weasley twins came over. "Hey, Chris, I heard you guys got points deducted again?" Fred asked with a piece of bread in his mouth. "You get used to it," George said. "That guy is always like this." I was cutting the steak and asked them, "Do we have classes in the afternoon?" "Of course not." Fred understood immediately. We were about to finalize the map outside the castle. Just draw a perimeter around the Forbidden Forest. No need to actually go in. I specifically reminded them. "We never said we were going in. That was you who said it." George laughed slyly. Unfortunately, this was overheard by Percy, who immediately warned them like a mother hen. "George. Fred, if you dare to go into the Forbidden Forest, I will write to Mom." The twins immediately raised their hands in surrender. In the afternoon, the four of us split up and went into Special Forces mode. I headed to the large lawn and the Black Lake in the south, taking it easy like a stroll. The Weasley brothers were responsible for the greenhouses in the north, the Whomping Willow, and the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They divided their tasks quite well. The worst off was the chubby Imk, who had to scout all the towers, the Astronomical Tower, the North Tower, the West Tower, the Ravenclaw Tower, and finally the Quidditch pitch. By the time we met in the Great Hall that evening, Imk was completely exhausted, barely able to walk, and I had to help him to his seat. He gulped down a large mouthful of water and weakly said, "My Merlin, I feel like my legs aren't even mine anymore." The Weasley brothers couldn't stop laughing. Fred said, "Hey, buddy, we learned a massage technique from an Indian guy that specializes in muscle soreness. Want to get a try? It's free." Imk, half convinced, agreed. As a result, George and Fred walked over and started slapping him with both hands. Imk yelped in pain and jumped up, while the three of us laughed uncontrollably. "Can you be human?" Imk said, rubbing his arms and legs with a look of grievance. He began to vent to us about how terrible his day had been. One moment he was scared half to death by the blood-bound Barrow jumping out from behind a door. The next he was hit on the head by Peeves with a wastebasket, tripped over a rug, and nearly saved by nearly headless Nick passing by. Listening to him, it really sounded miserable, and we could only comfort him kindly. After dinner, we returned to the common room to summarize the results of the afternoon. After some discussion, the first version of the Hogwarts map was completed. We decided to work through the night and use the copying spell for mass production. I learned on the spot with Imk, while the Weasley brothers were already masters in this area. We copied about 70 or 80 copies in one go, feeling it should be enough to sell for a while. Tomorrow, we'll split up and promote them to our classmates. I suggested that the money we earn should be equally divided among the four of us. Other houses were easy to deal with, but George raised a critical question. What about Slytherin? They wouldn't possibly buy from us Gryffindors. This was indeed a problem, as those rich kids could be potential big clients. I had a thought. Since we can't sell directly, why not find a middleman? We could get someone from Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff to act as a sales representative for Slytherin. How about that? Great idea. Imk's eyes lit up, but who should we find? As for the candidate, I smiled mysteriously. I had someone in mind, but I needed to wait until tomorrow to ask. The next morning, we started our sales work right after breakfast in the Great Hall. Imk was the first to step up. He grabbed a Hufflepuff guy and directly shoved the map in his face. "Hey mate, do you want a Hogwarts map?" "One silver sickle." The guy looked at him like he was an idiot, shook his head, and walked away. Imk looked defeated. I patted his shoulder. "Brother, you can't do it like that. Just watch. I'll show you how it's done." I walked up to another blonde little Hufflepuff, lower my voice, and leaned in mysteriously. "Hey, buddy, want a picture?" The little guy was munching on a sandwich, looking at me with a puzzled expression. I continued to deceive. The mysterious map of Hogwarts, I spent 5 silver sickles to buy this rare item, which contains all secret locations. I see that we have a connection. Let's be friends. I'll only charge you 1 silver sickle. Saying this, I reached into my robe, making a gesture as if hiding a treasure. The little guy took the bait and immediately pulled out a silver sickle to hand to me. Okay, I'll take it. First deal, easily done. I winked at Imp. How about that? Did you learn anything? Imp scratched his head, saying it's impressive, but he feels like I'm a bit sleazy. TCH, then let me try a different approach. I was not convinced and started looking for my next target. Soon, a first-year Hufflepuff boy walked into the hall. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately went up to him and warmly put my arm around his shoulder. Hey buddy, good morning. How's it going in Hufflepuff? The little boy looked confused and said, good morning. May I ask who you are? I don't think I know you. I immediately showed an expression of disbelief and a bit of hurt. Hey, have you forgotten me? We took the boat to Hogwarts together. You were marveling at the grandeur of the castle with me back then. I told you that guy just slapped his forehead at that moment. The expression on his face was priceless. Oh man, it just hit me. My bad. I didn't sleep well last night. My brain is like a pile of mush. After saying that, he enthusiastically grabbed my hand and shook it vigorously. I quickly played along, looking concerned, and said, It's okay. It's just a new environment. Everyone goes through this. But you really need to pay attention to your rest. Health is the foundation of revolution. Goodness. This wave of concern completely flustered him. He was so moved that he couldn't stop blaming himself for forgetting such a good brother like me. With the groundwork laid, I took out my trump card. By the way, I got 2 copies of the Hogwarts internal map from a senior. It's a must-have for new students. As soon as I saw this great thing, I immediately thought of you. Here, this one is for you. He was completely stunned at that moment, waving his hands frantically. No, I can't take this. It's too valuable. I directly shoved the map into his hands and said, Hey, no need to be polite. I can't use 2 copies by myself. We're like family. He couldn't argue with me and insisted on paying. I then firmly refused, saying, Talking about money between friends can hurt feelings. It's tough for everyone at the start of the semester, and this map doesn't cost much. I told you. The more I acted like this, the more he felt guilty. He directly pulled out 3 silver sickles and insisted on giving them to me, even saying harshly, You have to accept it. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my friend. All right, since the act has gone this far, I pretended to decline a bit, accepted 1 silver sickle, and returned the other 2 to him. This back and forth was all about sincerity. He held the map, tears welling in his eyes, saying he would treat me to chocolate frogs next time. I waved goodbye to him, keeping my achievements hidden. Once I walked away, that guy was still standing there, feeling emotional, probably thinking that there are still good people at Hogwarts, but he probably still couldn't remember my name. As soon as I stepped outside, I ran into the chubby guy Imp, and I proudly asked him, Did you see that? Did I mess up? He had a constipated expression, but you're taking advantage of familiar faces. I don't have that many acquaintances. I rolled my eyes and replied, Who told you this is an acquaintance? On the day of the boat ride, it was pitch dark, and there were only 4 people on the boat. Don't you know in your heart whether he was there or not? Imp's jaw almost dropped in shock. Huh? This is possible? Aren't you just fooling around? What if he figures it out? How is this fooling around? I started to give him a lesson. I said he wouldn't even remember, in that kind of situation, who would pay attention to who was sitting next to them. Besides, isn't our map a good thing? He could buy an exclusive release for just $1 silver. Is he losing out? Not at all. We call this precise targeting, you understand? After my reverse PUA attempt, Imp seemed to have figured things out a bit, nodded and said, It seems to make sense. Okay then, after class, I'll give it a try too. The first class in the morning was History of Magic. Let me tell you, this class is simply a burden I can't bear. The teacher is a ghost, Professor Binns. It said that he died sleeping in front of the fireplace, and when he got up for class the next day, he forgot his body. Who can understand this? Even in death, he has to get up and be a teacher. What level of dedication is that? Unfortunately, dedication aside, his voice while lecturing is simply a 3D surround sound lullaby. He reads from the textbook in a monotonous, drawn-out tone, talking about how a dozen giants are swinging their clubs to smash the hall. And such an exciting plot sounds like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming out of his mouth. At first, I struggled to take notes, but within 10 minutes, my eyelids started to fight, and I finally gave up resisting and fell asleep completely. When I woke up again, it was Imp who woke me up. Class was over. Stop sleeping. As a result, this little chubby guy suddenly jumped 3 feet high, his eyes wide open. Is there a fire? Where's the fire? I burst out laughing. This kid is really confused from sleep. The next class is Transfiguration with Professor Flitwick, a super tiny old man who needs to stand on a stack of books to reach the podium. But once he gets started, we know what a master is. However, Even masters have to start with theory, and boy, there's a huge pile of complex and profound notes. Finally, we get to practice the wand movements. But we can't use wands. They're afraid we'll blow up the classroom, so we each have to wave a feather quill around. Since I had review during the summer, my movements were spot on, and I was directly praised by Professor Flitwick, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. At lunchtime, the hall was bustling with people. It was practically a perfect sales scene. The Weasley twins were surrounded by a crowd, bantering like a comedy duo, each taking turns to hype up the map, and the little wizards were eager to pull out their money. That map was selling like hotcakes. Imk was watching with red eyes, forgetting to eat, and rushed into the crowd to grab a map. And me? I was leisurely cutting my lamb chops, because my goods had already sold out. I went straight to Ravenclaw's beautiful head girl, Penelope. I told her about the business, and when she saw the map, her eyes lit up, saying there were many places she couldn't figure out herself. I gave her the sales rights for Slytherin, and she immediately agreed, saying she could sell out today and even asked if I could restock tomorrow. As for the commission, she asked for 10%, and I waved my hand and gave her 20%. She was overjoyed, planted a kiss on my forehead, and even gave me a good person card. I was a bit stunned at the time. Is making money really this exciting these days? In the afternoon, we had Transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall. We all arrived early, like quails, afraid of being late. Professor McGonagall started with a stern warning, her gaze sharp as a knife. Listen up, you little brats. Transfiguration is the most dangerous class at Hogwarts, bar none. Anyone who dares to mess around in my class will be thrown out, never to return. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Then she coolly transformed the podium into a pig and back again, leaving us all stunned. Today's task was to turn a matchstick into a needle. Let me tell you, this thing looks simple, but it's incredibly difficult to do. The classroom is filled with the sound of incantations, but not a single person has succeeded. The guy in front, McLaggen, probably went a bit overboard. His incantation was completely off-key. He was jabbing his wand at the matchstick furiously, and with a pop, he set it on fire. Professor McGonagall was speechless. At first, I wanted to cast a big spell and try the silent incantation, but the match didn't budge at all. There was no choice but to recite the spell honestly. After more than half an hour of trying, hey, it worked. A needle appeared on the table. Although the end but was still a bit thick, it was a success after all. I just wanted to keep a low profile. But Imp shouted out loudly, wow, how did you do that? It was over. I instantly caught Professor McGonagall's attention. She walked over, picked up my needle, and showed it to everyone. Class, Mr. Reed has succeeded. 5 points for Gryffindor. The whole class looked at me with that kind of starry-eyed admiration. I quickly taught Imp the trick, urging him to concentrate and imagine the shape of the needle. Right before class ended, he actually managed to create a prototype as well, earning 3 more points for Gryffindor. After class, Professor McGonagall kept me behind and looked at me with a rare expression of approval. Mr. Reed, you did very well. You have a great talent. At that moment, my heart sank. Oh no, I definitely didn't want to be seen as some kind of genius by Dumbledore. I quickly explained, Professor, this doesn't count as talent. It's mainly because I previewed the material in advance during the summer, and with your excellent teaching, I was able to grasp it so quickly. My original intention was to say that I am just a clumsy bird who makes up for my lack of talent with hard work. As a result, Professor McGonagall's gaze became even more approving after hearing this. What? You taught yourself during the summer? My goodness, Mr. Riddle. I didn't expect you to not only have talent, but also to be so diligent and hardworking. That's wonderful. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me. After she finished speaking, she patted my shoulder and walked away satisfied. I was left alone, feeling confused in the wind. Who understands my family? My attempt to prove myself useless ended up giving her the impression of someone exceptionally gifted and hardworking. I was burning out my CPU for her. This won't do. I must find a way to completely hide myself. That evening, while eating in the auditorium, I just sat down when Imp excitedly ran over to brag about selling 12 maps that afternoon. Soon after, the Weasley twins came over, slapping my shoulder. Bro, you're a celebrity now. I heard you scored a 10 in both the Charms and Transfiguration classes, and you turned a matchstick into a needle in the first class? Impressive. I'm overwhelmed, so I can only continue using the excuses I prepared during the summer break. As a result, that clever kid Fred squinted his eyes and asked me, so how much did you actually learn during the summer? I can only answer honestly. I've basically tried everything in the textbook. Did I succeed in all of them? Well, most of them, yes. As soon as I finished speaking, the table fell silent. Imp and the twins stared at me with wide eyes, their jaws dropped to the floor. I looked at their shocked expressions, and in that moment, my decision became incredibly firm and urgent. I took a deep breath, looked at them, and lowered my voice. Can I ask you guys for a favor? The three of them leaned in curiously. I heard there are quite a few good things in the restricted section of the library, I said slowly, and I want to check it out tonight to see if there are any books on advanced map making. Fred, George, the idea you mentioned last time was great. I think it's time for an epic upgrade to our map. The two jokers' eyes lit up at once, like a couple of 300-watt light bulbs, and they immediately pounded their chests, assuring me that they would take care of it. I'll tell you, I said it was to upgrade the map, but in reality, it's all just a smokescreen. My real goal is to go to the forbidden section and find a book called the Brain Lock Technique. This thing is my lifesaver, and I absolutely can't let a third person know about it. Otherwise, who knows how that old man Dumbledore would look at me. So, the excuse of upgrading the map is simply perfect. It satisfies the mischief of those two troublemakers while concealing my true purpose. Killing two birds with one stone. I'm simply a genius. It's settled then. That night at 12:30, I sneaked into the common room with Imp like a thief. Goodness, it was pitch dark inside, with only a few embers in the fireplace. I was wondering where the Weasley brothers were. They wouldn't leave us hanging, would they? And then guess what? A chair next to me suddenly moved, and a voice popped out. Hey, we're over here. I leaned over to take a look and burst out laughing. These two clowns somehow got their hands on a huge piece of black cloth and wrapped themselves up tightly, playing cosplay. George even poked his head out proudly and asked if their concealment skills were impressive. Impressive? Absolutely. They were like a conspicuous package from Hogwarts. They even prepared two pieces for us, and the four of us wrapped up like moving black garbage bags, sneaking out of the Gryffindor Tower. The library at night was like a horror movie set. Rows of bookshelves looked like the skeletons of giants, eerie and foreboding. We made our way to the innermost restricted section, and Fred specifically warned us that the books here were quite sinister. Some could bite, and others could cast curses. My heart raced, and with the faint light from the tip of my wand, I scanned the rows one by one. Who understands, family? Some book covers looked like they were stained with blood, some had no titles at all, and as I got closer to others, I felt like someone was breathing cold air right by my ear, making my hair stand on end. Time ticked away, and I was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Just when I was about to lose hope, I finally spotted a thin book with a dark green cover at the very top of the ladder. Close your mind. That's it. I quickly pulled it out and stuffed into my arms. However, it was all over in less than 3 seconds. Just as I got my hands on it and hadn't had time to come down, a piercing scream suddenly erupted beside me, sharp enough to tear off someone's scalp. I turned to look and, oh no, it was Imp. The black-covered book he was holding was alive, howling as if it had a voice of its own. Quick, close it. I shouted at him, but the kid was frozen in place as if petrified. George reacted quickly, darting over and slapping the book shut. But it was no use. The scream wouldn't stop, sounding like an air raid siren. Now we were done for. Footsteps echoed in the corridor outside in an instant. George quickly shoved the screaming book back onto the shelf and shouted in a hushed voice, "Hide." We scrambled to extinguish our wands, pulled up the black cloth, and dove behind the bookshelf. Just as we hid, Filch's old face appeared at the door, his eyes scanning the darkness like searchlights, mumbling, "They must be hiding." "Madam Loris, give me a sniff." I have to tell you, at that moment my heart was in my throat. That broken cat's nose was really sharp, and it was heading straight for the place where Fred and George were hiding. Just as they were about to be exposed, the two brothers suddenly stood up and dashed out the door. They were running while shouting at the top of their lungs. "Come catch me, Filch. You old man. You can't catch me." Wow, this move really filled Filch's anger meter, and he grabbed his lantern and chased after them. Of course, those two short legs couldn't run fast enough in the end, and they were caught by Filch, one in each hand, like he was grabbing little chicks. To cover for us, these two brothers bravely sacrificed themselves. It wasn't until the library was completely quiet that I slipped out with the terrified Imp, and we ran back to the common room. That little chubby Imp hadn't calmed down yet, constantly blaming himself, saying it was all his fault. I could only comfort him, saying it wasn't his fault. The stuff in the restricted section was inherently sinister. The next morning, Imp, sporting two black eyes, dragged me to the Great Hall. As soon as we walked in, we were dumbfounded. The Gryffindor point counter was empty, not a single point left. It was like going back to square one overnight. Looking at the Weasley brothers, they were quite the opposite, happily bragging to others about their heroic deeds from last night. After asking, we found out that they each lost 20 points, were assigned to write lines, and had to clean Filch's office. Imp rushed over to apologize, and those two brothers were particularly chivalrous, patting him on the back and saying, "We are the Hogwarts Brotherhood. We bear the burden together." At that moment, I truly felt that having these two friends was worth it. After breakfast, we went to herbology class, and just as we left the castle, we were stopped by Penelope, who ran over with an excited look and said, "The map's sold out." I have to say, she was practically my top salesperson, not only selling all 20 maps to Slytherin, but also raising the price from 1 galleon to 2. She directly reaped the benefits from those little tycoons. She immediately handed me 2 gold galleons, and Imk was staring in disbelief beside me. After thinking for a moment, I decided not to raise the price for the other houses. After all, we have to consider sustainable development. When we arrived at the greenhouse, Professor Sprout was already there. Today's lesson was about a herb called white ash. Just after the professor finished explaining, that McLagan started acting up again. The professor asked who knew the uses of white ash, and he jumped up immediately, chest out, and blurted out, "I know. White ash, as the name suggests. Tastes very delicious. I had it in chicken soup at a banquet my uncle took me to. The taste was incredible. I was living in Bungbu at the time, and I almost laughed out loud. White fresh stewed chicken. I can't believe he came up with that." The whole class was trying to hold back their laughter, and Professor Sprout's expression was also hard to describe. Eventually, a Hufflepuff student answered correctly, saying that white fresh was a healing elixir that could heal wounds without leaving scars. As soon as I heard that, I immediately became interested. This thing is simply a must-have for home travel, brawls, and fights. I had to get some. At 3:30 p.m., we finally arrived at the most anticipated flying class. That kid Imk was excited all afternoon. But when he got to the field and saw those shabby brooms, he started to get nervous again. The flying class was held together with Slytherin, and Madam Hooch asked us to stretch out our hands and shout at the brooms. My broken broom, like an old man, reluctantly jumped into my hand after I called it several times and even hit my arm. Looking over at Imk, his face was flushed red, and his broom seemed to be glued to the ground, not moving an inch. Just then, a guy from Slytherin named Pusey pointed at Imk and burst out laughing, saying, "Look at that fat Gryffindor, what a useless waste." As soon as he said that, the Slytherin side erupted in laughter. Imk's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple, and he almost buried his head in the ground. My temper shot up instantly. How could I tolerate my friend being humiliated like that? I shot back, "Hey, mind your own mouth, you little brat." The guy was taken aback for a moment, then snarled, "You dare talk to me like that? Looking for trouble?" He started to charge at me. Why waste words with him? Without a second thought, I pulled out my wand and shot a spell. Silencing charm. The guy instantly covered his mouth and couldn't make a sound. Now I've stirred up a hornet's nest. The Slytherins all drew their wands. And we Gryffindors weren't going to back down either, immediately pulling out our wands in confrontation. Just as it looked like a freshman brawl was about to break out, Madam Hooch rushed over, her face turning blue with anger. "What are you doing? Put your wands away." She pointed at me and said, "What's your name? How dare you use spells in class?" I looked straight at her and replied, "Neither humble nor arrogant. Chris Red, ma'am. It was he who insulted my classmate first. That is not a reason for you to take action." She didn't listen to my explanation at all. I must tell Professor McGonagall about this. Now, lift the spell on him immediately. I curled my lips and broke the spell. Although the kid didn't dare to say anything more, his gaze towards me was as if he wanted to swallow me whole. Gryffindor and Slytherin each lose 20 points. Madam Hooch announced sharply, "Now, stand properly." As soon as I heard this, I quickly slipped back to the team and picked up the little chubby kid Imk's broom and handed it to him. Let me tell you, that kid was in a pure emo state at the time, with red eyes, constantly apologizing to me, saying it was all his fault and that he had dragged me down with him. I was furious at that moment and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're brothers. How can I just stand by and watch while my brother is being bullied? Those Slytherin brats deserve a beating. Let's put this behind us and not take it to heart." The next class felt like a military training plus version. Madam Hooch had a face as dark as a pot bottom, pacing back and forth in a line, correcting our broom-holding posture one by one. Goodness. Anyone who dared to make even the slightest mistake felt like they would be killed by her glare in the next second. I managed to scrape by, but our poor chubby friend hadn't even gotten his soul back yet. The broom was shaking in his hands like he had Parkinson's. The more he was scolded, the worse he held it, and in the end, Madam Hooch had to guide him by hand to get it right. The Slytherins across from us were stifling their laughter, especially the guy named Pusey, with that smug look on his face. I really wanted to give him another hit. After finally enduring until the end of class, I thought it was over. How naive. My chubby friend and I were on our way to the castle when we were blocked by Pusey and his gang halfway. That kid resumed his annoying attitude, pointing at my nose and saying, "Hey, you think you're something? Huh? Sneaking attacks in class? You want to embarrass me in front of so many people? You trying to get yourself killed?" I had my wand out at that time and said, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, let's practice right now." Guess what happened? This kid backed down. He actually said, "I won't fall for your trick." You Gryffindors are about to lose points, trying to drag us down with you? No way. Goodness, I was so angry I laughed. He then said, if you have the guts, come to the trophy room tonight, and we'll duel as wizards. I shook my head directly. No, with that time, I might as well play with my electronic wooden fish or play house with a little kid in the middle of the night. Am I crazy? Let me tell you. Kasai's face turned green right then and there. He probably didn't understand what an electronic wooden fish was, but he knew I was mocking him. In the end, he left with a parting remark, just you wait, and walked away in a huff. The little chubby guy was furious and said he wanted to report to Professor McGonagall. So I quickly stopped him and said I'd handle it. Next time, I'll definitely make them regret it. After calming him down and sending him back to the dorm to rest, I slipped out myself. I need to quickly practice a skill for self-defense. Otherwise, it's too annoying to keep getting challenged by these minor characters. I tucked the book shut down your brain that I sneaked out from the restricted section under my arm and headed straight to the 8th floor. I clearly remember that right across from the tapestry of the giant troll, there's a blank wall, which is the biggest hidden Easter egg in Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement. I silently wished for a place where I could study magic in peace, walking back and forth 3 times. Who understand my family? On that bare wall, various magnificent magical runes truly appeared, and then with a snap, a door was created. I looked around and saw no one, and then quickly slipped inside. Wow, the space inside was ridiculously large, like a small gymnasium. The torches on the walls lit up all at once. The coolest part was that there were several bookshelves inside, filled with all kinds of magic books, including those on dark magic. There was a sign on the bookshelf that said knowledge is the most precious treasure of a wizard. Welcome to read, but no taking away. This was simply a hidden blind box prepared by Hogwarts for top students. There was no time to look closely, so I hurriedly opened the book, Close Your Mind. The author turned out to be Queenie Goldstein, the natural legilimens who can read hearts. How could a book written by her be anything but amazing? Let me tell you, practicing this thing is just like meditation, but the difficulty is hellish. The core is to empty your mind, throw away all emotions, and become an emotionless machine. I tried hard, but one moment I was thinking about that ugly face of Pansy, and the next I was wondering what to have for dinner, almost dozing off on the spot. But when I thought that someone like Malfoy could learn it, why couldn't I? So I practiced for about 2 hours, and I finally felt like I had grasped a bit of the technique. The whole world became quiet, and my mind became particularly clear, as if nothing could stir my emotions anymore. Although it was just a beginner level, and I still needed to avoid eye contact for it to be effective, it was a start. When I came out of the room of requirement, it was already dark, and my stomach was growling with hunger. I hurried back to the common room, and as soon as I entered, I saw the Weasley twins animatedly chatting about something. As soon as the chubby one saw me, he immediately handed me something wrapped in brown paper, warm to the touch. When I opened it, it was a beef pie. He said he saved it for me because he noticed I hadn't tea gone for dinner. I felt so warm inside at that moment. While I was munching on a pie, I told them about my discovery of the Room of Requirement. As soon as the Weasley brothers heard this, their eyes widened in surprise, and they said they had encountered that place too. One time, while sneaking out at night, they were chased by Filch, and in a moment of panic, a broom cupboard suddenly appeared on the wall for them to hide in. But when they went back later, it was just a blank wall. They were surprised that I had figured it out. Then, these 2 guys, acting like they were making a secret rendezvous, mysteriously pulled out a folded old parchment. George lowered his voice and said, "Chris, we've struck gold today." I leaned over to take a look, and it was a blank parchment, nothing at all. George took out his wand, gently pointed it at the parchment, and whispered, "I solemnly swear I haven't done anything good. I tell you, a miracle has happened." The ink lines started to spread from the tip of the wand and instantly drew a complete map of Hogwarts on the parchment. And this thing is alive. There are countless little black dots moving around, each marked with a name. Dumbledore is pacing in the headmaster's office. Filch's cat is patrolling the 3rd floor, and Peeves is bouncing around in the trophy room. This is simply Hogwarts' version of real-time surveillance. George pointed to a line at the top of the map that read, "Mr. Mooney, Mr. Wormtail, Mr. Padfoot, and Mr. Prongs proudly present. The Marauders map." He said that they had stolen it from a drawer labeled highly dangerous while cleaning in Filch's office when Filch wasn't paying attention. Because they successfully pranked their way into getting it, the map willingly showed them how to use it. After we had a good look, George tapped it again with his wand and said mischief managed, and the map turned back into blank parchment. At that moment, I had a light bulb moment. A closed-loop business model had come to mind. I told them, "Guys, we can iterate our map business. We can't reveal all the secrets from this live point map in one go. We need to release it little by little, starting with a 2.0 version, adding a couple of secret paths, and selling it for a higher price. Once the market is saturated, we can release a 3.0 version and add more features. This way, we can make money while making others feel like we are constantly exploring. This is called hunger marketing, you understand? The Weasley twins and Imp were stunned and praised me as a genius, all excited. The next day, I handed a new batch of initial edition maps to Penelope and sent my owl, Rupert, to the apothecary to buy some white ash for me. In Transfiguration class, I was getting better at silent spells. Transforming a matchstick into a needle was looking beautiful, but unfortunately, Professor McGonagall didn't give me any points because of what happened yesterday. Sure enough, I was kept behind after class. She scolded me for being too impulsive and standing up for my friends and punished me to write a 20-inch-long essay on Transfiguration. That was a piece of cake for me. During lunch, Rupert returned, bringing back not only a small bottle of white ash, but also spending 2 galleons, which was really expensive. The letter said they didn't have any white ash seedlings. I was considering whether to borrow a few from Professor Sprout's greenhouse to grow myself, but I thought better of it. Stealing books is for knowledge, which is not considered theft since I can return them later. But stealing someone's hard-grown seedlings for business, that changes the nature of things. So, I thought there must be wild ones out there. Why not gather the Weasley twins and Imp this weekend? And we can explore the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest together, like a blind box experience? What if we actually find some? Once that was settled, I quickly wrote a letter home for Rupert to take back. I tell you, I wrote it in such a way that it only conveyed good news, mentioning how the professors praised me and how I was earning points for the house. I highlighted how I was thriving at Hogwarts and also sent a big bag of magical snacks back, reminding my sister Diana not to share them with her muggle classmates at school. Otherwise, they'd think she was showing off technology and tricks. In the afternoon, we had charms class. The moment I walked into the classroom, wow, the attention I got made me feel like a celebrity. Just because of what happened in flying class yesterday, I was now somewhat famous. Everyone thought I was a hero for standing up for my friend. But who understands? I didn't want to stand out. I just wanted to be an inconspicuous bystander. Now, I could only wait for the hype to die down. In this charms class, Professor Flitwick started his theoretical teaching, which was so boring it nearly put everyone to sleep. I looked around and saw many students dozing off, and, thankfully, he finally let us take out our wands. Guess what we were learning? The Lumos charm, the most basic light spell. I could perform that spell with my eyes closed. Yet there were still several people in class who were red-faced, unable to cast it. However, Imp was impressive and succeeded first, earning 3 points from Professor Flitwick. You wouldn't believe how excited he was. The gloom from yesterday disappeared, and he felt accomplished, even finishing an extra bowl of pumpkin porridge at dinner. Speaking of dinner, let me tell you, it was a nightmare. We had astronomy class, and where was it held? At the top of the astronomy tower, the highest tower in Hogwarts. My goodness, those stairs were long, high, and winding. We struggled up with telescopes, panting heavily. Imp, the little chubby guy, had drunk an extra bowl of porridge at dinner and was now pale, leaning against the wall and saying he felt like throwing up. I vowed that if I had to take this class again next week, I would borrow a broomstick from George and Fred and fly up there. After finally climbing to the top of the tower, the wind was so strong it felt like a typhoon. Professor Sinistra was standing in front, giving a lecture, but I could barely hear her over the buzzing noise. But I knew, without thinking, that it was just about identifying stars and drawing star charts. Who cares about Saturn and Mars? I was expecting to get a high score anyway. I planned to just copy Imp's notes and pass. Before I knew it, it was Friday, and we had a whole morning of defense against the dark arts. Everyone was excited, but I felt completely indifferent. I knew this class all too well. The professors were all eccentric, and it would be a miracle if there wasn't some kind of mishap. When the class bell rang, the professor walked in, and I was taken aback. He was a Mediterranean man in his 40s, looking rather unremarkable, holding a cage. McLaggen couldn't help but show off his intelligence, saying, "Maybe there's a dragon inside." I was just amazed. Such a small cage, and you could barely fit Neil in it. As expected, when he started speaking, he was so soft-spoken. McLaggen even pulled out the wrong book, bringing out Where to Find Fresh Eggs, causing the entire class to burst into laughter. I tell you, this professor couldn't even maintain discipline. He just kept saying, "Okay, everyone, please stop laughing." At that moment, I thought to myself, this soft touch might be someone I could get permission from to access the restricted section someday, if the opportunity arose. Then, the professor began reading from the textbook. He droned on about red hats and dungeons like a lullaby, and the students below were getting restless. But guess what? Suddenly, he switched gears and started beatboxing. I tell you, his mouth was so quick, spitting out freestyle about red hats, ancient battlefields, and using a big stick to beat down lone muggles. I thought to myself, He should definitely join Hogwarts Got Talent. It would be a shame otherwise. In 2025, AI rap was already so competitive. I thought he could win the championship. Once he finished his rap, he finally opened that mysterious cage. Guess what was inside? A bunch of little mice. I was speechless. I had my wand out, and he showed me this. He actually said we were going to learn a magical skill today. The sneezing charm. Wow, I really have to thank him. He was bragging, saying that back in the day during his adventures. He relied on this snot curse to take down an incredibly powerful dark wizard, and even earned a bounty of 50 galleons. He spoke with such enthusiasm and flair that the little kids were completely mesmerized and even applauded him. Imp believed it too, and turned to me saying, "Chris, this spell is amazing. We have to learn it well." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood at that moment. What kind of silly black wizard can be taken down by a snot spell? With just one Avada Kedavra, you're done for, and you're talking about a snot spell? This guy's boasting skills would make Lockhart shout senior in admiration. I'd directly crown him the Hogwarts King of Mouths. Then, he made us practice on those poor little mice. He demonstrated first, a green light shot out, and the mouse's snot just poured down. This imp guy was simply going crazy, casting several spells at his mouse, causing snot to flow all over the table. It was a sight too tragic to behold. And still, the professor gave him 5 points. When it was McLagan's turn, wow, he cast a spell, and instead of the mouse's snot flowing, it sprayed blood everywhere. It was like a fire hydrant, soaking all the classmates around him. Let me tell you, that scene was the epitome of a human group's anti-example. The mouse was spinning wildly on the table, and in the end, it got suffocated under his robe. This guy was truly a standout. The bald professor just watched like it was nothing, completely useless. So, the first week's class finally ended amidst McLagan's bloodstains. In the afternoon, I was painfully writing the essay Professor McGonagall had assigned me as punishment while that imp kid was sleeping like a pig in bed. How could I let him be so comfortable? I directly yanked the blanket off. "Get up. It's raining. Time to collect the clothes." I dragged him up and told him to hurry and call the Weasley brothers over. Once everyone gathered, I laid out my business plan. "Guys, let us go to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest and find some white ash. We'll grow it ourselves, make potions, and get rich." When the Weasley brothers heard Forbidden Forest, their eyes lit up, and they immediately agreed. "Let us go." They even made jokes about Snape being an old bat, which made me spit out the tea I just drank. We arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and split up to search. As a result, we didn't find the white ferret, but we heard a loud shout first. Hagrid, like he was carrying little chicks, grabbed the Weasley twins, one in each hand, and was cursing at them for trying to sneak in again. The twins quickly explained that they had come with me. When Hagrid saw that we were holding a basin and some herbs, he realized there had been a misunderstanding and kept apologizing while scratching his messy hair. I quickly went up to strike up a conversation, say we just wanted to find some white fresh. Guess what? Paige is really a nice person. As soon as he heard, he said he knew where to find it and even promised to help us pick some on Sunday. I was shocked at the time. I always thought he was only nice to Harry, but I didn't expect him to be so good to us too. In the evening, we gathered in the common room to play wizard chess. Let me tell you, I'm really terrible at chess, but I can't help but enjoy playing. I was randomly directing Imp's pieces, which nearly drove the knight piece to jump off the board and attack me with a knife. On Saturday, we all slept until noon. After lunch, I decided to take them to a nice place. I led them to the 8th floor, walked back and forth in front of Tapestry 3 times, thinking of a place for our Hogwarts Brotherhood to use as a secret base. Then, a door appeared. They were all stunned, gasping in surprise. I proudly pushed the door open. "Welcome to the Room of Requirement," Fred immediately declared. "This will be our exclusive secret base for the Hogwarts Brotherhood from now on." Seeing how satisfied they were, I was super happy too. Then we started a big cleanup, piling up useless tables and chairs in the corner to free up more space for our activities. Once the place was tidied up, those 2 Weasley jokers immediately pulled out the Marauders map, ready to work on their technical upgrades. As a result, George stared at the map in confusion and asked me, "Chris, look, why aren't we on the map? It's like we've evaporated." I tell you, I know exactly what's going on in my heart. Isn't this just a characteristic of the wish-fulfilling room? I pretended to be profound and analyzed. I estimate that there's an ancient magical barrier in this place, undetectable by maps, which belongs to a system bug. As soon as the Weasley brothers heard this, their eyes lit up as if they had struck gold. Wow. So hidden? Then this is our top secret base. Perfect. They instantly got energized, pulling Imp to study the map, preparing to develop version 2.0. I didn't get involved. I set up my little pot nearby and focused on simmering my white essence. That stuff is worth its weight in gold, so I needed to cash in quickly. Let me tell you, when a person concentrates, time really flies. By the time I finished a big batch of potions and looked up, I found the three of them were already starving, their stomachs growling, staring at me with longing eyes, and they didn't say a word to avoid disturbing me. I felt a little touched inside. The next day, the four of us teamed up to find Hagrid. As soon as we arrived at his little cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest, we heard some muffled barking from inside. I knocked on the door, and Hagrid's big, bearded face squeezed through the crack, shouting, "Fong, back off," while struggling to let us in. His big black dog, Fong, looked intimidating, but was actually just a giant lapdog. As soon as we entered, he jumped on Imk and started licking him enthusiastically. Hagrid was incredibly welcoming, pouring us some water and bringing out a plate of rock cakes he had made himself. Let me tell you, I'm very familiar with that thing. If you don't have good teeth, eating it is like making an appointment with a dentist. I quickly waved my hand and said, No, Hagrid. I've not been feeling well lately. I just want to eat some soft food. Hagrid, hearing this, said very seriously, Oh, then next time I'll make you a cake. Then he turned that plate of weapons towards Imk and said, Come on, little fatty, you must be hungry. Eat more? Imk's face turned green. He couldn't push it away and had to reluctantly take it. When he took a bite, I felt like I could hear the mournful cries of his teeth from a distance. Family, who understands? He still had to put on an expression of awe, as if to say, this should only exist in heaven, while he struggled to chew. Hagrid, seeing that he enjoyed it, was overjoyed and insisted on packaging some for him to take home. Im's expression was simply one of despair. As soon as I saw this, I knew it wouldn't work out. If I didn't step in, my brother would be in trouble today. I quickly spoke up. Hagrid, have you found the white fresh? If not, it's okay. Oh, Merlin's pants. Hagrid slapped his forehead. I would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything. I have to tell you, the next scene completely stunned me. Hagrid dragged a whole sack out of the corner. A whole sack of white truffles. We four were instantly petrified. Is this wild grass? Is it really that worthless? This sudden wealth just hit me in the face. How much is this worth in galleons? I can't even imagine the price if it were made into potions. I hurriedly said, Hagrid, this is too much. This stuff sells for a fortune outside. We can't take so much. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively and replied, Oh, there's plenty in the Forbidden Forest. I've picked it all. I can't just plant it back for you, can I? Take it and use it. I thought this wouldn't work. We can't take advantage of honest people. I proposed, how about this, we make it into a potion and sell it, and split the money with you? As a result, Hagrid sighed and confided in us, saying that he was actually half giant and didn't care about money at all. Then he started to talk a bit sadly about his parents, saying that his mother was a giantess who left him and his wizard father a long time ago. His dad was quite short, and by the time he was 6, he was already taller than his dad, often lifting him up to the top of the wardrobe to make him laugh. As he spoke, Hagrid's eyes turned red, and he took out a dirty handkerchief to wipe his tears. We quickly comforted him, saying his dad would definitely be proud of him. In the end, we still carried away a sack full of white radishes. Of course, Imp couldn't escape either, struggling with a small mountain of rock cakes on the verge of tears. The Weasley twins were nearby, fanning the flames, saying he should eat more to try and grow as big as Hagrid. The following days were extremely busy. Classes, brewing potions, studying maps, and practicing my brain closure technique. It was scheduled tighter than an AI's agenda. Sometimes it felt pretty emo, since I had an adult's soul trapped in this shell. But as long as I stayed busy, the emo feelings couldn't catch up to me. It's worth mentioning that our second edition map went viral as soon as it was released. Each of us made over 20 gold galleons, which made the Weasley twins so happy that their mouths were almost reaching their ears, saying they had never seen so much money after saving for over a decade. Of course, side effects came too. The number of students sneaking out at night in Hogwarts skyrocketed, driving Filch crazy. It was said he caught over 20 in one night and couldn't keep up. Eventually, the professors couldn't stand it anymore and directly banned our second edition map. But it didn't matter. The money was already in our hands. The weather grew colder, and October passed just like that. Then a heavy rain hit, and we all caught colds. First, it was the Weasley twins who took Madame Pomfrey's potion and their ears were smoking. Imk had just finished mocking them when he collapsed himself. In the end, I couldn't escape either, and the four of us successfully wiped out. On Sunday, the four of us, sick, gathered around the fireplace in the common room to catch up on homework. Imk was writing Snape's long paper while complaining, Chris, why doesn't he old bat give you any assignments? It's so unfair. I haven't said anything yet. And George said while copying Angelina's homework, what else there to ask? It's the treatment of a genius. Didn't you see that because of Chris, our college isn't in last place anymore? I can only smile helplessly. In fact, it's not that mysterious. Mainly, Professor Sprout really likes me and thinks I genuinely love herbology, so she gives me extra points in class every day. Plus my mom, that business genius, always sends me the nearly expired candies and chocolate from our family supermarket, making me a generous benefactor and helping me build good relationships with my classmates. The main strategy is to use soon-to-expire products to pave the way for my son's social life. I would really appreciate it. Before I knew it, Halloween arrived, and the morning class was Transfiguration. Today's lesson was to turn a mouse into a storage box. I was secretly practicing the silencing charm, so my progress seemed slow. Just then, our conspicuous classmate McLaggen started his performance again. He arrogantly waved his wand, and, hey, he really turned the mouse into a box. He immediately held it up to show off. See, I did it. Professor McGonagall was just about to praise him when an accident happened. He insisted on reaching inside to demonstrate the interior space of the box. And in that instant, with a snap, the box transformed back into a mouse. And his finger was right in a mouse's mouth. The little mouse was probably startled too and instinctively took a bite. The scene was chaotic, and McLaggen immediately let out a dolphin-like scream, crying out that the mouse was eating him and was carried away by classmates to the infirmary. By the time class was almost over, I successfully cast my silencing charm and transformed a fairly decent storage box, and Professor McGonagall gave me an extra 5 points. However, after class, she caught me again, praising me profusely and saying I had exceptional talent. Then she shifted her tone, saying that although it was late, it was better than never. She told me not to hang out with the Weasley twins so much and to focus my energy on serious matters. She also recommended an academic journal called Today's Transfiguration, saying that Dumbledore had published papers in it when he was young, and she herself had won some kind of newcomer award there. As soon as I heard it, I understood that she was going to give me special treatment, helping me review papers, paving the way for me to get published in academic journals and reach the peak of my life. At that moment, alarm bells rang in my head. What a joke. I just wanted to focus on my development and didn't want to become some academic star. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. I quickly shook my head wildly, putting on an act of humility and confusion. No, there's no need for that, Professor McGonagall. I feel like I'm still far from ready. I need to keep learning and growing. Let's talk about this later. After hearing my words, Professor McGonagall thought I was just being overly modest. She even believed that this was a sign of high emotional intelligence. I tell you, the way she looked at me was as if I were the next rising star, the second Dumbledore. Honestly, this wasn't humility. It was a heartfelt plea for mercy. Is it so hard to just be an unnoticed nobody? As a result, Professor McGonagall completely missed my point and instead nodded with satisfaction. It's okay, Mr. Reed. Be bold and give it a try. The transformation spell you mentioned in your last assignment is very innovative. Bring me the first draft next week. Goodness, I couldn't believe it. Not only did she give me a topic, but she also set a deadline. My perfect plan of agreeing and then procrastinating indefinitely was instantly dead in the water. Who understands my plight? I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. There was no way I could attend that class now. In the afternoon's charms class, I walked into the classroom filled with resentment. I swore that in today's class, I would play the role of someone who was completely inexperienced, making sure not to reveal any hints of my true abilities. Otherwise, who knows what professor would come to give me extra attention again. Professor Flitwick, that little guy, stood on a pile of books and announced in a high-pitched voice, "Today we are going to make objects fly." The entire class erupted in excitement, with everyone's eyes wide open, eagerly waiting to learn this trick. For group practice, I, of course, teamed up with my buddy Imk. This chubby kid had a blind admiration for me and immediately patted his chest, saying, "Chris, we're definitely going to be the first to succeed and earn points for Gryffindor." I bitterly smiled inside, thinking, brother, you've picked the wrong leg to lean on today. I'm just planning to wing it. Professor Flitwick emphasized, a flick and a swish, remember, a flick and a swish. The incantation must be pronounced correctly. Don't be like Baruffio, who pronounced the F as, resulting in a wild bull standing on his chest. As the practice began, I pretended to flick and swish, reciting the incantation, but my mind was occupied with what to eat for dinner. As a result, the feather in front of me remained completely still, more patient than I was. Imk, on the other hand, was putting in a lot of effort, swinging his arms like a windmill, but his incantation was a complete mess. I couldn't bear to watch any longer and quickly reminded him, "Dude, it's Wingardium Leviosa, and you need to stretch out that gar." Just then, the class's attention seeker, McLaggen, began to act up again. I heard him shout loudly and, with a sudden jab of his wand at the feather, you won't believe what happened. The feather actually flew up, but the next second, good grief, The feather directly transformed into a big rock in mid-air. I was completely dumbfounded. Bro, are you taking a spell class or a transformation class? Did you allocate your skill points incorrectly? Sure enough, McLagan's proud expression instantly froze. That stone swayed in the air, like it was drunk, clearly unable to hold itself up. Then, the most ridiculous thing happened. That stone, without veering off course, seemed to have a navigation system, and it floated directly towards me, steadily hovering above my head. And then, with a loud thud, the magic failed, and it came crashing down. Damn! At that moment, one thought crossed my mind. It's over. I'm not going to be physically taken out by a rock today, am I? What hidden strength? What keeping a low profile? To hell with that. My life is the priority. Without a second thought, I raised my wand and shouted the most standard incantation ever. Wingardium Leviosa. The rock buzzed and steadily hovered less than half a meter above my head. I could feel the pressure of the wind. I let out a breath, my heart racing, and slowly lowered the rock to the ground. Oh, well done. Professor Flitwick rushed over at some point, looking amazed, quick to react, and casting spells accurately. Mr. Red, 20 points to Gryffindor. Wow. The entire Gryffindor class cheered, except for McLagan, who had turned pale. I could only smile helplessly, while 1,000 thoughts raced through my mind. I want to keep a low profile, but every time I was forced into the spotlight. What kind of situation is this? As expected after class, Professor Flitwick kept me behind again. It was the same familiar speech. Chris, your talent for spells is very high. Don't be shy. Be brave in showing yourself. Don't waste time on trivial things like making maps. Focus on learning magic. What else can I say? I can only nod and say yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor. What day is it today? Is it the day of the professor's double kill talk? I feel like I have nothing to live for. Slumped on the sofa in the public lounge. Really, I don't want to study for even a second today. Just when I was resting my eyes, I heard 2 senior girls gossiping next to me. Did you hear? Freshman McLagan wants to hit Chris Red with a rock. What? Is he crazy? It's definitely intentional. He's so jealous. You see, Chris usually shares snacks, and he grabs the most, then turns around and says he didn't take any. Someone like that has a really bad conscience. He might just be an undercover sent by Slytherin. I was so shocked that my eyelids were twitching. This imagination, this creativity, it would be a waste not to write a novel. The evening was the Halloween banquet, and the hall was filled with pumpkin lanterns, with thousands of bats flying across the ceiling. I was already in a bad mood, and that annoying Peeves just had to pop out of a pumpkin to scare me. I got really angry at that moment, drew my wand, and cast a newly learned banishing spell. Maybe because I was too angry. I used too much magic and sent Peeves flying from one end of the hall to the other. I could still hear him shouting that he would be back. The other little wizards looked at me with admiration. Sigh, I've exposed myself again. It's really hard to guard against. The banquet began, and Professor Flitwick's Toad choir sang Double Trouble. Let me tell you, this song is simply my favorite. I immediately turned into a fan, leading the applause and shouting for an encore. The way everyone looked at me was as if they were seeing a fool who had never eaten a chicken leg. Then, Dumbledore invited a famous witch singer, Celestina Warbeck. The whole place went crazy while I sat there quietly munching on a potato, thinking, is this singing just okay? Is it my taste that's the problem? Or do they all have such unique tastes? The Weasley twins looked at me in confusion and hurried to explain how amazing she was and how hard it was to get concert tickets. I could only awkwardly agree. Wow, that's impressive. But in my heart, I was complaining that Dumbledore, as the headmaster, was using school funds to invite the stars he liked for a performance, right? After the banquet, Imp still energetically suggested going for a night stroll, but I quickly rejected it. All I wanted to do was sleep. The next day was defense against the dark arts class, and I purposely got up early, hoping for some peace and quiet. But just as I sat down, that snotty Professor Linus came in. When he saw me, he greeted me enthusiastically. Oh, Chris, you're here so early. I've heard you're excellent. Feel free to ask me any questions. I smiled politely while my mind was screaming MMP. Ask you? Ask you how to make the snot spell smoother? After class, everyone thought we were going to practice the snot spell again, but the professor said, today, we'll learn a new spell, the smoke screen spell. Then he started bragging about working in a bar in France when he was young, where a powerful wizard used this spell for stage effects and later scared away a dark wizard by conjuring a skull with smoke. The little wizards were all fired up, thinking the spell was simply awesome. Then the professor began to demonstrate, and I almost laughed out loud. He blew for a long time, only producing a few strands of ordinary colorful smoke, not even managing to shape anything. His blabbering skills were definitely stronger than his magic. In the afternoon, I hid alone in the room of requirement, starting to have a headache over Professor McGonagall's paper on the transfiguration spell. We only learned this in the 4th year. And now I had to write a paper with my own viewpoint. Wasn't this just making things difficult for me? I sat there for several hours, nearly pulling my hair out, but still had no ideas. Just when I was about to go crazy, a light bulb went off in my head. I remembered in the Goblet of Fire, Hermione tried to turn the dragon's fang into candy, but failed because the spell couldn't penetrate the dragon's hide. Yes, the key issue wasn't the spell itself, but the penetrability. So how do you enhance penetrability? I instinctively waved my wand, turning a table into a dog and back again. A thought became crystal clear in my mind. For others, it's a tough problem, but for me, ISNT, it's just a matter of how much magic power to output. Regular bullets can't penetrate a bulletproof vest, but armor-piercing ones can. As long as I concentrate my magic, shooting it out like an armor-piercing round, forget about dragon hide. I could pierce a mountain for you. Thinking of this, I finally realized that the magic power within me is on a completely different level compared to these peers. Let me tell you, having too much magic can sometimes be a hassle. For example, this transfer spell I'm working on requires precise control. It's not about driving a Ferrari to buy groceries. You know, too much power and one step on the gas could slam you into a wall. So, I spent the whole weekend grinding away in the wish-fulfilling chamber on this spell. This thing is basically a magic-devouring beast. Every time I use it, I feel completely drained. I've tried countless casting postures and switched up my incantation tones 100 times, almost even rapped it out, but guess what? No use at all. Every day, I crawl back to my dorm like a dead dog, and the curfew bell is about to make me deaf. Plus, let me tell you, this thing is super dangerous. With transformation spells, if your hand shakes just a little, the next second you might turn into a teapot. One with cracks, no less, permanently. Who understands what it's like for us who are into magic research? It's like we're risking our lives at work. Luckily, on Sunday, a light bulb went off in my head, and inspiration struck. I discovered that if I drag out the last note of the spell and pair it with a particularly flamboyant wrist flick, bam, it worked. The magic consumption dropped by 35. The save magic was enough for me to cast another big move. This was a technical adjustment. Done. I finished my paper in a flash. Perfect. Satisfied, I returned to the common room and saw those 2 clowns, the Weasleys, making faces like they were sending Morse code. As soon as they saw me come back, they eagerly handed me a piece of candy, claiming it was a new type of nougat. I took it, looked at it, and wow. The packaging was so cheap, it was almost spilling off the screen, rougher than something you'd find on a bargain site. Did these 2 little guys think they could trick me? No way. I pretended to put the candy in my mouth, then stopped just an inch away from my lips. In a flash, I turned my hand and shoved the candy into George's mouth, who had leaned in to see what was going on. Come on, you try it first. I feel like this flavor is a bit off. George was stunned on the spot. It turned out this thing was called nosebleed chewy candy, which makes you bleed from the nose after eating it. It was the first product in their Quick Escape from Class candy series. The inspiration was quite bizarre. It was because of a guy named McLagan, who caused a nosebleed during class. As a result, the school came up with a strange rule that said as long as you had a nosebleed, you could go to the school hospital and lie down. After hearing this, I gave them a lesson, saying it was good that they were doing research and development, but they shouldn't use their classmates as guinea pigs. What if someone had a bad reaction? Azkaban provides food and lodging, you know? I suggested they try on mice first, and those 2 finally realized it, nodding repeatedly. By Monday, it was another day of the painful mask, starting off with Snape's potions class. It was so cold in that dungeon that I had to cast a thermal charm on myself before going in. As soon as the old bat opened his mouth, the temperature in the classroom dropped another 10 degrees. He said we would be making a forgetfulness potion and added that he didn't expect this bunch of trolls to succeed. Classic PUA. Of course, no matter how harsh his words were, they didn't affect me. I'll let you in on a secret. The reason I'm so good at potions class is that I have an ultimate cheat. One time after class, Snape made me stay behind to clean up, and I casually swiped the copy of advanced potion making that he used when he was in school from his storage cabinet. That legendary book of the Half-Blood Prince. Let me tell you, it was filled with Snape's notes and various crafty techniques. It was practically the official strategy guide. I certainly couldn't take it without giving something back, so I transformed it into a perfect fake and put it back. Hee. Snape probably never imagined that his youthful efforts were now shining in my hands. So in this class, I was the only one to successfully brew a perfect potion. Snape dryly said, well, not bad, and didn't even give me any points. Just then, that Slytherin guy, Dorian Pusey, the one I had dealt with last time, threw me that annoying look again. This guy was purely jealous. After class, he made a show of deliberately walking past me, the coins in his pocket jingling, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know he was rich. He even stopped me and started his performance. "Hey, Red, where are you off to?" Although I've been poor since I was little, with only 6 estates and a dozen house elves at home, I'm much more upright than you. I laughed at that moment. Who understands what family is like? It's 2025, and I can still hear such classic Versailles literature. I directly confronted him. Is being rich impressive? Dare to bet on this week's Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin? He got excited when he heard that. Let's bet. How about it? Aren't you from a poor family? Then I won't make it difficult for you. Let's each bet 200 galleons. I bet on Gryffindor to win. Huh, just 200 galleons. Versailles looked disdainful. I bet on Slytherin, and if you can't come up with the money later, don't come crying. We'll see. I pulled Ink away. While behind us, his arrogant laughter echoed. Ink was anxious, saying I was crazy. That was all my savings. Gryffindor hadn't beaten Slytherin in years. I patted him, chuckling. Isn't it just a Quidditch match? This money is practically handed to me. Why not take it? In the afternoon, I dragged the Weasley twins to the Quidditch training ground. When they heard I bet 200 galleons, their eyes nearly popped out, saying I was crazy, that Gryffindor would be crushed by Slytherin. I waved my hand. Listen to me. I have a tactic. I leaned in and lowered my voice. You two are the batters, right? The regular play is too straightforward. We need to play dirty. What do you mean? Fred's eyes lit up. I have 2 tricks for you. First, use the Transylvanian feint, which is pretending to throw a punch at the opponent's nose to scare him and distract him. The second trick is even more ruthless. I paused and looked at them. You two coordinate and use a wandering ball to smash the bludger, changing its trajectory, making it like a cannonball, and knock the Slytherin chaser off his broom. As soon as the two heard this, their eyes sparkled. Their expressions practically screamed that we knew how to play dirty. They immediately pounded their chests and promised me that this tactic would definitely work. And it would also help their brother, Charlie, clear the obstacles to win the last Quidditch trophy before graduation. Let me tell you, these 2 clowns treated me like a military advisor, and their flattery almost made me believe I was a genius in Gryffindor. Without further ado, for an entire week, whenever these 2 brothers had free time, they dragged me and the chubby imp to the pitch for extra practice. Poor Imp became a human mobile target. The Weasley brothers soared in the air, practicing bludger shots at him. Although the accuracy was amusing at first, hitting only once or twice out of 10 tries, I had to be quick below to catch him with a levitation charm whenever he got knocked down. Seriously, I felt less like a strategist and more like a professional airbag tester. After a week of practice, the coordination between these 2 brothers improved significantly, and the probability of Imp getting knocked down was steadily rising, which made me feel sorry for him. Soon, it was Saturday, the day of the match. November in Hogwarts was freezing, the wind cutting across my face like a knife. I bundled myself up like a dumpling and rushed to the Quidditch pitch with my binoculars. What a scene. It was packed with people. Our Gryffindor side was a sea of red, and the lion on the flags roared thunderously. On the Slytherin side, it was all green with various snake symbols and a huge banner that hurt my eyes with its bright colors. Even before the match started, the atmosphere was already filled with tension. Our house commentator was quick-tongued, holding the microphone and starting his performance. Welcome to this year's first Quidditch match. First up is our elite team, the invincible Gryffindor. I couldn't help but chuckle. The bias was too obvious, and it almost made the Weasley brothers sound like Quidditch gods. He praised our new players extravagantly, claiming we were the best team in Hogwarts history. The Slytherin students rolled their eyes and booed loudly. The commentator didn't care at all and quickly turned to insult the opposing team. Now, let's take a look at the Slytherin team. Oh, their captain looks like a troll. As for the Seeker, well, his flying skills are decent, I guess. Look, that chaser named Flint is making faces. Referee, shouldn't he be ejected? Professor McGonagall, probably unable to take it anymore, coldly remarked from the sidelines, shut up and announced the start of the match. Only then did the commentator reluctantly quiet down. With Madam Hooch's whistle, 15 broomsticks shot up into the sky, and the match officially began. I tell you, the match was incredibly intense. Not long after the start, Slytherin scored the first goal thanks to the experience of the seasoned Flint, making the score 0-10. Slytherin erupted with cheers that could lift the roof off. But our Gryffindor girls are no pushovers either. Angelina intercepted a bludger, made a beautiful pass, and Aaliyah charged forward with the ball. However, her shot was blocked by the opposing goalkeeper. Back and forth, each team scoring, the tension in the game was palpable. The commentator's voice was strained. Wood, great save. Gryffindor regains possession. Oh no, Kenneth just got hit in the back of the head by a bludger. At that moment, the trick I taught came into play. A Slytherin chaser was charging forward with the ball when suddenly, a bludger came in at an extremely bizarre angle and knocked him off his broom. The whole crowd was stunned, and the commentator excitedly shouted, "Was it Fred or George? Well done. That bludger was crucial. I clearly see through the telescope that this is definitely not an accident. These two kids executed the tactics perfectly, giving the opponents a little shock. The move of dodging and hitting has nothing to do with our batters, right?" This directly turned the situation around. Angelina seized the opportunity, broke through, faked out the goalkeeper, and scored. Gryffindor pulled back 10 points. Slytherin, on the other hand, was furious and started playing dirty, directly colliding with our players, which resulted in a foul being called. But after all, they're seasoned players with rich experience, constantly employing little tricks. George and Fred's Transylvanian feint, while intimidating, was their first time on the field, and they lacked experience. George almost fell off his broom several times due to the opposing team's dirty tactics. As the game progressed, the score became 30-80, and Gryffindor was trailing by a full 50 points. My heart was in my throat, and the only hope now was whether Charlie Weasley could catch the golden snitch. Suddenly, the commentator's voice rose an octave. "What is that?" "It's the golden snitch." A flash of gold zipped past Angelina's ear. Charlie saw it. He dove down sharply, chasing it like a red bolt of lightning. Slytherin's Seeker also noticed it at the same time, and the two raced toward that golden flash. All the Seekers on the field stopped, and everyone's gaze was focused on these two Seekers. Charlie's speed was clearly faster. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips almost touching the fluttering little ball. Just at this critical moment, Slytherin's Flint, the one who looks like a giant troll, suddenly charged at Charlie from the side. If he collided, Charlie would definitely be knocked out on the spot. Bang! A loud crash. But it was not Charlie who fell, it was Flint. I was about to jump out of my seat. Just as Flint was about to collide with Charlie, George hit a bludger with precision, altering its trajectory. The red bludger shot like a guided missile towards Flint. Fred was already waiting on the other side, and with another bludger hit, it gave that bludger missile a second boost, just like in billiards. With a loud bang, Flint was sent flying along with his broom, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Almost at the same time, Charlie Weasley securely caught the golden snitch. Holding high above his head, Madam Hooch's whistle echoed throughout the stadium. Gryffindor 180 points. Slytherin 80 points. We won. The Gryffindor students went wild. The cheers and screams nearly bursting my eardrums. Imp was jumping up and down beside me, hugging me and shouting, "We won. Chris, you won 200 galleons." I watched as my teammates lifted the Weasley twins and threw them into the air, feeling just one word in my heart. As soon as the match ended, without saying a word, I ran to block the exit of the Slytherin stands. That's right, I was blocking that Dorian Pusey. I was afraid this guy would renege on the deal. Sure enough, Pusey's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and when he saw me, his expression looked like he had just eaten a fly. "Hey Pusey, how's it going?" I greeted him with a grin. Imp chimed in beside me. "Hand over the 200 galleons. "Oomph, I don't need you to remind me." Pusey reluctantly pulled out a heavy pouch of money from his pocket and tossed it to me. "A mere 200 galleons isn't much for me. But for you poor guys, this amount should last you for several years, right?" I weighed the money bag in my hand, feeling delighted, and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. So I went along with his words, saying, "That's right. How can we compare to a young master like you, from a poor family? If there are any more good things like this in the future, you must remember us." Pusey was left speechless, glaring at me angrily before leaving with his group of followers in a huff. With the money I won, I returned to the Gryffindor common room with Imp, which had already turned into a sea of joy. Everyone was cheering for the Weasley brothers, and the tables were filled with cakes, meat pies, and a large barrel of butterbeer. Feeling good, I also contributed all the snacks I had hoarded from my dormitory, which instantly made the atmosphere even more lively. Charlie Weasley specifically came over to find me, shaking my hand tightly and saying, "Chris, thank you so much. If it weren't for your tactics, I wouldn't have caught the snitch at all." He even enthusiastically invited me to join the Quidditch team next semester. I quickly waved my hand and joked, I know my own capabilities. With my flying skills, wouldn't I just be asking for trouble? I politely declined and took the opportunity to recommend my friend Imp, who had always dreamed of playing Quidditch. At that moment, Fred squeezed over and handed me a mug of butterbeer. "Want a cup? It tastes amazing. I've been wanting to try this for a long time." So I took a big sip. Wow, that feeling is amazing. It's sweet with a strong milk candy flavor, and the creamy aroma completely masks the bitterness of the beer. It's simply a divine drink. I love it. Now there's a new favorite on my drink list. We made a ruckus in the common room all afternoon before finally dispersing. The next few weeks of my campus life were nothing short of spectacular. In potions class, Thanks to Snape's cheating textbook, I was able to brew perfect potions every time. The old bat looked at me with a mix of love and hatred, and he could only keep exempting me from homework. I was partnered with Imp, who also benefited from my success, and, as a result, the little chubby guy grew bolder and dared to skip his assignments, getting punished by Snape with a week's detention. As for Transfiguration class, let's not even mention it. My paper on the improved switching spell left Professor McGonagall astounded, and she regarded me as a genius in Transfiguration. Well, now, there was no hiding it. I couldn't keep a low profile anymore. I was praised and awarded extra points in every class, becoming the most standout student in the grade. Let me tell you, being a top student feels great, but do you know what feels even better? Making money. When I got that money from selling potion ingredients, I was over the moon, instantly becoming a little tycoon at Hogwarts. I wanted to give half to Hagrid since he helped me find them, but guess what? That old softy refused it outright, even threatening that if I gave him money again, we wouldn't be friends anymore. Fine, I get it, he just wants a Christmas gift, right? Got it. Now I'm holding nearly 600 galleons, and let me tell you, I was floating. The first thought that popped into my head was, should I open a vault at Gringotts? Otherwise, how could I live up to my rising star status in academics? Walking around Hogwarts without a vault felt like I lacked confidence in my words. So while I was studying and planning my rich life, December flew by, and Hogwarts was transformed into a snowy wonderland. I'm really afraid of the cold, with that draft in the castle corridors making me want to wrap myself into a ball every day. Luckily, Christmas break was just around the corner, and freedom was in sight. 2 days before the holiday, the whole school was buzzing with excitement. The little wizards had already packed their bags, just waiting for the signal to leave. My owl, Rupert, was quite reliable, braving the snowstorm to deliver a letter from home. My parents and sister were looking forward to my return. In the afternoon, I was outside building snowmen with the Weasley twins and Imp. George insisted that the snowman he built was holding a wand. Fine, if that's what he says. After getting tired, Imp just flopped down in the snow and asked if we were all going home for the break. The twins and I nodded. And then that chubby kid said sadly that he had to stay at school. Who understands the family drama? Just because he insisted on coming to Hogwarts. His parents were still upset with him. Poor thing. I quickly changed the subject and asked him to take care of my precious white fresh grass. But he looked confused and said he hadn't been paying attention in class. Seriously, I guess I'll have to give him a crash course before I leave. Finally, the day of the holiday arrived. I had packed everything neatly, and when I turned around, I saw Imp still tugging at his hair while doing homework. The professors really are relentless. They won't let us rest, even for the holidays. Imp was wailing, "I'm so miserable. All alone and have so much homework to do." I smiled and told him, "Don't be sad. I've got an unexpected Christmas gift for you." I met up with the Weasley brothers at the station, only to find out that Percy wasn't there. "Where's he?" "Isn't the study king going home?" I asked curiously. George immediately started to complain. "Don't mention it. He said he is staying at school to study, preparing for next year's assessments." Fred chuckled and chimed in, "That's not it. I found out he has been following that Ravenclaw girl, Penelope, who helps us buy maps. She is staying at school. So he is too, you know?" Oh wow, my gossip-loving soul was on fire. I didn't expect Percy to start making moves this early. I thought he would wait at least another year. Then Fred added another jab. "Exactly, that girl is clearly annoyed with him, but he keeps pestering her, not holding back at all." Charlie, who couldn't take it anymore, cleared his throat to stop the two from continuing to roast their brother. But these two clowns immediately launched into their classic routine. "Oh, my dear brother, I'm Fred." "No, I'm George." Charlie was left speechless, only able to apologize helplessly. We passed by the lawn and saw a huge fir tree moving on its own. As we got closer, we noticed 2 big feet sticking out from underneath, along with the sound of heavy breathing. Oh, it was Hagrid. I leaned over and said, "Hey, Hagrid, need any help?" Hagrid's furry head popped out from behind the tree. "Oh, it's you, Chris. No need, I've got this. You should head home." "All right then. Merry Christmas in advance, Hagrid." We all shouted at him. Hagrid was so happy to hear that. He lifted the tree and walked with renewed energy. On the train, the twins had already started planning how to continue developing their quick escape candy over the holidays. Charlie, on the other hand, was about to graduate and had to spend the entire holiday buried in his studies. Compared to that, Percy's excuse for staying at school was simply too fake. Clearly just a tightrope walk for love. At 6 in the afternoon, the train finally arrived at King's Cross Station. We waved goodbye to the twins. And as soon as I turned around, I saw my parents and sister waiting for me on the other side of the platform. I smiled and ran over to them. My mom's eyes turned red as soon as she saw me, and she pulled me into a hug, repeatedly saying I'd lost weight. My dad was the same as ever, not very talkative, just gave my shoulder a heavy pat, and silently took my luggage. And my proud little sister, Diana? She huffed and turned her head away, saying she didn't care about me, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at me. On the way home, I told them all sorts of interesting stories about Hogwarts, leaving them in shock. After we got home and finished the sumptuous dinner my mom prepared, I began to work on my gift-giving plan. Let me tell you, gifting is all about precision targeting. For my dad, I got him a small barrel of butterbeer, so he could also experience the joy of the wizarding world. For my mom, I got her the latest elegant witch dress from a wizarding store. She had to look beautiful. As for my not-so-studious sister, Diana, I mischievously got her a copy of Hogwarts, a history, aiming for an educational yet entertaining gift to annoy her. For my friends, I got Ink a set of his favorite Chudley Cannon's Quidditch models. For Hagrid, I splurged some of my hard-earned Muggle pocket money and bought him the latest motorcycle. He would absolutely love that big guy. For the Weasley twins, I got them a uniquely shaped toad. Don't be fooled by its looks. This thing is tough, resilient, and has a strong life force, perfect for testing various potions and spells without having to use themselves or poor little mice. Oh, right, and Professor Snape. I thought, during the holidays, he probably wouldn't get any gifts, which seemed quite pitiful. So I picked out some soon-to-expire candies from our supermarket and sent them to him. Don't ask why. Just call it humanitarian care. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a small pile of packages on the floor by my bed. It was Christmas. After all, you know how it goes. Before I could even start unwrapping, Diana came rushing down the stairs in her pajamas and threw the book Hogwarts, a history, right at me. Bro, are you a devil? Who gives books for Christmas? She puffed up her cheeks in anger. I suppressed my laughter and tried to explain how useful the book was, but she wouldn't listen, angrily took the family cat, Nana, and stomped back upstairs. My dad, however, remained calm. He picked up the book and said, I tried the beer you sent. It's good, just not strong enough. Like something for a little girl. Great, next time I need to get him something stronger. He urged me to hurry and unwrap my gifts, saying that he and my mom had prepared a surprise for me. I returned to my bedroom and looked at the pile of packages, deciding to start unboxing the smallest one. When I opened it, I found a rather ordinary silver ring. Just as I was wondering about it, I saw a note inside. Goodness, it was a gift from Professor McGonagall. It said, to my favorite student, Chris Red. It claimed that this was a magical ring with protective spells. I was shocked. Professor McGonagall really thought highly of me, giving me such a precious magical item. Then, a chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Oh no, I hadn't given her anything in return. I had given Snape some soon-to-expire candy, but I totally forgot about my biggest supporter. My mind raced. What should I do? Suddenly, I had a light bulb moment. My mom's pastries. Professor McGonagall praised my mom's afternoon tea during her last home visit. I rushed downstairs and hurriedly said to my Mom, do we have any baked cakes from this morning? I need to send one to my teacher. My mom scolded me for being forgetful while quickly packing it up. Not only did she pack a big box of freshly made cheese cupcakes, but she even included the roast turkey we were planning to eat tonight. I grabbed the heavy box and hurried back to my bedroom, shoving the box along with a reply letter to my owl, Rupert, who was having breakfast. You're the best. Please, save my life. I'll give you extra food when you get back. Let me tell you, Rupert's little look was something else. He might as well have given me wings. His expression clearly said, do you think I'm a drone to be commanded? Just flew all night, haven't even eaten properly, and you want me to go on a business trip again? But there was nothing I could do. After all, I usually pamper him with good food and drinks. In the end, he resignedly picked up that heavy box and flapped his wings, disappearing into the dawn. After sending off this master, I quickly slipped to the dining room, where my little ancestor sister, Diana, was pouting, looking like the whole world owed her 8 million. I went over and ruffled her hair, switching to my coaxing mode. Oh, my little sweetheart, don't be upset. Brother will get you an even cooler gift later, okay? Goodness. As soon as she heard this, the clouds on her face disappeared instantly, and her big, sparkling eyes blinked. Really? No lying. I quickly nodded like a garlic peeler. Really? Really? Well, have I ever lied to you? But this little girl was still not satisfied, pouting and saying, Humph, Chris's mouth is a liar. I was so amused that I almost sprayed my milk out. At the dining table, my mom brought up the high-end, wrinkle-resistant clothes I gave her, saying the quality was really good, but the style was a bit hard to describe. I thought to myself, that was a high-end custom piece from the wizarding world. Waterproof, wrinkle-resistant, no ironing needed. My mom's taste is really a bit behind. As a result, my sister heard this and became upset again, shouting that I was being biased, giving such a good gift to Mom and being so perfunctory to her, my own sister. I was really at my wit's end and could only continue to paint a big pie for her. Okay, Brother promises to give you a surprise, a huge surprise. After dinner, I zoomed back to my room, locked the door, and finally could have some peace for a while. Diana, holding her cat, wanted to come in, but I ruthlessly locked her out. Come on, if she came in, there would be nothing left of my little gifts. I sat down to continue my unboxing venture. I opened a few packages, which contained candies and small toys, sent by classmates with whom I usually have a casual relationship. It was quite surprising. I guess I have a decent social circle. Next, there was a spell notebook from Penelope, a thoughtful gift from a top student, filled with valuable content. This is great. Imp sent me 2 wizard adventure novels that I hadn't read before. Let me tell you, this kid really understands me. It struck right at my heart. Then there were the Weasley twins gifts, a set of wizard chess and a red checkered scarf hand-knitted by Mrs. Weasley. The scarf is warm and beautiful, and Mrs. Weasley's craftsmanship is truly commendable. I don't know what Ron is dissatisfied about. Wait, wizard chess? A flash of inspiration struck me. Huh, isn't this a ready-made WoW gift? I immediately took the brand new wizard chess set and marched into my sister's room with great pride. When the little girl saw that I really brought her a new gift, her eyes lit up. But when I opened the box, her little face fell again. After all this, it's just a chess set? Bro, you're messing with me again. I chuckled and set up the chessboard. This isn't ordinary chess. It's wizard's chess. The pieces are alive and fight on their own. So thrilling. To prove it, I played 3 games with her right there. No one in my family understands, but with my mediocre skills, I actually wiped her out completely. The little girl was so mad she cried out, saying she would never play with me again. Haha, finally found someone worse than me. But I didn't gloat for long. She immediately brought our housekeeper, Elnot, to be her backup. Although Elnot's level is also average, he is still better than me. At first, he wasn't quite used to it, and I won 2 games, but once he got the hang of it, I was left with nothing but a beating. Well, it turns out this game really isn't suited for me. The remaining days of the holiday were incredibly pleasant. I slept in every day, played with the cat, and exchanged banter with my sister. It was simply too comfortable. But happy times are always short-lived, and before I knew it, it was time to return to school. On the train back to Hogwarts, I ran into the Weasley twins. These 2 clowns couldn't stop praising the toad I gave them, saying that thanks to that little guy, they were saved from using Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, for their experiments. I broke into a cold sweat, quickly stuffing snacks into their hands, fearing they would ask about my wizard chess. I really didn't want to explain how I repurposed it. Once back at Hogwarts, as soon as I entered the Great Hall, that imp kid rushed over, crying and sniffling, saying that during our absence, he nearly suffered internal injuries from holding it in. Seeing us was like reuniting with family for him. The scene was just short of having us a rendition of "Thank you for listening to me." To comfort his wounded heart, the Weasley twins immediately suggested, "Let's go for a midnight adventure." I was about to say I wasn't going, but then it hit me, right? I now have the Marauders map, so what does Filch matter? I'm not scared of anything. So I waved my hand with flair and said, "Sure, see you tonight." At midnight, the 4 of us sneaked out of the common room. This time, our target was the restricted section. I wanted to return the book, Shut Down Your Brain, that I borrowed last time. I had already studied that book thoroughly, and all that was left was to practice. When we arrived at the library, we stealthily slipped into the restricted section. Imp, who was scared by the screaming book last time, refused to touch any books this time and held the map while keeping watch for us. I pretended to search, and took the opportunity to climb the ladder and put the book back in its place. Just when we hadn't found anything useful yet, Imp suddenly hushed us and shouted, "Run! Filch is coming upstairs." We had no choice but to sneak out of the library in a dejected manner. George looked unwilling and said, "How about we go to the kitchen for a late-night snack?" Fred's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea." I thought it was a good idea. I really hadn't eaten enough that evening. So the 4 of us turned around and headed straight for the kitchen. The twins told me that the mechanism to enter the kitchen was in the painting of the fruit bowl, and all we had to do was gently scratch the pear. Fred reached out and scratched it, and the pear giggled and turned into a doorknob. As the door opened, I was stunned by the sight before me. Wow, there were hundreds of domesticated little elves busy inside. The scene was even more spectacular than the assembly line at our family factory. Imp was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, and he quietly asked me, "Is this the goblins from Gringotts?" An elderly little elf came over and respectfully asked us what we needed. We said we were hungry, and it immediately led us to a seat. Then a large group of little elves came out carrying silver platters with ham, cake, hot soup, and everything you could imagine. Imp couldn't stop talking, and seeing the little elves' humble demeanor, his curiosity piqued, and he asked if they got paid. Who understands family matters? The old elf's eyes widened like copper bells, as if it had heard the greatest insult. I almost kicked him out. Wasn't he dancing on our landmines? I quickly interrupted him. "Just eat your food. You can't keep your mouth shut even with all this deliciousness. After we were full and satisfied, we prepared to leave. Before we left, the little elves enthusiastically packed us a lot of snacks. What treatment! It was simply amazing. After the night adventure, life returned to the calm of studying. Until one day, an unexpected event occurred. The paper I submitted to today's transformation has actually been published, and it even took up a whole page. I tell you, overnight, I became the center of attention at Hogwarts. Everywhere I go, people are pointing and whispering about me, and many upperclassmen come to discuss academic issues with me. The letters are pouring in like snowflakes. Some well-known scholars express their support for me, while others, who I don't even know where they came from, send me angry letters, opening with a warm greeting, accusing me of being undeserving of my position. What's even more outrageous is that the next day, the Daily Prophet joined the fray, praising my paper to the skies, making it seem like I invented some kind of savior spell. Now I'm completely doomed. I've turned into a giant panda in the zoo, with no chance to visit the room of requirement. Especially on the day the Daily Prophet was published, I heard that Professor Dumbledore also noticed this matter. After all, he has always had a fondness for transfiguration. With his fondness, that evening in the Great Hall, in front of the whole school, he waved his hand and awarded Gryffindor an extra 50 points. All because of my lousy paper. I tell you, at that time, the whole Gryffindor long table exploded, hats flying everywhere, and the cheers nearly lifted the roof off. 50 points. Family. This instantly boosted our house total from the bottom of the ICU to the KTV, second only to Slytherin. This score is enough for those two Weasleys to squander for several weeks. But for me, it was like a bolt from the blue. I was so furious I shook with anger. What are you doing? What benefit is there in making me popular? I just want to quietly be a little transparent and get through to graduation, okay? Can't we let the spotlight be on Harry Potter, who is about to enroll next year? Now, great, I've completely become the top star of Hogwarts. The treatment in class is completely different now. I used to quietly make a fortune, and the professors thought I was a slacker. Now, every professor acts like they've discovered a new continent. Calling my name like it's a lottery, I'm picked every time, even the one I dislike the most. That astronomy class where we stand outside at night looking at stars has to drag me up to answer questions. I tell you, I was planning to skip that class. But thankfully, I forced myself to go in the end. Otherwise, if the professor called on me and I wasn't there, I'd die on the spot from embarrassment. Now life is just ridiculous. Going out feels like being a celebrity with a crowd of people surrounding me. My little chubby friend Imk even has to act as my bodyguard, spreading his arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks to shield me. Family. Who understands this feeling of being observed like a monkey in a zoo? I really want to get some polyjuice potion and change my face every day to go to class. The more heavyweight situation comes from George and Fred. These two business geniuses actually stayed up all night to compile a little booklet for me called ChrisGets Private Life Anecdotes, filled with all my preferences and embarrassing stories. Selling it for silver sickles to those curious little wizards, especially the little witches who bought the most. I'm really impressed. They made all the money. But all of this is just the appetizer. The most outrageous part is yet to come. One afternoon, I received a letter from a 100-year-old grandma saying she wanted to introduce her granddaughter to me. I thought to myself, I'm only 11 and my mom doesn't let me date, so I politely declined. But the old lady didn't play around and sent another letter, directly offering, as long as I dated her granddaughter, I'd get 10 galleons a month for living expenses, plus magical items, and when I graduated, we'd get married, and all of their family fortune would belong to me. As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh my, is this a stroke of luck from a wealthy woman? I was a bit shaken at the time, and thought I should ask about the situation first. As a result, the old lady replied, saying her granddaughter was very young. 38 years old, 5 feet 5 inches tall, and weighed 280 pounds, and she attached a photo. Good heavens, when I opened the photo, I almost passed out on the spot. That lady had a face full of pockmarks and was as fat as a pig. I estimated she could sit on me and send me back to my hometown. She was even older than my mom. Would you want such a blessing? I quickly replied, saying I couldn't afford such a match, and asked her to look for someone else. Besides this romantic entanglement, someone wanted to collaborate with me on a business. A small vendor selling unbranded skincare products wanted to use my name for advertising, claiming his products were developed using my most advanced transformation techniques and could bounce away crow's feet. Guess how much he offered for the endorsement fee? 10 silver sickles. You read that right. Not golden galleons, but silver sickles. Is he trying to insult me? I told him to get lost. During that time, I was truly exhausted, feeling like I had lost 10 pounds and just wanted to quietly be a bystander. It was too hard. Fortunately, this strange wind didn't blow for long, and everyone's attention finally shifted away from me because the last Quidditch match of the semester was coming up. Gryffindor was facing Ravenclaw, and this was a crucial battle to decide the House Cup. The whole school was pumped up, and George and Fred trained like madmen. On the day of the match, all the students rushed to the Quidditch pitch like it was New Year's. Imp was holding a banner to cheer for the Weasley brothers and asked me why I was walking in the opposite direction. I said, forget it. I finally caught a break. I didn't want to be that giant panda for another day. I needed to quickly sneak off to the room of requirement for some peace and quiet. I spent a comfortable morning reading in the room of requirement, feeling like the whole world had quieted down. When I strolled back to the Gryffindor common room at noon, wow, it had turned into a sea of celebration. The Weasley twins were surrounded by a crowd in the middle, looking like heroes. We won. The House Cup is ours. Imp saw me and excitedly rushed over to pull me into the throng of festivities. George and Fred squeezed over, shaking my shoulders vigorously. We won. Thanks to your guidance before. 230 to 70. We made Ravenclaw cry for mercy. Watching them raise the trophy high, I genuinely felt happy for them. As soon as the match ended, my days were finally peaceful. Everyone quickly shifted their focus to the Easter holiday and final exams. The professors went mad, assigning homework like crazy. With each paper longer than the last, it was almost enough to kill someone. Even Snape, for some reason, started assigning me essays for potions class. Probably still holding a grudge from my Christmas prank. So, I had no intention of going home for the holiday. Sitting on that awful train back and forth was exhausting. And I couldn't use magic at home. Wouldn't that be a death sentence? I might as well make good use of the time at school to catch up on my studies. Otherwise, I'd really be in trouble for finals. As soon as the holiday began, the library was packed. Imp was there memorizing the 12 uses of dragon's blood, scratching his head in frustration. George and Fred were yawning endlessly, looking like they were about to lose their minds. George glanced out at the bright sunshine and suddenly threw down his quill, saying, I can't take it anymore. Let's go fishing by the Black Lake. Anyone who wants to read this stupid book can do it. I was originally a bit hesitant, but couldn't resist their relentless persuasion. I made up my mind and said, let's go. I was still thinking about where to get a fishing rod, when suddenly the Weasley twins rushed off and returned with a full set of professional fishing gear for everyone. I asked where they got it, and they proudly said they asked for it from the room of requirement. I was really impressed by these two clever ones. Who would have thought of that? On the way, Imp started teasing me again, saying that I was now Professor McGonagall's favorite student, which made her smile during Transfiguration class and be much kinder to them. When I heard this, I thought, this won't do. It doesn't fit my low-key persona at all. I immediately put on a serious face and threatened them, saying that if they dared to say that again, I'd go to Professor McGonagall and suggest she return to her previous strict teaching style. Imp immediately backed down and swore he would never bring it up again. When we reached the edge of the Black Lake, the twins started getting ideas again, saying they wanted to explore the Forbidden Forest and draw a map to sell. I directly gave each of them a light smack on the head and said, with your little skills, you think you can venture into the Forbidden Forest? You'd probably just end up delivering takeout to the Acromantula. We found a place to sit down and officially started fishing. I just lay back and said my skills weren't good, so they could have fun. They even bet a gold galleon on who could catch the most fish. Imp was the most excited, but after a long time, he only managed to catch a tiny fish no bigger than a finger, which wasn't even enough to fill a gap in his teeth. So he had to throw it back. After a while, his fishing rod suddenly dipped, and he got so excited that his face turned red as he pulled with all his might. And guess what he pulled up? A broken shoe. Everyone at that moment, we were laughing so hard we were rolling on the ground. Just when Imp was feeling disheartened and questioning life, his fishing rod moved again. This time was incredibly strong, almost dragging him into the water. Seeing him struggle, I took out my wand and said, stop straining, we're wizards. Let's solve this with magic. Saying that, I aimed at the water and cast a spell. Zoom zoom, with a swoosh. A dark object shot out of the water like a cannonball and knocked Imp and George over. We hurried over to take a closer look, and wow. What was this thing? It had iron-gray skin, messy dark green hair, yellow eyes, rotten teeth, and a necklace made of stones. It was a mermaid from the Black Lake. George exclaimed. This mermaid seemed to have been snagged by Imp's hook, with a hurt tail, lying on the shore and making a fuss, both angry and scared. We all stared at each other, completely stunned. Can this thing be eaten? Definitely not. Should we throw it back? But it looked fierce. What if it bites us when we get closer? Just when we were at our wits' end, suddenly, something shiny floated up from the water, accompanied by voices, slowly making its way to the shore. We were startled, and I quickly pointed my wand at it, thinking it was some water monster. But when it fully emerged from the water, we realized it was our dark arts defense professor, Leanless. The glowing thing on the water was his shiny bald head. What an unusual entrance. It almost scared me out of my wits. Wow, it's the Weasleys in red, and Professor Leanlas looked at us, seemingly forgetting the little fat boy's name. Imp, let's go. Professor, Imp quickly reminded him. Oh, right, look at my brain. He shook the water off his clothes, looking like a drowned ghost, and cheerfully asked us, what are you doing here? Folks, who understands, we had a huge, wailing mermaid lying right under our feet, and he acted like he couldn't see it. Imp, being an honest kid, seriously replied, fishing, Professor. Upon hearing this, the professor got excited. Wow, how's the catch? At that moment, I roll my eyes in my mind. The biggest catch is lying right next to you, dude. But then the professor, I swear, squeezed the water out of his clothes and said he was hungry and wanted dinner. Goodness, I was shocked. You're a professor and you can't even do a drying charm? This level of professionalism is simply abstract. Then he looked down, picked up the broken shoe that Imp had caught, and shouted, hey, look at this. Imp weakly said, we caught a shoe. Guess what? The professor slapped his thigh and said, oh, my shoe. No wonder I couldn't find it. It was taken by you guys. After saying that, he put the wet, broken shoe on his foot. At that moment, I had the same expression as an old person on the subway looking at their phone like, are you serious, dude? I couldn't help but ask him directly, Professor, what were you doing in the lake just now? This really opened the floodgates for him. He went into full storytelling mode, saying how the sun was shining, the breeze was blowing, and the rippling water reminded him of his lost childhood. He mentioned how he used to swim in the river every day with the big white goose raised by his grandmother. When he got emotional, good heavens, he even choked up, his face all wet, and I couldn't tell if it was lake water or tears. The dramatic effect was so strong that I almost wanted to give him a carnival celebration. This naive and sweet Imp actually believed him and ran over to comfort him. In the end, the professor wiped his face and continued. I was just reminiscing about the past and couldn't help but swim a couple of laps. George, who was listening nearby, looked stunned, unsure whether to be kind or mischievous, and reminded him, Professor, be careful of the giant squid in the lake. We had a professor before who was dragged down and drowned while taking a walk. The professor kept thanking him after hearing that. Then he finally turned his gaze to the mermaid on the ground who was almost out of breath, looking shocked. Merlin, is this a mermaid? How did she get hurt? I really can't believe it. Did your reflex arc take a trip around the earth before coming back? You only just noticed such a big commotion now? Imp quickly explained our mermaid fishing incident, and it was quite nerve-wracking, fearing we would be held responsible. In the end, the professor shook his head and said with an air of nonchalance, oh, I guess this guy got a bit dazed and was lured in by your bait. I almost rolled my eyes at that moment. Hey, buddy, can you take another look? The fishing hook is stuck on its back. Are you going to use your back to eat the bait? This professor is definitely acting strange today, exuding an odd vibe from head to toe. George and Fred, those clowns, are still thinking about business at this time, starting to promote their family-esque traditional bait. 1 gold gallon for a big jar. Honest and fair for all ages. I was shocked. You guys really dare to sell it. The professor smiled and refused, then pointed at the mermaid and said, all right, you guys go back to the castle. I'll help you release this mermaid. I tell you, as soon as he spoke those words, the person on the ground struggled even more, like an electric fish, and his cries were filled with fear. When I saw this situation, my heart sank. This was definitely not simple. I immediately jumped in front of him and said, Professor, no need. We caused this trouble ourselves, and we will solve it ourselves. The professor wanted to insist, but I frantically gestured to George and Fred. The twins are quick thinkers. They immediately understood my meaning and joined in to persuade him. In the end, the professor had no choice but to leave, looking back 3 times, reluctant to part, his damp back looking strangely eerie. As soon as he walked far away, George immediately asked me, Chris, did you notice something? I looked at the clearly relieved mermaid and nodded. Something's not right. Think about it. Would a normal professor go swimming fully clothed? For nostalgia's sake? That's a terrible excuse. Moreover, I continue to analyze. He can't even use a drying spell. Does that make sense? The most crucial point is, haven't you noticed? As soon as the professor approached, the mermaid panicked like crazy. Fred also reacted. Yes, exactly. George stroked his chin and said, so, you mean that the mermaid was scared by the professor in the water? Not just that. I pointed at the deeply embedded fish hook in the mermaid's back. Look, why doesn't it just pull out the hook and swim back? It has hands. Even if it was caught, its first reaction should be to run back to the water, right? Imp scratched his head. Could it be? It's afraid of water? A mermaid afraid of water? That is too funny. Not afraid of water, I said slowly. It's afraid of something in the water. Fred's eyes lit up. It's that thing that just entered the lake. The snot professor. Professor Leanras. A few of us spoke in unison. Wow, we've cracked the case, everyone. There's only one truth. This mermaid wasn't caught by us at all. It was hooked while trying to escape that perverted professor. It would rather be caught by us on land than dare to return to the water. But the question arises, what does he gain from this? What benefit is there in tormenting a mermaid? Unless he's a psychological freak who enjoys the process. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Imke, this guy overflowing with a sense of justice, immediately got riled up. No way. If someone dares to do this at school, as part of Hogwarts, we must intervene. Great. Here we go again. I advised him not to act impulsively, that we little wizards shouldn't meddle, and that we should report it to a reliable professor. But this kid wouldn't listen at all. He started lecturing me about upholding Gryffindor spirit and bravely fighting dark wizards. George and Fred were also fanning the flames, talking about the Hogwarts Brotherhood and that their mission must be accomplished. I'm really at a loss here. All right. We have to save this victim in front of us first, right? We discussed it, and I was responsible for attracting its attention from the front while Imk went to pull out the hook from behind. I walked up to the mermaid and tried to communicate with it, but it just stared at me with those big fishy eyes, as if I were an idiot. All right. Language barrier. I could only say half soothingly, half threateningly. We're here to save you, to help you get that hook out. If you dare to move, I'll stew you and send you to Professor Snape for potion making. Believe it or not, this tactic really worked. The mermaid seemed to understand the mention of Snape and was so scared that it didn't dare to move. Imp tiptoed over and reached out to pull it out. George, standing nearby, was getting anxious. Use a spell. Aren't you disgusted using your hands? Imp slapped his forehead. Oh, right. I forgot I'm a wizard. After saying that, he took out his wand, cast a levitation spell, and the fishhook was yanked out of the flesh with a whoosh, blood spraying out immediately. The mermaid cried out in pain, clutching its back and rolling around. I looked at it with a bit of reluctance and took out a small bottle of white ointment from my bag, handing it to Imk. Apply this. George and Fred immediately started to tease. Wow, Chris, you're so generous. The kind, genius boy Chris read. Come on, you two. I was exasperated by them. These two are such characters, you can never win an argument against them. Once Imk nervously finished applying the medicine, the mermaid's blood finally stopped flowing. I gave it a few instructions, telling it to stay out of the water until its wound healed, even though I knew it couldn't understand. Then we picked up the fish bucket and prepared to head back to the castle for grilled fish. Honestly, kids have such short attention spans. One moment they're involved in a huge incident, and the next, all they can think about is food. When Imk heard about grilled fish, his eyes lit up, urging us to hurry up. But I couldn't help but look back one last time. Guess what I saw? That mermaid, surprisingly, was clasping its hands together, as if thanking us. Hey, that moment felt pretty good. Doing a good deed brightens the mood. Of course, the professor's matter isn't over yet. There are too many questions, and I need to think it through later. But for now, nothing is more important than the house elf's special black pepper cumin grilled fish. On the way back to the castle, I have to say my popularity was like I was on a roll. People greeted me all the way. Hi, Chris. Happy Easter. Oh, going fishing? Looks like you had a good catch. Imp beside me was almost crying out of envy. Chris, I'm really jealous of you. Just look at you. And then look at me. I'm invisible wherever I go. George and Fred chimed in sourly. Yeah, if we had your connections, our products would have taken Hogwarts by storm long ago. I'm really at a loss for words. I'm exhausted. You don't understand my frustration. Everywhere I go, I'm the center of attention. And I have to pretend to be familiar with everyone, but I can't even remember their names. A few of them came straight at me, saying I'm taking advantage of the situation while acting innocent. We walked quite a distance without realizing it, and the two Hufflepuff seniors beside us were excitedly dancing in place. Wow, did you see that? It's Chris. He even greeted us. Oh my, so polite, I love it. The other one said, I love this little cutie the most. So adorable, I just want to hug him and give him a squeeze. Goodness, if I had heard that, I would have probably turned to stone right there. When we got to the kitchen, we sat waiting for the grilled fish, and the aroma was so tempting that Imk was nearly drooling. I was just about to bring up what the professor said today, but Imk was only thinking about the fish and waved his hand. Oh, don't think about it. Grilled fish is more important. The first fish was just grilled, and Fred, quick as a flash, snatched it up. George grabbed one, too, and grinned at Imk. Don't forget our bet. You lost. If you want fish, it's 4 galleons each. Imk was stunned. Oh, you guys, waiting for me here. While grumbling, he obediently took out the money, grabbed a fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and mumbled, Ah, so good. Chris, here. This one is for you. Don't let them snatch it away. I looked at the way he was eating and couldn't help but comment. Look at you. You're so fat. You're almost a ball. You should lose some weight. As a result, Imp proudly puffed out his big belly and said, "Well, you know, live for today and enjoy the wine." This is a symbol of being a descendant of the noble Acadian kingdom. Our bloodline awakens to being fat. I rolled my eyes and said, "Blow, keep blowing." Fred and George couldn't stop laughing. Imp was still unconvinced and asked if we didn't know about the Sumerian Acadian civilization. I couldn't take it anymore, so I laughed and recounted to him the little bit of history from the two rivers that he was boasting about. The twins were amazed and started applauding me, saying, "Wow, Chris, you're incredible. So knowledgeable, a role model from Hogwarts." So I have to say, I'm really scared of these two clowns. I have no idea how to deal with them. And guess what? That little chubby imp suddenly perked up, and wow, he started giving us a history lesson, insisting on telling us about his incredibly awesome ancestor. What was his name? King Sargon? I tell you, his little smug expression, his tail is almost pointing to the sky, like a peacock spreading its feathers, wildly showing off that he knows the Muggle history we don't. He talks about how his ancestors unified the Mesopotamian region, developed irrigation, and standardized measurements. It's simply the Muggle version of an ancient emperor. I was almost falling asleep when I heard that, wondering what it had to do with me. The Weasley brothers looked just as confused, saying that as wizards. All we knew was King Arthur and his round table crew, and we were really unfamiliar with these Muggle things. In the end, this chubby kid had been going around in circles, and when he mentioned his family, it turned out he wanted us to be his muscle. He went through such a long roundabout just to say that his bloodline was impressive and he was a descendant of royalty. Yet he was being bullied by a Slytherin brat at school. At that moment, we were wide awake. I was furious when I heard this. What was going on? Who dared to bully my friend? It was then that Imp, looking all aggrieved, told us everything. It turned out that the Slytherin jerk named Pusey not only called him a fat deadweight, but once even blocked his way and spat a big loogie on him while insulting him as a dirty mudblood. I tell you, my fists were clenched at that moment. Can I endure this? If I can, then I might as well be a Ninja Turtle. Campus bullying has reached my brother. Those two Weasley brothers exploded right on the spot, shouting that they were going to give that kid a lesson he would never forget. At first, Imp tried to advise us not to act impulsively, saying that if we just endured it, it would pass. I spat. I told him directly that there was no negotiating this matter. If you don't agree, then let's fight. I had already dealt with that kid in flying class before. And now that I found out about this, how could I let him go? We don't start trouble, but when trouble comes, we absolutely won't back down. We immediately established the Hogwarts brothers, focusing on taking action when there's an issue. The plan was simple. Directly challenge him to a fight on the Hogwarts lawn, have a real offline showdown, and beat him into submission so he'd think twice before talking back in the future. To avoid leaving any evidence, we couldn't write a letter. We had to issue the challenge face to face. Imp originally wanted to go alone, but chickened out, afraid of being taken down. What could I say? All right, I'll go with you. Let's see if he dares to touch even a hair on me. Early the next morning, I took Imp and, full of anger, intercepted that Pusey eye right on our way to the Great Hall. That kid was pretty arrogant when he saw us. He acted like he was swatting away a fly and even threatened to pay upperclassmen to beat me up. I laughed at that moment and said to him, "Your tricks won't work on me. I'm not going to waste time. Just tell me, did you insult Imp by calling him a mudblood yesterday?" Guess what he said? He actually tilted his head and with a mischievous grin said, "Yeah, I said it. What are you going to do about it?" Well, what are you going to do about it? I couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, you got some guts." Normally, if I told the professor about this, he would be in big trouble, but I'm not playing those childish games. I directly told him, tonight on the lawn, "I've got 4 people on my side. You can bring whoever you want. Let's have a good talk." That guy was probably intimidated by my momentum, paused for a moment, and then defiantly agreed. Seeing his cocky demeanor, I smirked inside, thinking, tonight you'll find out why the flowers are so red. We weren't in the mood for class during the day, so we dove straight into the room of requirement for an urgent training session. I even taught them the hanging bellflower technique, sharpening our skills right before the battle. That night, under the dark moon and howling wind, the 4 of us sneaked out of the castle like we were on a gank mission. George and Fred were particularly professional, putting on their Quidditch protective gear, saying they were afraid of getting taken out. I thought to myself, with those little kids, I could take them down, even in pieces. What is there to be afraid of? But when we got to the lawn, those guys actually showed up late. I was starting to get impatient and was about to blow up when I saw on the map that they had arrived with 4 people. Goodness, they even brought 2 third years to back them up, truly very Slytherin-like. Imp started to panic a bit. His hands were shaking. I patted him and said, "It's okay. I got your back. You just observe from the back. I'll take the lead." As soon as they arrived, the 2 third years on the opposing side started to unleash a barrage of insults, calling us little brats, claiming that the genius in transfiguration. was just a paper tiger who could only talk big. I tell you, I was too lazy to waste words with him at that time. Fighting? Why go through any process? Just start fighting. I'm ruthless and don't say much. I raised my hand and cast 4 binding spells, shooting them off like biu-biu-biu. The few Slytherins on the other side were instantly dumbfounded. Their wands hadn't even been drawn yet, and 3 of them were down in an instant. One of them reacted quickly, just dodged my spell, and was immediately caught upside down by George's hanging bell, screaming in fright in midair. I walked over and kicked the helpless Psy to the ground with 1 foot, then stepped on his face. I was in character at that moment, humiliating him from head to toe, rendering his pure blood theory worthless. That kid cried right there, with snot and tears everywhere. And what happened? This guy Imp's compassion kicked in. Seeing Psy's pitiful state, he actually softened and came over to me, saying, "How about we just let it go?" I really couldn't believe him. I asked the Weasley brothers, and they also thought the lesson was about enough. Fine, I ferociously warned those cowards that if they dared to cause trouble again, it wouldn't be that simple. And then I lifted the spell. Those few people scrambled away. As soon as they left, I completely broke character and laughed so hard my stomach hurt. I told them that the fierce look I had just put on was all an act to scare them. George and Fred were shocked, saying my acting skills deserved an Oscar. Just when we were all chummy, ready to head back to the dorm to brag, something strange happened. I suddenly heard a familiar sound, whimpering, gurgling. I exchanged a glance with George, and my heart sank. That voice, wasn't he at the mermaid from yesterday? Why was it here again? We quickly made our way towards the direction of the Black Lake. When we arrived, we were all stunned. There was indeed a mermaid by the shore, but it seemed to be different from the one yesterday. This one looked even more abstract. Imp foolishly approached and asked, "Hello, can you speak English?" To our surprise, the mermaid actually responded, babbling for a while. English was hard for her, right? After a lot of guessing and piecing together, we finally understood. There was something bad in the lake that was killing their fish, and they needed our help as wizards. As soon as I heard it, I understood. I looked at the mermaid and asked, "Do you mean there's a person under the lake trying to kill you?" The mermaid nodded vigorously. Wow. When he nodded, I tell you, our brains just exploded. It really is that snotty professor. I was dumbfounded at the time and thought, are teachers really this competitive nowadays? Staying up late at night, coming to the Black Lake for team building, and the project is to slaughter mermaids? Who understands this? How heavy must the KPIs be on him? The Weasley twins immediately started a joke. Damn, this guy has a human face, but a beast's heart. Exactly. Every year the defense against the dark arts professor is like a blind box, and this year's one is especially explosive. But I thought this was strange, so I quickly stopped them. Wait a minute, do you think a psychopath would go to such great lengths? Diving down in the cold, just to kill a few fish for fun? What is he after? Those few broken forks from mermaids? Fred was still joking. Huh, maybe he's after the leader's floral shorts. And guess what? That mermaid seemed to understand, gesturing anxiously, and blurted out 2 words, treasure. As soon as I heard this, my heart sank. That's it, the case is solved. I said to them, I told you, Dumbledore isn't stupid. Would he let a complete lunatic into the school? That snotty professor is definitely up to no good, aiming for someone's treasure. At this point, George and Fred also caught on, their eyes instantly igniting with a fiery gossip enthusiasm and the reckless spirit of Gryffindor. George slapped me on the shoulder. Let's go. Chris, it's everyone's responsibility to protect magical creatures. They came to us for help. Can we back down? At that moment, I had 1,000 refusals in my heart. Come on, I'm not the main character. Why act like a hero? But I couldn't resist these 2 guys singing in harmony, flattering me as if not going would mean I wasn't a Gryffindor anymore. Fine, accepted, but I immediately threw out a soul-searching question. All right, I can go. But how do we get down? Are we going to dive naked? This question left those 2 hot-headed guys speechless. Just then, our merman buddy pulled out a handful of slimy, green seaweed from his pocket, handed it over, and mumbled, "Eat this, it can help you get in the water." As soon as I saw it, I exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that a gillyweed? I've seen it in books. This thing is really expensive. 1 stalk is worth a gold galleon." I quickly informed everyone, "Family, this is a great thing. Eating it allows you to breathe underwater, grow gills and web feet, just like a fish." Upon hearing that it was worth a gold galleon, George and Fred's eyes nearly popped out. They were just short of asking if they could buy it in bulk from the merfolk. I quickly interrupted their money-making dreams. All right, stop daydreaming. Saving the fish is more important. Let's eat it and get in the water." Without hesitation, we all took off our coats and shoes. Wow, the wind that night was like a knife. Imp was shivering, and the twins mocked him. I really couldn't believe these fools, as wizards, They didn't even know how to use a warming charm, so I had to cast it on each of them. All right, listen to my command. 1, 2, 3, eat. We gulped down that slippery gillwort in one go. The next second, I felt like my jaw was about to crack open, and a fiery pain shot through both sides of my neck. Soon after, my fingers and toes began to itch. In no time, we had successfully transformed into mermaids, growing gills and webbed feet. George looked at his hands and exclaimed, "Merlin, this is amazing." I tried to plunge my head into the water, the icy lake water flowing over my newly grown gills, oxygen being filtered and inhaled into my lungs. That feeling was absolutely amazing. "All right, Merman brother, lead the way," I said to the merman, then turned to remind the others. "Everyone pay attention. Hold your wand steady, stay close, safety first. Don't get so caught up that you end up putting yourselves in danger." Everyone nodded in unison, and then plop, plop, they all jumped into the water. At first, we weren't used to it, swimming like a few clumsy ducks, moving incredibly slowly. The leading merman was getting anxious, calling out and urging us on. We paddled along for almost 20 minutes, struggling through a dense patch of water plants, and finally, before us appeared a curtain of water resembling a waterfall cave. We dove in after the mermaid, and wow, it was like entering a whole new world. It felt like we had stepped into a different dimension. The water only reached our calves, and there was air above us, allowing us to speak normally. George exclaimed, "Wow, this place is amazing. Is this the mermaid's lair?" We were curiously observing, when suddenly a burst of incantations and screams came from ahead. "Damn it, why are there so many? Die, all of you. Collapse to the ground. Shatter into pieces." We hurried over to take a look, and wow, the scene was just a one-sided massacre. Professor Snavelis was acting like a madman, waving his wand and throwing all sorts of curses at the mermaid group as if they were free. Those mermaids, armed with tridents, were no match at all, falling one after another. I personally saw one unfortunate soul get blown to pieces with a direct hit to the head that had exploded like a big watermelon, splattering red and green everywhere. Next to me, Imk let out a retch, his face turning pale. "Oh my God, it's really him." The mermaid leading us saw this scene. Her eyes instantly turned red, and with a shriek, she grabbed a rock and charged up without a care for her life. Imk and the others panicked. What should we do? Should we go or not? Wait, I pulled them back. My mind was racing. Don't you find it strange? Hogwarts has an agreement with the mermaids, and Dumbledore is protecting them. Why would Professor Snavelis take the risk of getting expelled to commit a massacre here? This situation is definitely more harmful than beneficial. No normal person would do this. I looked at them with confused expressions, so I had to be more straightforward. What I mean is, what he's doing definitely has benefits that allow him to ignore the risks. Just like when we sell maps. There are profits to be made. Got it. Imp suddenly understood. So what should we do? Chris, you have a lot of ideas. You tell us. I made a quick decision. Imp, you have the most important task right now. Go back to the castle immediately and get someone. Call Professor Dumbledore for me. Only he can handle this situation. Imp was taken aback for a moment, but seeing my serious expression, he gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Got it, brothers. It's up to you to hold him off. I promised to bring the professor. Watching Imk's determined figure disappear into the water curtain, I took a deep breath and said to the Weasley brothers, "All right, it's our turn now. The plan is simple. I'll go up to draw his attention and hold him off while you two find a place to hide. When you see I can't hold on any longer, come out and launch a sneak attack. Don't all go at once, or we'll be finished if he takes us all out at once." All right. I gritted my teeth, tightened my grip on the wand, and dashed out in a flash. Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy. I quickly cast 3 powerful stunning spells. But that snotty professor was ridiculously alert. One spell missed, another was blocked by an unfortunate mermaid, and the last one he actually deflected with a rebounding charm. Oh, look who is here. The snotty professor stopped and looked at me with a playful expression. The infamous Mr. Chris Red, the pride of Gryffindor. "Can you tell your dear snotty professor why you are here at this late hour?" He started off sarcastically, but by the last few words, he was practically howling in hysteria, and his face looked terrifyingly twisted. I forced myself to stay calm and said with a grin, "Oh, Professor, what a coincidence. I couldn't sleep and came out for a swim. Those few splashes were just to help you deal with those ugly creatures." Don't get me wrong. The mermaids, who had previously held some hope for us, immediately bared their teeth at me as soon as I insulted them. Their brains really weren't functioning well. Professor Snivel sneered. "Put away your little tricks, Chris Red. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Are you sending someone for backup? Let me tell you, it won't do you any good to scream your lungs out. Dumbledore isn't even at the school today." I specifically took action at this opportunity. He grinned, raised his wand, and said, "Now, get out of my way, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Shatter bones. Obstacles everywhere. I reacted faster, launching a shattering spell as he was chanting, while quickly putting on armor for protection. A little trick. He contemptuously waved his wand and deflected my spell. My heart sank. This guy was too strong. I couldn't even scratch him with 70% of my magic power. Desperate. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, I pulled out my trump card, the Shadowless Curse created by that old Snape. Shadowless Curse. An invisible blade instantly cut through the air, striking Professor Snevellis' left hand. He let out a scream, and one of his fingers snapped off. Clearly, he hadn't expected me to have this trick, and was both shocked and angry. He immediately put on a powerful armor to shield himself, blocking my next two spells. Damn it, what spell is this? He looked at his bleeding hand, a bit flustered. Then, with a wave of his wand, he cast a smoke screen spell. Good heavens, that black smoke was at least 100 times thicker than what he demonstrated in class. Instantly, the entire space became pitch black, a chaotic mess. Heck, kid. Taste my smokescreen spell. Your teachers. His sinister laughter echoed in the darkness. I feel completely lost. This is the end for me. I've become a blind person with my eyes open. Professor Snot is hiding in the shadows, and George and Fred are nowhere to be found. There is also a group of clueless mermaids bumping around. I don't dare to use the fluorescent flicker. That would just make me a live target, wouldn't it? I could only hold my breath, cautiously feeling my way towards the direction of the water curtain, planning to retreat first. Just as I was groping around, I bumped into something soft, and that thing actually spoke. Hey, what are you doing? A weak female voice said. I was startled and lowered my voice, saying, I'm sorry. It's too dark, I can't see. It's dangerous here, you should hide. Hide? This is my home. The voice replied. That dark wizard wants to steal the treasure of our Merfolk clan. I am the leader, Olivie, and I will never let him succeed. As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, did I accidentally stumble upon a boss? But I also felt a bit uncomfortable and couldn't help but complain. Why didn't you come out when I was risking my life against that guy for you? So you were just sitting here watching the tiger fight? I was injured by him, and I'm afraid. I want to live much longer. Olivia's voice was filled with sorrow, and the only thing that saddened her was that she could no longer protect the glory of our mermaids. She coughed twice and said apologetically, kind-hearted little wizard, thank you. I've caused you trouble. All right, enough of that. I interrupted her. The principal ISNT here, and the few of us can't take him on. Do you have any good ideas? Olivia gasped and asked me back, cough. Do you know why he insists on getting our treasure? I don't know, but it must be something significant, right? Yes, that's right, she said slowly. Although we mermaids are collectively referred to as mermaids by you, we are actually divided into many races internally. We are an intelligent species and originally qualified to be classified as humans, but we rejected it ourselves. Why? Because when the Ministry of Magic redefined human in 1811, we didn't want to be grouped with dirty and vile dark creatures like harpies and vampires. Wow, this girl really threw me off guard. Going on about her family history, let me tell you, the way she spoke was as if she was saying, we are not the same as you land-dwelling mortals. She coughed like a broken bellows while giving me a history lesson, saying that the mermaids have their own language, can create music, and their history can be traced back to ancient Greece when they were called sirens. She also said that now only she, Olivia, is the only noble-blooded descendant of the sirens. She was so proud, almost as if she had the words perfect, elegant, and noble engraved on her face. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Sis, it's pitch dark here. We can't see anything, no matter how grand you make it sound. Who knows if you have a mouth full of yellow teeth? When she saw I wasn't here responding, she started rambling on about how prosperous their mermaid culture is, living in stone mansions, taming Grindylows as pets, using Lobel bugs as weapons, and doing some artistic creations. But then, suddenly, the tone shifted, and she started acting, saying something like, is this how my Qing dynasty perishes? That whole act was about how the last inheritance will be cut off in her hands. Who understands? Family? I was really full of question marks. After all that build-up, the truth finally came out. She looked at me eagerly. Young and kind little wizard, would you be willing to help me? I can't do it anymore. I can only rely on you now. I thought to myself, who are you, sister? Why should I help you? That snotty professor is like a war god. Should I go headfirst into him? As a result, she seemed to see through my thoughts and directly said, don't worry. I have a way to help you defeat him. In the next moment, she pulled out a box from somewhere, and when she opened it, I was almost blinded by the light. Inside was a teardrop-shaped blue crystal, and its brilliance instantly lit up the dark place as bright as day. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. So I rushed over to cover the box. Sister, what are you doing? Are you trying to attract that old pervert over here? Are you looking for trouble? She remained calm and said that the guy was injured by her and wouldn't be able to come for a while. Then she told me that this thing was the treasure of their mermaid clan, called the Tear of the Queen, and that the Dark Wizard was after it. She also told me a really kitsch love story, saying that their first queen fell in love with a human boy, but the boy died in battle, and the queen was heartbroken, with her tears becoming this treasure. I had just one expression: Subway, old man phone. JPG. It's already 2025, and I can still hear such a classic plot. I directly asked her, so what? What is the use of this thing? Drink it. Her gaze was so determined. She said if you drink it, you can gain super strength and easily defeat that dark wizard. If it's such a good thing, why don't you use it yourself? I'm not stupid. She shook her head and said the tears were shed for humanity. Only humans can use them. If a mermaid uses it, she will explode and die on the spot. Moreover, she was already on the brink of death, and my only hope was her. She was so sincere, it was as if she was about to kneel down. Kind little wizard, I beg you, drink it, save our entire race. I'm the kind of person who prefers softness over hardness. Since they've already done this, what else can I say? I can only grit my teeth and say, all right, I'll give it a try, but if I can't even save my own life, I might just run away. Thank you. She was so excited. But just when she was about to crush that crystal for me to drink, suddenly, a sinister laugh gave me a shiver. Ha, look what I've caught. A little red-haired rabbit. Damn, it's that Snivellis professor. He is George or Fred. Then I heard Ron's furious shout. Let me go, you damn dark wizard. Then a flash of red light passed by, and another voice shouted, hey, you damn Snivellis. Let George go. Great, it was Fred's spell, and he missed. Now both brothers are caught. That bastard directly cast a tongue-tie curse, and the world became instantly quiet. Chris read, come out. The Snivellis professor started calling my name. Hurry, there's no time, drink it. Olivia was so anxious that she directly handed me the crystal. I couldn't care less about everything else to save my brother. I just took it and gulped it down. Let me tell you, that feeling was like being on a cheat code. A tremendous surge of energy instantly filled my entire body, and my magical power skyrocketed. My vision, hearing, and physical strength all upgraded in every aspect. I felt like if I cast a spell now, its power would double. Hurry up, little wizard. Our future as mermaids depends on you. Before Olivia could finish her sentence, a green light flashed by, and poof, she was gone. I didn't even have time to feel sad because the snot professor had already attacked my face. I dodged just in time, and the spot where I had been standing was blown into a big pit. This guy's hand speed is way too fast. At that moment, the black mist cleared, and I could see clearly that he was holding the Weasley brothers, tied up like Zongzi in one hand and a wand in the other, grinning like a pervert. But when he saw Olivia's corpse and the empty crystal box on the ground, he immediately lost it. Ah, damn mermaid. You'd rather give your treasure to a nobody little wizard than to me. Damn it, I'll smash you to pieces. He went insane. He cast a shatter spell right at Olivia's corpse. Family, my eyes turned red at that moment, and this bastard was desecrating the corpse. He really taught me a lesson. It turned out that a lunatic was right beside me. You should be the one to die. I roared and fired 2 shatter spells at him with all my strength. The first spell pushed him back several steps, and the second one even tore his sleeve apart, leaving him in a sorry state. Seeing that he couldn't win, he immediately showed the Weasley brothers. Red, try moving again. Your friends are in my hands. After saying that, he threw them to the ground and lifted the silencing spell so they could talk. Chris, don't mind us, take him down. George and Fred were incredibly defiant. As a result, this defiance directly angered the snot professor, who threw 2 heart-piercing curses back at them. The 2 brothers instantly rolled on the ground in pain, and their screams made my heart ache. I was frozen at that moment. What should I do? On one side are friends, on the other is a promise. What the hell should I do? It was this moment of hesitation that cost me my life. The snotty professor seized the opportunity and cast a disarm spell. My wand flew straight into his hand. Humph, cowardly Reed, I thought you were more impressive, but it's nothing special. He held 2 wands in one hand, being as arrogant as ever. Now, without a weapon, what can you do to me? My eyes turned red, and I felt like I could swallow him whole. But what could I do? I didn't have a magic wand. Just at that critical moment, several mermaids suddenly rushed out from behind him, brandishing harpoons and stabbing at him. They were the same ones that had led the way earlier. Were they here to seek death? The outcome was predictable. The snotty professor knocked them all down in just a few moves, even blowing one of them to bits. But it was these few seconds, these precious seconds bought with their lives. I don't know where the strength came from, but it felt like the magic inside me was moving on its own. I used all my might to cast wandless magic, and the aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake grew wildly. Taking advantage of the moment he was dealing with the mermaid, they silently wrapped around his feet, then instantly tightened and hardened, binding him securely like steel cables. I did it. I fucking did it. I walked over, took my wand back from his hand, and casually collected his as well. This guy was still stubborn. Kid, you're quite cunning. I'll tell you as long as I'm alive, just wait. I looked at the Wesleys on the ground in pain and fainting and sneered. You killed so many mermaids, torture my friends, and still want to kill me. Do you think you can survive this? He was truly panicked now, trying to leverage his professor status against me, saying that Dumbledore wouldn't know, and that if I killed him, I wouldn't get away either. How ridiculous. I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Seeing that threats were useless, he started to tempt me, saying something about exclusive spells that he would teach me if I let him go. Finally, seeing that I was unyielding, he directly began to beg for mercy. Please, spare me. I can be your servant. I looked at his cowardly appearance and felt disgusted. As I channeled my magic, the water plants, as hard as iron, tightened around him more and more, and a sharp spike suddenly emerged from the plants, piercing through his neck. Professor Snot, Mardoping Leanras, met his end just like that. I didn't even glance at him and quickly helped George and Fred up. Fortunately, they were still breathing. I apologized to the surviving mermaid, saying that I couldn't save their leader, and then hurriedly took the Weasley brothers toward Hogwarts. I just climbed out of the lake when I saw Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Filch rushing over, with Imp trailing behind, completely exhausted. The professor, the Weasleys, they were hit with the unforgivable curse. Before I could finish my sentence, everything went black, and I knew nothing. When I woke up again, I was in the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey told me that I was just magically drained and fatigued, had slept for over 10 hours, and was fine now. But George and Fred were in very bad shape, and had already been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital. My heart sank for a moment, hoping it wouldn't be like with Neville's parents. At that moment, Imp rushed in, looking guilty, and told me that he couldn't find Dumbledore yesterday and got caught by Snape. He had to put in a lot of effort to convince Professor McGonagall to come over, but he still arrived late. It's fine, I won't blame you. I shook my head. Blame that damn snotty professor. What happened to him? He's dead, I said coldly. Imp's eyes widened in shock. Huh? I killed him. He was completely dumbfounded, stuttering. But couldn't you just have handed him over to the professors? I was suddenly filled with anger and snapped at him for the first time. You're too soft-hearted. Imka, this is the magical world. It's either you die or I live. Do you understand? If you can't handle it, just go back to the Muggle world as soon as possible. As soon as the words came out, I regretted them a bit. After all, he was only 11 years old. I was just about to soften my tone when he burst into tears. Madame Pomfrey, unable to bear it any longer, shouted at us. What are you two doing? If there's nothing going on, hurry back. Imp was so frightened that he immediately stopped. Sigh. Fine, let's take it slow with this matter. I tell you, these people don't give us a chance to take it slow at all. I just came out of the school hospital with Imp, and wow, the scene was like a top celebrity walking the red carpet. The hallway was packed with people, mostly young girls, each with sparkling eyes. When they saw me come out, they went wild, surrounding me with excitement. Ah, Chris, are you okay? Idle, here's the chocolate I brought for you. Chris, look at me, this is the scarf I knitted for you. Oh, family, who understands? They nearly started a brawl over who got to give me gifts first, making such a racket that it felt like the sky was falling. Imk and I stood there like two wooden posts, completely stunned. I mean, how long have I been at Hogwarts? How did I become an idol already? The fan support was almost at the hospital door. Is the sound insulation at Hogwarts not very good? Just when Imk and I were about to freeze in place, pretending to be two statues, our savior arrived. Professor McGonagall. When she showed up, her presence was like a walking discipline committee. Have you all finished your holiday assignments? What are you doing blocking the hall? Do you want to lose points? With one angry shout, the girls scattered like birds, running faster than rabbits. I was so grateful at that moment that I almost shouted Professor McGonagall is the best. But just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Professor McGonagall looked at me seriously and said that George and Fred had been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital, telling me not to worry. And then she changed the subject. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. My mind went blank for a moment. Dumbledore? Now, I haven't even memorized my lines yet. What if there's a flaw in my script and that old fox sees right through it? Would I end up spending the rest of my life renovating Azkaban? There's no choice. I have to go in with a stiff upper lip. Following Professor McGonagall, we made our way up to the 8th floor and arrived at the legendary headmaster's office. She said sherbet lemon to an ugly stone statue, and the wall cracked open, revealing a spiral staircase. Wow, what a unique way to enter. Once inside, I was taken aback. The office was filled with portraits of old men and women. chattering away like they were in a video conference. As soon as they saw me, they turned me into a new topic of discussion, critiquing me left and right. One portrait that looked like it belonged to Slytherin sneered, "Ah, another Gryffindor brute." Next to it, a Gryffindor brother shot back, "Shut up, Black. What is wrong with us Gryffindors?" I was speechless. Had these portraits not seen a living person in hundreds of years? They were all just bored out of their minds. I pretended not to hear, my eyes darting around everywhere. The sorting hat, the Gryffindor sword, the pensieve. There were indeed a lot of good things. And there was Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, sleeping on the shelf, looking rather droopy. It seemed he was about to enter a cycle of rejuvenation. Just then, Dumbledore, who was standing by the window, finally spoke up. He cleared his throat a couple of times, and the noisy portraits instantly went silent, some even pretending to be asleep while secretly peeking. After Professor McGonagall finished handing me over, she left, leaving just me and Dumbledore in the office, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. I told you, my brain was on lockdown, afraid that just one glance from him would see right through me. As a result, this old man smiled and invited me to sit down, even asking if I wanted some snacks. To my surprise, he handed me a plate of cockroaches. This thing is called a cockroach stack. At that moment, I thought, is this some new type of obedience test? It's 2025, and I didn't expect the dark cuisine of the magical world to be so abstract. But could I back down? No, I couldn't. Without thinking, I grabbed one and crunched it down. Why? For the performance. I had to show the loyalty that you, principal, would expect, even if it meant eating something disgusting with tears in my eyes. The taste was overwhelmingly sweet, and aside from being a bit gross-looking, it was pretty much like eating fried grasshoppers. Seeing me enjoy it so much, Dumbledore seemed quite pleased and got straight to the point, asking me to recount what happened last night, exactly as it was. Here it came, the main topic. I immediately switched to storytelling mode and recited the pre-prepared words I had ready. I first beautified our conflict with the Slytherins as a friendly consultation to solve the problem of bullying on campus. And I specifically emphasized our deep remorse for violating school rules. Then I said that we heard some commotion at the Black Lake, and the Weasley brothers, embodying the spirit of Hogwarts, is our home. Safety relies on everyone, insisted on investigating. By coincidence, we encountered a mermaid in urgent need of help, claiming that their home had been raided by a dark wizard. I made sure to mention that this mermaid was the one we had previously caught, and I emphasized the strange behavior of that Professor Martlepine swimming in the lake at night, hinting crazily that there was something wrong with him. Can you guess what we saw when we followed the mermaid down? It was that Professor Martlepine. He was crazily slaughtering mermaids. It was horrific. I vividly described the scene, portraying myself as a student bursting with a sense of justice. We few little wizards were no match for him, so we sent Imp back to find you. But you weren't there. Isn't this just being set up by him? I described the whole process in a thrilling way, of course. I made a bit of artistic processing regarding how Mardoping died. I certainly can't say that I was the one who killed him. I'm just an 11-year-old kid. Who would believe that? They would think I'm being groomed to be the next Dark Lord. So I directly shifted the blame to the mermaids, saying that I provided support, and while Mardoping was being arrogant and careless, I tied him up, and in the end, it was the angry mermaids who bravely took his head. Anyway, there's no evidence of the death, and I've already made arrangements with the mermaids. The script has been agreed upon. After listening, Dumbledore laughed like an old fox, praising me endlessly, calling me a genius in transfiguration, the pride of Gryffindor, and commending my courage. I pretended to be shy and waved my hands, claiming it was just good luck, having obtained the mermaid's treasure, but in my heart, I was thinking, let me go. I don't want to stay with you, Old B, for another second. As I was leaving, he even warmly invited me to come back often, and I almost stumbled. Come back. To have tea with you, or to wait for the next time to be your cannon fodder. I really don't want to come back. Back in the dormitory, I lay on my bed and started to feel scared. I actually killed someone. But then I thought, I'm just too weak. If I were strong enough, I could have taken him out with one spell, and there would have been no need for such a mess, and the Weasley brothers wouldn't have been injured. No, I have to get stronger. Otherwise, if I really join Dumbledore's core team in the future, I'll end up like Cedric, looking cool for only 3 seconds before meeting my end. That would be too tragic. I was feeling anxious and dragged the still withdrawn Imp to the Wish Grantayor's house. Don't be down. If you want to avoid being bullied and not experience this kind of thing again, then get up and roll with it. The next morning, I went to the Great Hall for breakfast as usual, but I noticed something was off. Everyone was looking at me with the same gaze, as if they were looking at a national treasured giant panda, pointing and whispering, but no one dared to talk to me. Just as I was wondering about it, Penelope from Ravenclaw approached me with a copy of the Daily Prophet. Have you seen today's newspaper? I took a look and wow, front page headlines. The photo of me when I won the award took up half the page. And the two big headlines next to it almost blinded me. Hogwarts in crisis. Dark wizard infiltrates. And Hogwarts transfiguration prodigy achieves incredible feat. I quickly read on. This journalist understands traffic, starting off as if it were the apocalypse. The article says that their informant, a certain Pooh, revealed that I first lost a duel against several noble-blooded Slytherins, and the wording almost oozes pure blood superiority off the page. Then, the article becomes quite extravagant, claiming that I listened to the mermaid's lament, filled with righteous indignation, transformed into a beacon of justice, and charged into the Black Lake, delivering an unprincipled onslaught against that 49-year-old old professor. What is most frustrating is how he portrayed my two brothers. He described them as two teammates who rushed in to grab credit for themselves. He claimed that it was their interference that led to my failure, allowing the dark wizard to seize the opportunity and take me down with an unforgivable curse. In the end, I supposedly erupted once more, turning the tide and saving them and the entire mermaid tribe. Has this reporter's conscience been eaten by a dog or used to make potions? George and Fred are still lying in the hospital. How dare he write this? I was so angry that my liver hurt. And suddenly a newspaper hit me right in the face. I looked up in confusion at Percy Weasley, whose face was as red as his family's hair. Oomph, look at what you've done. If it weren't for you, my brother wouldn't. He pointed at my nose and shouted, "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my brothers, just wait and see." Looking at his eyes, which were turning red with anger, I momentarily didn't know what to say. Nearby, Jordan and the others quickly came over to break it up, and my group of little fans directly confronted Percy, exchanging words with him. The scene was like a large fan circle protecting their idol. I quickly mediated the situation to help Percy out. All right, everyone stop talking. Percy, it's my fault. It's all because of my lack of skill. If I had been a bit stronger, I could have taken him down in one go. And this wouldn't have happened. As a result, Percy didn't appreciate it at all. His face turned red, and I could tell he was thinking, what the hell? Are you trying to act tough? You mean to say you're better than the professor? But would he dare to say that? No, he wouldn't even if he had 10 times the courage. He wouldn't dare to insult me in front of so many people. I tell you, the expression on his face was like a Sichuan opera face-changing act. One second he looked as red as a liver, and the next second he forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes, I'm sorry, Chris. His voice was rough like sandpaper, and I was just anxious and in a moment of desperation, so please don't take it to heart. At that moment, I just chuckled inside, but I had to pretend to be magnanimous on the surface. After all, I'm a person of dignity. I sincerely replied to him, "It's okay. I understand. I'm also really sad. I apologize to you on behalf of both of them, and I hope they can get better soon." After hearing this, Percy's smile became even more stiff. He nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Who understands my family? This guy puts on a smiling face, but has already blacklisted me 100 times in his heart. As soon as he left, a guy next to me exploded. What the heck is this Percy? Does he really think he has something special? Immediately, the people around began to agree, and I could see the public opinion was about to shift. As soon as I saw that it wasn't going well, I realized I had to quickly regain control of the situation. Otherwise, how would George and Fred manage in the academy later? I felt a bit guilty about it. Ahem. I stood up directly, raised my voice to the maximum, and said, "Everyone quiet down and listen to me for a moment." Instantly, all eyes focused on me. I cleared my throat and began my personal speech. I know you all think I'm pretty awesome right now with good transfiguration grades, having defeated a dark wizard, saving a mermaid, and looking really handsome. Cough, cough, just forget that last part. It was a joke. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere relaxed. There was even a little girl whispering, "You're already very handsome. Goodness, this damn charm." I immediately put away my joking face and became serious. But what I want to say is that George and Fred are definitely not the bears described in the newspapers. We are all classmates from the same school. How can we believe those rumors that are based on hearsay and look down on each other? We should unite, right? Right? The crowd responded in unison, as if rehearsed. I'm here to clarify for everyone. My voice rose by 8 octaves. George and Fred are not cowards. They're not trying to take credit for anything. They are true warriors, real men who dare to stand up to dark wizards. The stuff in the newspapers is pure nonsense. So, I hope everyone can tell more people the truth. As someone who experienced it, my words are definitely more credible than those newspapers that only seek attention, right? What do you think? Exactly. We believe you. We believe you. Seeing the passionate response from the crowd below, I nodded in satisfaction. Hey, this feeling of being a celebrity can be quite effective sometimes. However, The side effects of this fame can be quite deadly. Let me tell you, during those days, I didn't dare to go to public places like the library at all. Every time I went, it felt like I had entered a zoo, surrounded inside and out by people watching me, making me feel like a rare monkey. I could only stay in my dormitory every day, doing homework and reading. And the most ridiculous thing is that my dormitory has almost become a package transfer station. Various fan letters and admirer packages, colorful owls banging against my window. Some owls were so persistent, as if they had received a strict order from their owners that if I didn't reply, they were ready to settle down here. My windowsill was almost turned into a 3-bedroom apartment. The other day, my roommate Imk pushed the door open and was instantly petrified, her eyes wide as saucers. My goodness. Chris, have you been raided? This is too scary. I was being driven crazy by a bunch of owls at the time, and seeing him was like seeing a savior. You finally came back. Quick, help me think a way to deal with this pile of things. How would I know? Imp looked just as confused. Forget it. I sighed. You help me open the letter, I'll handle the package. If some little dark wizard sends me a dark magic item, it wouldn't be good for you. Imp's face turned pale at the thought. Huh? That's so scary? Who would be that mean? Who knows? I replied while using a spell to detect the package, just in case that snotty professor had accomplices. Who knows how much they might hate me now? Actually, I wasn't too worried. I had learned a detection spell from the wish-granting room that could tell me if there was dark magic with just a sweep. Just as I was about to clear the pile of packages, Imp suddenly handed me a letter. Chris, look at this. The letter says he's a friend of the mermaid chief, Olivia. I was taken aback for a moment, and when I looked at the signature, I was stunned. Newt Scamander. This is a living legend, the author of Fantastic Beasts. I quickly sat up straight, as if I were about to have an interview, and carefully opened the letter. Guess what? The old man praised me profusely in the letter, saying that my efforts to protect magical creatures deeply moved him. He also mentioned that when he was young, he traveled the world for magical creatures just like I do. He even talked about Olivia, saying that he had taught her to talk when she was a child. And he couldn't believe that an old friend was gone just like that. And he became emotional while speaking. At the end of the letter, the old man invited me to chat about magical creatures anytime if I was interested. I told you I was so excited that my hands are shaking. This is Newt we're talking about, the man who captured Grindelwald. Without hesitation, I grabbed a pen and paper and wrote a letter back to the old man, pouring my heart out with eloquence, expressing my love for magical creatures and my deep respect for him. The remaining days of the Easter holiday were spent either dealing with overly enthusiastic little fans or going to the Black Lake to see the mermaids. They had lost their leader, and the whole group was immersed in sorrow. So it was hard to watch. Sometimes I wondered, what am I working so hard for? If I had stopped George and Fred back then, even if that professor had killed all the mermaids, wouldn't Dumbledore have been there to hold up the sky if it fell? I would rather trade this hollow fame for the safety of my brothers. The holiday ended in such a chaotic manner, and the little wizards returned to school one after another. The most exciting part was that the Quidditch finals were coming. This time it was us, Gryffindor, against Hufflepuff. Speaking of Hufflepuff, I can't help but mention one person, Cedric Diggory. This guy was truly the face of Hufflepuff, handsome and strong, upright and kind, a perfect model of a senior. No one in my family understands, but just thinking about his fate in the Triwizard Tournament makes me angry. He was such a good boy, gone just like that. Dumbledore even personally gave a eulogy for him, saying he died because he encountered Voldemort unexpectedly. So this time, all the pressure was on our Captain Charlie, especially since the opponent was too strong. Just when everyone was worried about our team, missing the Weasley brothers, our star beaters, a miracle happened. 2 days before the match, George and Fred came back. They arrived like heroes returning from battle, smiling and waving at everyone. And the entire common room exploded with cheers and applause. Hey, did you all miss us? Of course not. The classmates pretended to complain, but their faces were brighter than anyone else's. Fred spotted me at once, came over and threw an arm around my shoulder. Hey, little bro, I heard that while we were gone, you really made a name for yourself. I laughed and gave him a punch. Are you two okay now? Don't worry. George interjected. Who are we? We've been fine for a long time. If it weren't for my mom insisting that we stay a few more days, we would have come back last weekend. The stone that had been hanging in my heart finally fell to the ground. But I still couldn't help but feel guilty as I said, it's all my fault this time. If I were just a bit better, you guys. Before I could finish my sentence, George interrupted me. This is not your fault, Chris. You did well enough. It's our own carelessness. Don't overthink it. Yeah, Fred said earnestly. We should thank you. If it weren't for you, both of us would have been done for. You're our lifesaver. We were in the middle of our conversation when I caught a glimpse of Percy standing at the stairs. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He let out a cold grunt and went upstairs without looking back. I ignored him and was just about to continue chatting with the twins when I heard George lower his voice, a hint of fear on his face. Honestly, Chris, when that curse hit me, I felt like all my bones were being shattered one by one. The pain was excruciating. I really just wanted to die at that moment. It was so terrifying, I never want to experience that again in my life. Fred also looked pale and chimed in. My dad said that if this curse keeps going, it can drive a person insane. He had 2 friends who went mad because of it. Who understands the family members? The people who use this curse end up with a life sentence in Azkaban, rotting away in there. Let me tell you, that thing is no joke. It can drive a person crazy. Being sent to Azkaban is basically a life sentence. It's like a double whammy of physical and mental torment. Luckily, I didn't get too deep into it, and I managed to cut it off in time. Otherwise, those 2 clowns would have been having a tea party in St. Mungo's psychiatric ward today. But fortunately, they recovered incredibly fast and were back in the Quidditch training field in no time. After all, the finals are coming up, and the opponent is Hufflepuff. Those 2 have been resting for so long that they would have lost their touch if they didn't practice a bit. Charlie was also quite carefree. He never considered changing players and just let them start. It turned out that talent really is unreasonable. After flying a few laps, the twins instantly got their groove back, and they were dazzling on the field. George took off his gloves and was all cocky. This time we have to show those Hufflepuff folks what Gryffindor is made of. As long as the Weasley brothers are here, the championship is ours. So guess what happened? At dinner that night, we ran into Cedric Diggory. Goodness, the future Hogwarts heartthrob. Although he still seems a bit young, that handsome base is already undeniable. He came over, exuding sunshine and confidence, and asked how the twins were doing, then laughed and patted George on the shoulder, saying, "The championship is definitely ours tomorrow." Imke, who was standing nearby, was not pleased and muttered under his breath that he was arrogant. I elbowed him and said, "What do you know? Cedric not only looks good and plays Quidditch well, but he's also the top student in Hufflepuff and a favorite of Professor Sprout. What's wrong with the hexagonal warrior being a bit cocky?" Imke was left speechless but still stubbornly said, "So what? We have the Weasley brothers. We've already taken down Slytherin, so why fear a Hufflepuff?" I ignored him and turned to George, giving him a knowing look and whispering, "Once the game starts, don't worry about anything else. Just use the roaming ball to keep a close eye on Cedric and apply pressure on him. Got it?" George understood immediately and smiled at me with a wink. "Don't worry. I promised to keep a tight watch on him." The next day was game day. The weather was absolutely fantastic, and the entire Gryffindor was going wild, with lion stickers on their faces and flags waving in their hands. The older students even used Transfiguration to carry a huge fake lion around, roaring and creating an electrifying atmosphere. As soon as the game started, Hufflepuff came out like they were on adrenaline, with a clear strategy to take on the Weasley brothers, hitting us with a 10 o'clock lead right off the bat. However, George and Fred's teamwork was telepathic. With just a glance exchanged between them, they began to showcase their skills all over the field, pushing Hufflepuff's defense back, and the score quickly turned in our favor to 60-50. The tension was palpable. Now, it was all about finding the seeker. Charlie faced off against Cedric, one experienced and the other exceptionally talented. Suddenly, the commentator's voice broke. "Charlie Weasley has spotted the golden snitch. He has gone for it." At that moment, my heart was in my throat, but Cedric reacted quickly, following closely behind, and his broom was even better, moving faster. It looked like he was about to overtake from behind. The stands on the Gryffindor side were silent. Everyone was so tense they could hardly breathe. "It's over. We're going to be overtaken." Cedric really did overtake. He had already reached out his hand. Just a little more. At this critical moment, a red light flashed. It was the snitch. "Fred, my God." He swung from the other side at the last second, and that snitch seemed to have eyes, heading straight for Cedric's face. Cedric had a strong survival instinct and could only clumsily give up on catching it and dodge urgently. Now's the time. Charlie seized the opportunity created by his brother's life, pushed the throttle to the floor, and charged forward, firmly grasping the golden snitch in his hand. We won. 210-50. We won. The entire Gryffindor stands erupted in an explosion of joy. Everyone jumped up. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't hold back. Her mouth split into a huge grin. That night in the common room, we threw a party with plenty of butterbeer. Let me tell you, that stuff really gets you high. After the celebration, the troublesome stuff came. June 7th, final exams. The whole Hogwarts instantly switched from party mode to hellish exam preparation mode. I, along with Imke and a few others, spent every day by the Black Lake, munching on snacks while cramming that long and stinky history of magic. The exam week was torture. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick had us going one by one to make a pineapple dance on the table. Who understands? Does a pineapple have feet? I had a brainwave and transformed it to give it 2 legs. Problem solved. Professor Flitwick was stunned and gave me full marks, just asking if I was showing off. When Imk went in, his face was pale, trembling with nerves, and in the last step, he didn't hold his wand steady and tripped that poor pineapple. For the Transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall really raised the stakes, skipping from turning a mouse into a snuff box straight to turning a live rabbit into slippers. And you know how it went. I slightly overdid it. Although the 2 slippers were not exactly the same size, the look in Professor McGonagall's eyes changed. She actually said that when I got a little older, she would personally guide me in practicing Animagus. My God, this is a one-on-one private lesson with a top-level master. Of course, I nodded like crazy and agreed. I had a great time here, but when I came out, Imk and the others thought I had failed the exam and surrounded me to comfort me. I simply went along with their words, saying, oh, I didn't perform well, I didn't grasp the scale correctly. As a result, the students who hadn't taken the exam yet turned even paler upon hearing this. If even Chris messed up, how hard could this exam be? In Potions class, Snape floated around behind me like a ghost, trying to put pressure on me, but I finished my paper perfectly in 15 minutes, and he couldn't find a single mistake. However, I totally flunked astronomy class. I didn't pay attention during the lesson and forgot the orbit of one planet, and karma came back to bite me. But the most explosive moment had to be with Imk. During the flying class exam, he sat down with a thud, and snap, a broomstick broke. Luckily, he reacted quickly and didn't fall. Mrs. Hooch turned green on the spot and yelled at him, "You retake." Imp was petrified right there. This incident spread throughout the school in an instant, with everyone saying our Gryffindor had a heavyweight figure, a once-in-a-decade genius for retaking the flying exam. Delian Pusey and his Slytherin crew must have added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Wherever Imk went, people pointed and stared, and he looked completely dejected. Back in the common room, he was still mumbling. You see this broken broomstick? Why'd it have to break during the exam of all times? Can you blame me? George and Fred were laughing beside him, teasing. Oh, Imk, if you just lost a bit of weight, it wouldn't have happened. Look at us. We didn't have any problems during the match. Why did yours break? I know they don't mean any harm, but Imk is really in a terrible state right now. It's bad enough, but just thinking about tomorrow's Dark Arts Defense exam makes me feel like I'm facing a real tragedy. Who's the examiner? Snape. Just imagine being stuck in a classroom alone with that snotty creep. Who can stand it? The next day, when I arrived outside the examination room, it looked like a morgue in the hallway, with everyone's faces pale, lips blue, and shaking like leaves. This exam is bizarre. When Snape calls a name, that person walks in like they're heading to the gallows, and a few minutes later, they float back out in a daze, with just one word on their face: relief. Imk next to me was trembling so much his legs felt weak. He kept mumbling, it's over, Chris. When I go in, I probably won't even be able to hold my wand steady. What's the point of this exam? I could only pat him and say, stay calm, don't panic. Just do what you practiced. Just as I was saying that, Chris read, Snape's ominous voice echoed out. All right, it's my turn. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Snape still had that same old, expressionless face and nodded slightly at me. Don't just stand there, Mr. Red. Are you ready? I nodded and asked him what the exam would be. Without saying a word, he waved his wand, and several snakes appeared before me, hissing and lunging at me. Is that all? I almost laughed out loud at that moment. With a flick of my wand, I petrified all 3 of them in one go. 3 beams of red light flashed, and the snakes instantly turned into sculptures, not even having time to change their poses. All right, you can leave now, Snape said expressionlessly. I thought to myself, is this it? It's too easy. I bowed to him, and just as I turned around, his voice floated over from behind. Mr. Reed, remember to return my book tonight. Being a thief feels pretty good, doesn't it? I was petrified on the spot. Really? I was stiffer than those snakes. Family, who understands? My mind went blank with a buzzing sound at that moment. How'd he know? I was so seamless when I took the book. A professor, could he really be counting his old books every day? Snape looked at me as I stood there dumbfounded and sneered. Want to know how I found out? If you want to keep something a secret, you must not do it. Recently, about the dead bodies by the Black Lake, did you think I didn't know? That trick you used, the Wandless Curse. Who else besides me would know it? Damn, I suddenly realized. It all makes sense now. That day at the Black Lake, in order to finish quickly, I used the stunning spell several times. Dumbledore must have sent Snape to investigate the scene. Others might not see the connection, but he is the inventor of that spell. His signature skill, being used everywhere, how could he not recognize it? Once he recognizes the spell and thinks about it, since he hasn't taught anyone, where did I learn it? There's only one answer: his book on advanced potion making hidden in the library. As a first-year student, I borrowed an advanced potion book, and it just happened to be his. The motive couldn't be more obvious. That's it. There's no way to clear my name now. I opened my mouth for a long time and finally managed to say, "I'm sorry, Professor. I just really want to learn more advanced potions." A thief, just a thief. His gaze could practically flame me alive. I could only grit my teeth and explain that I had already learned the potions from the lower grades and just wanted to expand my knowledge. I had no idea that it was his book, and I had no clue that there were spells inside. After hearing this, Snape didn't continue to berate me. He just coldly said, "Remember to return the book." I walked out of the classroom in a daze, completely distracted all day. It's over, it's over. I've just started and already caught the attention of one of the final bosses. How am I supposed to get through the days ahead? Yimk saw me as if I'd lost my soul and thought I'd done poorly on the exam, so he didn't dare to laugh out loud to cheer me up. After enduring until nightfall, I had no choice but to take the Half-Blood Prince's notes and, stealing myself, knocked on Snape's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I pushed the door open and found Snape sitting behind his desk, looking at me like a judge from hell. I handed him the book, lowering myself as much as possible. "Professor, I'm sorry. Please forgive my heart that loves potions." He took the book and shot me a cold glance. "Since you say you've studied, explain to me what the gobbledygook third law is." Goodness, is this a pop quiz right off the bat? What kind of approach is this? My mind went blank for a moment, but luckily, my greatest advantage is my memory. I immediately started speaking like a walking human GPT. The gobbledygook third law states that the antidote for a mixed poison is more effective than the sum of the antidotes for each individual component. This means that creating an antidote isn't just about mixing individual antidotes together, but rather finding new additional ingredients and, through an almost alchemical process, transforming the various components. I recited the part Hermione memorized from the original text, adding the example of Harry using dung to detoxify, embellishing it as I went along. After listening, Snape fell silent. Honestly, for the first time, a look of astonishment appeared on his deadpan face. He probably didn't expect that a first-year student from a Muggle background could articulate such an obscure theory so well. After quite a while, he snorted coldly. "It seems you haven't wasted your time. All right, you can go now. Remember, don't do this kind of thing again." I felt as if I had been pardoned and wanted to slip away. "Wait." He called me back. I shivered in fear, wondering what was wrong this time. In the end, he handed me a small piece of paper with a spell on it that I had never seen before. I clutched the note and ran out of the office as if my life depended on it. I dared to open it only in the corridor. This is a counterspell? Counter what? My mind raced, and suddenly I understood. This is the counterspell for the Shadowless Divine Blade. Damn it, this old bat scolded me so harshly. But secretly, he was worried that I would misuse the spell he invented and hurt someone. So he specially gave me the antidote? What a twisted way of caring. Back in the dorm, I felt completely relaxed. As soon as I walked in, I saw Imp still there, brooding over his magic history. I laughed. "Stop memorizing, brother. Get up and have some fun. That stuff can just be enjoyed as stories, right?" Imp looked unconvinced. "Easier said than done. You try it. Come on, quiz me." He picked up the book. "Please give a detailed commentary on the oddball Uric." I knew this one. I cleared my throat and started telling him about the bizarre wizard who wore a jellyfish as a hat, and, thinking he was dead because he heard the call of the augur bird, ended up bumping his head against a wall and getting concussion. Imp was laughing so hard. It was like listening to a stand-up comedy. The next day during the magic history exam, I breezed through it, and Imp was especially excited because the werewolf code of conduct we had talked about last night actually came up on the test. Free points. After the exam, we ran into the Weasley twins on the way back to the castle. The two of them looked gloomy, and when I asked, I found out they were so busy inventing things that they were likely to fail magic history. "What are you researching?" I asked curiously. Fred pulled out a poorly packaged candy from his pocket. "Try this, our latest creation, the throw-up candy. Will make you throw up?" "Exactly." George grinned mischievously. "Take one before class, and I guarantee you'll throw up everything you ate the day before. It's a must-have for skipping class." I looked at the two of them and asked seriously, "You haven't found anyone else for human trials, have you?" "Don't worry." Fred quickly waved his hand. "Ever since you sent us that toad last time, we now have a dedicated cyber poison tester. They're professionals and definitely won't randomly look for classmates anymore." A week later, the results were announced. I had no surprises. In Transfiguration, Potions, and Charms, I scored all OS and ranked first in the year. Now, those who had previously doubted me in school were completely silenced. After all, grades are the hard truth. If you're capable, why don't you also get first place? As for Imp, well, how should I put it? His report card was truly a bit hard to describe. Let me tell you, his transfiguration and other subjects are all, excellent to the max, but unfortunately, in history of magic, he got an A, long live passing grades. In flying class, he got AT. At a troll level, he'll have to retake it with the freshman next semester. Who understands this scene? Family? This guy just broke down right there, sitting and clutching me, wailing. No, Chris, how did I only pass in history of magic? I felt like I did pretty well. Was I just 1 point away from failing? I don't know. I just asked him if he wrote off topic on any major question. He slapped his thigh and said, "That's it. It's the essay question about the demon Emmerich. How did you write it?" I recalled that he was the short-lived but incredibly powerful guy who had the Elder Wand and was later taken down in a duel. After hearing this, Imp was completely petrified, his expression as if the sky had fallen. I'm dead. I'll mix him up with that eager Elfric. It's over. I got 0 points on this major question. No wonder I only got an A. I'm not losing anything. Really, I'm not losing anything at all. While he was mumbling to himself, George, who was playing chess nearby, couldn't take it anymore. All right, just passing is good enough. Hearing this, Imp got fired up. Hey, you two did better than me, right? Fred countered directly. Both of us got O's and E's except for history of magic. And for this subject, we got P. Just barely failing. We were just a tiny bit off. Well, now it was the Weasley twins' turn to be emo, talking about how they couldn't face their mom when they got home. Guess what? Imp instantly revived, full of energy, and gave them an idea. I'll teach you. Just say you were sick recently, didn't study well, missed a lot of classes, and this score is already a miracle considering you were sick. Your mom will definitely feel sorry for you. George was stunned and slapped his thigh. Wow, dude, you really know what you're talking about. Tell me, have you used this trick on your family before? Imp was joking around, but that expression, well, we all understood. Once the report card was out, it basically meant the countdown to vacation had begun. But I couldn't afford to slack off at all. For the sake of my life, I had to buckle down. I wasn't aiming to be some legendary wizard, just hoping to survive at Hogwarts. Soon it was time for the end-of-term feast, and we entered the Great Hall looking quite presentable. Wow, it was so green. Everywhere was Slytherin green and silver, celebrating their 6th consecutive win of the House Cup. There was a giant ugly snake hanging behind the podium, and the Slytherin crowd was all puffed up, making a huge racket. One Slytherin kid whom I had dealt with before even shouted loudly. So what if Chris read is impressive? The House Cup is still ours. The faces of us Gryffindors were flushed with anger, our fists clenched and cracking. Finally, Dumbledore stood up, and the room fell silent. The old man smiled and began his usual cliché, saying something about how your little brains must have become a bit richer, and then started announcing the scores. 4th place, Hufflepuff, 355 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor, 408 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, 452 points. 1st place, Slytherin, 497 points. The Slytherin table erupted instantly, going wild with cheers and stomping. Angelina next to me muttered, "It's them again with Snape as headmaster. They come first every year. It's disgusting." Of course, Snape, that old double standard, boosts his own house's points like crazy and deducts ours faster than anyone else. It's a miracle we're even in the running. Our Ravenclaw friends were on the verge of tears, always the perennial 2nd place. Even geniuses fear someone cheating. Just when Slytherin was reveling in their victory, Dumbledore cleared his throat. However, the incident that occurred during Easter must also be counted. Everyone was stunned. What? Points can be awarded during the holidays? Dumbledore completely ignored our confusion and went straight to the point. So, there are some more points to distribute. The first item, Mr. Imp, let's go. Imp was completely dumbfounded, standing there with a look that said, "What do you want me to do? Did I make a mistake?" It takes immense courage to make a different choice in front of friends. Dumbledore's voice was loud, rewarding Gryffindor 20 points for Mr. Lesko's bravery in conveying the message to the professors. Boom! Our Gryffindor side instantly exploded. The cheers nearly lifted the ceiling. I was stunned. Can be played like this? Dumbledore, you really know the rules. The second item, Mr. George Weasley and Mr. Fred Weasley. Dumbledore continued. They demonstrated a great spirit of never giving up in the face of dark wizard threats. For this, Gryffindor is awarded 40 points. Crazy. Completely crazy. Percy over there was shaking a younger student wildly. Did you hear that? My brother. That's my brother. My heart skipped a beat, and I understood that I would definitely be next. Sure enough, the third item, Mr. Chris read. The whole room fell silent in an instant. He stood bravely at the forefront with his small frame. For his bravery, I award Gryffindor 60 points. At that moment, the noise in the entire hall was deafening. Our current total score for Gryffindor is 528 points. We've taken the lead. A last-minute victory. I saw Professor Snape shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, and the smile on his face looked worse than a cry. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the decorations in the grand hall changed instantly. The green ribbons turned bright red. The silver transformed into gold, and that big snake disappeared, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Wow, Dumbledore redefined what it means to change skins with a single click. The feast began, and it felt like the new year on our side. Imp was particularly giddy, boasting everywhere. Did you hear that? Dumbledore praised me. The headmaster remembers me. George chimed in. We showed our fearless spirit too, didn't we? We're way cooler than you. To put it simply, this whole thing was about an old comrade not playing fair, coming to trick and ambush me, an 11-year-old comrade. Is that okay? No, it's not. I advised this old comrade to reflect on their actions. The next day, I woke up to find my luggage had been packed by the house elf and sent directly to the train. This magical life is really great. Just thinking about having to wash dishes and clean when I get home makes my head hurt. Moreover, the school sent a notice warning us not to use magic during the summer vacation, claiming it was a restriction for underage wizards. I tell you, this thing is just pure discrimination against us Muggle families. That tracking spell can only detect magical fluctuations nearby. It can't tell who cast it. If you have an adult wizard at home, they can use it freely, since it one T-point to you anyway. It just bullies people like us, where I'm the only wizard in the neighborhood. But hey, my sister hasn't started school yet, so if it really comes back to me, I'll just say it was my sister who did it. What can you do to me? Just playing it smart. The train arrived, and a bunch of people greeted me. Bye, Red. See you, Chris. It made me feel like a big star. On the platform, we ran into the Weasley family. As soon as Mrs. Weasley saw the twins, she rushed over to check on them, and then Fred introduced me to her. I quickly apologized, saying I didn't protect them well. Mrs. Weasley then grabbed me, her eyes turning red. Child, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen them again. As she spoke, she was about to hug me and cry, which made me quite embarrassed. Ron next to us turned as red as a beet, embarrassed by his mom. After seeing off the Weasley family, I walked out with Imp. He complained to me that his dad still hadn't forgiven him for coming to Hogwarts, thinking it's some kind of fly-by-night school. He said he would have to stay at his grandpa's house this summer, feeling like his dad might have almost forgotten him, and might have even created a new account to level up again. Then this guy started complaining about not being able to practice magic during the holidays, and suddenly had a bright idea. Hey Chris, what if I got a wand from an adult wizard? Wouldn't I be able to use it? I could show off in front of my dad, and he would definitely be impressed. I was taken aback and quickly suppressed his dangerous idea. Forget it. The trace is attached to you. It has nothing to do with the wand. Changing wands is for committing bad deeds without leaving evidence, not for exploiting loopholes. You know about the magic schools in Africa, right? They don't even use wands. They rely on hand movements, and they still get caught by the Ministry of Magic. The first time you're caught, you get a warning. The second time, you're expelled. And the third time, they break your wand. I'm not joking with you. When Imp heard this, his face fell. Huh? There's really no way out? Not exactly, I told him. The only loophole is to stay in places full of wizards, like Diagon Alley or the Weasley family's home. In those places, there are magical fluctuations everywhere, and the Ministry can't tell who did what, so it relies on self-discipline. That's the benefit of being from a pure blood family. We can't envy that. I warned him one last time not to mess around. There's no other way. Coming from a Muggle family like ours with no background or support, one wrong step could really lead to disaster. I'm telling you, I'm really not being overly worried. This is all backed by data. I previously read a report that specifically investigated how wizards from Muggle backgrounds fare after graduation. So what was the result? It's simply unbearable to watch. Out of 10, at least 3 will end up unemployed after graduation. They can't find jobs in a magical world and ultimately have to return to the Muggle society in disgrace. Unless your family is wealthy or holds a high position in the Muggle world, going back means you're stuck doing odd jobs for a pitifully low salary. Another 3 are the top students in school, excelling in all subjects, and after graduation, they have a chance to join the Ministry of Magic and land a seemingly respectable job. As for the remaining 4, well, they have it even worse. They either end up working on the assembly line at a chocolate frog factory, barely earning enough to get by, or become cannon fodder for those pureblood families, doing whatever they're told, with no control over their own lives. To put it bluntly, the magical world is extremely exclusive. Even those with connections struggle to find good jobs. So why would someone from a common background like you have chance? Dumbledore protected us too well at school, making us believe that the outside world was peaceful. It's only when you actually graduate that you realize the harsh reality of society hits you hard. So, my current thought is very simple: to quietly make a fortune, study hard, improve my skills, stay far away from these troubles after graduation, and achieve financial freedom. That would be truly satisfying. I just came out of the station, and my mom was already waiting outside for me. "Dear, why did it take you so long?" She immediately gave me a big hug. "Mom, where's Dad?" I asked with a smile. "Hey, don't mention it." My mom pointed to the other side of the road. "They don't allow parking here. Your dad hid the car over there, saying that if the police come, he could just step on the gas and run to avoid a ticket." Goodness, I really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When we got to the car, my dad indeed looked like a thief, quickly getting out to help me throw my luggage in the trunk, urging us to get in the car quickly. Once the car started moving, he relaxed and began chatting with me. "Son, you'll be able to stay home for a long time this summer, right?" "Of course, it's more than 2 months." "That's great." My dad slapped the steering wheel, "And your sister has been talking about going to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower for a while now. It's just the right time for our whole family to go out and have some fun." "Where is she? Why didn't she come to pick me up today?" To be honest, I still miss my demon sister a bit. She has an event at school and won't be back for a couple of days. My mom said from the passenger seat. As soon as I heard that, I thought to myself, perfect, she'll be coming to Hogwarts next year. So I need to give her a heads up in advance and tell her to tone it down so she doesn't cause a big scene later. But my dad didn't take it seriously, grinning and saying, "Don't worry, your sister is just bossy at home. Outside, she yes like a little quail." "All right then, whatever you say." As soon as I got home, the first thing I did was rush over to pet the cat. Sure enough, Nana has gained another round of weight and her face has gotten bigger. I immediately went in for a big cuddle. But this ungrateful little thing seemed to have forgotten me after a few months and looked completely unwilling. But that is okay. I have a secret weapon. I pulled out a can of Wizarding World special gold medal catnip for my luggage. Let me tell you, this stuff costs 7 silver sickles a can. And if it were in the Muggle world, it would be like the flying Matai of the cat world. The effect is remarkable. Not only does it have no side effects, but can also enhance beauty and improve relationships. Seeing Nana instantly captivated, a sudden idea struck me. I suddenly figured out. The pet business is practically a blue ocean market in the wizarding world. Just think about it. Every year when school starts, which little wizard's family doesn't get their child a pet? Owls, toads, and cats are all about appealing to parents' competitive spirit. If you have one, so must we. The demand for this is huge. After graduation, if I could open a pet store, I would definitely make a fortune. 2 days later, my demon sister Diana finally returned. Without knocking on the door, she burst into my room and immediately started comparing our heights. "No way. I'm only 1 year younger than you. How come you're half a head taller than me?" I'm not convinced. I looked at her lively appearance and couldn't help but smile. I pinched her cheek and said, "Don't worry, my sister will definitely be tall, slim, and beautiful in the future. Boys who are after you will be able to circle around Hogwarts." "Absolutely." She proudly lifted her chin, then suddenly had a gossiping expression. "I don't know if the boys at Hogwarts are handsome or not, but I still prefer our school's Roberts. He brings me strawberry cakes made by his grandma every day." "Oh dear." At that moment, I put on a fatherly expression, shaking my head and saying, "Tiske. The world is going downhill. Why are kids nowadays so precocious?" As a result, she directly shot back at me. As if you're so important. Maybe no one cares about you at Hogwarts, and you've gone wild. By the time you graduate, you might just bring home a sister-in-law and a kid. Hey, are you looking for a fight?" I pretended to be angry, and she made a funny face, giggling as she ran downstairs to tease the cat. Half a month later, our family of 4 boarded a plane to Paris. To be honest, traveling from the UK to France felt like just crossing a province. There was no sense of going abroad at all. When we arrived at the airport, my dad rented a car, and as soon as my sister Diana got in, she started, "What a piece of junk this car is. I can't even stretch my legs." My dad was very unhappy about it and gave her a lesson right there, talking extensively about the history of Renault cars. When we got to the hotel, she started causing a scene again. "I don't want to stay here. I want to stay in a big hotel." I was really angry at that moment, and I said, "You should know when to stop. If you can save money while playing outside, then do it. If you keep causing trouble, I'll send you back." She finally became honest. In the afternoon, we sneaked near the Arc de Triomphe, and wow, family, who understands this? That scene left me dumbfounded. In broad daylight, a few young gypsy girls surrounded a North Korean tourist, one holding a sign to block your view, while the others directly went for his pockets. Isn't this just outright robbery? My dad pulled me aside and whispered, "Don't get involved. These people are a gang. It'll be trouble if you mess with them." Just when I was feeling conflicted, guess what happened? A few big brothers from the Republic of China couldn't stand it anymore and directly walked over to push those girls away, rescuing the stunned North Korean guy. The little girls didn't dare to say a word and ran away in a hurry. In that moment, I really felt that a strong national power makes a difference. Later that night, when we returned to the hotel, my sister started acting up again, saying she forgot to bring slippers. There was no choice but for me, as the older brother, to run errands and buy some. I found a convenience store and gestured with the owner for a long time, and he looked completely confused and asked me, "Slippers? What is that?" I was completely desperate and could only grit my teeth and search further. I passed by a park where a few homeless people were gathered around a metal barrel smoking, and they even gave me a creepy smile. My legs went weak at that moment, and I kept silently reminding myself 100 times that I had killed before and wasn't afraid, so I mustered the courage to walk over. Finally, I found a grocery store, spent 30 euros, and bought a pair of shiny pink women's flip-flops, feeling seriously insulted in terms of intelligence. Guess what? My little sister actually liked them. Can you believe it? In the following days, we took a boat ride on the Seine and visited the Louvre. Let me tell you, that Mona Lisa is smaller than my notebook. There were layers of people around it, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Plus, I secretly felt around, and wow, there were at least 5 aurors visibly guarding that painting, not to mention how many were hidden. The whole exhibition hall was under some anti-disillusionment charm. Want to steal it? Unless you're Voldemort himself. Good luck with that. My chaotic trip to Paris ended like this, and after getting home, my summer vacation officially began. I had long planned to take advantage of this month without interruptions to do something big, brew a complex potion. The process is incredibly complicated. Just the lacewing flies need to be brewed for 21 days, and the fluxweed can only be harvested on a full moon, taking at least a month for the whole process. There is no way to do this at school. Back in the day, Hermione had to sneak around in a deserted bathroom, relying on stealing raw materials from Snape. And now, I could just order online, and the pharmacy owner delivers it to my door. That's the power of money, my friends. If this potion is successfully brewed, it could be a fortune whether kept for personal use or sold. The only disgusting part is that in the final step, you have to add a bit of the person's hair, toenails, or something like that. Gross, right? Plus, it said that the worse the person's character, the more the potion resembles. Nose boogers. Anyway, the side effects of this potion are also something else. I tell you, it can perfectly replicate all the physical features of the person you transform into, even giving you nearsightedness. Last time Hermione transformed into Harry, she became a complete blind bat without her glasses. But the worst part? Mistaking the materials. Hermione is a prime example. She intended to transform into a classmate, but accidentally added a cat hair. And bam, she turned into a humanoid cat girl. And since the potion doesn't work on animals, she couldn't change back, ending up in the hospital for over a month. Who understands how miserable that was for her family? So, dealing with potions is really like defusing a bomb. One wrong step, and you blow yourself up. By the time I had simmered this nose booger soup to a near completion, it was finally the day to visit the Weasley family. Honestly, I was more excited about this than any potion. I really wanted to see what a real wizarding family is like. During this holiday, aside from brewing potions, my main task was to tutor my unfortunate sister, Diana. Just thinking about her gives me a headache. She is terrible at everything and excels at slacking off. When I tried to teach her the most basic spell, she almost set our house on fire, with smoke billowing everywhere. Anyone who didn't know would think we were filming some disaster movie. The nosy neighbor next door didn't waste any time and called the fire department for us. What a scene that was. Oh, right before this, I had already taken her to Diagon Alley for shopping. That girl, Lisa, gave her some pocket money, and she went on a shopping spree like a wild horse. Luckily, she doesn't like studying. When she saw how expensive the books were, she immediately backed down and reluctantly agreed to use my old textbooks. I thought to myself, hey, you're taking advantage of me. My top-notch notes are something many people would be eager to get. Her wand is also quite funny, made of dogwood. Ollivander said this would likes to find a master who enjoys stirring things up and can bring it some fun. Well, he was spot on. He was talking about Diana Bennett. Because of the near house fire incident, the Ministry of Magic sent me a warning letter. Do you think I'm stupid? I either used nonverbal spells the whole time or used Diana's wand, making sure there were no leaks. Later, I spent 3 strawberry ice creams and coordinated our stories, putting all the blame on her. After all, she hadn't started school yet, and the ministry didn't bother with such small matters, so it all passed. One must be cautious because this is the real world. If you mess up, no one will give you a do-over. This holiday passed really quickly, and before I knew it, it was the end of August, the day I had arranged to go to the Weasley twins' house. They just asked for my home address and told me to wait in the morning. Early in the morning, I had just finished packing when I heard a honking sound outside the window. My sister was peeking out and shouted, "Bro, your friends are here." I leaned out to take a look, and wow, that little chubby imp. After a summer apart, he had gotten even rounder. I hurriedly ran outside to open the door and slapped him on the back. Wow, look at you. How much good food have you eaten at your grandparents' house? Trying to gain some weight, huh? Imp chuckled. The food in the countryside is good. Just then, I noticed a blue old Ford parked by the roadside. George and Fred were getting out of the car. You guys drove here? I was shocked. How could these minors even have a driver's license? George walked over with a mysterious look. Hee hee, this is no ordinary car. That's right. Fred quickly added, this is a flying magic car. Oh my gosh. Imp is shouting in my ear like it's a treasure. I'm telling you, this car is super fast and can even turn invisible. It takes less than an hour from my grandpa's house to yours. I looked at the twins, who had an expression of I'm super brave, and felt a bit uneasy. Wait, are you too sure about this? If we were in the Muggle world, we'd be in trouble for a few days if caught. George patted his chest. Don't worry, we're seasoned pros. All right, I'll trust you this once. I turned around to go inside and grab my luggage, while pulling my sister out. Let me introduce you, this is my sister Diana, a freshman this year. George was very enthusiastic. What a coincidence. My brother Ron is also a freshman. I'll introduce you later. Fred immediately chimed in. No, don't do that. You might ruin the poor girl's life with Ron's foolishness. Diana, however, wasn't shy at all and started chatting with him. I moved my luggage outside and gave my sister a few reminders to not lose her things when school started. In response, she pushed me out the door. Got it. Got it. Just go already. I'll be peaceful once you're gone. With that, she slammed the door shut. I shook my head helplessly, and Imp put her arm around my shoulder and said, You're still the same as always. I sighed. Useless. George looked at my house and suddenly asked, Hey, Chris, doesn't your family also have a wizarding bloodline? Otherwise, how come both of you are wizards? The probability is just too small. You know, even wizarding families can have squibs. Squib? Imp looked confused. George started to explain. A squib is someone born into a wizarding family, but who can't do any magic at all. In simple terms, it's a wizarding muggle. That guy in our school, Filch, is a squib. I knew about this. The squib community holds a pretty awkward position in the magical world. Who understands what their families go through? ISNT, this just a pure cyberpunk setting? High technology, magic, but low living can't use it. Knowing that magic exists but feeling like an outsider, it's much worse than us Muggleborns. Fred saw us chatting endlessly and hurriedly urged, all right, get in the car. If we don't leave now, we won't make it back before my mom gets home, and our ears will be gone. We quickly stuffed our luggage into the trunk and got into the car. I tell you, the space in this car is ridiculously large. Arthur Weasley is truly a genius. It looks like a small junk car from the outside, but it's spacious enough to fit 8 people inside. The trunk can hold a lot too. I was thinking at the time, if Uncle Weasley applied for a patent for this technology, wouldn't he get rich in no time? Fred stepped on the gas, and the car instantly took off into the air. The feeling of flying was absolutely exhilarating. After flying for about an hour, the car started to descend, and below us were fields. George pointed to a crooked house in the distance and said, Look, that's our home, our humble abode. That house really looked like it was just magically thrown together, several stories high, all crooked with 4 or 5 chimneys sticking out of the roof, giving it a very lived-in vibe. Fred shouted, Hold on tight. The car shook gently and landed steadily next to a rundown garage. We're here. Fred turned off the engine and then began to whisper to George. You take them upstairs quietly. I'll park the car. When Mom comes back, just say we arrived using flu powder. Make sure not to let anything slip. Just as we nodded and hadn't had time to move our luggage yet, we saw a chubby figure rushing over from the other end of the yard, causing the chickens in the yard to scatter in fright. Wow, it's Mrs. Weasley in battle mode. Fred exclaimed. Oh no. George's eyes went wide in fear. Mrs. Weasley stood before us with her hands on her hips, radiating an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. She was wearing a floral apron, but her expression resembled that of a tiger ready to eat, scrutinizing each of our guilt-ridden faces. Well, you lot. She began, her voice deep and terrifying. Feeling bold, are we? George managed a forced smile. Good afternoon, Mom. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Mrs. Weasley erupted, her voice booming and making my ears ring. Not a single sight of you all morning. Not even a note left behind. The car's gone too. I thought you had an accident. Have you thought about what would happen if you wrecked your father's job? It was a whirlwind of scolding that made George and Fred shrink back like quails, not daring to say a word. Once she was done venting, she turned her attention to me and Imk, her face instantly softening into a warm smile. Oh, it's Chris and Imk. So nice to see you both. Come in for lunch, kids. The speed of her mood change was incredible. Imk and I were a bit stunned by the scene, frozen in place. It was George who reacted quickly, wiping his cold sweat and leading us into the house. Just as we reached the door, he grabbed Ron's ear, who was hiding behind the door and peeking. "You little snitch." The kitchen of the burrow was small and cozy, messy but full of the smell of home. There was a strange clock on the wall, with not numbers, but reminders like make tea, feed the chickens, and you're going to be late. Mrs. Weasley served a steak while muttering about her 2 sons. "She was quite kind to us. I don't blame you two. It's these 2 rascals who led you astray." I quickly said, "Madam, we were also at fault. We should have stopped them. What good kids? Go ahead and eat." Mrs. Weasley patted Imp's head. Then with a flick of her wand, the dishes in the basin started washing themselves with a clatter. Fred weakly spoke up, "Mom, we were wrong too. No talking at the dinner table," Mrs. Weasley said sternly. George also wanted to say something, but was immediately shut down with a "You be quiet too." Just then, a small red-haired girl ran in. It was Ginny. We introduced ourselves, and the little girl was quite cute. However, the atmosphere at the dinner table was extremely awkward, with the twins focused on their food, not daring to make a sound. After finally finishing the meal, Fred was about to say he was tired and wanted to go to bed, but Mrs. Weasley immediately mocked him. "Who told you to drive? You brought this on yourself." I could tell the atmosphere was off, so I quickly tried to smooth things over and politely asked, "Madam, may I take a look at your house? It's my first time visiting a wizard's home." Mrs. Weasley immediately brightened up and replied, "Of course, as long as you don't mind that this house is old and messy." In July 1997, the Order of the Phoenix decided to move Harry out of number 4 Privet Drive before he turned 17. The burrow became the final gathering point for the Seven Potters operation, to protect Harry and the Weasley family from Voldemort and the Death Eaters. A significant number of protective spells were added around the burrow. After the Battle of the Seven Potters, it was revealed that George Weasley had lost an ear, and Alastor Moody was killed by Voldemort himself. Following this, Bill and Fleur Delacour's wedding was held at the burrow, and everyone gave the burrow a thorough cleaning. Mrs. Weasley used cleaning the rooms as an excuse to prevent Harry, Ron, and Hermione from gathering to discuss their plans to find Voldemort's Horcruxes, hoping to stop them from doing something dangerous. However, Molly's efforts were not completely successful. Although preparations for the wedding kept everyone busy, they still held a birthday party for Harry on July 31st to celebrate his 17th birthday. The Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, interrupted their party to read Albus Dumbledore's will to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Each of the 3 received an item left to them by Dumbledore, and each one was crucial for destroying Horcruxes and defeating Voldemort. On August 1st, 1997, the day after Harry's birthday, the burrow hosted Bill and Fleur's wedding. Relatives from the Weasley and Delacour families, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and friends of the Weasley family all came to attend. Harry took Polyjuice Potion to transform into a muggle boy with red hair from Ottery St. Catchpole, pretending to be a member of the Weasley family. Just as the wedding was halfway through, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Auror, suddenly appeared and informed the guests that Voldemort and the Death Eaters had taken over the Ministry of Magic and were heading towards the burrow. With the Ministry's backing, the Death Eaters were able to break through the protective magic surrounding the burrow and apparate into the wedding venue. However, due to Kingsley's warning, many guests were able to escape in time, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione also managed to get away before the Death Eaters broke in. The Ministry, knowing the Weasley family had connections to Harry, subjected them to prolonged questioning at the burrow, but they did not obtain any useful information. In 1998, during the holidays, the Weasley family was forced to evacuate the burrow because the Death Eaters finally discovered that Ron was helping Harry destroy Horcruxes at Malfoy Manor. Prior to this, during the summer of 1997, Ron had transformed the family ghoul into a version of himself with the flu to avoid returning to school. After Harry, Ron, and Hermione were captured and taken to Malfoy Manor, Ron's disappearance was discovered. The Weasley family, being the most prominent traitor family supporting Voldemort, had long been under the Ministry's secret surveillance. To prevent Voldemort and the Death Eaters from finding them, the Weasley family moved to Aunt Muriel's house and Shell Cottage, using the Fidelius charm for protection. Therefore, whether the burrow still exists is unknown, and it is very likely that it was destroyed by the Death Eaters after the family evacuated. It is indeed lamentable that such a meaningful place was destroyed. "Our house isn't that great either," George said, leading Chris on a tour with a shrug. "Right in front of us in that small courtyard is a chicken coop. There's also a garage for storing my dad's car and other creations. Those are his masterpieces that he usually doesn't allow us to touch," Fred introduced. "On the first floor, there's the kitchen and living room. You just saw the kitchen. This is where we eat." George pointed to another side. Chris followed the twins into their living room. The Weasley family living room was a cozy room with a sofa and several chairs. There was also a large fireplace, a wooden radio, and, on the sofa, knitting needles and a special clock. Chris's attention was immediately drawn to the clock, which was famously known as the Weasley clock. Indeed, it was placed in the living room of the burrow, but its function was not to tell time. This clock displayed the whereabouts of each family member. The clock's face had 9 golden hands, each engraved with the name of a Weasley family member. There were no numbers on the clock face. Instead, it indicated the possible locations or statuses of each family member. For example, it showed home, school, work, on the way, missing, hospital, prison, and where a regular clock would have 12 o'clock, it showed mortal danger. In 1996, after Voldemort began his public activities, all 9 hands on the Weasley clock pointed to mortal danger. Worried for her family's safety, Molly Weasley kept the clock close during that time. "Where did you get this clock?" "I'm really curious about how it works," Chris asked. "Oh, that one? It's a family heirloom. As long as a family member is home, it will show up. I think it has been in our family since I was born," George explained. "This clock is really amazing. Haven't you two studied it?" Chris asked with a smile. George and Fred exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No way. If we took it apart, it would break. There are probably some complex spells inside. Look, this piece is still ancient magic runes. We thought about studying it, but we were afraid if we broke it, Mum would kill us, so." "I see. That's a real pity." Although Chris wanted to understand how the Weasley clock worked and the magic it used, he knew he didn't have the ability to do so. Just looking at it without understanding the magic was not enough, and he couldn't risk breaking it since he wouldn't be able to repair it or afford to pay for it. "Haven't you heard? It's an antique, a family heirloom." As for the second floor, which had Ginny's room, Chris and the others didn't want to go into a young girl's room, so they went straight up to the 3rd floor. Fred and George's room was on the 3rd floor, and they shared a room there. These two had a room, but it was quite messy. A large part of the floor was piled with all sorts of clutter, and apart from that, the room only had a wardrobe, a table, and a bedside table with a lamp. Chris could tell that the Weasley twins often conducted various experiments there, and there was still a lingering smell of something that smelled like gunpowder. As for Percy's bedroom, the door was tightly closed, indicating he wasn't welcoming Chris and the others at all. As for the 4th floor, during the days when Charlie and Bill have their rooms, Chris and Imk will stay in their rooms. There's not much to say about the 5th floor. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have their place. As for the 6th floor, Ron has a room, and Chris thought about going in to take a look. However, Ron, being a bit shy, declined the visit. "So, that's all for upstairs. We have an attic up there, and there's a ghoul," George said, pretending to be scary. "Oh my, aren't you scared? It's so terrifying. Will it eat live people?" Imk was clearly startled. No. We love it. It's like a pet. If Hogwarts didn't forbid us from bringing it, we would have taken it to school," George said with a wink and a smile. "What? You guys are devils? That's unbelievable. How can you treat it like that? You're not feeding it, are you?" Imk seemed to think of something, perhaps imagining a bloody corpse being fed to the ghoul. Guess what?" Fred teased with a laugh. Imk looked frightened and was almost ready to run away. "All right, you guys, stop scaring him. Look, he is about to run away. Imke, you should read more books. It will be good for you." This is a creature that looks ugly, very sticky, with buck teeth and a little demon-like. They usually live in the attics of wizard homes or in barns. They aren't very dangerous, just annoying because they always make noise. Moreover, ghouls have simple minds and eat spiders and moths. They constantly groan and occasionally throw things around. Chris explained. "Oh, I see. You really scared me," George said. "I'll beat you." Imp gave George a heavy punch, making him wince in pain. All right, stop messing around. Is there anything fun in your house?" Chris laughed and pulled the two apart. "There's a backyard, but it's a bit messy, so I don't think you'll like it," Fred said. "What's wrong?" "You'll see when you look," Fred said. When they arrived at the Weasley's backyard, a dilapidated little stone house came into view. "This is our broom shed, where we store the flying brooms. By the way, Imk, don't you have to retake flying lessons? After that, do you want to practice at my house? I can teach you well," George said. "Sigh, can we not talk about this? It's too discouraging." Imp sighed. No way. You have to practice well. I'm afraid you're not as good as my sister. You know, Ginny has been sneaking into the broom shed to use our brooms since she was 6. She is quite skilled." Oh my, then Imp felt that he might not be as good as a child who has even started school and didn't know what to say. "Don't worry. We'll give you special training later. No problem." George patted Imp on the shoulder. The Weasley kitchen leads to the garden, where many rusty cauldrons and Wellington boots are placed near the big gate. The garden is a large, overgrown area surrounded by many twisted trees with various plants they've never seen before growing from each flower bed, and there's a big green pond with lots of frogs. "Oh, what is that?" It seems to be moving. Imp pointed at something in the grass and asked, "Ah, it's a goblin, right?" Fred said casually, "Goblin? The kind that can make magical items?" Imp was clueless again. We haven't heard of that. They're good at causing trouble. There are a lot of goblins living in our garden, so we have to regularly remove them and toss them outside the hedgerow. But the goblins always sneak back because Dad is too lenient with them, thinking they're interesting. Fred explained, "You guys have never seen goblins, right?" At this moment, Ron came out from the house and asked curiously, "No, we don't have these things in the Muggle world," Imp said. Hearing this, Ron walked over, bent down, and buried his head in the peony bushes. They looked like chubby little Santas holding fishing rods. Chapter 133, Goblin Tossing Competition. A violent struggle ensued, and the peony branches shook as Ron straightened up, saying, "Look at this goblin. He had a serious face. They live in the underground holes of my garden and keep digging up plants, leaving little mounds and pits on the surface. It's terrible. Let go of me. Let go of me." This goblin screamed. In fact, the goblin Ron was holding didn't look like Santa at all. It had a small body with rough, tough skin, overall brown, and a disproportionately large bald head that resembled a potato. Ron stretched his arm to hold it up as it kicked and struggled with its tiny legs. He grabbed it by the ankle and held it upside down. "You have to do it like this," he said, lifting the goblin over his head and starting to swing it in big circles like lassoing. Seeing Imp's surprised expression, Ron felt quite proud and said, "This way it won't hurt them. You have to spin them until they get dizzy, and then they can't find their goblin holes." As he loosened his grip, the goblin flew 20 feet and landed with a thud behind the hedgerow. "That's weak," Fred said. "I can throw it over that stump, I bet. How about we have a competition to see who can throw the goblin the farthest? The winner gets a gold galleon," Chris said playfully. "Wow, really?" Little Ron couldn't believe it. A gold galleon could buy a lot of things. He could sell it and still wouldn't have a galleon. "Really? I'm not lying, you little worm." Chris laughed. "Oh, our poor innocent little brother, who doesn't know that Chris has a galleon that could bury you." George exaggeratedly said, "Bury me? Merlin, how much would that be?" Ron's eyes widened as he seemed to see so many galleons. "If it's true, then I'll join. I can win all your galleons," Ron said fiercely. "Ha, great." Chris looked at young Ron with great interest, finding him much cuter than when he grew up. Are you guys that cruel?" Imp felt a bit sorry. "Come on, Imp, you won't feel that way soon. These despicable, wretched pests aren't worth any sympathy," George said. Indeed, Imp stopped feeling sorry for those goblins. He initially decided to gently toss the first goblin outside the hedgerow, but that goblin felt the weakness and bit Imp's nose hard with its sharp teeth. And he couldn't shake it off. Imp was panicking and almost crying, and in a moment of desperation, he punched the little goblin hard, knocking it out. With rage, Imp threw the guy out forcefully, leaving him uncertain of his life. "Wow, Imp, you're ruthless. This guy probably won't survive." Haha, George looked at Imp and laughed heartily. "Damn, these guys really aren't worth any sympathy. I even spoke well of them, and look what happened. They repay kindness with malice and actually bit me. Oof. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Even you people dare to mess with me? Watch me throw you to your doom." Imp grabbed another goblin and threw it out again. Soon, the garden was filled with flying goblins. "You see, they're actually not very clever," George said. Then he grabbed 5 or 6 goblins, and when they saw a person, they ran over to see what was happening, still not learning to be a bit smarter. "Look at me, rapid-fire missiles." George threw all the goblins in his hands away, not very far. Soon, this match was declared over, and Imp, having won, was unstoppable. He was tall and strong, and when he got angry, it was truly impressive. One was thrown over 70 feet. It's simply unbelievable. The hatred and strength he possesses are indeed powerful. "Well, I'll reward this gold galleon to Imp," Chris said with a smile. At this moment, he also noticed Ron, whose expression was one of wide-eyed amazement as he looked at the gold galleon in Chris's hand, filled with longing, but unable to claim it since he didn't win. Chris couldn't bear to see him unhappy, so he continued, "Well, Ron Weasley performed quite well too and came in second place, a good result. So I think he deserves a silver sickle." "Huh, really? You're not joking with me, are you?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at Chris. "Of course, when I speak, it's 1 word for 1 word and 2 words for 2 words. I never lie." Chris smiled as he handed the silver sickle to Ron. The little guy was so happy he jumped 3 feet high. He was thrilled because he had never gotten anything so easily, not even a canute. Naturally, Ron, being a bit silly, became closer to Chris and was no longer as shy as when they first met, chatting away. Soon, the remaining goblins shuffled away in a thin line, shrugging their little shoulders. "They'll all be back," Ron said as he watched the goblins disappear beyond the field and the hedge. They like it here and can't be driven away. Just then, the front door slammed open. They're back. George said, Dad's back. They hurried across the garden to the house. Mr. Weasley was slumped in a chair in the living room, his glasses off, eyes closed. He was a thin man with a bit of a receding hairline, but the remaining hair he had was as red as his children's. He was wearing a green robe that looked quite worn. What day at work, he muttered, reaching for the teapot as the kids all sat around him. That old guy Mike next door has been lounging around all day, causing trouble, really. Mr. Weasley took a big sip of tea and sighed. That guy who loves to poke people with his wand, Mike? Dad? Fred asked curiously. Ah, yes. Today he actually poked Justice Pillowickel's grandson. What was he thinking, messing around with a wand like that? This incident is quite serious, Mr. Weasley said sternly. How so? Fred continued to ask. Justice Pillowickel used to be the head of the Magical Law Enforcement Office. He was known for being upright and fair, and he handled things very justly. His reputation was excellent, and it's rare to find such an outstanding person. But, Chapter 134, Sadness. Mr. Weasley took another sip of tea and continued, but he was the grandson of a son who wasn't he like them. They were known to be difficult people. When Justice Pillowickel was alive, he could keep them in line, but since his death, they let loose and no longer have any constraints. Moreover, since Justice Pillowickel helped many people during his life, quite a few wizards are grateful for his kindness, which naturally transferred to his son and grandson. However, his son and grandson are not easy to deal with. They are petty and mean-spirited. Now, old Mike poked someone, which, although not too serious, has made their family hate him. I estimate that tomorrow a dismissal letter from the ministry will be on Mike's desk. After Mr. Weasley finished speaking, he shook his head and sighed. Isn't that good? That Mike has always been a bit crazy and affects your work. Once he is gone, till you finally have some peace. Sigh. Kids, you're still young and don't understand. Although that is what I say, it's also quite sad. Moreover, he was a good hand at fighting against the mysterious man before. It's just that he was pitifully hurt in the head by a smoke wizard's smoke magic. Everyone feels sorry for him and respects him, which is why he was kept in the ministry to retire. Life. Mr. Weasley lamented. My dad is in the most boring department, the Office for the Prohibition of Misuse of Muggle Artifacts. The Magical Law Enforcement Office is a subordinate department. It prohibits the use of magic on things made for Muggles to prevent them from accidentally returning to Muggle shops or homes. Staff need to conduct frequent surprise inspections to ensure that Muggle items subject to smoke magic don't appear on the market. There is a law prohibiting the use of magic on Muggle items with the intent to add extra functionality. Ron quietly explained to Imk and Chris. Unexpectedly, his words were overheard by Mrs. Weasley, who walked in. Like cars, right? She interjected. Mrs. Weasley was holding a poker like it was a sword. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, looking guilty at his wife. A car, Molly dear? Yes, Arthur's car. Mrs. Weasley's eyes were blazing as she recalled a wizard who bought a rusty old car and told his wife he just wanted to take it apart to see how it worked. But in reality, he used magic to turn it into a flying car. Mr. Weasley blinked. Oh dear, yes. I think you'll find that he didn't do anything illegal, although he should have told his wife the truth beforehand. There's a loophole in the law, you see, as long as he doesn't intend to fly it. The fact that the car can fly doesn't. Arthur Weasley, you wrote the law and deliberately left a loophole. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, just so you could tinker with those Muggle things in your shed. I told you this morning that George and Fred are friends with Chris and Imk, and they took that flying car. Huh, Mr. Weasley said, slightly bewildered. He looked around and saw Chris and Imk, then jumped up. I've heard George and Fred mention you, and I'm so glad to finally meet you. Welcome to the Weasley house. Mr. Weasley, who was speaking, shook hands with Chris and Imk warmly and kindly. Your son flew that car to pick up his friend today. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. What do you have to say about that, Really? Mr. Weasley hurriedly asked. Did it fly well? He started, but upon seeing the anger in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, he quickly changed his tune. That's not right. Yes, children, it's very, very wrong. Mrs. Weasley puffed up her chest like a bullfrog. Oh no, here we go again. Let them argue, Chris thought. George and Fred exchanged glances with Chris and whispered, let us get out of here. They slipped out of the kitchen and back to their respective rooms to rest. Chris lay on his bed, contemplating Mr. Weasley's words. He felt that the Ministry of Magic was indeed chaotic and lawless, with officials who were carefree and not doing their jobs properly, only thinking about petty gains. This was the current state of the British Ministry of Magic. How could they possibly prevent dark wizard activities and ensure the safety of ordinary civilians under such circumstances? This was precisely why law and order in the British magical community was in chaos. The Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts was led by an official who himself misused the artifacts, embodying the principle of only the state can start a fire while the common people are not allowed to light a lamp. Although Mr. Weasley was said to be very creative and had good ideas that could produce excellent magical items, on the other hand, as a government official, he did not lead by example and instead took the lead in causing trouble. It was difficult to say whether he deserved praise or blame. The Magical Law Enforcement Department was the largest department in the British Ministry of Magic and one of the most important among many departments. All departments, except for the Department of Mysteries, had to obey the orders of the Magical Law Enforcement Department. Just like the Auror Office and the Department for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Magic, all these were subordinate to the Magical Law Enforcement Department. In such a situation, a capable and excellent head of the department would naturally have a vast network of connections, which he would use to exert power. In fact, they were just like the second or third generation of officials. But what about the Minister of Magic in the UK? His situation might be even worse than that of the head of the department. As for the pure-blood aristocrats, the behind-the-scenes manipulators in the magical community, what about them? Could they be even more sinister? This was still uncertain. The magical world was not as simple as we might imagine, and everything did not revolve around Hogwarts. Once you left Hogwarts, no one cared about you. Right now, as a student, Chris was not exposed to those dark aspects. Perhaps after graduation, when he stayed in the magical community, he would truly experience the hardships of life. Of course, Chris was not foolish enough to stay in this dark world where he could be exploited. It felt hopeless, and if he stayed, he might just taste the bitter reality of life, where his death might go unnoticed and no one would come to collect his body. Chapter 135. Ron's Worries. In the past few days, Chris had fully experienced the magic and surprises at the Weasley household. Imp felt the same way. He was startled by the mirror on the kitchen hearth. When he looked into the mirror for the first time, it suddenly shouted, "Wipe the cream off your mouth, you messy little chub." In the attic, a ghoul would howl loudly whenever it felt the house was too quiet, banging on pipes with a clatter. Explosions from Fred and George's bedroom were considered completely normal, and Chris had no idea why the toad he gave them had such a fate. Besides their own research, Chris also reminded them to improve the Hogwarts map, as a new batch of first-year wizards would be coming, providing a great business opportunity. Now the map had been released in 3 versions, and they were gradually making detailed improvements. It would be interesting to see how much purchasing power the new first-year students would have. They were just a bunch of little wizards who had just left their parents, carrying pocket money to school. Who could resist buying a map? I bought one, he bought one, your neighbor bought one too. How could you not buy one? Of course, there were key locations and secret passages that the Hogwarts Brothers group could not disclose, but other less important details were fine to share. Benefiting the Hogwarts community was a good deed. As for Mr. Weasley, he liked to ask Chris and Imp about Muggle life, inquiring about how plugs and post offices worked. Amazing. After Chris explained how to use a telephone, he sighed, "What a genius. Muggles have come up with so many ways to live without magic." After staying in the burrow for about 5 days, the opening day of Hogwarts was approaching, and everyone was very excited. However, one thing made Ron Weasley feel incredibly sad. He was even starting to feel a bit hopeless. He wanted to go to school. That was, he still didn't have a proper school uniform. Mrs. Weasley had prepared a uniform for him, which was Charlie's old one, altered to fit Ron. Now, wearing the uniform felt particularly awkward, no matter how he adjusted it. It just didn't fit well. Just thinking about going to his most desired place, Hogwarts, dressed like this made him feel miserable and speechless. Therefore, Ron could only vent his frustration on a goblin, throwing a little potato out into the garden. Only then did he feel a little better. "Hey Ron, what's wrong? You seem unhappy?" Chris, who was drinking coffee with Imp at the kitchen door, smiled and asked Ron. I'm fine. I'm just helping the family get rid of pests." "Yes, that it," Ron said, feeling embarrassed by Chris's sudden concern. "It's okay, just tell me. Whatever it is, I'll help you." Imp, unable to hold back, patted his chest confidently and said, "Yeah, Ron, don't be shy. If you need help with anything, just say it." Chris added, "Could you lend me 2 silver sickles? I want to check out a secondhand shop to see if I can find a decent school uniform. This outfit is just, Ron said shyly, his face turning red. "Huh?" Imp's eyes widened. He had never thought something like this would happen. Although he didn't live in luxury, he had never worn secondhand clothes. Chris felt the same way. He sympathized with Ron's situation, but there was nothing they could do. Their family's financial situation was indeed very poor. Chris estimated that even Mrs. Weasley probably hadn't bought a decent piece of clothing in many years. Mr. Weasley's brown suit was already fading. "How about this, Ron? I can give you my school uniform and other wizard robes. I only wore them for a year last year, and they're still quite new. What do you think? Chris said. Yes, I have also given you everything, but maybe my materials aren't as good as Chris's. Imp said without hesitation. Ah, is this appropriate? Are you still wearing those clothes? Ron asked in surprise. Haha, don't worry, we grow pretty fast, so the clothes we had last year no longer fit. And we've already ordered new clothes this year, so those old clothes would be a waste if we don't wear them. And they're just right for you. Chris said with a smile. Ah, that's great. Thank you all. Ron jumped up 3 feet high with happiness, accidentally kicking 2 goblins away in the process. Here, you can wear this one first, and I've already asked Rupert to write home, letting Diana bring me the new ones when school starts. And I will give them to you then. Chris handed Ron a finely crafted school uniform. Ah, great, thank you, Chris. If you ever need anything, be sure to find me, otherwise I would feel bad taking your things for free. After receiving the clothes, Ron ran his fingers over the silky fabric, hardly believing that such nice clothes would now belong to him. Ah, really? Chris asked in surprise. He didn't expect Ron to say such a thing, which was quite generous and grateful. If it's the case, just say it. Ron immediately nodded. How about this? Why don't you sell maps with us in the future? For every copy you sell, I'll give you a share. How does that sound? Chris asked. Can I really get paid? Ron was astonished. He thought it was already good enough to have such great clothes, and doing a little work should be expected, but now they even wanted to share money with him. He felt happiness suddenly drop from the sky, leaving him dizzy. Then I think, why not let you join the Hogwarts Brotherhood? Imp interjected at this moment. Do you think it would work? Chris was unsure because he didn't know George and Fred's attitude. I think it can work. He is George and Fred's brother after all. Imp nodded. What brotherhood? Ron was confused. It's just that we formed a small group. Nothing too important. Imp waved his hand. All right. Chris realized that Imp was going to start bragging again. Sure enough, our Hogwarts Brotherhood is a supportive, friendly, and communicative mysterious group at Hogwarts, led by Chris Red, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and me, Imp Lesko. At this point, Imp puffed out his chest. Chapter 136. Finally meeting Harry Potter. So what do you all do? Ron didn't quite understand. Hey, our role is huge. We study magic, fight against evil, protect Hogwarts, bring peace, health, happiness to students and teachers, and make every Hogwarts person proud. Wow, you guys are amazing. Ron was captivated by Imp's words. Of course. You know this year, that smoke wizard secretly hid in Hogwarts and harmed mermaids, right? Of course. Who doesn't know? Even my 195-year-old distant aunt knows about it. Ron said. Then you understand that it was our Hogwarts Brotherhood that discovered, stopped, defeated, and exposed this matter. And you, brother, are a steadfast fighter in our group. Their great motto, Imp said proudly. At this moment, Ron had already been completely drawn in and was immersed in what Imp was saying. He was already imagining himself becoming a Hogwarts hero, the center of everyone's attention. On that day, I must join, Ron said, his eyes full of stars. Chris facepalmed, realizing he had been completely fooled. Sure enough, afterward, Ron eagerly dragged Imp and Chris to find George and Fred to discuss this matter. Thus, the Hogwarts Brotherhood held a third special meeting and unanimously welcomed little Ron to join the Hogwarts Brotherhood and possibly become the only member of the group. The Hogwarts Brotherhood has established their new rules. There is no leader, and all matters are decided by the group conference. The conference consists of 5 elders, Chris Red, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Imp Lesko, and 1 position is temporarily vacant, waiting for a future member who has made outstanding contributions to the group. Among them, Chris Red serves as the executive director of the conference and holds a veto power. It must be said that they did manage to make it look somewhat formal. Aside from a few select members, September 1st at King's Cross Station, the Red couple and Diana have been waiting for Chris and the others for quite a while. Hey, I said, Chris, why are you so late? Aren't you afraid of being late? Diana was already unhappy. If it weren't for waiting for Chris, she might have already gone into the station. It's my fault. I may have delayed a bit of time sending the kids off to school, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. I'm sorry, ma'am. This child has always been a bit clueless, so I apologize on her behalf, Lisa said, giving Diana a reproachful glance while smiling. You are Chris's mother, right? I must say, you have done an amazing job raising such an excellent little wizard. Mrs. Weasley didn't think there was anything wrong with Chris's muggle parents. On the contrary, she was very warm and chatted with Chris's parents. Oh, Mom, we should hurry up. It's crowded with muggles here, Ginny said impatiently as she watched the adults talking. All right, child, you're right, but you're not the one going, so you're the most anxious. Mrs. Weasley was happily chatting with Lisa, but was interrupted by her daughter, and naturally, she was dissatisfied. However, they couldn't delay the train. So she still politely said goodbye and urged the kids to prepare to enter the station. All right, then let's go together. See you during the holidays. Chris smiled and said to his parents, "Oh, child, remember to take good care of your sister." Lisa said with concern, "I'm already going to magic school. I'm a big kid. I know how to take care of myself." Diana interrupted Lisa, dissatisfied. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on her," Chris said, shooting Diana a glare. Diana rolled her eyes in disdain and walked away. At platform 9 3/4, Ginny was holding her mom's hand and shouting loudly, "Mom, I really can't go. Can I?" "You're still too young, Ginny. Now don't talk. Percy, you lead the way." Percy dashed in without saying a word upon hearing this. "All right, Fred, George, Chris, Imp, you guys going now?" Mrs. Weasley said. "Okay." Mom George was the first to rush in, followed by Fred. Chris was also about to rush in right behind him when a cart passed by, carrying an owl cage on it. Inside the cage was a snowy white owl, and a small boy approached. He was thin, with a messy little body and hair, and that distinctive round glasses clearly indicated who he was, the famous Harry Potter, the savior of the wizarding world. Chris's eyes widened as he watched this scene. It was absolutely classic, iconic, and eternal. It was definitely not to be missed. "Sorry," Harry said to Mrs. Weasley. "Hey dear," she replied, "it's your first time at Hogwarts, right? Ron is a freshman too." She pointed her on. Yeah," Harry said. "The thing is, how do I get to the platform?" Mrs. Weasley kindly explained, and Harry nodded. "Don't worry," she said. "Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop. Don't be afraid. Just run straight through. It's very important. If you're nervous, just run a little faster." Chris thought they could show him how to do it, and that the kid could follow Ron. "Oh, okay," Harry said. Chris nodded and didn't say much as he dashed in, with them following him. After that, they didn't wait for Harry Potter to walk with them, or anything else. Harry had just asked for directions, and it didn't feel too good. It was a bit impolite that he didn't say thank you to Mrs. Weasley, who had been so warm and patient in telling him how to get there. Chris felt this kid was a little lacking in manners, but he couldn't dwell on it for too long because they had already arrived at the Hogwarts Express, and the little wizards were noticing him, coming over to talk or just stare. "Ah, yes, Red, yes, here. Wow, it's Chris. I have a seat here. Do you want to come over?" A senior girl patted her thigh and said, "Ugh, how shameless. Chris, come to me." Another girl scolded the first one, but then did the same thing herself. Chris helplessly shook his head and smiled politely at them. "Wow, he looks so good when he smiles. He seems taller. Yes, even more handsome. I can't take it." The little fangirls blushed at the sight of Chris, bouncing around and discussing him with their friends. Chapter 137. Who is that boy? Chris was helpless. How could it be that, after all this time, they still hadn't changed their idol? They shouldn't keep clinging to him. Harry Potter had just debuted, and he was at his peak as a fresh face. Would you ladies soon be turning your affection towards him? By then, Chris would just be an old piece of meat, and no one would care about him. He would be comfortably enjoying the feeling of being ignored. It was simply refreshing. The first few carriages were already packed with students. Some were leaning out of the windows, talking to their families, while others were roughhousing in their seats. As Chris was about to board, he walked past the carriage door where a round-faced boy was shouting outside, "Grandma, something's wrong." His grandmother curiously asked, "What happened, dear?" "I lost my toad again." The little boy replied. "Oh, Neville," the grandmother sighed, unsure what to say. Chris curiously glanced at the boy and was surprised to find it was Neville. Neville Longbottom, the only child of Frank and Alice Longbottom, who were highly respected Aurors and founding members of the Order of the Phoenix. When Neville was just 16 months old, his parents were tortured into insanity by 4 Death Eaters and subsequently admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, where Neville was raised by his grandmother. Throughout most of his school life, Neville was seen as a shy, awkward, introverted boy who was often scolded by his grandmother for not being good enough to match his parents' legacy. But Neville also possessed immense courage and tenacity. He was an important member of Dumbledore's army and participated in the Battle of the Department of Mysteries and the Battle of Astronomy Tower. During the Battle of Hogwarts, he rejected Voldemort's temptation to become a Death Eater and used Gryffindor's sword to behead Nagini, destroying the 7th and final Horcrux. Furthermore, during the trio's absence from school, Neville was one of the leaders of Dumbledore's army. After the Second Wizarding War, Neville briefly worked as an Auror before becoming the herbology professor at Hogwarts and marrying Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff. He could be considered a shining example of a student who did not tarnish his parents' legacy, but instead carried it forward as an excellent Gryffindor. Just as Chris was about to say something to the little chubby boy, his friend Imk interrupted him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Wait for me. Help me check the card." My shoelace is undone. Imp bent down to tie his shoelaces. After Imp finished tying his shoelaces, Chris and the others headed in the direction of George and Fred, who had indeed quickly found seats. Hey George, where's Diana? Isn't she with you? Chris asked as he entered the compartment. Huh? No why? George asked in confusion. Chris scratched his head, wondering where that girl had run off to, causing trouble even before they got to school. I don't know where she went. Everyone help me look for her. The train is about to leave, Chris said helplessly. Okay. The group put down their luggage and began a search. As they stepped out the train door, they saw Harry Potter struggling to push his luggage onto the train. His thin frame seemed to struggle with a large, heavy wooden trunk. Chris was too eager to find his sister to think about helping, but George and Fred kindly lent a hand. Wait, what? George suddenly seemed to discover something while helping and pointed at Harry Potter's head. Oh my God, Fred exclaimed in shock. Could it be that you? George hesitated and asked, You're not? What? Harry didn't understand. Harry Potter, the Weasley brothers said in unison. Oh, him? Harry said, yes, that's right, I'm. The brothers stared at him blankly, making Harry feel his face flush. At that moment, a voice came from afar. Chris? Fred? George? Where are you? The loud voice was unmistakably Mrs. Weasley, and Chris walked over to find her pulling an unwilling Diana. Ah, Diana, where have you been running off to? I've been looking for you for ages, Chris said discontentedly, patting Diana on the head. Ugh. Diana made a face in disdain. The child just ran under the train tracks. Luckily I saw it. Otherwise it would have been so dangerous. Mrs. Weasley said. Ah, thank you, ma'am. Chris replied politely. It's nothing, Mrs. Weasley said with a smile. Chris, feeling helpless, thought that this girl was really acting like a madman, running around and yelling, completely breaking away from her parents' restraints, and in Hogwarts, who knows how wild she would become. Sigh, how should I discipline her? All right, you all hurry and get on the train, Mrs. Weasley urged, noticing the time was about right. Ah, by the way, Ron, you have some dirt on your nose. Mrs. Weasley took out a handkerchief and was about to wipe Ron's nose, but he was unwilling and tried to dodge. However, how could he escape Mrs. Weasley's magic grasp? Mrs. Weasley caught him and wiped his nose tip. Mom, let go of me. Ron struggled. All right, Ron, you little rascal, your nose is dirty again. George laughed. Shut up, Ron said. All right, kids, I wish you a successful semester, Mrs. Weasley said to Chris and the others. After that, she turned to the twins and said, now it's your turn. This year you two need to be more disciplined. If the owl sends me a message saying you blew up a toilet, we've never blown up a toilet. That is a good idea. Thanks, Mom. No, that's not a joke. Take good care of Ron, understand? Don't worry. Ron the little rascal won't get into trouble with us. Shut up, Ron said angrily, his nose still red from being wiped by Mrs. Weasley. Oh, by the way, Mom, guess what? Guess who I just met on the train? You know that boy with the messy hair who was standing next to us at the station? Do you know who he is? Who? Harry Potter. George exclaimed in mock surprise. Everyone was stunned, except for Chris and Diana. Chapter 138, Petrified. At that moment, Ginny excitedly said, Oh, Mom, can I get on the train to see him? Please, Mom. You've already seen him, Ginny. That poor child isn't an animal at the zoo for you to keep looking at. Is he really Harry? George asked. How do you know? I asked him. I saw his scar. It's really shaped like a lightning bolt. Poor kid. No wonder he's all alone. I was wondering. You don't have to worry about that. Do you think he remembers what the mysterious man looks like? Their mother suddenly frowned. You're not allowed to ask him about it. Do you hear? You wanted to think about that on his first day at school. All right, don't get angry. At this moment, the train let out a whistle. Hurry, Mrs. Weasley said as everyone hurried onto the train. Their little sister, Ginny, started crying again outside. Don't cry. Ginny, we'll send lots and lots of owls to find you. Right? We'll get you a Hogwarts toilet seat. George, that's just a joke, Mom. The train started moving. Ginny was crying and laughing, running alongside the train until it sped up, and she was left behind, still waving at them. Crybaby, Diana said disdainfully as she watched this scene. Shut up. Chris was a bit angry. That brat is really becoming more and more unruly and outspoken, not knowing how to behave. How can you say that? They have a deep sibling bond, and you find it so unbearable? I didn't see you like this when I left. You really disappoint me. How did you become like this? Chris said in frustration. I'll be like this. What can you do about it? Diana shouted. All right, since that's the case, I have to show you a bit of color. Chris really didn't want Diana to continue to appear before everyone in such a spoiled and unreasonable manner. I really don't know how this little girl, by the way, is said to mature early, could be so early. This is really too unreasonable. How could such a refined person like him have such a sister? This is truly absurd. Petrified, Chris cast a spell on Diana. All right, You go to Hogwarts like this today. Think about your behavior. It's really lawless. Chris said expressionlessly as he retracted his wand. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. This is a bit too harsh for Chris. Isn't it? Him said first. She is still young and doesn't he understand? We didn't take it to heart. You're being a bit inhumane. George and Fred advised. My sister does cry a bit, and what she said was wrong. Ron also tried to mediate. Chris didn't know how they could be persuaded, because Diana was too pretty. In his view, it was completely unnecessary. This was just a small punishment, and maybe in a while, he would soften and lift it. You all don't have to worry about this. Just sit down. Chris waved his hand. All right. Everyone didn't know what to say, feeling a bit awkward. Then I'll go find another compartment. It's a bit cramped here, Ron said, looking at the compartment that had 6 people, including him, and it was a bit hard to move, and the air was a bit stuffy, so he planned to leave. All right, by the way, Ron, you can start selling maps soon. Chris reminded. MHM. Ron nodded. Then Chris took Nana from Diana's arms. The little kitten had probably seen too many different scenes today and was a bit scared, so it didn't run around or yell, just curled up there. Chris felt sorry for this little kitten and fed it some good food, which made it feel better. You know, your sister is making us feel awkward. Let's go sell the maps. Imp said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. All right, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on her here. Chris said he just wanted to give Diana a small punishment, not expecting everyone to be so soft-hearted. On the other side, Ron indeed sat with Harry again, eating the snacks that Harry bought, and the two were chatting happily, completely forgetting about selling the maps and only remembering how delicious the food was. Moreover, Ron wanted to show off his magic in front of the famous Harry Potter, who supposedly knew nothing. So, he rummaged through his suitcase for a long time and pulled out a very old wand that was peeling in some places and still had a white glow at one end. The unicorn hair was about to show itself. However, just as he raised his wand, the compartment door opened again. A little girl, without greeting anyone, opened the door. She had a head of thick brown long hair, and her eyes were also brown, which was noteworthy. She had a pair of prominent front teeth that resembled someone under a spell, and she was wearing a new Hogwarts robe. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost a toad, she said, her tone sounding rather self-important, as if she were the only one there. Oh, Merlin, we've already told him we haven't seen it, Ron replied, sounding a bit impatient, but the little girl completely ignored him and just stared at the wand in his hand. Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let us see. She sat down. Ron looked surprised and somewhat at a loss. Oh, well. Then Ron attempted a useless spell, and Hermione started talking to them a lot. But Ron was truly getting impatient. Suddenly, he thought of those two selling a map. What a good resource. He hurriedly took out the Hogwarts map that he was supposed to sell. Sure enough, both Hermione and Neville were very interested, each buying a copy. Ron was extremely happy to receive the money, to the point that he was a bit disoriented. I really didn't expect it to be this easy. Ron said happily to Harry. I want to buy a copy too. I actually can't remember the way very well, Harry said shyly. This I can. Ron hesitated. No, you can't. Ron's words were interrupted as George and Fred arrived. Hey, Mr. Harry Potter, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I'm George, and this is Fred. We're Ron's brothers. Chapter 139. Witnesses of death. After hearing this, Harry shook hands enthusiastically with George and Fred. He actually had a good impression of these two boys. Listen, Harry, we have an even better map. One that truly deserves you, but it's a bit pricey. I wonder if you can accept it? George continued. But don't worry. This map is different from the one Ron is selling. This map was carefully drawn by us, and it includes some little secrets of Hogwarts. You see, these are secret passages, and these are classrooms and other places that no one cares about. As long as you have this map, you won't get lost at Hogwarts. You can walk around freely, Fred encouraged, holding up the 3rd edition map to Harry. It's only 1 galleon. George winked. Wow, only 1 galleon? Then I'll take 2 copies. Harry laughed as he pulled out 2 galleons and handed them to George. George didn't expect Harry Potter to be so generous and wealthy, making him feel a bit embarrassed. So he gave Harry an extra map. By evening, the train seemed to slow down. Everyone took off their outer robes and changed into their uniforms. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will deliver it to the school, the voice echoed on the train. Seeing this, Chris also lifted the spell on Diana. After the spell was lifted, Diana felt unwell. She felt something churning in her stomach, and her face turned a bit pale. Do you realize your mistake? Chris asked. At this moment, Diana was furious. How dare you? How dare you? Just wait. I will definitely write to Mom and Dad. Chris shook his head helplessly, feeling that Diana hadn't learned her lesson today. Your brother is doing this for your own good. Try to mediate. Mind your own business. If you have that time, you might as well lose some weight, You big fatso, Diana said, not recognizing the kindness. Say that again. Chris pulled out his wand and said coldly. You're just a coward who bullies your own sister. Diana yelled at Chris. Enough. Now immediately get out. Chris lost his temper. Seeing this, Diana became a bit timid and hurriedly left the compartment. However, after being petrified for so long, she staggered out. The train slowed down and finally came to a stop. The little wizards pushed and shoved, all rushing toward the train door, flowing forward with the crowd in the aisle and stepping down onto the platform. Then a lamp swayed above the students' heads, and Chris heard Hagrid's voice calling, "First-year students. First-year students, come over here. Harry, come over here, how are you? So we don't have to take boats this year, right?" Imk asked. Ha, of course not. Those are for the first years. There are magical carriages that move by themselves at the school. Come with us. The four of us will fit perfectly in one, George said with a laugh. Wow, that's great. Imk was very excited. Chris smiled upon hearing this. He noticed that his sister had already nimbly climbed onto a small boat in the distance. This girl sighed. All right, there's no one here. Hurry up and get on. George pointed to a carriage. What's wrong? Chris, you should get on too, Imk said to Chris, who was still staring at the front of the carriage without moving. Naturally, Chris was captivated by the thestrals, which was why he was slow to respond. Standing between the shafts of the carriage were some creatures that looked somewhat like reptiles. They had no flesh on them, their black skin tightly clinging to their bones, with every bone clearly visible. Their heads resembled that of a dragon, with white, pupilless eyes that stared unblinkingly. Wings sprouted from the raised areas between their shoulder blades, large, black, tough wings that seemed to belong to enormous bats. These creatures stood completely still in the increasingly dense night, appearing strange and ominous. I was just surprised to see the pulling animals. Chris quickly climbed onto the carriage after realizing it. What? What animals? Are there animals here? Why can't I see them? Exactly. Don't joke around. That's not funny at all. Everyone looked closely ahead, but found nothing. Those are thestrals, Chris answered. What were those? Imk asked, puzzled. Thestrals are a breed of flying horses. Only those who have witnessed death can possibly see them. Chris answered simply and directly. Those who have seen death. You because of... Imp didn't finish, feeling a bit scared. That's right, because of that snotty professor. So I can be considered someone who has seen death and can see what they look like, Chris confirmed. My goodness, they're thestrals. Fred found this unbelievable. Yeah, they're incredibly rare and classified as dangerous creatures by the British Ministry of Magic. Thestrals have a creepy reputation. For centuries, they have been viewed as omens of bad luck. George added, feeling that this was a bit too much. What do they look like? Imk asked curiously. They're like the undead riders, you know? Just like the horses they ride, Chris said, unsure of how else to explain. That's quite scary, Imp said, shrinking his neck. All right, let's not talk about that. How about the sales of the maps? Chris asked. If you hadn't brought up, we would have just kept your share of the 36 galleons for ourselves. George said with a smile. This time it's a big harvest. We sold 36 galleons and 15 sickles in one round. I expect we can collect a bit more money after we get to school, George continued. That's pretty good, Chris said with a smile. Currently, Chris had little interest in the single-digit galleons he was to receive through the allowance from his parents and the money he earned from selling potions. He had accumulated a considerable amount, about 700 or 800. Although this wasn't a lot, it was enough for him. He just needed to buy materials to brew potions again for selling later. To be honest, Chris felt that earning money on his own, especially from potion sales, was quite rewarding. Selling maps was really just a drop in the bucket. The nightmares ran fast, and soon the group arrived at Hogwarts. Chapter 140, Ironclad. Hogwarts, we are back, Imp shouted loudly. The students all looked at the chubby boy. It wasn't a big deal as long as he had a thick skin. However, tragically, Professor McGonagall happened to hear it. Mr. Lestrange, mind your influence. You're already a second-year student. You should behave accordingly. Imp, scolded by Professor McGonagall, turned red with embarrassment. It's okay, at least you didn't lose any points, George said with a smile. Then, everyone took their seats in the Great Hall. After a holiday apart, they all missed each other and chattered excitedly about their holiday experiences. Quiet down, the first years are waiting outside. I don't think you want them to see you like this, Professor McGonagall said sternly as she walked in. Upon hearing her words, the students quickly quieted down. Wow, another year. This time, we are practically veterans. Chris said, do you remember, I was almost scared silly last year? I wonder how the new first years will be this year. I hope they won't be worse, haha. At this moment, Imp had a somewhat self-satisfied attitude, enjoying the spectacle. Oh, by the way, I wonder which house your sister will be sorted into. But I have a feeling she seems like a Gryffindor, Imp guessed. Then our Gryffindor is really in trouble. To be honest, she's just a spoiled child from home and needs some proper discipline, Chris lamented. On the other side, Hermione was reciting spells she had learned at lightning speed, unsure which one to use. Ron was nervously rubbing his hands outside, eager to join Gryffindor, but afraid he wouldn't make it and would bring shame to his family. Harry was also anxious. How can they accurately sort us into which house? He asked Ron. I think it's always done through some kind of test. Fred and George said it would be a huge challenge, needing to fight trolls or something. But I think they were joking, Ron replied. The little wizards around them shivered at this thought. Fighting? In front of the entire school? They were so scared they could barely tremble. Harry Potter felt the same. He thought he didn't even know a single spell yet, and he never expected this would happen when they arrived. I'm not afraid. I'll definitely take down any stupid troll, a little girl proudly said, lifting her chin. The little wizards looked at this girl, unsure if she was boasting or serious, a bit skeptical. Are you really that strong? Who gave you the confidence? A platinum-haired boy, who was also quite arrogant, asked. Harry recognized him. He was Malfoy, who had insulted Ron on the train. You white hair brat, what did you say? Diana said disdainfully. You should know that she was still upset after being scolded by her brother earlier. She was eager to vent her frustration. Oh, you dare to insult me? Do you want to die? Malfoy was angry and signaled to Crabbe and Goyle next to him, intending to teach this girl a lesson, not knowing if she was pure blood or half-blood or whatever. Otherwise, how could he, Malfoy, manage in Hogwarts as a newcomer? Hey, don't cause trouble. She's Chris Red's sister. Do you know Red? Ron couldn't stand it any longer. He was worried that if anything happened to Chris's sister right under his nose, he wouldn't be able to maintain his standing in Gryffindor. What Red, Green? I've never heard of that. Malfoy sneered at Ron's words. He thought, what good could someone who associates with a poor loser like Ron be? A fighter in the trash? Ha ha, how ridiculous. Everyone quiet down. I will be very happy to send anyone who doesn't want to attend school back home. Just then, Professor McGonagall returned, her gaze fixed on the troublemakers. Seeing Professor McGonagall, Malfoy and the others quieted down and dared not act recklessly. They then lined up, left the room, passed through the hall, and entered the luxurious dining hall through a pair of double doors. The little wizards in the great hall couldn't help but gossip upon seeing the first years. And soon, the sorting hat began to move. The brim split open wide like a mouth. The hat started to sing. You can make your top hats shiny black. Make your high hats smooth and tall, but I'm a magic hat used for testing at Hogwarts, naturally superior to your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your minds cannot escape the hat's discerning eyes. Just put me on, and I will tell you which house you should be sorted into. You might belong in Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep in your heart. Their bravery, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. You might end up in Slytherin. Maybe you'll make true friends here, but those cunning and treacherous people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come, we're me. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. You are absolutely safe in my hands because I am a thinking hat. After the hat finished singing, the entire hall erupted in applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became still. The first years finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the Sorting Hat song. It turned out it was just about putting it on. That was really scary. At this moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. I will call out the names, and whoever's name I call will put on the hat and sit on the stool, waiting for their sorting, she said. First up, Hannah Abbott. Finally, the one whom Chris had long heard of, known as the ironclad Hannah, the star of the flow, made her appearance. The rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled out of the queue, put on the hat, which just covered her eyes. She sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff. The hat shouted. The Hufflepuffs on the right applauded and cheered, welcoming her to their table. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Soon it was Chris's sister, Diana Red's turn. She walked up without fear, and as soon as the sorting hat touched her, it shouted, Gryffindor. She successfully became a new student of Gryffindor, and the table furthest to the left erupted in cheers. Chris's sister is also a Gryffindor. Ha ha ha. A Gryffindor girl enthusiastically clapped and cheered, happier than when she was sorted into Gryffindor herself. Chapter 141. The feast. His sister is so cute, just like a doll. I really like her. I have a brother-in-law now, a Gryffindor boy said. A nearby older boy, possibly his brother, curiously asked, What? Your brother-in-law? It's Chris Red. He's my brother-in-law. The boy replied, Puffed. Not to mention if he would even look at you. You, being Chris's brother-in-law? Dream on. His brother ruthlessly shattered the boy's dreams. The sorting continued. Susan Pence. Hufflepuff. The hat shouted again. Susan quickly ran to sit next to Hannah. Terry Boot. Ravenclaw. This time the second table on the left applauded. As Terry joined them, a few Ravenclaw students stood up to shake his hand. Then Millicent Burbage became a new Slytherin. Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the stool and hurriedly placed the hat on her head. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. When Draco's name was called, he swaggered over, and, as expected, the hat almost touched his head before it screamed. Slytherin. Draco went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking very pleased with himself. After that, there weren't many left, moaning. Not Parkinson. Then came a pair of Patil twins. Finally, it was Harry Potter's turn. Chris could clearly feel the sudden buzz and whispers that erupted in the dining hall when Professor McGonagall called out this name, like the sizzling sound of small flames. What? Potter? Is she calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? I don't know. The dining hall was crowded, everyone craning their necks to catch a glimpse of him. Those girls who had been staring at Chris were now looking at Harry Potter instead. Chris chuckled inwardly. Good, let them focus on the savior. That way I can relax. Gryffindor. After a while, the hat finally shouted. The Gryffindor long table welcomed the loudest cheers and applause. Prefect Percy stood up and shook hands tightly with Harry Potter. George and Fred shouted loudly, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" Even the ghosts happily patted Harry Potter's arm. And Hagrid in the guest seat on the platform was almost moved to tears. Chris couldn't help but shake his head. This is the charm of the protagonist. Such a presence, just by appearing, incomparable. The sorting continued, and now only 3 people were left waiting for their allocation. Lisa Turpin became a new Ravenclaw. Next was Ron Weasley. The silly boy looked pale at this moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the hat shouted, "Gryffindor." "Very good, Ron, excellent," Percy Weasley said in an exaggerated tone. At this moment, the last remaining student, Blaise Zabini, was sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Chris's attention was already elsewhere, not daring to look directly at him to avoid raising suspicion. He had long since locked his peripheral vision onto that person, Quirinus Quirrell. Yes, it's him, the new defense against the dark arts teacher, the temporary Horcrux of Voldemort, who attempted to help Voldemort steal the Philosopher's Stone and ultimately died after touching Harry Potter. Although the original story painted this guy as a rather incompetent, almost useless villain, Chris did not dare to underestimate him. After all, he was famous for his talent. His theoretical knowledge was very solid, but he sought to gain first-hand practical experience. Therefore, he traveled to the Forbidden Forest, where he got into trouble, claiming he encountered a few vampires and witches. As a result, he met Voldemort during his travels in Albania, at which time Voldemort was undoubtedly residing in some small rodents. This indeed took Quirrell by surprise. He was persuaded to become part of the Dark Forces and became Voldemort's servant. Chris estimated that this person's dark magic was not inferior to that of the previous defense against the dark arts professor, the stuttering one. Although this person seemed silly, he did have some expertise in magic, just like during this year's first Quidditch match, when Quirrell used dark magic on Harry's broom, trying to throw him off. However, Severus Snape cast a counter curse to help, but the result was just a stalemate between the two, with Harry Potter suspended in the air, unable to move. Neither could overpower the other. If it weren't for Hermione setting Snape's robes on fire, bumping into Quirrell, this matter might not have been so easily resolved. What a difficult school year. Chris was at a loss. He just hoped all of this would not affect him. In the center of the guest seat, sitting on a large golden chair, was Albus Dumbledore. The old man's silver hair shimmered like the ghosts. Then, Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a beaming smile, extending his arms as if nothing made him happier than seeing all the students gathered together. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. That is fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Thank you all." He sat back down. Everyone applauded and cheered. Chris sighed. He finally said this classic line. You know, last year he thought Dumbledore would say this. But unexpectedly, he didn't say it, and today he finally did. Is he kind of crazy? On the other side, Harry Potter commented. Crazy? Percy whispered. He is a genius. The best wizard in the world. But you're right, he is a bit crazy. Want some potatoes, Harry? At this moment, Harry Potter was extremely happy. He didn't care about whether it was crazy or not. He had never eaten so much delicious food before, and now his attention was entirely on the plate in front of him. Can you eat properly? Stop poking your fork around. You made this dish look like this. Can anyone still eat it? Diana, what's wrong with you? How did you turn out like this? Chris was really helpless. After that girl sat down, she couldn't stay still at all, pouring various drinks onto a blanket, making everything in the cups turn black. Chapter 142, Shifting the Focus. Then she even wanted to make the little chubby one, Neville, drink it, which scared him to the point of nearly losing his life. He thought that if he drank this Diana brand potion, he might not survive the night. Fortunately, Chris stopped such evil deeds in time. But then she started poking each dish with a fork, or sticking it in and then putting it back, which was really rude, crude, and disgusting. Chris really didn't know if this girl had been hit by a soul-stealing curse, turning into this way. If she really was cursed, he would definitely ask Professor Dumbledore for help to lift the spell. He absolutely could not tolerate her current appearance. What do you care? The head boy hasn't said anything yet, so what right do you have? Isn't that right, head boy brother? Diana first said disdainfully to her own brother, then used a little lowly voice to sweetly talk to Percy. Chris felt a chill listening to it, while Percy was quite enjoying it, and he already couldn't stand Chris. So he put on an official tone, first clearing his throat twice, then wiping his greasy fingers from eating chicken legs with a towel, and slowly spoke. Yes, Chris is head boy. I have the right to deduct points. What if you scare the new students by talking so harshly? They just arrived, and you're already making them have a bad impression of Gryffindor? My sister is none of your business. Chris was too lazy to argue with this pompous guy. Oh, Chris, that's where you're wrong. As an excellent student of Gryffindor, you should set a good example. Why can't you speak kindly to your sister? Moreover, as head boy, it's my duty to manage all matters in Gryffindor, so I naturally have to manage your inappropriate behavior. Don't you think? Percy rattled on with a bunch of official talk, leaving Chris speechless. Everyone else was attracted by Harry Potter, and didn't he notice what was happening here? So no one spoke up for Chris. Chris had no choice but to let it go. Let her be however she wants. Someone will eventually correct her bad habits. After everyone had their fill, the remaining food disappeared from the plates in an instant. The plates and forks were as clean as new. After a while, the pudding was served. There were all kinds of ice cream flavors: apple pie, treacle tart, chocolate cake, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked fruit jam pudding, strawberries, jelly. Chris felt that this year's banquet was much more sumptuous than last year's. He wasn't sure if old Dumbledore saw Harry Potter suffer for so many years, making the kid look so thin, so he specially arranged a nice meal to improve the food and let the kid enjoy it. After the little wizards had their fill, the pudding also disappeared, and Professor Dumbledore stood up again. The dining hall returned to silence. Oh, now that everyone is full and has had enough to drink, I want to say a few more words to you all. At the beginning of the semester, I want to remind everyone of a few points. First-year students, please note that the woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students. Some of our older classmates should also remember this. Dumbledore's bright gaze swept towards the Weasley brothers. TCH, we don't even like going to the Forbidden Forest now, do we, George? Fred said with a smile. That place isn't fun at all. We're already bored of it. George also looked disinterested. Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, wants me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will be held in the second week of this semester. Anyone interested in joining the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must tell everyone, for those who do not wish to encounter accidents and suffer a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Led by the Weasley brothers, a few people burst into laughter, feeling like Dumbledore was joking. He couldn't be serious, could he? After the laughter, Imp looked at Chris, who wasn't laughing, and uncertainly asked, I feel like this is definitely not just an empty threat. If he said it, there must be a problem. We should avoid it. Chris whispered to Imp. Okay. Imp nodded. However, this was overheard by Diana beside them, and a gleam flashed in her eyes as she smiled, saying nothing. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us all sing the school's song together. Dumbledore announced loudly. The teachers and some students who didn't like singing the school song froze upon hearing this terrible news. Dumbledore was still the same. He gently flicked his wand, and a long golden ribbon floated out, curling in the air above the long dining table, forming lines of text. Everyone choose your favorite tune, Dumbledore said. Ready, sing. So all the teachers and students sang loudly. After singing the school song, it was already bedtime, and the first-year little wizards had already followed Percy out. Shall we go back? Imp asked. Of course, I'm exhausted. I'll have a cup of hot milk before bed. Chris was really worn out after being tormented by this silly sister all day. The next day, Chris noticed that very few people were staring at him or following him like usual. The students' attention on Harry Potter was at an all-time high. The students were very enthusiastic about the new darling, Harry Potter, and Chris's goal was achieved. Now the attention on him had suddenly dropped. Look over there, quick. Where? Which one? The one next to that red-haired boy with glasses. That little boy with glasses? I can't believe it's him. Did you see his face? Did you see that scar? That's the best evidence. But I still don't believe it. He seems far behind Gryffindor, as Chris read. These whispers kept chasing after Harry Potter. Students were lining up outside the classroom, all on tiptoes, wanting to catch a glimpse of his true face. In the corridor, they walked past him, then turned back, staring at him intently. Therefore, Chris was in a great mood. Finally, no one was staring at him anymore, and a blissful campus life was about to begin. Sigh. It would be even better if Diana were a muggle. Chapter 143. The Spirit of Fearlessness. Because Chris heard another headache-inducing thing today, his sister, Diana Red, stole the show in Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall asked them to turn matches into needles, which was the first attempt at Transfiguration for the first-year Little Wizards. What happened was, as soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Diana transformed the match into a needle. Not to mention how delicate and beautiful it was, but at least in terms of form, it was very impressive. This really stunned everyone. Hermione Granger's eyes widened. She really didn't expect there to be such an excellent person. She thought she would be the first to do it, but she didn't expect that there are always people better than her. Professor McGonagall was also very surprised. She didn't expect Diana to surpass her brother, who was also quite impressive, and she happily awarded her 10 points. Diana became even more proud of her achievement. She didn't expect that just casually learning a couple of skills from her brother would make her so impressive. She knew her brother should have some talent, but she didn't expect him to be a bit better. But what did that matter? She still wouldn't forgive him for daring to use a spell on his own sister. It was truly unforgivable. After the Transfiguration class in the first year, Ron pulled Harry aside and muttered, "Did you see Hermione's face? She was so green with anger. She probably didn't expect to lose to another girl, right? Ha ha ha. That red seems pretty good." Harry replied that he thought he and everyone else were only a difference of 50 steps and 100 steps apart. He felt that many people here, like him, came from Muggle families and never imagined they would be wizards or witches. There was so much to learn, and even those like Ron, who came from wizarding families, weren't necessarily ahead. He hadn't expected girls from Muggle families like Red and Hermione to be so outstanding. She's nothing. Her brother Chris Red is friends with my brothers. Aside from Percy, they all praise him. Even my mom and dad like him and have invited him over to our house. Of course. I think he's pretty good too, Ron said. After hearing this from Ron, Harry was filled with curiosity. He didn't even know Hogwarts had such an excellent person. Let me tell you all about it. Seeing that Harry was very interested, Ron began to elaborate on Chris. Chris's first class today was Defense Against the Dark Arts. The little wizards were very excited. They thought that this class was the most interesting one because they would always meet new teachers, which was quite refreshing, and they could find a bit of fun by complaining about it. This was something the little wizards enjoyed doing endlessly. Sure enough, they expected Professor Quirrell's class to be almost a joke. The classroom was filled with the smell of garlic, and everyone said it was to ward off a vampire he encountered in Romania, fearing that the vampire might come back to get him. He told them that his large scarf was a gift from an African prince, who thanked him for helping him get rid of a ghoul. But no one really believed his story. First, when the egg-loving McLaggen curiously asked Professor Quirrell how he defeated the ghoul, the professor turned red and mumbled about the weather. Secondly, they found that his large scarf also emitted a strange smell, and the little wizards speculated that it was stuffed with garlic, so that wherever Professor Quirrell went, he had protection. Chris thought it wasn't too bad. Professor Quirrell's timid demeanor wouldn't cause him any trouble and wouldn't even pay attention to him, which made Chris feel very comfortable. He liked being an ordinary bystander and didn't want to meddle. Chris also wondered if his sister Diana would be foolish enough to try to remove Professor Quirrell's large scarf, which would be terrible. But thankfully, Diana found the smell nauseating and had no such thoughts, which relieved Chris. He felt that ever since Diana came to school, he had started to feel anxious. To be honest, aside from worrying about Diana, his life was quite pleasant. In the second year, there weren't many extra classes, and he even had one less flying class, giving him more time to do his own things. Of course, Chris spent more of this time reading, lying on the large soft bed in Gryffindor on a rainy day, sinking into the down pillow, holding a book, with a cup of hot tea or coffee on the bedside table. Chris felt he could lie there for 10 years. It was truly delightful. On Saturday morning, Chris went downstairs to eat with them. The table was already set with a large amount of pumpkin porridge, Wellington ham sausages, sliced bread, and dishes of golden fried eggs and fried bacon. The golden fried eggs were probably McLaggen's favorite. He had come early and had already eaten about a dozen fried eggs, but still wanted more, stuffing himself. "Good morning, Chris. Did you hear about what happened in potions class yesterday?" Fred and George sat down in chairs across from him with a bowl of pumpkin porridge. "Don't you both usually like to sleep until noon on Saturdays? Why are you up so early today?" Chris didn't answer, but instead asked. "Oh, stop worrying about that. I just want to know if you heard." George asked. "No, what happened?" Chris exchanged glances with Imk, not understanding what the Weasley twins were talking about. "We heard that a big thing happened in yesterday's potions class," George said slowly after exchanging glances with Fred. "How should I put it? In yesterday's potions class, Harry Potter was bullied by that old bat Snape. He asked Harry 3 questions, and he couldn't answer any of them. Then Snape deducted points from Harry, and the students in class were too scared to look up, let alone say anything. And then, the key part is, your sister spoke up at that moment. She stood up to protect Harry, boldly refuting Professor Snape and speaking up for him. She showed the same brave Gryffindor spirit as you." George seemed very excited as he spoke. Hearing this, Chris became a bit anxious. What was the outcome? Well, the outcome wasn't good. She lost 15 points and was punished to go to his office every day to handle materials for half a month. "Oh, that's fine. Let us eat and talk more." Chris felt relieved. Everyone thought it was a bit incredible. After all, that was the terrifying Dark Lord Snape. Weren't you worried at all? Even if your sister was mischievous, she's still your sister, right? Why does it seem like it has nothing to do with you? On Sunday, Chris, along with George, Fred, and the eager Imk, went to the Quidditch pitch. They planned to give Imk a special training session so that he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of the first-year students in next week's flying class. Yes, Imk had to retake the flying class, so he had to take it again, along with the first-year students. It was truly a very embarrassing thing, and Imk didn't want the new students to point at him and say, "Look, this is what happens when you don't study hard." The few of them practiced with Imk for an entire afternoon. There was some improvement, but it was almost negligible. "Hey, Chris," Charlie left. "There is an opening for a Seeker on this year's team. Don't you want to give it a try? I'll go tell Wood. It should be fine since your skills are pretty good." George suggested. "Forget it, I'm not interested." Chris shook his head. "What kind of joke is this? That position belongs to Harry Potter. Why would I want to join the fun? Don't I have enough popularity? Why would I go be a Seeker? With that time, I could eat 2 steaks. Isn't that better?" Just like that, Chris's first weekend in his second year at Hogwarts quickly passed, and he enjoyed this study life very much. On Monday, Chris and their first class was herbology. "Good morning, everyone. Today we will be repotting mandrakes," Professor Sprout said with a smile. Then she brought out a large box containing dozens of earplugs and looked around at everyone, saying, "Hearing the cries of mandrakes can cause fainting in mild cases and death in severe cases, so we need to pay attention to these issues while taking care of them. Wear your earplugs. It's the most important thing for safely conducting the class." The little wizards all nodded. Professor Sprout looked at everyone who was being obedient, smiled with satisfaction, and continued to ask, "So, who can tell me about the properties of mandrake?" She looked towards the students in the greenhouse, first ignoring the raised hand of McLaggen and turning to a Hufflepuff student. Mandrake, also known as mandrake root, is a powerful restorative herb. It is used to restore those who have been transformed or cursed back to their original state. It is also an important component in the preparation of most antidotes. Of course, mandrake is very dangerous, and we need to be careful, just like the famous potion master, Mr. Moldy Switch, who died on the spot because he used mandrake as an ingredient in potion making but accidentally forgot to wear earplugs. Great answer, 10 points for Hufflepuff. That's right, mandrake is very useful but also very dangerous. But that's normal. Most dangerous herbs are quite useful. Of course, the mandrakes we have here are still weak, and hearing their cries will probably only make you faint for a while, not die, so there is no need to worry. This Zachariah Smith's herbology is really impressive. Imk whispered to Chris. I heard his dad is a master of herbology. Katie Bell, who was nearby, chimed in. No wonder. I wish I could be that great. Imk looked as if he understood. Then, Professor Sprout handed out earplugs to everyone. Your task is to repot them. She pointed to a row of deep-bottom pots. Everyone leaned forward to get a better look. There were about 100 greenish-purple seedlings lined up there. When I tell you to put on your earplugs, make sure to cover your ears completely. I don't want anyone fainting because they didn't wear them properly. Professor Sprout said, giving a thumbs up, and continued. When it's safe to remove the earplugs, I will give you a thumbs up, just like this. All right, now put on your earplugs. Professor Sprout put on her earplugs first, rolled up her sleeves, and firmly grabbed the leaves of the mandrake, pulling it out of the pot with a strong effort. A chorus of screams suddenly filled the classroom. Of course, since everyone was wearing earplugs, no one heard the screams of others. What was pulled from the soil was not a root like a beet, but a baby with light green skin, and Professor Sprout was holding it by the leaves on its head. The little one screamed loudly as soon as it was pulled out. Now everyone understood what the sound of the mandrake was about, though they couldn't hear it. They just saw the little one opening its mouth and struggling, which was quite amusing. Professor Sprout brought over a larger pot, forcefully stuffed the mandrake in, and quickly buried it with moist compost and soil leaving only the leaves exposed. She dusted off her hands and gave everyone a thumbs up, then removed her earplugs. Let me emphasize again, when you're working on your own later, make sure you wear the earplugs properly. Professor Sprout reminded loudly. I don't think you want to miss this lesson. For people to a pot. There are plenty of big pots over here. Compost is in those bags over there. Be careful of the venomous tentacles, it's teething. She smacked a deep red plant with sharp thorns, causing its tentacle that had been quietly reaching for her shoulder to retract. After everyone was wearing their earplugs, Professor Sprout signaled that they could start. Watching Professor Sprout do it seemed particularly easy, but it was actually not that way at all. The mandrake did not want to be pulled from the soil, but also seemed unwilling to go back. They twisted their bodies, kicked wildly with their little feet, and shook their tiny fists, baring their teeth. Chris got a particularly fat mandrake, which was very mischievous and wouldn't listen at all, twisting and turning. Chris had no choice but to treat it very roughly, so it would obediently fit into the pot. By the end of the class, Chris, like the other students, was sweating profusely, sore all over and covered in dirt. There was no helping it. This was not so much about learning magic, but rather hard physical labor. Chapter 145. Retake Imp was quite worried these days because something had been making this 12-year-old boy very unhappy. He found a notice posted in the Gryffindor common room stating that flying lessons would begin on Thursday. Gryffindor students would have classes with Slytherin students. What bad luck, Imp said dejectedly. Maybe I'll embarrass myself riding a broomstick in front of the first-year students, Don't say that. We might not do well either. Whether you'll embarrass yourself is still uncertain. Maybe I'll perform even worse than you. Ron said at the Hogwarts Brothers gathering. That's impossible. There's no one worse than me, Imp denied. You know that Slytherin's Malfoy, right? He talks about flying all day long. He loudly complains that first-year students aren't qualified to join the house Quidditch team, and he tells many long, self-aggrandizing stories, always ending with how he narrowly avoided a Muggle helicopter. I don't believe it. If he was that good, I'd eat my rat, Ron asserted. That's really not necessary. Imp blushed. However, as Ron said, there were more than just Malfoy boasting like that. Listening to Seamus Finnegan, the master of explosions. It seemed like he spent most of his childhood flying around on broomsticks in the fields. Every child from a wizarding family was chattering about Quidditch, except Neville, who was very honest and said he had never ridden a broomstick in his life because his grandmother never let him near one. Regarding flying, Hermione Granger was nearly as nervous as Neville. This was a skill that couldn't be learned from books and memorized. As for Chris's sister, Diana, it went without saying. She didn't care at all, feeling very inflated and thinking she was invincible. A mere flying lesson would be a piece of cake. On Thursday morning, besides this group of first-year little wizards and Imp, everyone else was eating and drinking in the Great Hall as usual, discussing some interesting things just like always. After Chris put down his today's transfiguration, he saw an owl bringing a small package from Neville's grandmother. Neville excitedly opened it and showed everyone a glass ball the size of a large marble, which seemed to be filled with white mist. This is a memory ball. He explained, Grandma knows I always have a bad memory. It tells you if there is something you forgot to do. Look, you hold it tightly like this. And if it turns red, he suddenly elongated his face because the memory ball turned a bright red, as if he had forgotten something. Neville desperately tried to recall what he had forgotten, and just then, Draco Malfoy passed by the Gryffindor table and snatched the memory ball from his hands. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley jumped up. For some reason, they somewhat hoped for a confrontation with Malfoy. However, before they could say anything, the memory ball in Malfoy's hand floated back to Neville's hand in astonishment. Naturally, this was Chris's doing. Malfoy quickly noticed everything, and just as he was about to say something, Professor McGonagall, more keenly aware that something was wrong, appeared in the blink of an eye. What is going on? Oh, it was Malfoy who just stole my memory ball, Professor. Malfoy, with a sullen face, saw that the professor had arrived and couldn't do anything else. So he glared at Chris, who had helped, and hurriedly left, with Crabbe and Goyle following closely behind. In the afternoon, the unfortunate Imp was dragged by the enthusiastic Ron to join them on the lawn for flying class. Throughout the journey, Imp had a long face and looked extremely nervous, which made some Gryffindor students uneasy, as they thought this class was supposed to be terrifying for a second-year student who had already attended it. Well, what are you all waiting for? Madam Hooch is here, she said sternly. Everyone stand next to a broomstick. Quickly, time is of the essence. You, second year, go to the back. Upon hearing this, Imp stood at the very end, clearly indicating that Madam Hooch did not favor this talentless fat boy. The broomsticks were no different from usual, old and tattered, with branches sticking out in all directions. All right, Everyone extend your right hand over the broomstick and say up. Up. Everyone shouted. This time it went well. Perhaps Imk had practiced this motion enough, as the broom jumped into his hand by the second time he said it, which made him extremely happy. So far, only he and Harry Potter had accomplished this. Hermione Granger's broom merely rolled on the ground, while Neville's broom didn't move an inch. Diana's broom jumped into her hand after she shouted 4 or 5 times, which was decent enough. As for Ron, he was too anxious, and when the broom jumped up, the handle hit his nose, causing the little boy to whimper in pain, while Harry Potter beside him laughed heartily at the scene. Then, Madame Hooch demonstrated how to mount the broom without sliding off. She walked around the line, correcting their grip. Diana kept doing it wrong, which infuriated her. She felt it was her freedom how to hold it, and it was really annoying to be forced to change her grip. She wished she could punch this old professor. All right, when I whistle, you kick off the ground with your legs. You have to kick hard, Madame Hooch said. Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward and drop back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Just then, suddenly something happened. Neville was so nervous, fearing he would be left on the ground, that he kicked off hard before the whistle even reached Madame Hooch's lips and flew up. Come back down, child, Madame Hooch shouted, but Neville shot straight up like a cork popping out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Soon he looked down in terror at the rapidly receding ground. His mouth agape as he slipped off the broom, and then, bang, a loud crash with Neville lying face down in the grass, curled up. Chapter 146. Stand Up. His broom continued to rise higher and began to drift slowly towards the forbidden forest, disappearing from view. Madame Hooch bent over to look at Neville, her face as pale as his. The young wizards were also scared. They hadn't expected such a thing to happen. Tears streamed down Neville's face as he clutched his wrist, while Madame Hooch wrapped her arm around him. Then, Madame Hooch instructed the young wizards not to move and helped the limping Neville to the infirmary. Shortly after they left, Malfoy burst into loud laughter. Did you see his face, that stupid fat boy? His Slytherin classmates echoed in agreement. Shut up, white hair, Diana said. Huh, are you defending Longbottom? Pansy Parkinson chimed in disdainfully. What, do you like him? Get lost, ugly. Diana was fierce and spoke little. She cast a spell at Parkinson's face, making her front teeth grow enormous, and her pockmarked face looked even more disgusting. Oh, I won't let this go. Parkinson panicked immediately. She hadn't expected to provoke a Gryffindor to take action just for a couple of mockery remarks, and she hurriedly ran away. TCH. Diana scoffed at the fleeing Parkinson. Malfoy, watching this scene, had a fluctuating expression. He was uncertain whether to continue causing trouble for these Gryffindors. After all, this girl seemed tough to deal with. However, soon, his malicious thoughts overcame his earlier rationality. Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball from the grass, which shimmered in the sunlight. Give it here, Malfoy, it was Imk. Everyone stopped talking and looked at him. That's right, it's Imk. He surprisingly spoke up and bravely stood out. Malfoy sneered wickedly. The fat boy? What's wrong? Anxious? Is that other fool your brother? Tell me, if I throw it away, will you go fetch it? Like a dog, huh? Imp became even angrier. He raised his wand, pointing at Malfoy, recalling a year ago when that Slytherin Pusey was as insidious and disgusting as Malfoy today. However, Malfoy acted even quicker, already jumping on his broom and taking off. He hovered at the height parallel to a tree, loudly calling out, "Come and get it, fat boy." Imp was in a dilemma. His flying skills were too poor to keep up with Malfoy. Indeed, a second-year repeat student was no match for a first-year. Imp's face turned blue and red, not knowing what to do. Just then, it seemed a strong wind blew past him. No, it wasn't the wind. It was a person. Someone like Chris, stepping up for him in his time of need. He was on a broom, the air rushing through his hair, his robe billowing behind him as he soared higher alongside Malfoy. All that remained around Imp were the screams and gasps of the girls, along with Ron's admiring shouts. Yes, it was that boy who had survived the odds, Harry Potter. Malfoy now panicked. He threw the glass ball high into the air and quickly descended to the ground. Harry Potter leaned forward, pointing his broom downwards. Within the blink of an eye, he accelerated and dived down, chasing the glass ball. Then, just a foot from the ground, he caught the glass ball and quickly straightened the broom, gently landing on the grass, firmly holding the memory ball in his palm. The young wizards cheered and shouted for him, never having imagined that this famous boy truly lived up to his reputation and was outstanding. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall arrived, astonished. In all my years at Hogwarts, never. She was so surprised she could hardly speak, her glasses glinting with anger. How dare you? You could have broken your neck. It's not his fault, Professor. Be quiet, Miss Red. But that Malfoy. Diana continued defiantly. Enough, Potter, come with me. Professor McGonagall interrupted. Then, Harry Potter followed Professor McGonagall, leaving the young wizards looking at each other in confusion. White hair. If anything happens to him, it's all your fault. I want to let this go, Diana angrily said, and the earlier scene had made her feel some admiration for Harry Potter, while she had no good feelings towards Malfoy, who created trouble and provoked them. That's his own doing. It has nothing to do with me. You and I have nothing to settle. Malfoy, looking at the angry expressions of the Gryffindors led by Diana, felt a bit scared and said with a facade of bravado. After the incident, news spread that Harry had become the new Seeker for Gryffindor, the youngest team member in a century. The other young wizards who hadn't experienced the incident that afternoon found it hard to believe. They thought Harry must have had connections to get in, which wasn't fair. The little wizard who proposed such a viewpoint was thoroughly scolded by those who witnessed it firsthand, leaving them too intimidated to voice their doubts. Even if they still had them, I feel that our Quidditch Cup has hope this year. Charlie has graduated, and I thought our Gryffindor team was doomed. But unexpectedly, Harry is so talented. We are sure to win. This was the assessment made by Wood, the unscrupulous captain of the Gryffindor team, after practice. This also alleviated some of the doubts held by others, and they began to praise him. He is indeed quite remarkable. Imp commented in front of Chris. Chris shrugged and said nothing. This was to be expected, and he wouldn't be surprised. On the contrary, he should be worried if Harry hadn't made the team. However, Diana's actions left Chris at a loss for words. She was too conspicuous. In front of so many people in class, she dared to use a spell to attack a Slytherin girl, really. But he seemed to forget that he had done the same last year, punishing that loose-tongued pussy in public. Hey, Chris, we're going to duel with Malfoy tonight. Do you have any powerful spells to teach me? Ron said quietly to Chris, who was sitting in a corner of the common room reading a wizard adventure novel. You guys are going to duel? Chris put down the book and asked. Chapter 147, Levi Corpus. Yeah, Malfoy is still brooding over what happened today. That guy is really rotten to the core. So he invited Harry and me to a wizard duel. We were going to say, Ron explained. Chris naturally knew about this, but he didn't expect Ron to come to him asking him to teach him some spells. Can you really teach this stuff in one go? Not to mention whether it can be taught or learned. You're just wasting your time going. Malfoy won't even show up. He's just playing you two fools, making you all nervous. Chris didn't know what to say. All right, then I'll teach you the Levicorpus spell. What do you think? Chris asked. What kind of spell is that? I've never heard of it. Is it powerful? Ron asked curiously. It's a jinx. As long as you use this spell, you can lift your opponent up. You can do whatever you want with them after that. So, do you want to learn it? Wow, that's awesome. I want to learn. I want to learn. Ron nodded excitedly. Okay, then repeat after me. Levi Corpus, remember, stretch the ending a bit, like this. Levi Corpus. Chris demonstrated the spell on Ron's little mouse with his wand. Liber Corpus. Immediately after, Chris used the counter curse to drop the mouse back down. Wow, that's amazing, Ron exclaimed, completely in awe of Chris's actions. He even imagined himself using it to hang Malfoy from the ceiling and give him a good beating. Then you should practice well. Good luck, I believe in you, Ron. Chris encouraged. Ron nodded gratefully. He had never thought someone could be so good to him, giving him nice clothes, a part-time job, teaching him useful knowledge, and standing up for him in times of trouble. He felt that Chris was much better to him than his brothers. Chris felt more like a real brother to him. At that moment, Ron was practicing the spell, repeatedly trying on his little mouse, but unfortunately he had not succeeded yet, and even the little mouse, Scabbers, was too scared to move. It's 11:30, Ron said quietly. We have to go. All right, Ron, are you confident? Harry asked somewhat nervously. Don't worry. I learned a powerful spell from Chris. Ron patted his chest and said. They put on their robes, picked up their wands, and stealthily made their way through the castle's corridors, down the spiral staircase, and into the Gryffindor common room. Some embers were still flickering in the fireplace, and the armchairs seemed to have turned into dark shadows, just as they were about to reach the portrait hole. They heard someone speaking from the nearest chair. I can't believe you did that, Harry. A lamp suddenly lit up. It was Hermione Granger, wearing a pink nightgown and frowning. You, Ron said angrily, go back to sleep. I almost told your brother. Hermione retorted, Percy. He's the prefect. He would stop all this. Ha, prefect. I'm not afraid of him. Ron said. Don't mind her. Let's go, Harry said to Ron. He pushed open the fat lady's portrait and crawled through the hole. But Hermione wouldn't let it go so easily. She followed Ron through the hole, lowering her voice like an angry goose as she shouted at them. Don't you care about Gryffindor? Only about yourselves? I don't want Slytherin to win the House Cup again. And I don't want you to throw away all the points I helped you get from Professor McGonagall with that switching spell. Go away. Fine, but I warn you, When you're on the train home tomorrow, don't forget what I said. You are such a... As for how, they didn't know. Hermione turned back to the fat lady's portrait, wanting to crawl back in, only to find the painting was completely empty. The fat lady had gone out visiting, leaving Hermione locked outside the Gryffindor castle. Oh no, what am I going to do now? She shouted. That's your problem, Ron said. We have to go. We're going to be late. Before they could reach the end of the corridor, Hermione caught up with them. I'm going with you, she said. You can't go. Do you think I would stand out here, waiting for Filch to catch me? If he finds the three of us, I'll just tell him the truth. That I was trying to stop you. Then you can vouch for me. You've got guts, Ron said loudly. Shut up, you two, Harry said sternly. I hear something. It was a hissing sound. Is it Mrs. Norris? Ron held his breath and squinted into the darkness. No, it's Neville. He was curled up on the floor, sleeping soundly, but as they approached, he suddenly woke up with a start. Thank goodness you found me. I've been out here for hours. I can't remember the new password. I can't get to bed. Keep your voice down, Neville. The password is pig snout, but it doesn't help you now. The fat lady has gone somewhere. How's your arm? Harry asked. It's fine, Neville said, lifting his arm to show them. Good. All right. Neville, listen, we're going somewhere. See you later. Don't leave me, Neville said, getting up from the floor. I don't want to be here alone. The Bloody Baron's ghost has passed by here twice. Ron looked at his watch, glaring angrily at Hermione and Neville. If either of you get this caught, I will definitely teach you a lesson with my new spell. They walked briskly down the corridor, the moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting beams across the floor. They hurried up the stairs to the third floor, stealthily heading towards the trophy room. Malfoy and Crabbe were not there. The crystal glass cabinets displaying the trophies sparkled in the moonlight. The four of them moved forward against the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Ron took out his wand, just in case Malfoy suddenly charged in. Time passed slowly. Huh, he's late. Maybe he's too scared of me, Ron, he whispered. After a while, Filch came with his cat, and everyone was extremely scared, rushing away. They ran around the doorpost, through corridor after corridor. Harry was at the front. He didn't know where they were or where they were running to. Chapter 148. Forced to experience finally, they emerged near the library, which was quite far from the trophy room. I think we've lost him, Harry panted. Ron leaned against the cold wall, wiping sweat from his forehead. Neville was bent over, gasping for breath. I told you, Hermione said breathlessly, clutching the seam of her shirt. I told you. We have to go back to the Gryffindor common room. As fast as we can, Ron said. Malfoy tricked you, Hermione said to Harry. Don't you get it? He never intended to meet you there. Filch knows someone is going to the trophy room. Malfoy must have tipped him off. Harry thought Hermione might be right, but he didn't want to say that to her. Let us go. However, things weren't that simple. They had only taken a few steps when they heard a doorknob rattling, and something burst out of a classroom in front of them. It was Peeves. As soon as he saw them, he squealed with delight. Shut up, Peeves. Please, you'll get us expelled. Peeves cackled, naughty first years, wandering around at midnight. TSK, TSK, TSK. You get caught. No, we want tea. Just don't betray us, Peeves, please. Ha ha ha, I want tea, I want tea. Peeves laughed. Wadawasi. Suddenly, a spell shot out, hitting Peeves and sending him flying. The group was still dazed, not yet realizing what had happened. Ah, it's Chris, what are you doing here? Ron said, surprised to see Chris with his wand out, feeling saved. Shouldn't I be asking you? Aren't you supposed to be in the trophy room? Chris replied somewhat helplessly. He was there to return a few dark magic books he had taken from the restricted section last time. Yes, dark magic books. With Chris's deepening understanding of magic, he had begun reading some basic dark magic books to expand his magical experience and knowledge. These things are very useful. You never know when you might need them. Moreover, isn't it natural for an excellent wizard to read some dark magic books to validate what they've learned? Naturally, these matters could be overlooked. But what was troubling him was that he really didn't know how he ended up encountering this group. According to the original plot, they shouldn't have come near the library. Who knew how they managed to end up here? Chris had also set out because once he finished reading, he needed to return the books and get some new ones to study. Time was precious, and everything was urgent. But unexpectedly, how did he end up here and get dragged into this? Oh no, quick, run. Chris, there is no time to explain. Filch is right behind us. Ron seemed to suddenly hear something, and he was as quick as a rabbit, dragging Chris off to run. Chris thought of the secret passage nearby. They could escape through that, but he didn't even have a chance to speak before Ron pulled him into another corridor. With no choice, Chris could only run along. As they ran, Chris faintly felt that this scene seemed familiar until Harry led them into the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Chris realized that things were getting a bit serious. No, I don't want to go. What is going on? Don't drag me into this. Hurry, hurry. Get in. Filch is coming. Neville gasped, pulling Chris inside, while Hermione slammed the door shut, and Harry quickly locked it. Now, Filch can't get in. Harry sighed with relief. Yeah, but we can't get out either, Chris said, looking down the corridor with a sigh. To be honest, Chris was a bit panicked. He really didn't know if his half-hearted spell could deal with that giant dog. Everyone was somewhat confused by Chris's words. But soon Ron felt something sticky on his shoulder, and when he turned to look, he found 3 giant heads staring back at him, the foul breath emanating from its open mouth, along with yellowish drool dripping from the edges, splattered onto his clothes. Ah! Hermione screamed in fright. It stood there motionless, its 6 eyes fixed on them. The only reason they hadn't been killed yet was that their sudden appearance had startled it, but it was quickly regaining its composure. The deafening roars were all too clear. Find it quickly! Find it quickly! Find it quickly! Chris's voice rang in their ears. The 3-headed dog was instantly restrained. Quick! Dispel 1 hold for long, Chris urged. At that moment, Harry Potter reacted the fastest, lunging for the door and pulling on the handle, only to find it was locked. Alohomora! Chris shouted, and a spell shot out, unlocking the door. They all escaped as quickly as possible, shutting the door just in time before the 3-headed dog could come out. Once they were far away, listening to the distant sounds of banging and roaring, the group breathed a sigh of relief. That monster isn't going to break down the door and come out, is it? Ron said worriedly. It shouldn't, Chris replied. I think you all should remember that when we first entered school, Dumbledore told us not to come here. If we hadn't broken school rules and come out at midnight, we wouldn't have ended up here. It's all your fault, Hermione said angrily. Harry and Ron knew Hermione was about to start her long lecture. Oh, right, Chris, I haven't thank you yet. Really, if it weren't for you, we might have been eaten by that thing. Ron cleverly diverted attention from Hermione's rambling. Hearing Ron say that, Hermione and everyone quickly expressed their thanks. By the way, Chris, how did you end up there? Hermione asked. Ron, I was a bit worried after what you said this afternoon, so I came to find you, Chris lied. He couldn't very well say he had sneaked into the restricted section at midnight to get books. Could he? Harry and the others felt even more shame. Where have you all been? The fat lady asked, looking at their disheveled robes and flushed faces. Don't ask. Pig snout, Harry said impatiently, and the portrait swung open. Chapter 149. New papers and awards. They stumbled into the common room, trembling and collapsing onto the armchairs. For a while, no one spoke. As for Neville, he seemed like he would never speak again. What do you think they were trying to do? Keeping such a thing in the school? Finally, Ron said, if any dog needs training, it's that one. What are you all doing with your eyes? She said angrily. Didn't you see what it was standing on? The floor? Harry guessed. I didn't look at its feet. I was too busy looking at its head. No, not on the floor. It was standing on a trapdoor. It was clearly guarding something. She stood up, glaring at them angrily. We almost got bitten to death, or worse, expelled from school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to bed. Ron stared at her back, his mouth agape in surprise. Go to sleep. We don't mind, he said. What kind of situation is this? It was as if we were dragging her away. Immediately, Hermione pushed Harry and Ron aside and started discussing the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, speculating about what was hidden inside. Finally, Harry revealed that he had taken a package from Gringotts with Hagrid before the school year started. It seemed that Harry had figured out the whereabouts of that dirty little package in Vault 713. They also sought Chris's opinion, but Chris definitely wouldn't get involved in this matter. So, he kept saying he was tired and needed to sleep, and with a look of exhaustion, he returned to his room. The next day, Harry and Ron were still very interested in last night's experience, whispering excitedly to each other and even wanting to drag Chris into a discussion. However, Chris's reaction was the same as Hermione's and Neville's. He looked uninterested, so they had to give up. Here, special milk tea, just for you. Chris handed a cup of iced cheese milk tea to Diana, who was petting cats in the common room. Since coming to Hogwarts, his tea-making skills had improved significantly. There was no way to get milk tea here, so if he wanted it, he had to make it himself. As for teaching the house elves how to make milk tea, Chris had tried, but he always felt it lacked something, so he could only try to make it himself. However, compared to some of the milk tea he had before, there was still a significant gap. After all, homemade tea could never match the exclusive recipes of others. To ease Diana's recent resentment towards her brother, Chris's action was also somewhat to please or seek forgiveness. Fortunately, kids are kids, and it's not easy for them to hold grudges. A cup of delicious milk tea made Diana resent her brother a lot less. Suddenly feeling a furry touch by his leg, Chris put down the cup and looked down at Nana, who was rubbing against him, and bent down to pick her up. Wow, she seems to have gotten fatter recently. Chris gently stroked the little guy. Since arriving at Hogwarts, This cat must have been fed a lot by the other little wizards and unknowingly gained weight. How have your classes been lately? Chris asked. Oomph. Diana huffed and didn't answer Chris's question. There was nothing he could do. The little brat was difficult to deal with, clearly still upset. After some coaxing, the little girl finally gave Chris a bit of better attitude. After calming the little girl down, Chris went back to his own work. Yes, he had an important task to complete recently. Professor McGonagall had given him a new assignment. This task involved some new applications of intermediate transfiguration, such as students using transfiguration spells to turn an owl into a small telescope in 5th year, which is not an easy transformation. This was also a topic that had appeared in the ordinary wizarding level exams. Professor McGonagall believed that Chris's level of transfiguration had reached this standard, and he was even quite proficient. So she decided to let Chris submit an article for today's transfiguration this year, explaining new arguments and applications regarding this type of transformation. Undoubtedly, this was not an easy task, and Chris had recently been researching a lot of materials and conducting some experiments. You see, learning something and being able to use it skillfully is something that can be achieved with effort. However, if you want to conduct research and delve deeper into it, that is not an easy task at all. Therefore, Chris had to put in a lot of effort, perhaps like Imk. He just didn't understand the point and thought it was a waste of time. The answer is naturally negative. Through research and deeper understanding, moving beyond surface-level learning has made Chris's transfiguration skills and foundational knowledge more solid. Learning a subject isn't difficult if you just want to learn it. As long as you put your heart into it, it's not hard. But if you want to move from the first layer to the second layer, that is definitely a process of sublimation. You will achieve a qualitative change from a quantitative change. And Chris is currently doing such accumulation. Once he reaches a certain level, his standard will rise to another level. Naturally, this will also benefit his further studies in more advanced transfiguration. Time passed quickly, and when Chris completed the paper and submitted it to Professor McGonagall for revision, polishing, and submission, it was already the eve of Halloween. Chris's paper, which delved into the effects of spells, was indeed a remarkable achievement. A second-year Hogwarts wizard could continuously produce new papers and propose different structural ideas, which undoubtedly amazed many. Especially the new understanding and application of spells in the paper showcased the author's comprehension and knowledge of this field. After being published, the paper immediately attracted many people's attention, especially knowing that Chris was last year's Best Newcomer Award winner. Some senior wizards truly felt a sense of new waves pushing out the old. As for whether there would be awards, that was certain. But since Chris had already received the Newcomer Award last year, he wouldn't receive such an award again this year. This year, he would receive the Best Inspiration Award, which was much better than the Newcomer Award, with a prize of 200 galleons. However, this also brought the attention of little wizards to him, which really gave Chris a headache. As for the famous savior, little wizards discovered that this savior, aside from having exceptional talent in flying, was no different from other students in other aspects. Now everyone wouldn't surround Harry Potter, wanting to see the lightning scar on his forehead. Those who knew Harry Potter would treat him like an ordinary person. Little wizards felt that Harry Potter seemed to pale in comparison to the well-known, gentle, handsome, talented, and kind Chris Red. And Chris' award in the authoritative magazine on Transfiguration let them know that this young genius was still as brilliant as ever, shining brightly. So those little fans returned to Chris's side once again. They fussed over Chris all day long, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Naturally, this deeply affected Diana. Because of Chris, she felt like a little bird under his wings, and people would only refer to her as Chris Red's sister, not as Diana Red. This made the once strong and excellent girl, who had always been confident since coming to Hogwarts, feel greatly impacted. She had never thought that her older brother would be so popular and sought after at Hogwarts, and she felt like an ugly duckling, as insignificant as dust. Chris naturally noticed Diana's disappointment. He thought this was a good thing. He hoped this girl could change her personality a bit and recognize herself better. Hogwarts was truly not a place for ordinary students to show off. A slight misstep could lead to a bad outcome, blending in with the crowd. Why not just put on a layer of protective color or be an ordinary student? Why stick out? Is there nothing else to do? To welcome the upcoming Halloween, the Hogwarts Great Hall was already decorated with pumpkin lanterns, which were magically lit by the professors, casting a dim, slightly eerie light. The mischievous Peeves was sneakily hiding in an unknown lantern, and whenever an unsuspecting little wizard passed by, Peeves would suddenly jump out to scare them, then laugh and dart into another lantern amidst the little wizard's fright. It's really infuriating, just like Imk. He was scared once last year, and unexpectedly, he got scared again this year. The chubby boy was so angry that he almost wanted to tear the poltergeist apart. But from now on, whenever Imk sees the glowing pumpkin lanterns in the castle, he instinctively hides away. Today, Chris always looks a bit preoccupied, and yes, just as you think, a giant monster incident will happen tonight. The friendship of the Savior Trio also begins today. Although Chris knows the plot, it doesn't mean he wants to get involved and be the vanguard against Voldemort. Laying low until graduation and running away after learning magic doesn't sound bad at all. So, Harry Potter is still very important. Moreover, following the original plot isn't a bad thing either. Therefore, Chris is unwilling to get involved. In the evening, Chris followed everyone into the Great Hall, which was adorned with colorful Halloween decorations. 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging dark clouds above the tables, causing the candle flames inside the pumpkins to flicker. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, just like during the feast at the start of the school year. Chris didn't have time to think about anything else. He just wanted to eat because if something happened later, he wouldn't get to enjoy all this delicious food. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the dining hall, his large scarf askew on his head, his face filled with terror. Everyone stared at him as he leaned against Professor Dumbledore's chair, gasping. A troll in the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, fainting. The dining hall instantly erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to make his wand emit several sharp explosions to get everyone to quiet down. Prefects, he said in a low voice, immediately take your students back to the dormitories. Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, was naturally adept at handling such situations. Follow me. Don't get separated. First-year students, don't be afraid. As long as you listen to my instructions and follow me, you have nothing to fear from the troll. All right, stay close behind me. Clear the way, first-year students coming through. Excuse me, I'm the prefect. Chris also followed the crowd toward the common room. How could a troll get in? He asked Imk as they climbed the stairs. Who knows? Chris pretended to look confused and said. On the way, they encountered some crowds rushing in different directions. As they squeezed past a group of perplexed Hufflepuff students, someone suddenly grabbed Chris's arm. Chris, Nana. Diana said anxiously. What's wrong? Chris asked, confused. She's missing. I was looking for her before dinner. And then Ron told me he heard a girl saying Nana was with Hermione this afternoon. So I was relieved. But just now, Chris didn't hear the rest of Diana's words. He already understood that Hermione had taken the cat and was crying. This clever girl had always loved kittens, especially Nana. Seeing Nana's silly and cute appearance, she couldn't help but hold her and pet her incessantly. A big part of why Nana was so chubby was because of all the food Hermione fed her. So she often spent time with Nana. And both Diana and Chris knew this. But who would have thought that today, this girl actually took Nana away? Perhaps the kitten could bring a little comfort to her wounded heart, but in today's situation, really not the right time. Why did you have to do this now? Nana is just an ordinary golden tabby, not a clever cat with a bit of wildcat blood. This silly creature would just run after good food. What if she got so scared by the troll that she couldn't move and ended up getting smashed by the Trolls Club? Even if she didn't get killed, it would still be a hassle if she had a stress reaction. Chapter 151, Courageously Fighting the Troll. Chris really cared about this cat. She had lived in the Red family for many years, and everyone treated her as part of the family. If something happened to her, wouldn't the family be devastated? Anyone who has had pets knows how important they are. It's the same reasoning. Chris had to go. Imk, take care of Diana and send her back to the common room. I'll go. Without caring about anything else, Chris hurried toward the direction of the troll after instructing Imk. When he reached near the troll, a foul stench invaded his nostrils. A mix of smelly socks and an unclean public restroom. Then he heard a low mumbling sound and the sound of huge feet dragging along the ground. At the end of the passage on the left, a massive creature was moving toward him. Chris quickly retreated into the shadows, watching it slowly walk into a patch of moonlight. The sight was terrifying. It was 12 feet tall with dull, gray skin that looked like granite. Its massive and clumsy body resembling a pile of huge rubble, topped with a small head like a cocoa bean. Its short legs were as thick as tree stumps, with flat, calloused feet. The stench emanating from it was nauseating. It held a thick wooden stick in its hand, dragging along the ground due to its long arms. The troll stopped by a door, peering inside. It twitched its long ears, made a decision with its small head, then lowered its head and slowly squeezed into the room. Chris swallowed hard, watching the troll. He was still a bit scared. He thought that such a massive body would make even an adult wizard tremble. For a second-year wizard, it would be even harder to deal with. Chris couldn't help but feel grateful that he hadn't recklessly chosen to charge in and give it a 5-hit whip. If he got hit by the Trolls Club, it would probably be more than just a fracture. As Chris pondered how to deal with it, he spotted Ron and Harry sneaking around. Not good. They're going to lock the door. Hermione and Nana are in that room. This absolutely couldn't happen. No. Chris hurriedly shouted to stop them. Just as Harry and Ron were about to ask Chris, they heard a voice that nearly stopped their hearts. A shrill, terrified girl's voice and a cat's frightened scream, coming from inside the room. Hermione, Harry, and Ron exclaimed in unison. Nana, Chris shouted. Without hesitation, Chris pushed past the two, blocking his way, and rushed into the room. Hermione Granger was huddled against the wall with Nana, looking as if she might faint at any moment. The troll was approaching in their direction, knocking the sink away from the wall as it walked. Then, the troll stopped a few steps away from Hermione. Clumsily, it turned around, stupidly blinking its eyes as it tried to see what made the noise. Its ugly little eyes spotted Chris, who had barged in. It hesitated for a moment, then turned to walk toward Chris, raising the wooden stick in its hand. In this critical moment, Chris knew that when facing such a magical creature with incredible strength and decent magical resistance, but very low intelligence, one must not act recklessly. Moreover, he had never intended to eliminate the troll, so he needed to deal with it without using dark magic or other highly destructive spells. This was truly not an easy task. After all, he was just there to save a cat, and had no need to reveal his trump card, causing professors to be surprised or suspicious. So how should he proceed? Chris fell into confusion. As the massive club was about to come crashing down, Chris remained unfazed, which worried Ron and Harry at the door. Hey, you big idiot! Ron shouted from the other side of the room, throwing a metal pipe at the giant. The giant seemed to completely ignore the metal pipe hitting its shoulder, but hearing the shout, it stopped in its tracks and turned its ugly, big nose towards Ron. Seizing the opportunity, Chris dodged and circled behind the giant, quickly casting his best transfiguration spell, turning some of the broken wooden door fragments around him into thick vines that began to wrap around the giant. However, the giant was no fool. As something began to entangle it, it abandoned Ron as its target and started to tear at the wrapping vines. Chris intensified his magical output, continuously conjuring more and more vines to wrap around the giant, which were becoming thicker and more secure. The giant roared, exerting great force to tear them apart. And Chris was starting to struggle. The giant's strength was simply overwhelming, and his control was clearly insufficient. After all, what Chris was doing was akin to trying to capture the giant alive, something that an ordinary wizard couldn't achieve. At that moment, Harry did something very brave. He jumped forward and wrapped his arms around the giant's neck from behind. The giant, busy tearing at the increasingly tight vines around it, didn't notice Harry hanging on, but if you shoved a long stick up its nose, it would definitely feel that. As Harry jumped, he had his wand in hand. It went straight into one of the giant's nostrils, causing the giant to howl in pain, twisting its body and swinging the stick in its hands in an attempt to knock Harry off. Harry's action created a great opportunity for Chris. He intensified his magical output, causing even more vines to wrap around the giant, tightly and securely, gradually rendering it incapable of resistance. Chris stood to the side, panting, and threw a few more binding spells at the creature, then used a levitation charm to lift the giant's club high into the air, turning it around slowly before it came crashing down hard on the giant's head with a thunderous bang. Okay, one giant successfully captured. Harry climbed to his feet, trembling and out of breath. Ron stood there, wide-eyed, looking incredulous at what everyone had done. Finally, Hermione spoke up first. Is it dead? I don't think so. It's probably just knocked out, Chris replied. Chapter 152. Victory. He took a breath, gently cradling Nana from Hermione's arms. Oh, little kitty, are you all right? Let me pet you, good girl. Chris slowly stroked the little creature, which had been scared at first, but was now much better, purring softly. Everyone looked at this scene a bit speechless. They had thought Chris came along because he was worried about them, but now they all understood. It was for the cat. Hermione's face turned red. She also thought it was as before, that everyone was concerned about her, but didn't he expect that Red had come for the cat? At that moment, Harry was awkwardly bending down, pulling his wand from the giant's nostril, which was covered in large globs of gray goo. Ugh, giant's nose gunk. He wiped the wand on the giant's pants. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door and heavy footsteps, causing the 4 people and 1 cat in the room to look up. They hadn't realized how much noise they had made. Surely the people downstairs heard the violent crashes and the giant's roars. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, followed closely by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell glanced at the giant and let out a weak whimper, sitting on a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Snape bent down to inspect the giant. Professor McGonagall looked at the group, clearly angry, her lips pale. "What on earth are you playing at?" she said, her voice cold with fury. "Ah, it seems that besides this year's savior of the wizarding world, the old master of transfiguration is still as formidable as ever, even accomplishing things that some teaching professors cannot." Snape's expression was impassive as he looked at Chris, but his words dripped with sarcasm. Quirrell still appeared timid, hunched over with a worried expression. When he heard Snape's words, he merely shuddered, showing no other reaction, as if the professor he mentioned was not referring to him at all. Next, Snape shot a penetrating glare at Harry. Harry looked at the floor. At that moment, a low voice came from the shadows. "Please don't do this, Professor McGonagall. They were looking for me." "Miss Granger." Hermione finally struggled to stand up. "I came to find the giant because I thought I could handle it alone, because I read about them in books and know a lot about them." Hermione Granger told a colossal lie to a teacher. "If it weren't for me, I'd definitely be dead by now." Red used magic to trap the giant and knocked it out with its own club. Harry stuck his wand in the giant's nostril. And Ron helped a lot too. "We didn't have time to find anyone. They arrived just as the giant was about to swallow me whole." Harry and Ron tried their best to look as if they were already familiar with this story, and Chris found it amusing, sneaking a smirk. However, McGonagall caught sight of it and angrily said, "Red, what are you doing? Why did you bring a cat? Have you gotten so arrogant? Do you think your transfiguration skills have reached their peak?" McGonagall was trembling with rage. Professor, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. How could I have such thoughts as you mentioned? It was just a moment of panic, and I forgot to put the cat back," Chris said with a smile. "Oh, if that is the case." Professor McGonagall took a breath, looking at them thoughtfully. "Miss Granger, you silly girl. How could you think you could handle a giant like a mountain all by yourself?" Hermione hung her head. Harry and Ron were at a loss for words. Hermione was the least likely to break school rules, and now, to help them out of trouble, she actually lied about breaking them. It was unbelievable, like Snape distributing candy to everyone. "Miss Granger, because of this matter, Gryffindor will lose 5 points." Professor McGonagall said, "I am very disappointed in you. If you're not injured at all, you should hurry back to Gryffindor Tower. The students are all enjoying the Halloween feast in their houses." Hermione left. Professor McGonagall turned to Chris, Harry, and Ron. "Well, I still have to say you were lucky. Not many students can match a full-grown giant. Chris, your use of transfiguration magic is indeed impressive. I have to admit, your skill in transfiguration is even better than I imagined. I will give you 20 points. "Thank you, Professor, but Mr. Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley helped a lot too. Otherwise, I might not have been able to do it alone," Chris said with a smile. "All right then, you two also earned 5 points for Gryffindor each. I will inform Professor Dumbledore about this." "You may go now," Professor McGonagall said. They hurriedly followed Chris out of the room, ascending the 2 flights of stairs in silence. Finally, they could no longer smell the giant's foul odor, and they sighed in relief. Hermione was great. She stepped up and helped us out of trouble. Ron whispered to Harry, "But don't forget, we did save her. If we hadn't locked her in with that thing, she might not have needed saving at all. Besides, it was Red who did the heavy lifting." Harry reminded him. They arrived in front of the fat lady's portrait. Pig snout. Chris was the first to say the password and slipped inside. The common room was packed with people, noisy and bustling. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. "Hey, buddy, did you find the cat?" Imp asked. "I found it. Are you blind? How could you not see this big thing in my arms?" Chris said, speechless. "Hey, I was just concerned about you." Imp laughed. "Here, Diana. Make sure to keep an eye on Nana from now on. Don't lose the cat again." Chris handed Nana to Diana with irritation. Diana, with red-rimmed eyes, took it without saying anything more. She knew she had to rely on her brother at critical moments. If it weren't for her brother this time, she might never have seen Nana again. Just then, Hermione came over, simply saying, "Thank you, Red," before hurrying to her plate. Chris shook his head helplessly. What mess. Chapter 153. Goodness. Quiet down, everyone. Fred suddenly stood on the table and shouted. "Just now, my brother told me that under the leadership of our Gryffindor's greatest genius, Chris Red, and accompanied by the unbeatable savior Harry Potter, they together defeated the troll that invaded our school. They earned us house points. Cheer, everyone. Cheer for our Gryffindor heroes." The nearby Gryffindor lions excitedly joined in the commotion. "Our genius, Red the unbeatable troll boy, Harry Potter." Chris curled his lip at that title, wondering what kind of names they were coming up with. Soon, the enthusiastic little lions lifted Chris and Harry up. They were tossed around by everyone for quite a while, and only after the excitement had faded did they finally set them down. Chris found out that it was Ron who, in an effort to boast about his heroic deeds, had embellished the story of how they defeated the troll and saved Hermione after returning to the common room. Because of the troll incident, The little witches and wizards who could only spend Halloween in the common room suddenly heard such explosive news, and it quickly spread from 1 to 10. From 10 to 100, becoming increasingly exaggerated. Naturally, the mischievous Weasley brothers had announced this, even giving it such a clumsy nickname. Thankfully, they didn't call themselves the troll geniuses. After learning the details, Chris couldn't help but exclaim that heroes are made by circumstance. He hadn't intended to get involved, but unexpectedly. These little lions were something else, really something else. Some little witches were throwing him flirtatious glances, and a few bold ones even came over to ask him for details about killing the troll, almost making Chris feel overwhelmed. The energetic Gryffindor lions kept the noise going until late into the night, and considering they had classes the next day, they finally returned to their dormitories. As the protagonist of the welcome party, Chris was already exhausted. Goodness, really something else. Chris complained as Imk helped him walk to the bedroom. The next morning, still tired, Chris reluctantly got out of bed to attend class at Imk's urging. Yesterday had drained a lot of his energy, and he still hadn't recovered. After a night of fermentation, the news of Chris defeating the troll seemed to have spread throughout the entire school, causing Chris to hear the whispers of those little fans who had always followed him wherever he went. Even Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff came over to congratulate him with admiration. Yes, that's Cedric, born in 1977, who at 17, during his 6th year, put his name into the Goblet of Fire and was ultimately chosen as a champion representing Hogwarts. He was a year ahead of Chris, but 2 years older. Although they were only acquaintances, his thoughtfulness in personally congratulating Chris and expressing his admiration explained why he had such good relationships. He was quite impressive. This made Chris quicken his pace to reach the Charms classroom, hoping to avoid running into so many people, as it would truly be overwhelming. To be honest, he didn't really enjoy dealing with these situations. Other Gryffindor students arrived earlier than Chris and Imk and were already sitting quietly in the left side seats. Some playing around and others eating, while the front seats were all taken. Chris had no choice but to sit in the back with Imk instead of taking the seats offered by the little girls. All right, children, class is starting now. Please return to your seats. Professor Flitwick walked in right on time, and if he hadn't spoken, no one would have noticed he was there. Clearing his throat, Professor Flitwick addressed the seated students. I believe you all heard that yesterday, Mr. Red successfully defeated a troll in the corridors of Hogwarts using his superb transfiguration skills and outstanding intellect. After Flitwick finished speaking, the little witches and wizards began to chatter, especially the Hufflepuff students, who started discussing among themselves, and Chris, sitting in the back, suddenly became the center of attention. Although many had heard this news before, since it originated from Gryffindor, it might not have been credible, but now that the professor said it, it was undoubtedly true. Suddenly receiving such praise from Professor Flitwick, Chris couldn't feel happy about it at all because he thought it wasn't a good thing. Then he heard Professor Flitwick continue, however, I must remind you that trolls are very powerful and dangerous creatures, and are definitely not something an ungraduated young wizard can defeat. Mr. Red is, of course, an exception. After all, even your defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, fainted from fright at the Halloween feast. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily at Professor Flitwick's remark about Professor Quirrell. All right, quiet down, let me continue. Just like what Mr. Red did, he merely restrained the troll and didn't find a way to deal with it. So defeating a troll is not as easy as you might think. You should not, like him, try to defeat a troll, or else. Professor Flitwick became unusually serious, surveying the students, who immediately fell silent. So, in today's class, I will teach you a very useful spell that can help you a lot, which is the Freezing Charm. Now, what is the use of this spell? Hufflepuff's Marlowe asked curiously. Good question, Mr. Marlowe. This is a charm that can immobilize a target and stop it from moving. It can be used on magical creatures to prevent them from running wild. And it can also disable special function items like Muggle security alarms. For example, like yesterday's troll. If you learn this spell, you can use it on it. Even if you can't completely freeze it to stop its actions, you can at least slow it down, which means you'll have more time to think about how to deal with it or to escape. Chapter 154. The New Year as competition similarly, if used against an enemy, is also a very good spell. Professor Flitwick said. The little wizards were all very interested, sitting up straight and listening attentively to Professor Flitwick's explanation. They had always been keen on these useful offensive spells. Chris couldn't help but admire Professor Flitwick's teaching method, first taking an example to illustrate a point, then extending it to the lesson content, fully engaging the students' enthusiasm before proceeding with the explanation. This approach was definitely more effective than direct lecturing by a factor of more than one. As Chris continued to study hard, time passed quickly, and before long, November arrived, bringing with it very cold weather. Every morning, just by looking out at the frost-covered windows from upstairs, one could see Hagrid bundled up in his moleskin coat, using a big broom to sweep snow off the Quidditch pitch in preparation for the upcoming Quidditch match. During this time, the Weasley twins were also incredibly busy. As third-year students, they had more classes than in their first and second years, and with their heavy coursework combined with training sessions with Wood, the Quidditch fanatic, they had recently taken Chris on fewer adventures. However, today was the first match of the year between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and they were still quite anxious. "Chris, do you think we can defeat Slytherin today?" Fred asked a bit nervously. Chris knew the answer, but he pretended to ponder for a long time before slowly saying, "We can win. Harry Potter should be able to catch the golden snitch and bring us victory. Of course, you two will play a significant role as well." Upon hearing Chris's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they didn't know why, but as long as Chris believed they could win, they felt confident too. I can't wait to see the expressions on Slytherin's faces after they lose. Those guys were absolutely furious about last year's defeat, like rabid dogs. George said, as 11 o'clock approached. All the teachers and students began heading to the Quidditch pitch. This year was a bit different, as Lee Jordan served as the commentator for the Quidditch match. Last year's commentator had already graduated, which was unavoidable since a new generation was taking over, making the little wizards feel quite unaccustomed. However, Lee Jordan, the black commentator, spoke with flair and successfully won the affection of the little wizards. "It's freezing today." Imp shivered as she sat down. "Yes," Chris agreed, thinking that if it weren't for wanting to witness Harry Potter's classic seeker move, he would still be comfortably enjoying himself in his bedroom. Above the pitch, Ron, Hermione, Diana, Neville, Seamus, and the other Gryffindor wizards were preparing a surprise for Harry, creating a huge banner with a bedsheet stained by the little mouse, with "Potter for the win" written on it. Dean, who was good at drawing, painted a large Gryffindor lion below it. Then, Hermione cast a clever spell to make the colors on the banner shimmer with different hues. Quite creative indeed. Meanwhile, in the locker room, the Gryffindor players were changing into their bright red Quidditch uniforms. Wood cleared his throat to quiet everyone down. "All right, lads," he said. "And ladies," Chaser Angelina Johnson added. "Yes, and ladies," Wood agreed. "It's time. This important moment. The moment we've all been waiting for," Fred Weasley said. "Shut up, you two," Wood replied. "Last year, our Gryffindor team, under the leadership of former captain Charlie Weasley, returned to the top and won the Quidditch Cup. And this year, under my leadership, we will maintain this glory, uphold this honor, and write our new legacy of glory. Let everyone see the might of our Gryffindor team. Now, let's go." Wood's words were very motivating, and the little wizards felt their blood boiling. They excitedly walked out of the locker room and headed towards the cheering crowd in the stands. However, Harry looked a bit pale. He was a bit nervous as it was his first match, and he just hoped his knees wouldn't go weak. "Listen, I hope everyone plays fairly and honestly," the referee said. Her words seemed to be directed specifically at Slytherin's captain, sixth-year student Marcus Flint. "Please mount your broomsticks." Everyone mounted their brooms, with Harry being a beat behind as he climbed onto his Nimbus 2000. Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle with all her might. 15 broomsticks shot into the air, soaring high into the sky. The match began. The quaffle was immediately seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. What an outstanding chaser she was. And quite charming too. "Oh, I can't take it. Jordan." "Sorry, Professor. Look, she's flying up there, making a beautiful pass to Alicia Spinnet, who Oliver Wood had spotted as a talent. Last year, she was just a substitute. The ball was passed back to Johnson, and then, oh no, Slytherin has stolen the quaffle." Slytherin's captain Marcus Flint got the quaffle and sped away. Flint soared like an eagle. He's going to score. No, Gryffindor's keeper would made a beautiful move and intercepted the ball. Now Gryffindor has the ball. It's Gryffindor's chaser, Katie Bell, darting around Flint in the air. Ow, that must hurt, getting hit in the back of the head by a bludger. Now, the quaffle has been intercepted by Slytherin. It's Darian Puce rushing towards the goalpost. Who would have thought that this guy, who had once suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of our Gryffindor's Chris Red, would have such outstanding Quidditch talent? But he was knocked down by another bludger. Ha ha. The bludger was deflected aside by either Fred Weasley or George Weasley. It was hard to tell the two twins apart. Gryffindor's beaters took down Darian Puce for their good brother. Well done. Such deep Gryffindor brotherhood. Ahem, Jordan, Professor McGonagall reminded sternly. "Sorry, Professor." Chapter 155. Something big has happened. Now, Johnson has regained the quaffle. With no obstacles in front of her, she sped away, truly like flying, dodging a bludger. The goalpost is right ahead. All right. Angelina, keeper Blatch dove in. Missed it. Gryffindor scores. The cheers of Gryffindor echoed in the cold sky. mixed with the roars and groans of Slytherin. The match continued. Lee Jordan said, Chaser Darian Puce ducked under 2 bludgers, then evaded the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell. I have to say, this guy is quite crafty. Oh no, Darian Puce has the ball. He is heading towards... Wait, was that the golden snitch? Darian Puce noticed it too, and thus he turned his head to look at the golden light flying past his left ear, missing the quaffle as murmurs arose in the crowd. Harry Potter also spotted the snitch. His heart raced with excitement as he dove down, chasing that golden flash. Slytherin-esque seeker Terrence Higgs saw it too. The entire Quidditch pitch fell silent. Everyone was focused on the actions of the two, standing up to watch the upcoming contest. Perhaps the winner would be decided right here. The two raced side by side towards the snitch. The chasers seemed to have forgotten their own responsibilities, hovering in midair, watching. Harry was faster than Higgins. He could see the small, round ball flitting ahead, its wings flapping. He suddenly accelerated again, bang. Something seemed to hit beside Harry. He turned to look and saw Marcus Flint deliberately colliding with him. The Gryffindors below erupted in angry shouts. However, his action did not succeed. George and Fred, the strategists, successfully predicted the despicable behavior of Flint and managed to stop him. They successfully intercepted Marcus Flint. Harry Potter no longer paid attention to these things and continued to dash towards the golden snitch. Closer, closer. It was right in front of him, just as Harry was about to catch the golden snitch. His Nimbus 2000 suddenly lost control. The Nimbus 2000 sent Harry plummeting towards the ground. The events unfolded quickly. Harry Potter was completely focused on the movements of the golden snitch and never imagined that something would happen to his broom. He fell straight down, just like that. He lay flat on the grass of the pitch. Everyone was stunned, not expecting such a thing to happen. All eyes were on Harry Potter. Chris was startled as well. He remembered a shooting TB like this. The boy who lived Wood and Tea just collapsed like that, right? How would the story continue? This was really a bit unbelievable. However, no one noticed that at this moment, Professor Quirrell had a strange smile on his lips. Everyone was a bit flustered. They hurried over to check on him, but before they could reach Harry Potter, he jumped up. This scared everyone. They thought he was dead. I caught the snitch, Harry shouted, pulling the golden snitch out from his mouth and waving the ball high above his head. Thus, the match ended in chaos. He and T caught the snitch. He had almost swallowed it. Flint, the captain of Slytherin, was still shouting in indignation, but it was completely ineffective. Harry hadn't broken any rules. Lee Jordan was still joyfully announcing the result of the match. Gryffindor won 170-30. After the match, aside from feeling a bit sore from the fall and a bit dazed from hitting the ground, Harry was fine, but everyone still gathered around him, concerned and asking how he was, which warmed Harry, who had always lacked care and affection. No one noticed that the smile on Professor Quirrell's face had vanished, replaced by a look of anger. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was a supporter of Slytherin winning. Chris did not approach. He was thinking about what had gone wrong to cause the situation to change slightly. According to the normal course of events, Harry Potter should have been knocked by Flint. Then he would lose track of the golden snitch, and while he continued to search, his broom would have malfunctioned, causing him to nearly fall. And only after Hermione set Snape's robe on fire would Quirrell have been knocked down, leading to Harry's victory. Not the way it happened now. There was a missing part. This situation was a bit inconsistent with the normal trajectory. Without suspicion towards Professor Snape, could they still succeed? Chris couldn't help but doubt. After pondering carefully, he discovered that the reason lay with him. The cause of this incident was because he initially taught the Weasley brothers a different tactic to earn galleons in the Quidditch Cup, helping Gryffindor win the trophy last year. And the result of all this was that the Weasley brothers were no longer the same as before. Indeed, their close cooperation, combined with Wood's constant training, had greatly improved their skills, which is why they successfully intercepted Flint this time, helping Harry catch the golden snitch. Ultimately, it led to Professor Quirrell fearing the match would end, leaving him without a chance to cause trouble. So he took action while Harry was catching the snitch. Chris had to admit that this was a good opportunity. Ordinary people might have really collapsed, but Harry Potter had no major issues. This was luck. This was the fate of the main character. Chris thought Harry Potter could say, "I am destined." Who could refute that? Who would dare to refute it? So, the final result was still that Harry Potter caught the golden snitch with his mouth and won the match. But the process was just as important as the result. Chris felt he should do something to help get things back on track. In the afternoon, Chris took Imp to visit Hagrid. Actually, visiting Hagrid was a pretext. Chris knew that normally Harry Potter should be discussing this matter with Hagrid, but he wasn't sure if they would discuss it now. If things turned out differently, it could lead to big trouble. Overall, this matter was the fruit of the cause Chris had sown. so he felt it necessary to help him a bit to get things back on track. He absolutely could not let his small butterfly wings change the course of events. Chapter 156. Turning Point. Hello? Hagrid, are you there? Imp, I came to see you. Chris knocked on the wooden door. Creaked, the door opened. Hagrid's fluffy head poked out from inside. Ah, it's you two. Come in. Hey, Imp, your little belly, ha. You've gained quite a bit. I'm worried you'll catch up to me. Hagrid said, puffing out his big belly. Ha, how could that be? By the way, we brought you some delicious cream cakes. Imp said, lifting the item in his hand with a smile. Ah, that is perfect. Harry and the others are here too. Hurry. Come in, Hagrid said with a smile. Indeed, when Chris entered, he saw Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley were all here. Ron's face looked bad at this moment, probably because he was holding a big cake from Hagrid, but no matter how he bit into it, he couldn't get a bite off, and he felt too embarrassed to say anything, making it very awkward. Hey, how are you? You came to see Hagrid too? Chris asked with a smile as he sat down. Ah, yes, Ron replied. At this moment, there were 6 people in the room, including Hagrid, but the atmosphere was a bit awkward. There was no way around it. Although they had experienced a lot together, their usual interactions were still quite limited, so they were not very familiar, creating a somewhat awkward situation. So what were you just talking about? Chris asked while Hagrid was pouring tea for them. I was just telling Harry that he used to be a little scruffy, and now he can catch the golden snitch, just like his dad. It's really impressive, Hagrid said cheerfully before Harry and the others could speak. Chris was worried about how to bring up the match that morning, but since Hagrid brought it up first, it was just right. Ah, yes, Harry is indeed great. I think he flies better than Charlie, Chris praised. Harry Potter felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing the praise. Hermione nodded, not knowing who Charlie was. As for Ron, he somewhat disagreed. He definitely thought his brother Charlie was a bit better, but since it was Chris saying it, he didn't say much. Indeed, after all, Harry joined the team in his first year. Such brilliance is rare. Imp said affirmatively. Yes, but what happened in the end? Harry, why did you fall? Chris asked tentatively. I don't know either. Everything was fine, and suddenly my broom just went wrong. Otherwise, I would have definitely caught the golden snitch and wouldn't he have fallen, Harry affirmed. He had never thought about these things before, and he was quite confused. But one thing was certain, definitely not his fault. Had it happened during training before? Imp asked curiously. No, it hadn't. No way. We all thought it was you not paying attention and falling, but it turns out it was the broom's problem. This Firebolt 2000 isn't that great after all, Ron exclaimed, dropping the pastry he was holding. No way. Harry was also a bit puzzled. Could it be someone is deliberately causing trouble? Hermione, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Chris's eyes lit up. This girl is clever. She hit the nail on the head. Everyone was a bit incredulous. I read in Quidditch through the ages that some wizards use such dirty tricks to prevent others from winning, Hermione said uncertainly. That's definitely it. No doubt about it, Ron affirmed. No way, right? Chris said, feigning surprise. Yeah, how could there be such wizards at Hogwarts? Hagrid also thought it was impossible. There are. Definitely. Malfoy, Snape, they absolutely don't want Harry to win. Ron said. Malfoy? No way. Could he be that powerful? Would he use such spells to cause trouble? That would be Snape, Ron asserted. Nonsense. Hagrid didn't believe it. Why would Snape do such a thing? He is the head of Slytherin. He surely wouldn't want Gryffindor to win. He has always hated Harry, and besides, Ron suddenly shouted. Besides what? Hagrid asked. Ron didn't know how to tell him, so he looked at Harry. Harry hesitated too, but he decided to tell the truth. Because I discovered some things about him, he said to Hagrid. On Halloween, he wanted to get past that 3-headed dog. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal what the dog was guarding. Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. How do you know about the 3-headed Fluffy? He asked. We accidentally took a wrong turn last time and saw it. This matter was witnessed by me, Ron, Hermione, Chris, and Neville, right, Chris? Harry asked. Chris, looking for confirmation from Harry, nodded. By the way, what did you just say about a 3-headed Fluffy? Harry continued to ask Hagrid, seeing Chris had testified for him. It's mine. I bought it from a Greek guy I met at the pub last year. I wanted a Dumbledore to guard. What? Harry asked eagerly. Enough. Don't ask anymore, Hagrid said gruffly. That is a matter of utmost secrecy, understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense, Hagrid said again. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to kill Harry? Hermione asked loudly. The events of that morning and her initial suggestion seemed to make her very certain Snape was the bad guy, which greatly changed her view of him. If I see a wizard with ill intentions, I can recognize them. I've read all about them in books. You have to make eye contact with them. Snape's eyes never blinked. I saw it. I tell you, you're wrong, Hagrid said angrily. I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that. But Snape would never want to harm a student. Now, You three listen to me. You are meddling in things that don't concern you. It's very dangerous. Forget about that big dog. Forget about what it's guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Aha, Harry said. So this also involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, right? Hagrid was furious. He was angry with himself for saying so much. Chapter 157. Snape strikes back. All right, Hagrid, don't be angry. Everyone calm down. Don't rush. Chris quickly stepped in to mediate as the two became more agitated. Hagrid huffed and sat down, clearly very upset. All right, let us leave this matter here. I don't want to say anything more. Hagrid said. Then he stopped talking. No matter how Harry asked, he wouldn't say a word. Harry had no choice but to take his leave. Chris and the others followed suit. What is this all about? Imp sighed. He hadn't expected that visiting Hagrid would lead to such a drama, learning so many incredible things. Don't talk about it carelessly after we go back. Chris reminded. He didn't want this matter to leak out and cause any more trouble. At this moment, Chris also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, these kids had figured things out, and things should be back on track now. As long as things are back on track, everything else would be easy to handle. Sigh. There's no helping it. These are things that Harry Potter, the protagonist, must go through. Christmas was approaching. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts woke up from its dreams to find the grounds covered in several feet of snow and the lake frozen solid. One unfortunate event occurred. The Weasley twins were punished. They had enchanted a few snowballs to chase after Quirrell, hitting him on the back of his turban. This is just ridiculous. Chris really had to admire their courage when he heard about it. Really, who gave them such courage? Could it be that wizard named Leon from the Muggle world? They were throwing snowballs at a big shot, Voldemort. Chris thought the two of them would have something to brag about in the future. Like if someone dared to challenge them, they could just say, what? I threw snowballs at Voldemort. You don't believe it? You're staring? I'll say it again. I threw snowballs at Voldemort. Do you dare? Let us see if you dare to be cheeky, whether you submit or not. Back to the point, December at Hogwarts was indeed quite cold. Even Diana had been feeling down lately and didn't like to go out and join the fun. It was said that several owls flew through the snowstorm to deliver mail, and by the time they returned, they were frozen solid. They had to recover their strength under Hagrid's care before they could take off again. Everyone was eagerly looking forward to the holiday. Although the Gryffindor common room and the Great Hall were blazing with roaring fires, the corridors, which were buffeted by drafts, had turned bone-chillingly cold, and the windows of the classrooms rattled in the biting wind. The worst part was that Professor Snape's classes were held in the underground classrooms. When they exhaled, white mist formed in front of them, and they could only huddle close to their steaming cauldrons. In this class, they were learning how to make a swelling solution. This potion causes the part of the body that comes into contact with it to swell, and its main ingredient is pufferfish eyes. Of course, such trivial skills were not difficult for Chris. He had long been adept at such low-level potions. However, Snape probably knew Chris's background very well. But this year, he didn't ignore him as he had last year. Instead, he always questioned Chris during class, throwing some tricky and sarcastic comments his way. Chris probably knew the reason. His sister Diana. This girl had absolutely no talent in potion making. She really had no patience at all, and she always argued back at Snape. Even when he punished her, she wouldn't back down, continuing to fight him. This left Snape with no choice. Deducting points was useless if he scolded her. She would scold back. If he punished her, she wouldn't change and would keep resisting. What did Snape do? You can't just beat or kill a student, right? He hadn't reached that level of cruelty. Truly a Gryffindor saint warrior determined to fight Snape to the end. Indeed, many Gryffindors admired and respected her greatly, including Harry and Ron. They didn't have the guts to stand up to Snape like she did. This resulted in Chris getting caught up in the mess as well. Sigh, there's really nothing we can do. Here we go again. Snape is making a scene. Read, tell me the steps to make the swelling solution. Snape said coldly. First, add 2 teaspoons of dried nettle to the mortar. Then add 3 parts of pufferfish eyes. Grind into a medium-fine powder. Then add 2 parts of the mixture to the cauldron. Heat at medium temperature for 20 seconds. Wave your wand and simmer for 60 minutes. Oof. You have an omission. Do you know that? Snape sneered. He was just waiting for Chris to make a mistake. It depends on the type of cauldron. Yours may be so, but what about theirs? After studying potions for so long, do you not know that potion making should be situational? Because of your omission, someone else might have an accident during potion making. For this, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape said ruthlessly. Chris pouted. It was indeed his fault, and he had nothing to say. Continue. Next, add 1 part of bat spleen to the cauldron. Stir counterclockwise 4 times. Then heat at low temperature for 30 seconds, and finally, we can wave our wands to complete the potion. Chris answered. This time, there were naturally no issues, and Snape couldn't find any faults. Soon, Snape let everyone start making potions, and at first, there were no problems. However, during the potion-making process, a small incident occurred. That McLaggen guy did something very stupid. He had a bit of a cold due to the recent weather, and although he was feeling a bit better, the temperature in the potions classroom made him very uncomfortable and he really wanted to sneeze. But because Professor Snape was so terrifying, he was afraid that sneezing would also get him points deducted, so he held it in until he was ready to make the potion. As soon as he relaxed, a sneeze involuntarily came out, and by coincidence, it landed right on the face of a classmate at the next table. The guy was startled by McLaggen's sneeze, and as a result, he accidentally threw the freshly ground materials he was holding. This was bad. His arm was quite powerful, and he threw it right into Slytherin's Dorian Pusey's cauldron. Dorian Pusey's cauldron immediately boiled, splashing onto his handsome face. Soon, Dorian Pusey's face began to swell rapidly, and he was scared out of his wits. Chapter 158. He really looks like a dog. You idiot. Snape was furious. He never expected these students to cause so much trouble, still acting like first years, even though they were in second year. Angrily, Snape deducted 20 points from Gryffindor. Ha! That was so funny, Chris. Did you see Dorian Pusey's face? Really, I could die laughing. It's more satisfying than beating him up. After class, Chris and Imp were walking back to the Gryffindor common room, and Imp's face was nearly crooked from laughing. Chris shook his head helplessly. He didn't find it satisfying at all. After Chris had taught Dorian Pusey a lesson last year, he was scared and never dared to bother Chris and the others again. So, Chris naturally couldn't be bothered with him anymore. The only pity was that he couldn't get money from this young master anymore. What a pity. As Chris and the others passed through the hallway, they were blocked by a huge fir tree, and there was an argument nearby, with everyone watching the excitement. Hey, can you move aside? You're blocking the way? Malfoy said coldly with a drawn-out voice. Oh, and do you want to earn some pocket money, Weasley? I guess you probably hope to guard the hunting grounds after you graduate from Hogwarts, right? Hagrid's hut must be like a palace compared to your original home. Mr. Malfoy said disdainfully. Ron next to him was furious and charged at Malfoy. Just then, Snape called out from behind Chris and the others. Weasley. Ron paused and quickly let go of Malfoy's shirt. Someone provoked him first, Professor Snape, Hagrid said, sticking his messy head out from behind the tree. Malfoy just insulted his family. Regardless, hitting someone is against Hogwarts rules. Hagrid, Snape said smoothly. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Weasley, you should feel lucky it wasn't more. Now, everyone, move along. After saying that, Professor Snape left. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle rudely squeezed past the tree, knocking needles everywhere while laughing smugly. I'm going to teach him a lesson, Ron said through gritted teeth, looking at Malfoy's back. One day, I'm going to give him a good beating. No need to wait. I'll help you right now, Chris said with a laugh, patting Ron on the shoulder. Then he quietly cast a spell on Malfoy's left leg. Suddenly, Malfoy stumbled and fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Look at him, he looks like a dog. Ron and Harry were extremely satisfied, laughing uncontrollably. Damn it, who did that? Malfoy was furious. Did you trip me? Malfoy turned to look at Ron and the others. No way, how could that be? Ron said, holding back his laughter. Harry nodded along. Draco, it seems like you just lost your balance, Goyle said dumbly. Yeah, Crabbe nodded. Really? Malfoy looked a bit puzzled. Yeah, Crabbe said. It's all because of these two disgusting guys. Just wait, I won't let this go. Malfoy imitated his father's manner, angrily tossing his luxurious wizard robe and walking off with Goyle and Crabbe. However, he had just taken quite a fall and was still limping a bit. Ha! Now he looks even more like a dog, Imp said with a laugh. Yeah. Ron imitated Crabbe's manner. Everyone was in stitches. Sigh, I really hate those two, Harry said, referring to Malfoy and Snape. Come on, cheer up, Christmas is coming soon, Hagrid interjected, as he hadn't stopped Chris's actions because he didn't like that guy either. By the way, guess what? Come with me to the dining hall and see. It's simply wonderful. Curious, the group followed Hagrid and his fir tree into the hall, where Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were busy decorating for Christmas. Ah, Hagrid, the last tree has come in. Can we put in that corner? The hall looked beautiful and magnificent, with walls draped in mistletoe and holly garlands, and 12 towering Christmas trees standing throughout the room, some adorned with glittering icicles and others twinkling with hundreds of candles. Ah, Chris, you're here. Perfect. Can you help me magically decorate over there? Professor McGonagall asked when she saw Chris enter. Oh, I'd be happy to, Professor, Chris said with a smile. He then began to get busy. How many days until the break? Hagrid asked, setting down the large tree. Only one day, Imp happily replied. Oh, that reminds me. Harry, Ron, We have half an hour until dinner. We should go to the library, Hermione suddenly said. Oh, right. You're right, Ron said irritably, then shifted his gaze away from Chris, who was using his wand to spray a stream of golden bubbles and hanging them on a Christmas tree branch. The library? Hagrid asked curiously. Aren't you studying too hard? Then, the group chatted as they left the hall, which was none of their concern. Oh, we're not reviewing our studies, Harry said cheerfully to him. Since you mentioned Nicholas Flamel, we've been trying to figure out who he is. What? Hagrid looked very alarmed. Listen to me, I told you all, stop it. That big dog is guarding something that has nothing to do with you. We just want to know who Nicholas Flamel is. Nothing else, Hermione said. Would you be willing to tell us, so we don't have to go through so much trouble? We've flipped through at least 100 books and haven't found a trace of him. Just give us a hint. I'm sure I've seen his name somewhere. I won't say anything, Hagrid said tersely. Then we'll have to find out for ourselves, Ron said. They hurried to the library, leaving Hagrid standing there, looking furious. Indeed, ever since Hagrid let it slip, they had been searching the books for Flamel's name. Apart from that, what other way did they have to find out what Snape was trying to steal? Chapter 159. Staying at school, of course, they had also asked Chris and others. But everyone said they didn't know, hadn't heard of him, and didn't understand. Chris was obviously being coy, while the others genuinely didn't know. So, it was difficult for them to know where to start. What outstanding achievements could this Flamel have that warranted being written about? He wasn't in the greatest wizards of the 20th century, nor in the contemporary famous wizards directory. Furthermore, his name couldn't be found in major discoveries in modern magic or studies on the development of modern witchcraft. Naturally, the sheer size of the library was daunting. With thousands of books, thousands of shelves, and hundreds of narrow corridors, finding such a person was incredibly difficult. This Christmas, Chris didn't plan to go back. For some reason, he was really reluctant to be with the annoying Diana, so while she went home for the holidays, Chris prepared to enjoy some peace and quiet at school. The common room was much less crowded after the break, and the remaining students could occupy a few more comfortable armchairs by the fire. At this moment, lovely little friends like Harry and Ron were sitting there, eating all the food they could poke with a roasting fork, bread, pastries, mushrooms, while brainstorming plans to get Malfoy expelled, although these plans were unlikely to be implemented. It was always fun to talk about. As for Chris, he was continuing his studies in the room of requirement with Imp. There was no way around it. One couldn't forget about studying while doing anything else. Imp was practicing the hardening spell that Chris had just taught him, a spell that could turn objects into stone. Of course, most students seemed to use this spell to damage their classmates' backpacks or to turn someone's pumpkin pie into stone before they could take a bite. It was unwise to try these boring tricks on your teachers. This was very handy in awkward situations, like in the Battle of Hogwarts, when Hermione Granger used this spell on a tapestry in the castle, successfully knocking out 2 Death Eaters who were chasing Harry and Ron. Chris was studying a more advanced spell, the Water Fire Resistance Charm. This charm could make the target impervious to water and fire. However, there were nuances. If your mastery of the spell wasn't great, or if your magical power didn't meet the requirements, you might only be able to use it like Hermione did to waterproof Harry's glasses during a Quidditch match in the rain in his 3rd year. Or like all the players on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, using it during practice to prevent water from splashing on their faces. A more advanced use would be like when Hermione used this spell to try to protect herself, Ron, and the Goblin Bogrod from being burned by the hot treasures in the vault. This was a very useful spell, and Chris couldn't guarantee that he would never encounter such a situation in the future. So what he needed to do now was master and learn more advanced spells, followed by further research. He believed that there were no useless spells, only foolish wizards. Thus, Chris spent Christmas Eve in continuous study and research. The next day, Imp excitedly got out of bed, put on his robe, and happily said to the sleepily blinking Chris, "Merry Christmas." "Oh, Merry," Chris replied drowsily. Immediately, Imp didn't disturb him anymore and went to unwrap his own gift. Of course, compared to the pile of gift Chris was almost overwhelmed with, Imp's things were rather few. How pitiful. However, the little chubby boy was quite optimistic. He never compared himself to others, and your happiness and what you possess had nothing to do with him. Thus, Imp's open-mindedness made him very happy. Look, this guy was wearing a red sweater, round and fluffy like a pom-pom. Did Mrs. Weasley knit you a special Weasley sweater? Chris asked. Yeah, what do you think? Pretty good, right? Imp replied happily. Yeah, let me see mine. Chris rummaged through his package for a while before finding his. When he tore open the wrapping paper, he saw a thick, bright red-handed sweater, along with a large box of homemade fudge. This is great. How about we wear this out today? Chris said with a smile. Sure, no problem. Then, Chris began to unwrap his gifts. Most of the gifts were the same as usual, sweets and chocolate, all kinds of chocolate. plus some trinkets that were neither flavorful nor worth keeping. Chris had no use for these. However, he thought that if he gave these to Ron, he would definitely be very happy. This year, Chris didn't receive any particularly special gifts, which was unavoidable. One couldn't expect others to give you high-value items every year. That would be unrealistic. Just then, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open, and Fred and George Weasley burst in. Merry Christmas! Yes, that's right, because Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit Charlie, so the Weasley kids stayed at school. Wow, look, they got Weasley sweaters too. Fred and George were wearing blue sweaters, one with a large yellow F on it, and the other with a large yellow G. Those look better than ours, Fred said, holding up Chris's sweater, clearly indicating that their mom was more careful with non-family members. Ha ha, not really, I think they're pretty similar, Chris said with a laugh. Right? Imp nodded. Ha ha, Imp, that sweater really suits you, George said with a laugh. Right? Imp continued to nod. Ha ha. They were all laughing and joking as they prepared to go to the Great Hall for a hearty lunch. Just as they were heading downstairs, they ran into Ron and Harry, who were also excited and talking about something, gesturing animatedly. Hey, little brother, why aren't you wearing yours? George asked. Yeah, Ron, go on. We're back. This sweater is both beautiful and warm. I don't like dark purple. It's just a bit. Ron complained half-heartedly. Chapter 160. Chris's sudden idea, what's all this noise about? Percy Weasley also came down from upstairs, looking very displeased, with the air of a prefect. He had a bulging sweater draped over his arm, and Fred grabbed it. Stands for prefect. Put on, Percy. Hurry up. We all have one on, Chris. And Harry have one too. I don't want to wear it, he said vaguely. The twins, regardless of anything, forcefully pulled the sweater over Percy's head, knocking his glasses askew. And you're not allowed to sit with the prefects today, George said. Christmas is a family reunion day. They lifted Percy and pushed him to the common room. His arms were trapped by the sweater, unable to move. Upon arriving at the hall, Chris was also stunned by the scene before him. He had never seen 100 plump roast turkeys, mountains of roasted meat and boiled potatoes, big platters of delicious sausages, bowls of peas mixed with butter, and dishes of thick meat, gravy, and cranberry sauce, every few steps along the dining table. There were piles of wizard party poppers waiting for you. These marvelous party poppers were nothing like the shabby muggle ones you usually bought, which only contained a few small plastic toys and flimsy paper hats. George and Fred pulled a party popper together. It didn't produce a dull thud, but a loud bang like a cannon explosion, engulfing them in a cloud of blue smoke while a wizard's hat and several lively little white mice shot out from inside. At the main table, Dumbledore replaced his pointed wizard hat with a flower-adorned lady's hat, chuckling happily after Professor Flitwick had just told him a joke. After the turkey came the bright red Christmas pudding. Imp's piece of pudding contained a crescent-shaped silver piece that nearly shattered his teeth. Hagrid at the head table kept asking for more drinks, his face getting redder, and he even kissed Professor McGonagall on the cheek at last. Surprisingly, Professor McGonagall giggled, blushing, her tall black hat tilting to one side. When everyone left the dining table, they were all holding a large pile of things that had exploded out of the party poppers, including a bag of non-explosive glowing balloons, a small device mimicking a tumor. And as for the little white mice, they had probably ended up as Mrs. Norris's Christmas dinner. The next few people went out to the playground for a snowball fight, playing crazily for an entire afternoon and having a great time. Then, when they were completely exhausted, they breathlessly returned to the warmth of the common room fireplace. They then began to play wizard chess. Chris, Harry, George, Imp, and Fred all lost to Ron. It was truly surprising. Chris knew that Ron was very good at wizard chess, but he never expected Ron to be this amazing. He actually managed to defeat everyone. It was simply remarkable. Chris thought that perhaps no one at Hogwarts could beat Ron. This guy might be the wizard chess champion of Hogwarts. Therefore, he wondered if he could take advantage of this opportunity. Without hesitation, Chris decided to hold a special meeting of the Hogwarts Brotherhood. That evening, in Chris and Imp's room, the five of them held this secret meeting of the Hogwarts Brotherhood. So, I witnessed Ron's wizard chess skills today. Honestly, it was impressive. I think there are probably few people at Hogwarts who can win, right? Ron feels very embarrassed, he said. I think my brother has loved playing wizard chess since he was little, and except for when he just started learning, he hasn't really lost much since then. George said confidently. Exactly. Imp nodded. So, here's the thing. I think we could hold a Hogwarts wizard chess tournament. What do you mean? Everyone looked puzzled. Well, I plan to use my fame to host this tournament, calling on all students to participate, even the Slytherins. The winner of the tournament will receive 50 galleons. The second place will get 30 galleons, the third place 20 galleons, and the fourth to eighth places will each get 5 galleons, totaling 120 galleons. I will contribute 100 galleons as the host. And Imk, haven't you saved up quite a bit of money? Can you contribute 20 galleons? Chris asked. Sure. What about us? Yeah, what about us? The Weasley brothers asked. I know you guys have limited funds, so I want to ask you to contribute money. But I plan to have you help organize the event to help me create a great atmosphere. And you two love to gamble, right? This is a perfect opportunity for you to set up a betting scheme. Oh, what do you mean? The Weasley brothers were intrigued. Ron is our secret weapon. He is the foundation of our winning strategy. We can use the tournament to set up a scheme and attract all the students to participate in betting. For example, if I bet 1 galleon on Ron to win, with odds of 110, if Ron actually wins, I will get 10 galleons. Chris explained. So you mean we act as the house and make money off them? George asked. Yes, we should make Ron pretend to be really bad at chess. So every match seems hard-fought, almost a narrow victory, making everyone confused and encouraging them to bet on other players. We also need to act like we really believe in Ron, lowering his odds while raising the odds for his opponents, and then let them lose everything. Isn't that too harsh on the other students? Imp disagreed with this idea. Of course, we want to cheat our classmates. Our main target is that group of Slytherins. Huh? Imp was confused. Those rich kids have plenty of money, and you all know that our Gryffindor house hasn't been on good terms with them. We can stir them up a bit and ignite their dissatisfaction, making them focus on the tournament. In the end, they'll all bet on their own people. And we can naturally make a big profit. Chris, have you thought about this? Everything you said is based on Ron winning. If Ron loses, we want to just miss out on making money. We might end up losing a lot. Not only will your sponsorship be gone, but we might have to pay even more. At that point, Chapter 161, go for it, Ron. George and Fred were quite wise about this. They were not blinded by the prospect of making money from Chris's proposal, but were calmly analyzing it. Exactly. Imp chimed in. Chris was also exasperated. This fat guy, always agreeing with everyone, was like a parrot. Of course, I've thought about it. So this isn't without risks. We need to ask Ron what he thinks. Everyone turned to Ron. Ron felt the weight of their gazes on him, and didn't feel happy, but rather pressured. It was the first time someone valued him so much, and his face turned as red as if he had drunk 2 pounds of rum, feeling flustered and unsure. I think you might be overestimating me. I'm not confident, Ron said slowly. Chris immediately stood up, walked over to Ron, and patted him on the shoulder. Ron, do you know why I always see you differently? Ron was stunned. He didn't know why. To be honest, Chris had helped him so much that he didn't know how to repay it. At first, he thought Chris was helping him for George and Fred's sake. But later Chris's actions made him feel that Chris cared about him for more than just his brothers. He wasn't stupid, but he couldn't understand why he, an average little wizard, deserved such treatment. Everyone is unique. In this vast world, we are all independent individuals with our own joys and sorrows. No one is mediocre, no one is useless, and no one is without merit. Ron, you need to know that everyone has their own strengths. So do you. Just like how well you play wizard chess, that's your highlight. And you shouldn't underestimate yourself. I know there are so many dazzling people in this world, not to mention our Principal Dumbledore, Harry Potter, or myself, but you must understand that everyone shines just like us, radiating their own warmth, and you are no exception. You should not belittle yourself. Just like Imk, people always dismiss him because his flying classes are too poor, but Imk also has excellent talent in transfiguration. And your brothers? Many think they are too naughty, so a lot of people don't like them. But their bravery, wit, and talents in business and magical item creation are undeniable. So Ron, you also have your own strengths and advantages. You should muster your courage and showcase your strengths. One day, you will shine even brighter and become even more excellent. Chris looked at Ron with intense eyes after saying what was on his mind. At this moment, Ron was deeply shocked. He had never thought someone would encourage him like this. With so many kids in his family and so many excellent brothers, he felt like he couldn't do anything well. And he was never the one who received attention since he was little, which made him very insecure. Ron really didn't expect anyone to value him like this. Truly, never before. At this moment, Ron was so moved he couldn't speak, only nodding heavily. He felt invigorated. Perhaps this was the feeling of being trusted. However, the following days were not that easy for him. He had to study chess strategies and practice under everyone's supervision every day, which was quite torturous. But just thinking about Chris's encouragement gave him endless energy. It was really quite contradictory. Meanwhile, Chris and the Weasley brothers were also busy making flyers and promoting the event. They were truly working nonstop. The promotion for the competition went very smoothly. Almost all the little wizards could play wizard chess. And even kids from Muggle families like Chris learned how to play after coming to Hogwarts. After all, this was one of the few entertainment options for the children, and everyone was very interested in the wizard chess competition organized by Chris. Therefore, during the promotion, many interested young wizards signed up. The registration fee was 100 nuts per person, which was very low compared to the prize money. So those interested in signing up naturally wouldn't be stingy over such a small amount. Now was just the promotional stage, and there weren't many young wizards at school. So they had to wait until after the Christmas holiday when all the young wizards returned to school. The first match would be on the third day after school started. So Ron still had time to deepen his wizard chess skills. Thus, this little guy was truly exhausted recently. When he returned to his bedroom, he simply collapsed on the bed without a second thought and fell asleep. Harry looked at Ron helplessly. He had recently discovered a great treasure while sneaking out at night. But unfortunately, Ron came back just to sleep, and he wanted to show it to Ron, but now he couldn't. Indeed, it was something he found in an abandoned classroom. In that classroom, many desks and chairs were piled against the wall, casting large dark shadows, and there was also an overturned wastebasket. However, on the wall, directly facing him, there was something that seemed out of place, as if someone had temporarily left a treasure there because they had no other place to put it. It was a magnificent mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, with a luxurious golden frame, supported by two claw-shaped feet at the bottom. At the top, there was an inscription, Irresistible Ruadabicafroding Wohies. Inside the mirror was a very beautiful woman with deep red hair, smiling yet crying. Standing beside her was a tall, thin man with black hair, who wrapped his arm around her. The man wore glasses, and his hair was messy, with a tuft at the back standing up stubbornly, just like Harry's. They smiled and waved at Harry, who was enchanted by the mirror. He wanted to look at it every day and would sit there for an entire evening. He wanted to introduce his parents to his best friend Ron like other kids did, but unfortunately, Ron was too busy and was always out during the day, returning only to sleep, so he never had the chance. Chapter 162. The competition begins that night. He went to the mirror as usual, but unfortunately, Professor Dumbledore advised him against it and told him the truth, which left Harry feeling very down. It turned out that everything was fake, an illusion, a nightmare, and not real. Recently, without a single friend by his side, Harry felt extremely disappointed and sad. On the day before school started, the little wizards returned, and everyone gathered joyfully, chatting and playing around. The hottest topic they discussed was the wizard chess competition organized by Chris, which had a prize of 50 galleons. What couldn't they do with so much money? Even if they couldn't get first place, there were rewards for the other places from second to eighth. Children always have high self-esteem. They all believed they were the champions, so after the students returned to school, the number of sign-ups surged. Among every 10 little wizards, 6 or 7 signed up, with 1 or 2 still hesitating, and the remaining 1 or 2 simply uninterested. Therefore, this competition could be said to encompass all the wizard chess experts at Hogwarts, to ensure Ron could win smoothly and not trip over his own feet. Chris thought of a slightly different approach, which was to adopt a college elimination format. The competition was divided into 4 regions: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. After competing in each region, 2 participants would advance to the finals. The result was that participants would first have to defeat their college opponents before competing against those from other colleges. This was indeed unfair. If the participants in one region were all novices, they would just be pecking at each other, while in another region, where the players were mostly experts, only the top talents would advance, making it unfair for the non-advancing experts in that region. After all, with their strength, they would undoubtedly win in the novice region. But because of the division, they had no hope of advancing, which was really regrettable. However, this did increase Ron's chances of advancing and reduce their risk of loss. Meanwhile, George and Fred had secretly started a betting pool, currently focused on who could secure a spot in the college eliminations. Many little wizards were very interested. 9 out of 10 participated in the betting, and many narcissistic ones even bet on themselves, because they didn't understand the skill level of players from other colleges. They didn't dare set too high odds to avoid being caught off guard by a sudden dark horse. Nevertheless, they had already received about 782 galleons in bets, with many of the Slytherin boys holding the largest share, and a lot of them bet on Draco Malfoy. Chris wasn't too sure about Malfoy's wizard chess skills. It was hard to tell whether everyone betting on him was genuinely seeing profit or if he had been bought off. On the third day after school started, the competition began as scheduled. Chris had already found 4 empty classrooms in advance, with each classroom containing 2 opposing tables, each equipped with a timer, pen, and paper. The Wizards chess competition allows each player a maximum of 90 minutes per match. After making a move, each little wizard stops their timer by clicking the button, and then it becomes the opponent's turn, continuing in this manner. Pens and paper are provided for players to record their moves, analyze the board patterns, and calculate their strategies. Now, I officially declare the Hogwarts Wizards chess competition in the Gryffindor division to begin. All participants, please stand up and shake hands. All right, sit down. Start. Such announcements echoed simultaneously in 4 classrooms as the competition commenced. This match naturally drew widespread attention. Even Professor Flitwick appeared very interested in observing the game. Other little wizards who were not participating also gathered to watch and cheer for their friends and partners. Chris was also walking around the arena, watching the matches with great interest. He noticed that many upperclassmen had impressive skills, easily defeating their opponents. Of course, age does not determine ambition. Ron's opponent was quite formidable, a 6th-year student. However, Ron held his own, exchanging blows with his opponent and seeming quite at ease. Harry, on the other hand, was struggling. He had lost his knight, and his castle was breached, leaving him in a dire situation with little chance of recovery. Hermione, the clever girl, was quite skilled. She calculated each move meticulously, using her intelligent mind to understand the game clearly and putting her opponent in a sweat. Even Imk participated in the competition, but lost within 10 minutes to a 4th-year girl. In other matches, Ravenclaw's Eddie Carmichael, Roger Davies, Di Llewellyn, and Penelope Clearwater were all strong competitors. Hufflepuff's Cadwallader, Summers, Val Stebbins, Chubby, Zacharias Smith, and Cedric Diggory also performed well. As for Slytherin, Dorian Pusey, Miles Bleach, Libby Yerkt, Montague, Vass, Bull, Derek, and Draco Malfoy were all formidable opponents. Chris couldn't help but exclaim how risky it all was. Fortunately, he adopted a college elimination format. If it were a direct all-school competition, Ron might not have made it to the end, and Chris felt it necessary to bring out his trump card. That evening after the matches, Chris pulled Ron aside and secretly handed him a book titled Latest Western Chess Opening Strategies. Ron looked puzzled. This is a tactical book I just bought from a Muggle store before Diana's Christmas holiday ended. They used this to defeat the Soviets a few years ago. Take a good look at it. You're secure in the elimination round, but the finals are still uncertain. With some time before the finals, study it well. Study seriously. You can do it. Can this really work? Ron was somewhat skeptical about Muggle things being effective. Just open it and see for yourself, Chris said with a smile. Ron hesitantly opened the book, but before long, he was engrossed. The strategies for Western chess were almost identical to Wizard's chess, but the thought processes were quite extraordinary. Unlike anything he had seen before. Suddenly, Ron found the book amazing. Wow, this works too? He exclaimed repeatedly as he came across exciting parts. Chapter 163. Unexpected Cleverness. Harry, who shared a dorm with Ron, was quite frustrated. Ron had recently stopped playing with him and was always engrossed in that Muggle book, which was really annoying. In the college elimination finals 2 days later, the winners from Gryffindor were Ron Weasley and Kenneth Toller. No one expected the 3rd-year wizard Kenneth Toller to perform so well, making him an instant favorite for the championship. As for Ron, many thought he was too young, although he had a good talent for wizard chess. His lack of experience meant he was likely just there to make up the numbers in the finals, so not many people were rooting for him. The winners from Ravenclaw were Roger Davies and Penelope Clearwater. Penelope's victory was anticipated, as her strategies were precise and she almost predicted every move of her opponents, making it seem effortless. The winners from Hufflepuff were Zacharias Smith and Cedric Diggory. Their victories were also expected, as they were both strong players. With Cedric seeming to have the upper hand, his strategies were methodical and difficult to disrupt without a surprising tactic. However, the results from Slytherin were somewhat unexpected, with Dorian Pusey and Draco Malfoy emerging victorious. This surprised everyone, as Montague was also quite skilled, and many believed he would be among the winners from Slytherin. However, he narrowly lost to Dorian Pusey's team, which was truly unforeseen. There were rumors that Dorian Pusey had bribed Montague to intentionally lose. According to information from some of Slytherin's friends, Dorian aimed to win the competition to make Chris look bad. Indeed, Dorian's intention was clear, and he was feeling quite pleased with himself. Since he couldn't find a way to deal with Chris in other aspects, he thought of this tactic. If he couldn't shake Chris, could he not influence others with his money? Moreover, he had already made back that money. Yes. Who was Dorian? He was a business mogul from Slytherin, and Chris's betting scheme in Slytherin was perfectly exploited by him. He was paying off opponents while placing bets for himself, using the money from his bets to pay off the opponents, and even making a profit. Dorian was extremely pleased. He had not only spent no money, but had also gained money and fame. On the other side, Chris was informed of this unexpected news, but felt somewhat helpless. Dorian was indeed clever with his tricks. It was embarrassing that his own game was being used against him by a fish in the pond. However, he couldn't do much about it now. To accuse him of cheating required solid evidence, which he had none, and he couldn't prove that Dorian had bribed the competitors to win. So what could he do? All he could do now was wait, and when the finals came, he would make sure Dorian would have to pay back the money he had taken. The finals were scheduled for next Saturday morning on the lawn. He had consulted a senior student skilled in astronomy, and it was determined that it would be a beautiful day, so there would be no issues. Recently, Ron had become obsessed with learning new chess methods, almost giving up on searching for LeMay with Harry and Hermione in the library, while Harry continued to persist in his search. However, since Harry also had to endure Quidditch training, the burden of the search fell solely on Hermione. On Wednesday evening, while Chris and the others were watching Ron practice wizard chess in the common room, Neville stumbled into the room. Everyone was puzzled about how he managed to squeeze through the portrait hole as his legs were stuck tightly together. It was obvious he had been hit with the leg locker curse. He must have hopped up the stairs like a rabbit to enter Gryffindor Tower. Everyone laughed at his comical appearance, and Chris chuckled as well, pulling out his wand to lift the curse. Neville's legs immediately separated, and he stood up, shaking all over. What happened? Harry asked. Malfoy, Neville said with a trembling voice. I ran into him outside the library. He said he's been looking for someone to practice that spell. Go find Professor McGonagall. Hermione, who was flipping through a book nearby, said angrily. Neville shook his head. I can go and beat him up for you. Diana, who was petting a cat, said fiercely. Ahem. Chris intentionally coughed a couple of times while looking at Diana, and Neville shivered involuntarily at the sight of her. I don't want to cause any more trouble, he mumbled. You have to face him bravely, Neville. Ron suddenly stood up and said, he has always been overbearing. We have no reason to submit to him and let him get his way easily. What skills does he have? He is not as good as Harry at Quidditch, not as good as Hermione at other subjects. And today, I dare say, he is not as good as me at wizard chess. Just because he advanced doesn't mean anything. He hasn't faced me yet. Just wait, I'll definitely make him regret it. Ha ha. Ha ha. Some people nearby who heard Ron say this couldn't help but laugh. They thought Ron was just bragging and didn't believe he could defeat Malfoy. Ron was furious when he saw these people. He wanted to say more, but remembering Chris' advice, he held his breath and sat down. Just wait, I will win. Ron shouted in his heart. Yeah, you're all so amazing, so outstanding, and I'm just a waste. I'm good for nothing. I can't do anything. Neville choked out. Seeing Neville like this, everyone didn't know what to say. Thankfully, Harry took the initiative to walk over. He reached into his robe pocket and pulled out a chocolate frog, the last one from the box Hermione had given him for Christmas. Harry handed it to Neville, saying, in my heart, you're better than 12 Malfoys. The Sorting Hat put you in Gryffindor, right? Where's Malfoy? In that annoying Slytherin. Chapter 164, Forbidden Participation. Neville unwrapped the chocolate frog, his lips twitching as he forced a weak smile. Thank you, Harry. I think I'll go to sleep now. Do you want a card? You collect cards, right? After Neville left, Harry looked at the famous wizard card. It's Dumbledore again, he said. I got him the first time. Suddenly, he gasped, staring at the back of the card, then looked up at everyone. I found him, he whispered. I found Nicholas Flamel. I told you I'd seen that name somewhere before. I saw it on the train coming here. Listen to this. Dumbledore's widely known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of Dragoness blood, and working effectively with his partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Hermione jumped up. Wait, she said, then ran upstairs to the girls' dormitory. Harry and Ron hadn't even had time to exchange confused glances when she rushed back, holding a huge old book. I never thought to look here, she said excitedly in a low voice. This is something I borrowed from the library a few weeks ago to read for fun. For fun? Ron said. But Hermione shushed him, telling him to be quiet while she looked for something. She started flipping through the pages quickly, mumbling to herself. Finally, she found it. I know. Can we talk now? Ron said impatiently. Hermione ignored him. Nicholas Flamel, she said in a theatrical whisper, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. What stone? Diana, who was interested, asked. The Philosopher's Stone, Hermione explained. She pushed the book towards everyone, and Harry read aloud. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, which grants immortality to anyone who drinks it. For centuries, there have been many reports about the Philosopher's Stone, but the only one currently in existence belongs to the famous alchemist and opera lover Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in seclusion in Devon with his wife, Perenelle. Got it? Harry finished reading, and Hermione asked, "Wow, that's incredible." Chris Imk exclaimed, surprised that such a thing existed in the world. Immortality. Doesn't that mean eternal youth? Diana seemed to see something precious, her eyes sparkling. "You're thinking of peaches," Chris said nearby. "You." Diana shot a glare at Chris. "That big dog must be guarding Flamel's philosopher's stone. I bet Flamel asked Dumbledore to keep it safe for him because they are friends and he knows someone is after the stone. That's why he moved the stone from Gringotts. A stone that can turn into gold and make you immortal." Harry said, "No wonder Snape is after it too. Who would he want it? No wonder we can't find Flamel. Since he is 665 years old, he can't be considered modern, right?" Ron said, "Yeah, I never expected this." Later that night, Chris pulled Diana aside after she had just learned about this. Chris took her to a corner. "Listen, about this philosopher's stone thing, you should stay out of it, understand?" "Why? On what grounds?" Diana asked, confused. "This is a complicated matter. I feel like there's more to it than meets the eye. You're just a first-year wizard. Why get involved?" Chris countered. Diana didn't know how to respond. "Just trust me. You won't regret it," Chris said seriously, looking into Diana's eyes. "Okay," Diana said reluctantly. Chris nodded and went back to the dormitory to sleep. Diana is the kind of child who doesn't go back on her word. So Chris felt that as long as she agreed, everything would be fine. This way, the matter wouldn't concern him, and he just needed to sit back and watch the storm unfold. When Saturday came, the day turned out to be sunny and clear, a perfect day. Chris and the others preparing for the competition arrived early to set up. They even invited Hogwarts house elves to help prepare some food, laid out on long tables covered with white tablecloths like a buffet. Before they could get ready, many little wizards had already gathered to watch, most of them having placed bets. "I'm going to make a fortune, hee," said a fourth-year Hufflepuff student excitedly. "Hey, are you out of your mind? You're betting on Diggory?" "He is nowhere near our Kenneth Towler," a Gryffindor girl said discontentedly. "You guys, you don't know how great Roger Davies is. He comes from a prestigious family. His grandfather even won the Wizard Chess Championship at the Leaky Cauldron." The Ravenclaw people were not convinced. What? Some unknown country bumpkin? How do you talk big here? It's utterly ridiculous. It's astonishing." A sneering older Slytherin student with a pockmarked face mocked. You. That Ravenclaw student was too angry to speak. "What do you mean, you? Isn't it true? Our Slytherin's Master Pusey and Master Malfoy's families are deeply rooted and prestigious. They're truly powerful people. You should keep your unworthy things to yourself to avoid embarrassing yourselves." The pockmarked face proudly raised his head and spoke nonchalantly, as if he were talking about himself. The Ravenclaw student was so furious he could almost explode, wanted to punch this pockmarked face to show him what real power was. But as a Ravenclaw, his rationality prevailed over emotion, so he grudgingly relaxed his clenched fist and said, "We'll see." The Slytherin pockmarked face looked down on him and mockingly glanced elsewhere. "Well, I say, there's nothing to argue about. We'll know the results soon enough, really." Meanwhile, McLaggen was enjoying the meal carefully prepared by Chris and the others, chatting with a first-year wizard like a detached sage, calm and collected. "Yes, you're right. So, who did you bet on?" The little wizard seemed to be very into it, respectfully peeling an egg for McLaggen. He was clever. He knew that McLaggen was in the same year as Chris and the others in the same house, so he must know a lot of insider information. "Who did I bet on? Do I need to bet on anyone? I'm not bragging, but do you know who I am? I was someone Chris Red looked up to back in the day. He asked me to eat eggs just like you are now," McLaggen said proudly. The little wizard's eyes widened immediately. Was there really such a thing? "Hey, you brat, do you dare not believe it?" "I believe. But did you really not place a bet?" "I told you I didn't. I was going to bet on myself, but I didn't qualify," McLaggen said as he finished the egg in his hand. The little wizard was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to extract some information. "So, who do you think can win?" I still believe I can do it. You have to know, during my match, hey? It was a battle of heaven and earth. The sun and moon were dark." McLaggen rambled on about his wizard chess battle. Little did he know that this little wizard had already seen through him. He was just a fool who knew nothing and loved to boast. "Go eat your egg." "Chris is treating you to eggs? You must be overthinking it." The little wizard could no longer hold back, angrily waving his sleeves and leaving. "Hey, listen to me finish before you go." About 20 minutes later, the contestants arrived at the venue surrounded by their supporters. The crowd had gathered and the atmosphere was lively, with drums and gongs sounding. "How's the matter I asked you to handle?" a well-dressed, impeccably groomed, handsome young man asked. "Don't worry, Master Pusey. I've bet 300 galleons on you." A boy with acne on his forehead leaned in with a grin. Such things were countless. The Slytherin boys and girls had placed heavy bets on the contestants, but none were as wealthy as Dorian Pusey, who directly bet 300 galleons. He had already secured 2 of the strongest contestants, and during the match, his advancement would be effortless. As for Malfoy and Weasley, he didn't even regard them. They were just first-year kids. What did that count for? The ultimate victory would definitely belong to Master Pusey. Red, just wait to be slapped in the face by me. Dorian Pusey clenched his fist and shouted in his heart. On the other side, Malfoy was the same. He attended the match today in a very tasteful outfit, and many Slytherin girls looked at him with stars in their eyes, especially that pockmarked face named Pansy, who was practically drooling. Go, Draco! Pansy leaned close to Malfoy, her small hand occasionally touching him. Young Master Malfoy felt disgusted, but his good, noble upbringing forbade him from saying anything bad about a girl from a powerful family. So he could only force a smile and move between Crabbe and Goyle to escape Pansy's clutches. Ron, don't be nervous. I believe you can do it. Chris encouraged. That's right, we all believe in you. You'll be the glory of Gryffindor. Imp shouted loudly. Hearing Imp's words, many people looked disdainful. They didn't think a first-year kid could win the match. Hello everyone, we meet again. I am also somewhat knowledgeable about wizard chess, so I will host this match. The little black boy, Lee Jordan, stood on the stage, flashing a big white smile. Wow, ooh. The little wizards responded enthusiastically, excited beyond measure. All right, before the match, we invite Mr. Chris Red, the sponsor of the match, to say a few words. Please welcome. Ah, Red. Chris. Some little fans cheered and screamed. Hello everyone. Originally I wasn't going to say anything, but since the host insisted, I'll say a few words. The reason I organized this match isn't as grand as you think. I just feel that as wizards, we should inherit the excellent traditions of the older generation. And wizard chess is one of them. Wizard chess has a long history. Its culture is profound. And as outstanding students of Hogwarts, we must not forget our roots. These beneficial and excellent things should not be forgotten. And the meaning of hosting this match is just this. I hope everyone can reignite their passion for wizard chess. Let us play some wizard chess together with your parents, elders, classmates, and friends. Good. Well said. The little wizards applauded. Naturally, many people scoffed, thinking he was just seeking fame. All right, I hereby announce that the final match officially begins. First, in the first seat, Ravenclaw, Roger Davis will battle Slytherin, Dorian Pusey. Please give a round of applause. Dorian Pusey smiled slightly. Indeed, it was secure. He faced the audience, gently waved his arms, exuding noble charisma, then adjusted his collar and shook his luxurious wizard robes, directly ignoring Roger Davis's outstretched hand, and sat down. This left Roger Davis feeling awkward and embarrassed, having to retract his hand in frustration. Second seat, Hufflepuff, Zachariah Smith versus Gryffindor, Kenneth Toller. The little lions of Gryffindor shouted at the top of their lungs when they saw their best contestant, disregarding everything. The two were relatively friendly, shook hands, and sat down. Third seat, Ravenclaw, Penelope Clearwater versus Gryffindor, Ron Weasley. This time, the cheers from the little lions were not as loud as before. Perhaps they had shouted a bit too enthusiastically earlier and were now out of steam. However, this highlighted the support team composed of Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Seamus, who were waving banners and shouting loudly, Ron, you're the best. You are the king of wizard chess. Ron looked at the beautiful older sister, feeling quite shy, and gently shook her hand before sitting down. The fourth match was Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory against Slytherin's Draco Malfoy. Both of them had quite a few fans cheering for them. The atmosphere between the two was relatively harmonious. Perhaps Cedric's charm was high, as Malfoy didn't throw any harsh words. As the players took their positions, the match began smoothly. Chapter 166, Various Showdowns. What can be said about the current situation? It was still quite chaotic. Dorian Pusey was cutting through the competition, making Roger Davies flee in defeat, making the outcome very clear. This left those who had bet on Roger Davies in a panic. They were extremely nervous as they couldn't understand how someone who had fought through many obstacles to reach the finals could perform so poorly today. This was simply a money pit. The match between Zachariah Smith and Kenneth Toller was more intense. Kenneth Toller played aggressively, charging forward relentlessly, but Zachariah Smith was unusually steady. His layout seemed casual but was full of defenses, creating a situation as impenetrable as a copper wall, making it difficult for Kenneth Toller to break through. He could only watch as his pieces fell one by one, leaving behind a desolate scene. The showdown between Penelope Clearwater and Ron Weasley was quite intriguing. It was evident that Penelope Clearwater's layout was like a net, making it difficult for Ron to escape. However, He somehow always managed to miraculously turn the tables. If that were all, it would be fine. But Ron not only managed to escape Penelope Clearwater's schemes, some of his moves were exceptionally fierce and filled with killing intent, even willing to injure himself to take down the enemy. This time, Ron hit the bullseye, seeing her carefully constructed layout, which she claimed was an all-encompassing strategy, being broken. Penelope Clearwater was starting to feel anxious. In the meantime, she scribbled and calculated on paper, probably trying to devise a new strategy. But with Ron pressing her step by step, it was hard to form. Large beads of sweat dripped from her forehead onto the paper, and her expression was no longer as vibrant and charming as before. No one expected Ron's chess skills to have reached such heights. It was truly impressive. As for Cedric Diggory and Draco Malfoy, the situation was quite different. Cedric Diggory remained gentlemanly, as usual, but Malfoy took advantage of Cedric's disposition and gradually gained control of the match. The spectators were all amazed, exclaiming, "Don't underestimate the young Malfoy and Weasley. These two first-year boys were truly remarkable." At this moment, Chris was not focused on the match. He was whispering and chatting with George and Fred about who knows what. Most people had placed their bets on those few capable upperclassmen, while very few had bet on Ron, with the amount being around 10 galleons. That was not a concern. Chris smiled and said, "How much is the total amount now?" "This betting pool has received a total of 385 galleons, most of which is on the two Slytherin players, primarily from Slytherin people placing bets," Fred said. "These young ladies and gentlemen truly have money. Indeed, I didn't expect to receive so many galleons. As long as Ron wins, most of this money will be ours. We'll be rich. That's much more than selling maps." George was grinning from ear to ear. "Don't rush. Let us see if Ron can win," Chris waved his hand and said. As time passed by, the results quickly came out. The four players advancing were Gryffindor, Ron Weasley, Hufflepuff, Zacharias Smith, Slytherin, Dorian Pusey, and Slytherin, Draco Malfoy. This result made the Slytherin students ecstatic. "Our house truly produces talents. Isn't it? Look, the Ravenclaws pride themselves on their intelligence. And yet, not a single one advanced. Look at our house. Both advanced. Yeah, I tell you, I bet 5 galleons on each of them. So now no matter who wins, I'll make a profit, hee hee. Ah, you're really crafty. Impressive. I'm truly in awe. You're a year older than me. The older ginger is spicier. No, you're quite good too. You made it into our Slytherin." Ha ha, the two Slytherins were overjoyed at this situation. Naturally, where there were joys, there were also sorrows. The Ravenclaw students were feeling quite dejected. They didn't dare to say anything to their upperclassmen and could only vent their frustrations on Roger Davies. "What kind of terrible moves did you make? Is this your level?" Exactly. You're probably not even as good as my 3-year-old brother, and you dare to call yourself a Ravenclaw?" Exactly. Roger Davies didn't care about that. He was too lazy to deal with it. After all, Master Pusey had given him a full 30 galleons. He had never hoped to win the championship for the 50 galleons, and he found it unlikely to even get second place. Now, someone was only asking him to lose to the opponent, and he'd get so much money. Why not? Knowing that his family was struggling, he could only buy second-hand textbooks, and now, with 30 galleons, he wouldn't have to worry about the cost of books for the next semester, or even the one after. Roger Davies was extremely happy. The competition continued, with the next matches being Gryffindor, Ron Weasley against Slytherin, Draco Malfoy, and Slytherin, Dorian Pusey against Hufflepuff, Zacharias Smith. I must say, Dorian Pusey's previous match was won quite easily, and many felt that this guy was certainly hiding his true skills, and they were very enthusiastic about him. Dorian Pusey felt quite proud at this moment. He thought this was the pinnacle of his life. Shaking his robe, Dorian Pusey arrogantly glanced at Zacharias Smith and sat down. He knew he was about to claim the title of Wizard Chess Champion. On the other hand, Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy had a mutual disdain for each other. A handshake? It would be a miracle if they didn't spit on each other's hands. Shaking hands? Ridiculous. Once the match began, their showdown was intense. They held nothing back and had lost the mutual probing that should have been present at the start. Malfoy was digging traps everywhere, and Ron had to be careful, or he would lose a piece. Meanwhile, Malfoy was also at a disadvantage. Some of Ron's novel tactics were completely new to him, and as a result, he lost quite a few pieces to Ron. As for the other side, Dorian Pusey's situation was not so good. He could see that Zacharias Smith was not going easy on him. This made him a bit anxious and flustered. This guy was getting paid to do nothing. Did he want to die? Chapter 167. The Reversal of the Infinite. However, soon, the situation reversed. Somehow, Deli and Pusey's random move unexpectedly breached the enemy's defenses, and he began to wreak havoc. The situation was unstable. Zachariah Smith's face turned pale as he exclaimed, You've actually broken my demon-slaying slaughter formation. I concede. Deli and Pusey widened his eyes in disbelief. This is possible? Great. What a diligent and responsible actor. Much better than that earlier one. No, I have to give him a raise. Soon, Ron Weasley and Draco Malfoy also determined the winner. Just moments ago, Malfoy's trap had trapped Ron's pieces. In this situation, Ron gritted his teeth and took a risky move, surprisingly achieving victory, completely breaking Malfoy's layout. Young Master Malfoy's face turned pale. He hadn't expected that the red-haired Weasley's chess skills were so profound. He was even better than his father. How could he lose to a loser? He couldn't believe it. This must be a dream, right? On the other hand, Ron was different. He hadn't expected that he could actually give Malfoy a hard time. This was a wonderful experience he had never felt before. This feeling was simply too wonderful. So exhilarating. He looked at the surrounding Gryffindor students, at Harry and Hermione's joyful faces, vigorously waving his arms, and the other side cheered as well. Just like that, the delighted Ron and equally happy Pusey came together. They were about to engage in the final match to determine who would be the wizard chess champion of Hogwarts. However, Deli and Pusey didn't care at all about the loser that Malfoy had called a pauper. He always believed that these poor people were just wasting space and resources in the wizarding world, and he never regarded such things highly. Deli and Pusey adjusted his robe again, sitting coldly opposite Ron. Let's get started. Ron looked at this guy, feeling that he was just as annoying as Malfoy. But the usually nice Lestrange had reminded him to be extra cautious when facing this guy. After witnessing Malfoy's wizard chess skills, Ron felt that since this guy was even better than Malfoy, he definitely couldn't underestimate his level. Speaking of which, even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. Now this little Gryffindor lion was up against a Slytherin snake. How could he not give it his all? Humph, Weasley brat, considering your brother's face, you might as well concede early. If you do, I might give you a few good colors. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Pusey was afraid of Chris, so he had to give the Weasley brothers a little face. But as for this grinning redhead in front of him, Ron was furious at this guy's even more disgusting emphasis than Malfoy's, swearing that he would teach this guy a lesson just like he did Malfoy, making him remember it. Seeing Ron's angry silence, Pusey understood that this time it was inevitable. He was just a lucky fool who had made it this far. Nothing but a mere amateur. Since you were so ungrateful, let me show you my power. Let's begin. Deli and Pusey waved his sleeve and said, Good. All right, young Master Pusey, let him taste some bitter fruit. The Slytherin spectators cheered at the sight. The match began. Ron looked at Deli and Pusey's very ordinary layout, feeling a bit puzzled. Just this? No, wait. This guy. There must be something wrong. This isn't his exclusive tactic, is it? Ron hesitated, increasingly feeling that something was off. That's it. This guy has made it to the championship match. So he must have some skills. Moreover, a famous name doesn't come without merit. He must be playing dumb. I'm not a tiger, so this guy must have some schemes. Perhaps in the next move, I would be in deep trouble. At this moment, Ron was sweating coldly, very worried about what this guy would do next. You're just a small fry. Why not hurry up and surrender? Deli and Pusey looked at Ron, sighing that this first-year little wizard was just too naive. His mental fortitude was really low. Look, he hadn't even done much yet, and he had already scared Ron like this. Alas, Gryffindor really had no successors. Seeing Deli and Pusey's increasingly arrogant demeanor, Ron understood that since this guy dared to talk so big, he must have some backup plan. Since that's the case, he might as well test him and see what he was really up to. Immediately, Ron executed a fierce move, capturing 3 of Deli and Pusey's pieces in a row. Deli and Pusey was stunned. This isn't how you play. Just a moment ago, he was deep in thought, and now this guy suddenly got so aggressive. What was going on? Could it be that he didn't want to lose too badly, afraid of being chased away by me, and was desperately struggling to regain some face? Children are just children. It's really laughable. Deli and Pusey wasn't flustered at all, smiling and shaking his head, looking like a master. Oh my, is young Master Pusey about to lose? The situation is dire. One of the onlookers exclaimed in shock. What nonsense are you talking? This is our Slytherin wizard chess king. Look at his composed demeanor. He was just laughing. How could he lose? A loyal Slytherin supporter immediately countered. The person who was scolded was left speechless, beginning to think that the other side had a point. On the other side, Ron was a bit uncertain. He really didn't know what tricks Deli and Pusey was playing. He had already captured several of this guy's pieces, and logically speaking, no layout could save him now. But this guy didn't seem like he was about to lose at all. With that inexplicable smile, how could he be so happy if he was losing? Nonsense. Could it be that he was using the tactic of turning despair into hope? That's it. It must be so. This guy was indeed as cunning as Lestrange said. Extremely treacherous and not to be underestimated. Since that's the case, I can't let you have the chance to turn despair into hope. You have to know that in wizard chess, the principle is to strike while the iron is hot. If you don't kill the snake, it will harm you. The first move is the strong one, and the second one suffers. You must eradicate the roots. Then, Ron launches a series of fierce attacks, effortlessly sweeping through the board like a hot knife through butter, making the spectators exclaim in delight. And at this moment, the one suffering was young Master Pusey, who was completely stunned. Oh, this isn't right. Chapter 168. Check. What's going on? It was tea like this just now. Weren't you about to make a desperate counterattack? How come I'm seeing myself about to lose? Delian Pusey naturally wasn't foolish and realized something was off at this point. He had thought that this guy was going to fall, but unexpectedly, this guy was even less predictable than Gryffindors would. Bullying an older senior. Really, how despicable. Check. As Ron's words fell, the outcome of the match was finally settled. Chris and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to win this round. Ron, you are the strongest. You are the king of wizard chess. Ron, you're the strongest. You are the king of wizard chess. As the match ended, the whole audience cheered these words. And Ron was lifted up by everyone as if he were a great hero, tossed into the air and then caught again. At this moment, Ron had just received the first prize of 50 galleons. Ron felt a bit dizzy. He had never had so much money before, and to be so highly esteemed by his classmates. Looking at the adoring gazes directed at him, Ron felt like he must be dreaming. On the other side, Delian Pusey was nearly in tears. He had spent nearly 400 galleons for the championship of this match. But what did he get in return? Not even a tenth. That money was all his savings. How infuriating. How could he continue to mix with Slytherin after this? Hey, Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Did you see the silly look on Malfoy's face? Yes, he really looked like a dog. At this moment, Neville was very excited. He still remembered how Malfoy had humiliated him a few days ago, and unexpectedly, Ron had to avenge him today. Well done. Harry smiled and patted Ron hard on the shoulder. Ron's smile grew even brighter. Later, during the most enjoyable moment of dividing the earnings, Chris initially planned to split it evenly, but the others felt that this was not appropriate, so they decided to divide it according to who contributed more. Chris invested 100 galleons and was the organizer of the event, also proposing a great plan, so he should get 35 of the share. Imp contributed 20 galleons and also ran around, so he received 25 of the share. George and Fred were the main operators. Without them, this event would not have happened. So they deserved their share of 20 each. As for Ron, he was already very satisfied with the 50 galleons prize he had received, but everyone felt he should get a little extra reward, so they gave him an additional 20 galleons. Looking at all this money, Ron was so happy he didn't know what to say. Ron, now that you have so many galleons, what do you plan to do with them? George winked and asked curiously. Well, Ron suddenly got so much money and hadn't even thought about this question. Why don't you give me the money, and I'll keep it safe for you? George said with a smile. Exactly. It's too unsafe for you to have so much money. I think you should let your brothers manage it. Fred agreed. Chris looked at these two clueless brothers, not knowing what to say. They even tried to trick their own brother. Really? Shameless. I won tea. Ron flatly refused after hearing his brother's words. I have my own plans. George and Fred wanted to insist and continued to nag Ron about something. However, Ron was very shrewd when it came to money. He immediately didn't want to say more and hurriedly ran away, leaving his two brothers behind in the wind. Sigh. The little brother has grown up and is no longer cute. Yeah, he learned to spend money. Although the Wizards' chess match had ended, the Quidditch match was coming. On the day of the match, as the time for the game drew near, Harry became increasingly nervous because Snape was going to be the referee. Ron and Hermione were also very worried, and Ron even thought about practicing the reverse hanging spell Chris had taught him. If Harry fell, he could use this spell to suspend Harry in the air, which was certainly better than letting him fall to his death. In the Gryffindor changing room, Wood pulled Harry aside. I don't want to put pressure on you, Potter, but we need to catch the snitch as quickly as possible today more than ever. We need to end this quickly so Snape has no time to overly favor Hufflepuff. That's right, this match is Gryffindor against Hufflepuff. The whole school has come out. Fred Weasley peeked outside the door. George immediately added, oh my, Dumbledore is here to watch the match. Harry's heart leaped. Dumbledore? He said, rushing to the door to confirm. Harry confirmed it. That silver-white beard was unmistakable. Harry felt a huge wave of relief and nearly burst out laughing. He was no longer in danger. If Dumbledore was watching the match, Snape would definitely not dare to harm him. As it turned out, the match ended quickly, and the snitch was tightly caught in Harry Potter's hand. The audience erupted. Harry Potter set a new record, and no one could remember a time when the snitch was caught so quickly. Chris watched as Harry jumped down from his broom at a height of 1 foot off the ground. Indeed, Harry Potter's Quidditch talent was too high. It lasted less than 5 minutes, and the match was over. However, that's great. He needed to continue practicing magic, as he had learned a powerful spell yesterday that he still hadn't mastered. This wouldn't he do? That night, Chris was exhausted from practicing magic all day and was about to drag Imp to the kitchen to get some food from the house elves when he ran into Diana. "Come on, let us go have a late-night snack with your brother." "Late-night snack? What late-night snack?" Diana asked curiously. "You'll know when we get there." Chris smiled. So mysterious. Diana muttered, but still followed, very curious about where Chris could take her. Before long, they arrived at the kitchen, and after enjoying the enthusiastic service of the house elves, Diana was extremely happy. She really hadn't expected that Hogwarts had such a place. She felt treated like a princess here, and she loved this place. "I have to say, brother, you really did something good." "Awesome," Diana said happily. "You only call me brother when you're happy." Chris chuckled. Chapter 169. Joining the fun, all right. Let us eat quickly. It's getting late. Chris said with a helpless smile. Okay, Diana said nonchalantly. Then she took a bite of bread and said, "Oh, by the way, I heard Harry and Ron say something today." Harry said he saw a hooded figure sneaking down the castle's main staircase, clearly trying to avoid being seen, and then quickly headed straight for the Forbidden Forest. So, just let me finish. Harry recognized that sneaky figure's gait. It was definitely Snape. He snuck off to the Forbidden Forest while everyone was having dinner. Guess what he wants to do? How would I know? Diana rolled her eyes at Chris and continued. Harry jumped on his broom, silently gliding over the castle, saw Snape running into the Forbidden Forest, and then followed him. But the trees were too dense, and he couldn't see where Snape went. He circled lower and lower, skimming the treetops, and finally heard. "Can you please get to the point? You keep rambling about trivial matters. What are you so impatient about?" Harry heard someone talking, so he quietly flew over, landing stealthily on a tall beech tree, and then carefully crawled along a branch, tightly gripping his broom, looking down through the leaves. Below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape, but he wasn't alone. Quirrell was there too. Harry couldn't see his expression, but he stuttered more than ever. Then Quirrell said, "I don't know why you chose to meet here." Severus, "Oh, I think this matter should not be public. After all, the students should not know about the Philosopher's Stone." After Diana finished speaking, she took a sip of milk, and she was quite talented, mimicking perfectly. Seeing that Chris was no longer urging her, she nodded in satisfaction and continued. Snape asked him again, "Have you figured out how to subdue Hagrid's beast?" Professor Quirrell replied nervously, "But Severus." Diana imitated Quirrell's stammering, which was indeed a bit funny. Then Snape said, "You wouldn't want me as your enemy, would you, Quirrell?" Professor Quirrell could only say, "I don't know. You know exactly what I mean." Just then an owl hooted loudly, and Harry almost fell from the tree. Once he steadied himself, he heard Snape say, "Your little secret tricks. I'll be waiting. But I don't." "Very well," Snape interrupted him. "It won't be long before you have time to think it over, decide who you are loyal to, and we will talk again." "Is that it?" "That's it," Harry said. Snape covered his head with a cloak and strode out of the clearing. By then it was almost completely dark, but Harry could still see Quirrell standing there motionless, like a statue. "All right, I reminded you last time, this matter is not for you to interfere with. Have you forgotten?" Chris asked seriously. "But this is serious. I know you've always been seen as a hero and a genius. Shouldn't you take care of something this serious?" "Diana, after all these years, you still don't understand me." Chris suddenly stood up and said sternly, "What do I understand about you? I only care about the people I care about. I only care about the people I am connected to. As for others, I don't care if the floods come." Chris said, pressing his hands firmly on Diana's shoulders. "How could you be like this? You should understand. That thing is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wants to force Quirrell to help him get that stone. He asked Quirrell if he knew how to subdue Fluffy, and mentioned Quirrell's little secret tricks. Everyone guesses that besides Fluffy, there are probably other defenses guarding that stone, and there may be a whole bunch of magical spells. Maybe Quirrell has cast some anti-dark magic spells, and Snape needs to break them. So, only when Quirrell can resist Snape will the Philosopher's Stone be safe." Diana continued to explain some good things about this matter. These words sounded like the result of the trio's discussion, but Diana insisted on joining in, and it came back to her. Unfortunately, Chris didn't want to hear any of it, and he shouted, "I don't care, I don't want to care, and I want to allow you to care. We are just students. We are here to study. This is the teacher's business. It's an adult matter. When did it become the responsibility of a bunch of kids to worry about it? Diana, I tell you, as long as I am here, you will not interfere. Fine. If you don't, you are a hypocrite. So many people admire you and believe in you, but what have you done? When something big happens, you don't care. Fine, fine. If you don't care, I, your sister, will care." Diana stood up and walked away. Chris hurried after her, worried that if he didn't lead the way, the girl will be caught by Filch. On the way back, no matter what Chris said, Diana remained silent. Chris could only helplessly smile. The girl had grown up, and one couldn't control her. She insisted on getting involved in trouble. What could be done? Should he care or not? Or perhaps just not care? After all, nothing serious would happen. Is it really okay? Chris's heart was very hesitant at this moment. On one hand, he hoped Diana could learn from her mistakes. But on the other hand, he didn't want anything to happen to her. It was tough, really tough. While Chris was busy with his studies and trying to improve himself, the time quickly arrived for the Easter holiday. As for Diana, there were no other situations, which could be considered a good thing. Recently, Fred and George were also very busy. After they got the gold galleons a while ago, they threw themselves into close research, disappearing all day. A few days ago, when Chris invited them to go fishing, they turned him down. Really? Have they forgotten their brotherhood now that they have money? However, recently something caught Chris's attention. The other day, when he ran into Hagrid on the road, he actually asked him some questions about dragons. He said he knew Chris had a wealth of knowledge, and even knew an expert like Newt Scamander, so he wanted to learn about dragon care from Chris. Chapter 170. Hagrid's dilemma. Upon hearing this, Chris understood that Hagrid had probably gotten hold of a dragon egg and wanted to raise it properly. Without further ado, Chris directly recommended a few books for him to borrow from the library, such as Dragon Care, a beginner's guide, which was excellent for teaching dragon care. This made Hagrid very happy, saying that next time he would definitely invite Chris to taste his latest rock cakes, with a brand new recipe that was absolutely delicious and crispy. The little wizards next door were so tempted they nearly cried. Chris naturally smiled and agreed. But when they would eat was another story. However, unexpectedly, the next day Hagrid rushed to find him without saying what it was about, just dragging him to his hut. "Chris, I need to tell you something, but please don't tell anyone else. Is that okay?" Seeing Hagrid's pleading eyes, Chris nodded. "Well, I want a dragon egg." Hagrid said, "A few days ago, I was drinking in the village and playing cards with a stranger, and to be honest, that guy probably couldn't wait to get rid of it." Hagrid said proudly. "And then you want it?" Chris feigned surprise. "Yes, but now there's a bit of a problem. The book says that to raise a dragon, you have to put the egg in the fire because it's like their mother breathing on them. You see, it says so right here." Hagrid pointed to the book to show Chris. That is true. And then? Chris asked, puzzled, "But now it has hatched. Yet I still don't know what kind of dragon it is. Each type of dragon has different food preferences. And if I can't figure out what kind it is, I want to be able to prepare enough food for it in advance. And that would be terrible. The little guy will definitely starve." Hagrid said, and he actually started to cry. Then he picked up a cloth to wipe his tears and continued. "So, I wanted to ask you, seeking your help, to see if you could help me identify what kind of dragon this is." Hagrid then took out the large, black, messy egg that was lying in the middle of the fire and asked Chris to identify it. All right, I've already recognized it. Quickly put the egg back. It can't be away from the fire." Chris said hurriedly, pretending to look at it. "Really? Do you know what kind of dragon egg it is? Tell me quickly." Hagrid was extremely happy to hear that Chris had quickly solved the problem that had been troubling him, and he urged Chris to tell him all about it. "This is a Norwegian ridgeback egg," Chris said decisively. "Really? How do you know?" Hagrid asked, a bit confused. "The egg of a Norwegian ridgeback is black in color. And look at this black pattern on the egg. It's exclusive to the Norwegian ridgeback. Other dragon eggs won't have this kind of pattern," Chris explained. "Ah, I see," Hagrid said, realizing. However, the egg of a Norwegian ridgeback is somewhat similar to that of a Hungarian horntail, but this one, I think, looks more like a Norwegian ridgeback. When they grow up, their shapes will be somewhat similar, but the tail won't have spikes, and there will be a black ridge on the back. But Hagrid, you need to be careful. This fire dragon, although currently one of the rare dragon species, is very aggressive. Its sharp, long teeth are venomous, and, as adults, they feed on large land mammals. Additionally, they also prey on aquatic creatures, which is quite rare among fire dragons. They're hard to take care of. So amazing. Hagrid felt that this dragon was indeed extraordinary, his eyes wide open like saucers. Chris could tell from Hagrid's expression that he wasn't taking the danger seriously. He just thought the dragon was impressive. Of course, it's impressive, but it's also very fierce. The book says that a newly hatched Norwegian Ridgeback looks like a wrinkled black umbrella. Its wings, which are covered in spikes, look particularly large compared to its slender, dark body. Hagrid found information about the Norwegian Ridgeback in the book according to what Chris had said. Soon, Hagrid pointed out a section to Chris, describing the young dragon as having a long nose, with white nostrils, horn-like bumps on its head, and protruding orange-red eyes. Compared to other types of fire dragon hatchlings, the Ridgeback hatchling develops its fire-breathing ability earlier. That's really great, Hagrid exclaimed. In about a week, it can blow out puffs of smoke from its nostrils, and within 1 to 3 months, it will fully possess the ability to breathe fire. The growth rate of the hatchling is very fast. It can grow to more than 3 times its length from when it was just hatched in just a week. Also, female Norwegian Ridgebacks are much more ferocious than males. This is incredible. I hope this one is a female, Hagrid said excitedly, looking at the egg in the fire. Well, Hagrid, this dragon is indeed amazing. But I have a small question to ask you, Chris sighed. Feel free to ask, Hagrid said with a smile. You've seen what the book says. This dragon grows quickly, and raising dragons is illegal. How long do you think you can keep this a secret? That. No, it won't be a problem. If it gets big, I'll just put it in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was momentarily stumped by Chris's question, but he quickly thought of a solution. Chris shook his head. Hagrid was indeed Hagrid, just throwing everything into the Forbidden Forest without a second thought. The spiders were already rampant, and he wanted to throw a dragon in there too. Maybe even a giant brother to raise inside. Ah, this forest is really terrifying. It's no wonder it's called the Forbidden Forest. The name is truly well-deserved. I think. Chris wanted to say something else to persuade him, but at that moment, there was a knock at the door. Hagrid, are you in there? We're here to see you. The voice outside was unmistakably Harry Potter's. Oh no, Chris, you mustn't mention the dragon egg. Hagrid, hearing that someone was coming, looked flustered and a bit at a loss, worried that his dragon-raising secret would be discovered. When the door opened, 3 little heads peeked in. Ron looked around and asked, Hagrid, what are you doing? Oh, Chris, you're here too. Ah, yes, Chris came to chat with me. Hagrid said hurriedly, what brings you here? Chapter 171. A visit to Azkaban. Hagrid was worried that Chris might say something wrong, so he quickly spoke up, but he wasn't good at lying, and his stammering made him seem even more suspicious. The trio sat down under Hagrid's warm hospitality, but the small hut was uncomfortably hot, despite it being such a warm, sunny day, with a roaring fire in the fireplace, making them feel quite uncomfortable. After Hagrid had everyone seated, he hurriedly made them tea and brought out some weasel sandwiches, which they all politely declined. This is a bit too heavy. Hagrid, have you caught a cold? Harry asked with concern. Huh? No. Hagrid was a bit confused, not understanding why Harry would ask that. Then why is the house so hot? It shouldn't be that cold yet, right? I remember you weren't afraid of the cold, Harry said, puzzled. Well, I'm a bit uncomfortable, Hagrid said, his face reddening, unsure if it was due to the heat or because he was lying. Well, didn't you go to the hospital wing? Hermione asked. Each is nothing. I'll be fine soon. Let's not talk about that. Did you kind of ask me something? Yes. Harry thought it unnecessary to beat around the bush. We don't know if you can tell us what other mechanisms guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy. Hagrid frowned at them. Of course, I can't say, he said. First, I don't even know myself. Second, you already know too much, so even if I didn't know, I wouldn't tell you. That stone is here for a reason. It was almost stolen from Gringotts. I guess you know all about that too, right? I really don't understand how you even know about Fluffy. Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't want to tell us, but you must know. What has happened here that could escape your notice? Hermione said in a sweet, flattering tone. Chris was surprised that Hermione would speak like that. He wondered if she had learned it from Diana. Really, why not learn something good instead of all this flowery stuff? But they were quite skilled at it, weren't they? They had learned how to coax Hagrid. Ah, really? Indeed. Hagrid's beard began to tremble, and it was clear that he appreciated what he heard. Everyone could see he was smiling. Actually, we just want to know who designed those mechanisms, Hermione continued sweetly. We want to know, besides you, who else Dumbledore trusts to help him. At this last sentence, Hagrid puffed out his chest. Harry and Ron exchanged satisfied smiles at Hermione. Ah, this is truly just taking advantage of a good person. Chris sighed unconsciously. This was bad. Everyone's gaze locked onto Chris, especially the trio who stared intently at him, worried that Chris might say something that would make Hagrid realize the situation. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just a bit hot. You guys continue with your talk. I'll just have some tea. Chris quickly smiled awkwardly and took a sip of tea. All right, let me think. He borrowed the flobberworm from me, then asked a few other professors to cast spells. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, he was counting on his fingers. And Professor Quirrell. Of course, Dumbledore himself cast spells too. Wait, I almost forgot someone. All right, it was Professor Snape. Snape? The three of them exclaimed in unison. Yes, are you still doubting him? Look, Snape also helped protect the Philosopher's Stone. He wouldn't steal it. You're the only one who knows how to get past the Flobberworm. Right, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. You won't tell anyone, right? Not even the professors, right? No one else can know except for me and Dumbledore, Hagrid said proudly. That's good. That's good, Harry murmured to the others. Hagrid, can we open a window? I'm really hot. Chris is also feeling hot, right? Harry looked at Chris and asked. Ah, yes. Chris nodded. No, kids, I'm sorry. Hagrid quickly glanced at the fireplace. Although Harry is nearsighted, his observation skills are still quite sharp, and he turned to look at the fire. Hagrid, what's that? In fact, Harry Potter was asking knowingly. This kid is really clever. He had already guessed a lot when he bumped into Hagrid in the library today. Hagrid fidgeted with his beard. That is... Where did you get it, Hagrid? Ron stood up and walked over, crouching by the fire to take a closer look at the large egg. It must have cost you a fortune. I want it, Hagrid said shyly. But what are you going to do when it hatches? Hermione asked. Why did you ask the same thing as Chris? He just reminded me of it, but I don't want to think about it too much right now. I want to wait until it hatches to talk about it. The book says to feed it a bucket of brandy mixed with chicken blood every half hour after it hatches. Oh, right, Chris told me I got Norwegian Ridgeback. It's quite rare, Hagrid said proudly. Sigh, Chris thought it was tough. Hagrid had just hoped to keep it a secret, but in an instant, Hagrid revealed everything, really. Yes, I just mentioned this issue. If someone finds out Hagrid is illegally raising a dragon in his hut, it's bad news. He might end up in Azkaban. I just said it, and Hagrid wouldn't listen. You really need to persuade him, Chris hurriedly said. No way. Hagrid shuddered at the mention of Azkaban. It's hard to say. This is a dragon. Raising a dragon privately. Chris warned dramatically. This Hagrid was a bit flustered. Looking at Hagrid's expression, Chris wondered if he had said too much and scared him. But this was for Hagrid's safety. Even though nothing went wrong in the end. What if his arrival caused some impact? That would be terrible. Hagrid is such a good and kind person. Chris really didn't want to see him get hurt. However, this matter could be big or small. If it were those wealthy, pure-blood wizard families, raising a dragon or using it for other purposes, they could spend a fortune in galleons, leverage connections in the Ministry of Magic, and probably smooth things over. Chapter 172. Times have changed, but we were not that powerful. What if some ill-intentioned person reported you? Then you really might end up in Azkaban. Oh, that would be terrible. Hagrid, maybe you shouldn't raise it after all? Hermione was also frightened. She didn't know if the Ministry of Magic had such a ban. But she believed Chris because it sounded convincing. Yes, Hagrid. Harry also advised. To be honest, Harry didn't understand why Hagrid always liked these ferocious things in others' eyes. First the Flobberworm, now the dragon. Chris's words were probably right. Hagrid's situation indeed had risks. Ron also spoke. He had heard from his dad that Charlie Weasley, the head of the Dragon Research and Control Division, was quite a formidable character. Although this division is a subordinate department of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, the Beast Division, they have their own dragon protection squad because of the rampant hunting of wild dragons by dragon hunters in recent years. Private dragon raising is also under their jurisdiction. If they come after you, there will be no good outcome. No way, then what should we do? Hagrid was getting anxious. Hagrid, don't panic. I have a good idea. Do you want to hear it? Chris said hurriedly upon seeing Hagrid's reaction. Hurry up and say it. Hagrid grabbed Chris's hand. He was a bit too excited, and Chris felt a bit of pain from his grip. My idea is, why not hatch it? Just send it to the Dragon Research Institute. And when the time comes, you can say you found it in the Forbidden Forest. Anyway, they won't check the Forbidden Forest. This won't work. I have to let the little guy be born. Hagrid was initially hesitant after hearing Chris's words, but before Chris could say anything else, he immediately became determined. He felt that if he didn't hatch this dragon and raise it, he would regret it for life. There was nothing to be done. After fruitless persuasion, the few of them shook their heads and sighed as they walked from Hagrid's hut back to the castle. This matter is tough, Ron said while shaking his head on the way back. The others felt the same way, but there was nothing they could do. Once Hagrid was set on something, it was generally hard to persuade him. Forget it. Let's go back and study hard, Hermione said. Speaking of this, I really have a headache. Ron was in extreme pain just thinking about it, and Hermione had already started making study plans for Harry and Ron, which was driving him crazy. When they reached the Gryffindor common room and parted ways with Chris pulled Ron aside. What's wrong? Ron asked, confused. Chris said nothing. Just pulled him to a corner of the common room where no one was around. It's like this. Has Diana been asking you guys about the Philosopher's Stone and pestering you lately? Chris was still worried about his sister. But since he wasn't too familiar with Harry and Hermione, he could only bring it up with Ron. Yes, she was asking a few days ago, but she hasn't said much to us these past few days. Ron replied truthfully. Well then, if she asks you about this again in the future, you must stop her and not tell her anything anymore, okay? Chris didn't quite understand this girl's behavior. He was also puzzled as to why she had been so close to the trio a few days ago, but had gone silent lately. He really didn't know what this girl was up to. Okay, but why? Ron was a bit confused about why he couldn't tell Diana. He thought she was quite nice, much better than that Hermione. It's like this girl always likes to do something stupid on her own, like going to find Snape directly, thinking she can defeat him by herself. I mean, come on, is that possible? That's just a fantasy. Really? That definitely won't work. Ron believed him. Yes, so you must never tell her these things again in the future, otherwise she might actually do that. Chris said seriously. All right, don't worry. Okay, with your words, I'm relieved, Ron. I've always believed in you, just like your talent in wizard's chess. You will definitely do some amazing things in the future. Keep it up. Chris encouraged. Ron loved to hear this, and he was instantly very happy, nodding repeatedly and promising that he would keep an eye on things and not let Diana know about it. During breakfast one day, Chris and the trio received a note from Hagrid. It only had 4 words. It's about a hatch. Do you want to go see it? Chris asked. I don't really want to go. We have class, or we'll get in trouble. If anyone finds out what Hagrid is doing, he'll be in more trouble than us, Hermione said reluctantly. Hermione, how many times in our lives can we see a baby dragon hatching? Harry opposed. Yeah. Ron also expressed his desire to see the dragon, even saying he didn't want to attend herbology class and wanted to head straight to Hagrid's hut. What about you, Chris? Don't you have many classes? Don't you need a review? Hermione suddenly asked. Well, it's fine, really. It's just watching a dragon. It won't take much time, right? A little sharpening doesn't hinder the work. Chris smiled and tried to smooth things over. Exactly. Ron excitedly nodded. She'll keep it down, Malfoy's coming. Harry turned and saw Malfoy nearby, reminding them. What are you afraid of? What is he to us? Ron said disdainfully. Hey, defeated general. What are you here for? To eat peaches? Ron shouted at Malfoy. What does it matter to you? Malfoy looked a bit displeased at Ron's words. Haha, you've gained some skills? You can't even make it to the finals of wizard's chess. What are you worth? White-haired, Ron said contemptuously. Malfoy had no way to argue about this embarrassing failure. Losing is losing. What can you do about it? Young Master Malfoy's face turned pale with anger, and he turned to leave without saying anything. Look at him. Scared, right? Harry, I tell you, I can laugh at him for 10 years over this. Ron boasted. Ever since he became the champion of wizard's chess, he gained both money and fame, feeling a bit inflated. He had no special skills before and could hardly stand up to Malfoy, but now it was different. The current Ron was not the same as the past. Chapter 173. Who's there? Now he could buy 2 lollipops, eat one himself, and give one to Harry. The Ron who could only eat what Harry had was gone forever. All right, look at Malfoy. He clearly hates it. He is probably thinking about how to get back at us. Harry felt a bit happy looking at Malfoy, but he still thought Malfoy must have some bad ideas to deal with him. So, are you guys going to see the dragon? Chris asked, knowing Malfoy had definitely heard about it. However, Chris thought whether Malfoy would report this was not something very important that must be stopped, so he didn't want to worry about it. Hermione? Ron and Harry both looked at her. Hermione was also a bit troubled and didn't know what to say. Hermione, it's a dragon, a powerful magical creature in the wizarding world. How can we miss it? Ron said again. All right. Hermione shook her head helplessly. Yay, that's great. Harry and Ron were extremely happy. This was truly wonderful news. After finishing classes in the morning, the few of them happily hopped their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was very joyful today. It was clear he was looking forward to the birth of the dragon. The door and windows of the little hut were sealed, leaving only a few small openings for ventilation, and the hot stove by the table was continuously radiating heat. Once they entered, their eyes were fixed on the table, where the dragon egg lay, already showing a deep crack and occasionally shaking. It's about to come out, Hagrid said excitedly. Everyone moved their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath and watching intently. Before long, they saw the crack in the eggshell suddenly expand greatly, accompanied by a sharp sound, and the egg cracked open, revealing a bald, skin-covered triangular head poking out from the crack. It wasn't beautiful at all. This dragon looked like a crumpled black umbrella. Chris thought it was amazing that such a small creature would grow up to become a powerful fire dragon. Life truly is incredible. It's beautiful. Isn't it? Hagrid murmured. He reached out a hand and stroked the little dragon's head. The little dragon bit his finger, revealing sharp teeth. Oh my gosh, look, it recognizes its mother. Hagrid said, "This is really..." Ron stared at the little dragon, witnessing life, and was already stunned. "I'm aimed at Norbert. What do you think?" Hagrid asked. "Sound good." Chris nodded in agreement. Just as Hagrid was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. He jumped up and rushed to the window. "What is going on? Who is there? What is wrong, Hagrid?" Harry asked. Someone just peeked through the curtain. A boy, running toward the school. Hagrid replied. Upon hearing this, Harry darted to the door and looked outside. Even from a distance, he wouldn't mistake it. "It's that Malfoy guy. He saw the little dragon. What should we do?" Harry was a bit worried. "I hope he doesn't tell anyone." Ron shrugged. "Sigh, this is really..." Harry sighed. "Hagrid, Harry's worries are not unfounded. That kid is full of bad ideas. I suggest you move the dragon away as soon as possible. This could be a disaster." "Don't you remember what I told you yesterday?" Chris asked. Hagrid, recalling Chris's words from yesterday, was still worried and scared, but when he saw the small creature, he couldn't bear to do it, slowly shaking his head. "Just let it go." Harry also advised, seeing Hagrid's expression. "Let go. This matter is already known to others. If he starts spreading rumors at school, more and more people will find out, and then it's over." "I can't," Hagrid said. "It's too small. It will die." Sigh. Harry sighed, unsure of what to do. "Hagrid," Hermione also spoke up. "Didn't you read in the book? Baby dragons grow quickly. In 2 weeks, Norbert will be as long as your house. And Malfoy could go looking for Dumbledore at any time. It's fine to find Professor Dumbledore, but I'm worried he'll tell his father. Just think, if he tells his dad, and his dad reports it to the Ministry of Magic, the consequences." Chris added. Hagrid seemed startled. He bit his lip. I know I can't keep it forever, but I can't just throw it away. I can't." "Then how about I help you find someone who can take care of it for you?" Chris suggested. "Huh? Can it be done?" Hagrid looked a bit surprised. "Yeah, Ron's brother Charlie, you know him. He is doing well now, studying dragons in Romania. We might as well send Norbert to him. Charlie can take care of it, and then release it back into the wild. What do you think?" Chris suggested. Before Hagrid could say anything, Harry excitedly exclaimed, "Awesome. What do you think, Hagrid?" Hagrid hesitated a bit. This is the best choice." Hagrid said, Okay. Why don't you send an owl to ask Charlie first? Maybe he won't want it." Hagrid added. Chris could clearly see that Hagrid was reluctant. Sending an owl was also a way to delay for a few days, as it takes time for the owl to go and return. However, this was normal. After all, the little dragon had just been born, and who would want part with it? But this was indeed a potential hazard. Who knows if something unexpected might happen? It would be better to send away sooner for peace of mind. After everyone returned, Ron immediately wrote a letter to Charlie. In the days that followed, the three of them felt like they were living through years. They were worried whether Charlie would take in the dragon, while Malfoy's hidden malicious smile made Harry, Ron, and Hermione very uneasy. Ron had gained some confidence after winning the competition, but now it was different. Malfoy had leverage over them, and Ron didn't dare provoke him anymore. This situation made Ron so angry that he complained to Chris several times. What could Chris do? Beat up Malfoy? That wouldn't be good. Wouldn't that be an elder bullying a child? What kind of example would that set? So, Chris could only comfort him, saying that once the dragon was sent away, he could return to being the confident boy he used to be. So, for the sake of this matter being resolved, Ron was determined to regain his old self, dragging Harry to spend most of their spare time in Hagrid's dim little hut, reasoning with him. Chapter 174. The little fluffy one time passed just like that, and the little dragon grew quickly. In just a week, it had tripled in length. Puffs of smoke could be seen shooting out of its nostrils, looking incredibly proud. Hagrid now had to put aside his work guarding the hunting grounds because the little dragon had him running around in chaos. His little wooden hut was filled with empty brandy bottles and feathers. When everyone came to see the dragon, Hagrid looked at it with teary eyes and said, "I'm so happy, really. It recognizes me now, look. Norbert, where's Mommy?" However, one thing left Chris speechless. Hagrid had started feeding the dragon dead mice packed in a wooden box, and Norbert was enjoying it immensely, practically devouring one after another and then breathing fire at Hagrid after finishing. Ron, however, found it hard to bear, as he had his own pet mouse, and witnessing such a scene was quite gruesome. "Oh, it bit me," Ron exclaimed, showing them his hand, which was wrapped in a bloody handkerchief. "Honestly, I don't get it. It seems like it doesn't like me." Ron was a bit confused. "Great, now I can't even hold a quill for a week. Guess I won't be studying." "Come on, how could that be? You hurt your left hand." Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "It's fine, I'll just put some ointment on it for you later." Hagrid said, looking at Ron's finger, which looked like a carrot. Chris rolled his eyes. This was something else, truly impressive. Later that night, There was a tapping sound on the dark window. "It's Rupert," Imk said, and he quickly went over to let it in. "What did you send it, Chris?" "It looks really tired," Imk asked curiously. "Oh, nothing much. I just sent it to return a letter to a friend." Chris didn't tell Imk the whole truth. He wasn't keen on stirring up trouble by informing too many people. Chris walked over and took the note off Rupert's foot. It read, "Hello, Chris. How are you? It's been months since we last spoke. Thank you for writing to me. I'm very happy to adopt that Norwegian Ridgeback, but getting it here isn't easy. I think the best way is to send it to a few friends of mine who are coming to see me next week. The trouble is, we must not let anyone see them illegally carrying a dragon. So, could you please bring the Ridgeback to the highest tower at midnight on Saturday? They can meet you there and take the dragon away under the cover of darkness. Please reply as soon as possible." After reading the note, Chris was at a loss for words. This was troublesome. Since he had sent the letter, wouldn't he have to personally deliver the dragon? Although it was helping Hagrid, making the trip was still risky. At that moment, he thought about letting Malfoy off the hook, believing it had nothing to do with him, but now it was different. Since he was involved, he had to have a talk with that little brat. Hopefully, Malfoy would behave and not cause him more trouble. When Chris shared this good news with the trio, they were overjoyed. This had been the most troubling matter for them recently. They feared that one mistake could land Hagrid in Azkaban, and if that happened, taking care of a dragon would be the least of their worries. Ron was particularly unfortunate. After Hagrid's herbal treatment, the bite on his hand hadn't improved, but had doubled in size instead. He wasn't sure if it was appropriate to seek Madame Pomfrey's help. Would she realize it was a dragon bite? However, by the afternoon, he had no choice. As the wound turned an unsightly green, it seemed Norbert's teeth were poisonous. After Chris accompanied Ron to the infirmary, he bumped into Malfoy, who was trying to go inside. How bold of him to come out without even bringing his 2 bodyguards. Well, what a coincidence. Immediately, Chris dragged this little classmate to a corner. Yes, perhaps this was what they called school bullying. Malfoy naturally resisted, but he was no match for Chris, who had no choice but to pull him there. "W, what do you want? I know you're pretty tough, but I haven't done anything to you, so you don't need to do this, right?" Malfoy said, both angry and a bit scared. "I have a few things to discuss with you." "Ha," Chris said with a smile. It was originally a rather gentle smile, but to Malfoy, it seemed a bit terrifying. "What do you want?" "I'll tell you. I'm not afraid of you. You'd better be careful, or I'll tell my dad." And he definitely. Malfoy stammered, trying to sound intimidating. "All right, I don't want to waste time with you. Just listen carefully. Don't ever bring up the dragon again. Don't stir up trouble. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. And you can ask Dorian Pusey if you don't believe me," Chris said, pressing his wand against Malfoy's throat. This scared the little guy. He had never encountered such a situation before. Malfoy's face turned pale, and he didn't dare say a word. Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Chris turned and left, leaving a terrified Malfoy in a disheveled state against the wall. Next, Chris planned to go to Hagrid's hut, but he hadn't had the chance to tell Hagrid yet. He believed Hagrid would be very sad when he heard the news, but there was nothing that could be done. It was only a matter of time. Some things are better known early, or else it will only be harder later. When Chris arrived at Hagrid's hut, he found Fong, the giant dog, sitting outside the door with a bandage on his tail. Oh dear, how tragic. Such a lovely puppy has fallen victim to cruelty. I must say, Norbert, you are truly vicious. Hagrid opened the window and spoke to Chris. "I can't let you in," he said, breathing heavily. "Norbert is very difficult to deal with right now. I can't handle him." Chris had to stand outside and tell him about Charlie's letter, tears welling in his eyes. Though it could also be because Norbert had just bitten his leg. "Huh, it's okay. He only bit my boot. He's just playing around. After all, he's still a little fur ball." However, this little fur ball was banging his tail against the wall, making the windows rattle. Well, this is quite something. Chapter 175, Transport After Notifying Hagrid. Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room. It had indeed been a busy time lately. Now all that was left was to get the dragon delivered. And that would be the end of it. He could finally take a little break and focus on his studies. With Harry Potter around, Hogwarts was really a busy place. All sorts of things kept coming one after another, and he could never seem to escape. What was going on? Was he being overshadowed by Harry Potter's halo? Chris felt it would be better to keep his distance from Harry in the future to avoid getting into any more trouble. But then again, even if he distanced himself from Harry, those around him would still come knocking, making it impossible to avoid. There was simply no way out. What is meant to happen will happen. "Hey Chris, what have you been up to lately?" Imp said. "You always seem so mysterious. Come on, tell us. What bad thing are you planning?" Just as Chris was sorting through his thoughts about these matters, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Chris turned around to see George and Fred. It's nothing much. You guys are overthinking it." Chris smiled and said. George and Fred exchanged glances. And then George said, Chris, that's not fair. Do you think we're fools? Haha, I don't think you're fools. You two seem more like gossip mongers. Chris joked. Shut up. George laughed and scolded. Seriously, I heard about you taking Ron to the hospital wing today. We just want to visit Ron, and wow. His hand looks like it was bitten by something, swollen like a radish. Fred said, yeah, we were just wondering what could have done that without harming him. If we could figure out and create a salve that would make hands swell up just by applying it, it would definitely be a bestseller, George said with shining eyes. Chris held back his laughter at George's words. These two could think of making a profit out of anything. Instead of worrying about their injured brother, they were thinking about how to get rich. Truly remarkable. So, you must tell us, if you consider us friends, George said seriously. Chris hesitated about whether to tell them or not. However, these two were indeed quite reliable. They usually handled things efficiently and didn't speak nonsense. Moreover, he needed help with this matter. Doing it all alone, while also avoiding being discovered and quietly getting the dragon to the rooftop was not an easy task. As for involving Ron and the others, Chris hadn't considered that. Those three seemed unreliable, and he felt it unnecessary to take that risk. Thinking this through, Chris felt that telling them about the situation might not be a bad thing after all. All right, I'll tell you. I actually need your help, Chris said earnestly. Then hurry up and tell us. Chris looked around to see if anyone was paying attention and signaled for the two brothers to come closer. He then said, You mustn't freak out when you hear this. The thing is, what? Hagrid actually has a dragon, and he's sending it to Charlie's place? Merlin, I must be dreaming. The two brothers lowered their voices, looking incredulous. This was truly astonishing. They never expected Hagrid to be so bold as to keep a dragon at Hogwarts. Keeping a dragon privately was a serious crime. This was indeed shocking. So, we just need to help transport the dragon? George asked. Yes, that's right, Chris nodded. Great. What's difficult about that? With the Hogwarts brothers helping out, what can't we handle? Fred thought it was an easy task. As long as we act quickly and get it done, no one will find out. If we're going to do this, we must do it discreetly. George said, Okay, then we'll call Imp, and the four of us will act according to the plan. Chris nodded in agreement. Afterward, Chris informed the trio about the situation, hoping they wouldn't get involved. Hermione agreed readily, as she had enough to worry about already, and there was no point in discussing it further, since there were suitable candidates. Ron also agreed, feeling that no one could be more reliable than Chris and his friends. As for Harry Potter, he was very eager to get involved and personally deliver the dragon. Chris had to persuade him not to participate. He couldn't understand how Harry had such a strong sense of responsibility. He truly was a natural-born savior. It was a dark, cloudy night when they arrived at Hagrid's hut, and it was already a bit late. There was no way around it. It was all because of that old coot Filch, who always seemed to wander around their path, forcing them to avoid him and wasting a lot of time. Hagrid had already packed Norbert into a large crate and was ready. Ugh, I prepared a lot of mice and some brandy for him. That should be enough for the journey, Hagrid said in a dull voice, clearly not happy. I also put his teddy bear in there, so he wouldn't feel lonely. However, the tearing sounds from the crate made everyone think that the toy had probably turned into rags by now. Goodbye, Norbert, Hagrid said, sobbing. Oh, my precious little dragon. Mama won't forget you, Hagrid said reluctantly. Chris, I'm leaving Norbert in your care. Make sure to tell the person who picks him up to take good care of him, Hagrid said with a serious expression. Okay, don't worry, Hagrid, Chris replied. Next, the crate was moved to the top of the tower. It wasn't difficult. Chris used a levitation spell to lift it, while Imp looked after things on the side. George and Fred took turns checking the situation with a live point map and keeping watch around. As midnight approached, they carried Norbert up the marble steps of the entrance hall, passing through the dark corridor. Up one floor, then another, despite using magic to transport it. It was still quite exhausting. Chapter 176, Caught. They were almost there. They reached the corridor just below the highest tower, and Imp said breathlessly. Soon, they arrived at their destination, under the cold night sky. While they waited, Norbert was thrashing around violently in the crate. This dragon was quite the handful. About 10 minutes later, four broomsticks suddenly descended from the darkness. Charlie's friends were cheerful people. They quickly tied some ropes together so they could hang Norbert among them. Once they secured Norbert safely with the ropes, the four shook hands with them, and Chris expressed his gratitude profusely. Finally, Norbert was gone, and disappeared. Then, Chris and the others quietly descended the spiral staircase, avoiding the patrolling Filch, and returned to their respective dormitories. The smooth conclusion of the night's events made Chris breathe a sigh of relief. With Norbert gone peacefully, it felt like they had defused a hidden bomb, solving a problem that Hagrid didn't even think was troublesome, and he could finally sleep well tonight. It was a lie to say he wasn't anxious the past few days. He had always feared something would go wrong during the transport. But now everything was fine. This was the best outcome. The next day, things seemed to have changed. As the Gryffindor students passed the enormous hourglass recording the House Cup scores, they thought something had gone wrong. Gryffindor had lost a full 150 points compared to yesterday. And Slytherin had lost 50 points too. What was going on? Who had been deducted points? But how could so many points be deducted all at once? This was unbelievable. However, there are no secrets that can be kept. And soon the news spread. Harry Potter, the famous Harry Potter, the hero of 2 Quidditch matches, had caused them to lose so many points, along with 2 other foolish first-year students. The story went like this. After receiving Chris's warning, Malfoy naturally didn't dare to meddle with the dragon. But how could he? The great Malfoy let this go? If he didn't take revenge, how could he still be the Malfoy who commands respect? So, he harbored resentment. Then, last night, he overheard a late student returning from Professor Snape's punishment for potion materials in the Slytherin common room, saying he had encountered a Gryffindor fool who seemed lost and had wandered over toward the Slytherin common room. Malfoy cleverly pointed this guy toward a direct route to Filch's office, laughing at how stupid it was. Hearing such an amusing story, Malfoy laughed and asked the student who it was. Seeing Malfoy take an interest, the student felt obliged to tell. But he didn't know the Gryffindor student well enough to identify him, only able to describe his appearance. Upon hearing the description, Malfoy immediately thought of who it was. Wasn't it that fool, Neville? Great. Now he couldn't deal with you, Weasley, but I can take care of a friend of Harry's. You can't meddle in this, can you? Poor Longbottom happened to run into Malfoy when he was in a bad mood. So how could he not take care of it? So excited, Malfoy rushed out without a bodyguard, but he ran straight into the patrolling Filch. Thus, Malfoy's scheme failed, and he was caught by Filch. On the other side, Harry's situation was even more absurd. It was said that he had wanted to check on the little dragon because he was worried, so he insisted on bringing Hermione along. In the end, they didn't see the dragon, but instead ran into lost Neville, and all 3 were caught by accident. And Harry Potter's invisibility cloak? Let's not even mention that, originally, Hermione, Harry, and Ron fit perfectly, but this time with Ron replaced by Neville, one part was exposed, and while they were running, they got caught. Talk about bad luck. When Filch brought these kids before Professor McGonagall, the old witch was nearly infuriated. She never expected that 3 students would dare to violate school rules by running around the school, especially Hermione. This student had always been obedient and eager to learn. But even this was simply a huge disappointment for Professor McGonagall. Therefore, she severely deducted 50 points from each of them. The result of this incident was that Harry, who was originally one of the most popular and respected figures of the school, suddenly became the target of everyone's criticism. Even the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students looked at him with disdain, as they had all been hoping to see Slytherin lose the House Cup. As for Malfoy losing 50 points, it really wasn't a serious matter. Slytherin was still in second place, 17 points behind Ravenclaw, and this was truly not a big deal. They could earn it back in 2 potions classes. So now, thanks to Chris and the others' hard work in earning points for Gryffindor, they were reduced to just a few scraps. This made Chris's fans furious. They spontaneously organized to attack Harry personally. Now, wherever Harry went, people pointed at him, and they didn't even lower their voices when insulting him. On the other hand, whenever he passed by Slytherins, they always applauded, whistled, and cheered. Thank you, Potter. You've done us a huge favor. Regarding this matter, Chris found it a bit absurd. The world's ability to restore itself was truly strong. Logically, since Harry and the others hadn't participated in the dragon transport, they shouldn't have been punished, but they still got caught. This was really hard to accept. It seemed that Harry and their escapade in the Forbidden Forest was unstoppable. Poor them. Of course, seeing Harry being targeted like this, Chris felt sorry for him, so he stood up to advise the crowd. When the fans heard Chris speak up for Harry, they were deeply moved. This was really great. Why was Red so nice? Yes, Potter deserved it. The points Chris worked so hard to earn were all deducted because of him. And yet Chris still spoke for him. Yes, hopefully, he would learn from this and not be so ungrateful in the future. Chapter 177. Disillusionment Charm. Because Chris stood up for Harry, things improved slightly. At least no one would speak ill of him in front of Harry. However, some people supported Chris, while others did not. For instance, during Quidditch practice, the other team members wooed and talked to him, and when they had to mention him, they call him the Seeker. Harry truly regretted it. He didn't know how he came up with the idea to check things out, especially since Red had already said to leave it to them. Yet he insisted on taking a look, only to end up getting caught without even seeing the dragon. It was just too awful. Naturally, Hermione and Neville's lives weren't as difficult as Harry's. After all, They weren't as famous as he was, but no one wanted to talk to them either. Hermione no longer stood out in class and always kept her head down, studying quietly. However, this wasn't too hard, as the final exams were approaching, so those who usually didn't study seriously had to bury themselves in revision, allowing Harry and his friends to temporarily forget their troubles. He, Ron, and Hermione always studied together, reviewing late into the night, try to memorize complex potion recipes, spells, significant magical inventions, and the dates of goblin rebellions. Chris, of course, didn't pay attention to these things. He had his own tasks. In addition to reviewing knowledge he had already mastered, he was continuously learning new spells. Recently, he was tackling a very difficult charm, the disillusionment charm. Yes, this is a spell used to disguise a target. It can make the person or object being disguised blend in with their surroundings, like a chameleon, matching the colors and textures of what's behind and around them. This charm was incredibly useful, especially after Chris saw what Harry and the others were going through. After all, if you often walk by the river, how can you avoid getting wet? He himself was someone who often went out at night to do things, and in case of an emergency, the disillusionment charm would be the best solution. Just cast it on yourself, and no one can see you. Slip away, perfect. Just like wizards who have sphinxes and winged horses need to regularly cast the disillusionment charm on them to prevent muggles from noticing their strange features. Additionally, one of the methods to create an invisibility cloak is to cast the disillusionment charm on a regular travel cloak, although the effect of this charm weakens over time. Moreover, since the big shots are using this charm, it proves its practicality. For instance, Professor Dumbledore once told Harry that he didn't need an invisibility cloak because his disillusionment charm was sufficient to disguise himself. Professor Dumbledore also mentioned that Gellert Grindelwald didn't need an invisibility cloak, indicating that he might also use the disillusionment charm. And then there's Voldemort, who used the disillusionment charm in the spring of 1998 to avoid being noticed by people in Hogwarts Castle as he approached Albus Dumbledore's tomb. Voldemort was very skilled at using the disillusionment charm, probably a veteran, to the point where he couldn't even see himself. After all, for a regular person, casting this charm doesn't make them invisible. It simply changes their colors and textures to match the surrounding scenery. It turns them into a human chameleon. Therefore, Chris had even more reason to study this charm diligently. However, it was still somewhat difficult. Chris could currently only slightly lighten the color of his body. To master this charm, one definitely needs continuous practice to succeed, but the disillusionment charm also consumes some magical energy, and it consumes quite a lot. So, in this situation, Chris could only dedicate all his time to this charm, neglecting other matters. Unfortunately, he didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always found him. One day, after returning to his bedroom, planning to brew a cup of red tea and enjoy it, Ron came knocking on his door. "What's up, Ron? Is your injury better? Do you want something to drink?" Chris asked comfortably, leaning back on the sofa with a smile. Thanks, Chris, but no, I'm fine now. I came because there is something I think I should tell you." Ron's face displayed an unnatural expression. What is it?" Chris asked. "Well, today while we were revising in the library, Diana came to find us. She asked us some questions about the Philosopher's Stone." Ron stammered. "Did you not tell her anything?" Chris sat up and stared into Ron's eyes, asking. Of course, I didn't say anything, but Harry. He told Diana something. I had warned him before, but he seemed to have forgotten, so he accidentally let it slip to Diana." Ron said awkwardly. "What was it?" Chris asked seriously. "Well, that afternoon, Harry left the library alone to get some fresh air, and he heard someone crying in the classroom ahead. He walked a few steps closer and recognized it was Quirrell's voice. Quirrell said, No, I can't do this anymore. Please." It sounded like someone was threatening him. And then Harry got closer to listen carefully. Then he heard Quirrell sobbing. After that, Quirrell hurried out of the classroom, adjusting his scarf. He looked pale, as if he was about to cry, and walked away quickly. And then, Chris wanted to understand the situation in detail. Then, Harry thought Quirrell hadn't noticed him at all. So, he waited until he couldn't hear Quirrell's footsteps anymore, before looking into the classroom, but it was empty. However, the other door was slightly ajar, and he thought it was Snape who had just left the classroom. From the sound of the footsteps, Snape's pace suddenly became brisk. It seemed Quirrell had finally given in. Then when Harry returned to the library, Hermione was testing me on astronomy. Harry told us what he had just heard. Then at that time, Diana came to ask us if there was any new information, and Harry discussed this matter in front of her. Based on this, we thought Snape had finally succeeded if Quirrell had just told him how to lift his anti-dark magic spell. Ron said, Chapter 178, Drinking Blood? Then Hermione suggested that we shouldn't involve ourselves in this matter anymore, and that it would be best to find Dumbledore. If we acted alone again, we would definitely get expelled from the school. Yes, I also suggest you find Dumbledore. He will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Chris agreed. But we don't have any evidence. Based on our analysis, Quirrell is terrified and certainly wouldn't come forward to testify for us. As long as Snape says he doesn't know how the troll got in on Halloween, that he wasn't anywhere near the 4th floor, who do you think they would believe, Snape or us? Additionally, our dislike for Snape is no secret. Dumbledore would think we made up this nonsense to get Snape expelled. Moreover, if Filch's life were in danger, he wouldn't help us. His relationship with Snape is too close, and he would probably think that the more students expelled, the better. Also, let's not forget that we shouldn't know about the Philosopher's Stone and the werewolf. Explaining that would be too complicated. Chris felt that Ron had a point. It was clear that Ron did not agree with telling Dumbledore about this matter. However, Chris believed that it wouldn't matter whether they told Dumbledore or not. He thought there was a good chance this was all orchestrated by Dumbledore. So, as an actor going to find the director who planned this scene, what do you think the director would do? He would definitely want you to keep performing. As an actor, you can't just cause a ruckus and not cooperate. So Chris felt there was nothing wrong with this. It was Diana, that silly girl, who was inappropriate for getting involved in this matter, whether it was for heroics, meddling, or dealing with Snape, who had always been against her. If she wanted to get involved, had she asked Dumbledore? She should be careful not to get kicked out. Really, Cy, what to do now? Well, Ron, thank you for telling me about this. It's fine, we're friends, but it's a pity that Diana found out. I didn't help much. Ron said shyly. It's okay, just telling me is already great. Chris said, after Chris handed Ron a big box of chocolates and sent him off. His good mood while drinking tea was shattered. He didn't know what to do now. At most, he could just keep an eye on Diana when the last few people went on the adventure and prevent her from running around. As long as she didn't participate in this matter in the end, then she could investigate however she liked. It didn't matter, right? Chris shook his head, no longer wanting to think about these bothersome matters. He picked up a wizarding adventure novel and began to read while sipping tea, feeling quite comfortable. 2 days later, while Chris was having breakfast, Imp told him that he had heard that Harry and the other first-year students who were punished encountered someone drinking unicorn blood while patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Imp expressed his curiosity about what the blood of such a legendary creature tasted like, saying that drinking it could prolong life and increase magical power. I advise you to get rid of that idea as soon as possible. That's extremely terrible, Imp. Whether you're joking or serious, you absolutely cannot do that. Chris said very seriously. What's wrong? Imp was a bit of loss. Let me tell you, unicorns are sacred, pure beings. For instance, their horns can be used as potion ingredients to make ordinary antidotes. Their tail hairs can be used to make potions like beauty elixirs, which can be bought in the apothecary in Diagon Alley for 10 galleons per bag. They can also be used to make wands, which produce the most stable magic, rarely subject to fluctuations or blockages. You can touch everything I just mentioned, but you absolutely cannot touch their blood. I don't know if their blood can increase magical power, but it can indeed prolong life. However, the moment their blood touches your lips, you become a half-dead, cursed being, and you must pay a heavy price for it. Unicorns are symbols of purity. If you get their blood on you, your soul will also be tainted. Is this for real? That sounds terrifying. Imp shrank his neck. He was a bit scared, as he had never known that unicorn blood was such a horrific thing. Believe it or not, I'm not interested in unicorns. I'm actually curious about where you heard this. Chris asked, puzzled. I heard it from Ron. Imp said shyly. Well, Chris understood. It seemed they had encountered Quirrell drinking blood in the Forbidden Forest. After the exams were over in a couple of days, this matter would come to a final conclusion. He needed to keep a close watch on Diana's movements and absolutely couldn't let her get involved. Oh, by the way, Chris, this year's history of magic is so difficult. I haven't memorized anything yet. What should I do? Imp worriedly asked. It's fine. Just follow the method I taught you last year. It'll be fine. How's your preparation for the flying class exam this year? Hearing Chris ask this, Imp perked up. Hey, don't worry. It'll be absolutely fine. I've been practicing every week with George and the others. If I can't pass, then what am I even doing in school? Seeing Imp so confident, Chris nodded, hoping so. None of these guys really made him feel at ease. Soon, the final exams arrived, and Chris felt he had done quite well overall, with basically no problems. Just like in the Charms exam, their practical exam this year was the Tickling Charm, a spell that could make opponents laugh uncontrollably, rendering them unable to move. This spell is usually used as a way to distract opponents in duels. Just like in 1992, when Harry Potter used this spell against Draco Malfoy during a dueling club practice. This spell isn't very difficult. The hard part is mastering the strength of the spell If you apply too much force or not enough, you won't get a good result. It needs to be cast within an appropriate range. Chris's performance, of course, was excellent. He could perform it well even with his eyes closed. So Professor Flitwick gave Chris a perfect score. However, Imk wasn't as outstanding. He only received a pretty decent score. As for the potions exam, they were tested on the production of the hair-raising potion, which makes the drinker's hair stand up. One of the ingredients for this potion is rat tails. Such a simple potion was absolutely no challenge for Chris. The potion he made was perfect in both color and effect. This result left Snape quite dissatisfied. He tried his best to find faults. Unfortunately, he often pointed out some minor issues with Chris's potion making during class. Therefore, Chris learned from these usual lessons, ensuring he wouldn't make mistakes in the exam, which left Snape a bit helpless, and he could only give Chris a perfect score. In the History of Magic exam, Chris also performed well, while Imk had a rough time. He forgot some questions related to the 1289 International Wizarding Conference. It wasn't actually difficult. It was a wizarding conference held in 1289. The content and decisions made during this conference are unknown, and a special group of wizards from Sardinia participated in it. But now that the exams are over, there's no need to worry about that. It's better to relax and rest. The weather in June was very comfortable. Chris, Imp, George, and Fred agreed to meet under the tree by the Black Lake. They sipped on chilled watermelon juice while joking and playing around, enjoying themselves immensely. By the way, Imp, you should be able to pass your flying class this year, right? George asked. I think so, Imp replied uncertainly. Why? Aren't you flying well? George was puzzled. Not really, I just fly a bit too slowly. Madam Hooch isn't very satisfied, so I'm not too sure if I can pass. That should be fine. Imke, you need to have a bit more confidence in yourself. Fred said. Okay. I think I can manage. Even if my score is a bit low, I'll accept it, right? Anyway, the exams are over now. Who cares? What do you guys think? Imp said lazily while lying on the grass. Ha, exactly. It's good to just enjoy. Fred and George agreed. After enjoying themselves for a while, in the evening, Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room and used the disillusionment charm to sneak into Diana's bedroom. Fortunately, she was the only one in her room along with the cat. This girl is still sleeping, so lazy. But Chris wasn't sure she was sleeping now because she was tired or because she was preparing for an adventure with Harry Potter and the others later. But who cares? As long as Diana was here, everything was fine, right? Chris slowly moved closer, took out a potion from his pocket, and carefully fed it to Diana. He almost woke her up, making Chris's hands tremble. He had never done this before. This is really, so worrisome. Now that the potion is given, she won't wake up until tomorrow morning, so there's no need to worry about her going on any adventures. After Chris petted the cat, he slipped out of Diana's room and returned to his own. That's about it for now. Everything will be settled tomorrow, and the truth will come to light. By the next day, the news had spread throughout the campus. It was unclear how everyone found out, but the rumors were vivid. Have you heard? Harry Potter defeated Professor Quirrell. Huh? Professor Quirrell? What happened to him? Yeah, I heard that last year's Professor Quirrell didn't actually die. He possessed someone and was defeated by Harry Potter. What about that riddle? Didn't he do anything? What could he do? I heard he knew about it, but was too scared to act. Our new hero is Harry Potter. He truly deserves to be our savior, achieving such a feat. It's really terrifying. That's right, he defeated the Dark Lord. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Similar discussions filled Hogwarts, and everyone's admiration for Harry Potter was overwhelming. As for Chris, he had been sidelined by everyone. And why? Naturally, it was because of Diana. When she woke up, it was already noon the next day, and she had missed the time to go see Harry and the others. She was furious, feeling she had missed out on such a heroic event and blamed Chris for it. It was simply unforgivable. Furious, Diana told her classmates about how despicable her brother was. She said he didn't dare to go and even stopped her from going. And in the end, she overslept and couldn't help at all. The little wizards were initially skeptical, but upon hearing Diana's words, they believed her. After all, she was Chris's real sister, and how could she lie? Now Chris had become a target, with everyone looking down on him. One of Harry's fervent fans even spat at Chris. Chris naturally couldn't tolerate this and slightly punished the guy, which only fueled the outrage against him. What a scumbag. A disgrace to Gryffindor. Coward. Damn mudblood. Coward. I really don't know how he has the nerve to keep living. Disgraceful. Such derogatory and discriminatory words came from various people. There's no way around it. School is a small society with all kinds of people, and there are plenty who lack manners or resent Chris for showing off. People are also quick to believe bad things. They enjoy your misery, as it serves as the best remedy for their own insecurities. Chris's hardcore fans were also filled with disappointment. They never expected Chris to be such a person. They praised him when he was doing well, but when he faced hardship, they would come to kick him while he was down. This is very real and very realistic. If it weren't for Chris having some capabilities, these people might have directly come to devour him. This is a bloody, treacherous real world. Warmth and sunshine are reserved for those who shine brightly. And now Chris is experiencing the coldness of humanity. Chapter 180. Listening to Ron's adventure story, Chris initially thought it was best not to do anything and that staying out of it was the right choice. But he didn't expect these people to be so bored and gullible. He thought he could just live an ordinary life and focus on learning. But who knew he would be pushed to the forefront of controversy? Those who knew the truth understood that he had no involvement in the matter. So how could there be talk of retreating or being cowardly? Meanwhile, those who were clueless bystanders would only use malicious words to slander and harm him. What would be done about that? Whether it was a good reputation or a bad one, he would still live his life, right? He came to learn, not to compete and show off who was stronger or who could be a hero. George and Fred were quite rational. They came to ask Chris about what had happened. Chris naturally told them that he felt the whole incident was purely a figment of Harry and the others' imagination. He had thought at the time that Snape couldn't possibly be involved. And as for Professor Quirrell, no one had seen anything unusual. Why should he be able to see it any better? Therefore, they held another Hogwarts Brothers meeting regarding this matter. During the meeting, Ron also mentioned that Chris had indeed not been involved in this matter, and they hadn't told Chris anything, so it couldn't be blamed on him. Most of the current rumors had originated from Diana, which was a fact. George and Fred then asked Ron to recount their actions, as they were very interested in it. So, that day, Harry's scar hurt a lot. He said he had felt pain before, but never as frequently as it was now. Hermione thought they should go see Madame Pomfrey, but Harry said he wasn't sick. He believed it was a warning, meaning danger was approaching. But I didn't think so. I thought he was just too hot. I advised him to relax a bit after the exams. And I also agreed with Hermione that as long as Dumbledore was around, the Philosopher's Stone wouldn't be in danger. Besides, we hadn't found any evidence to confirm that Snape was looking for a way to subdue Fluffy. He almost had his leg bitten off last time. He wouldn't rush back to take that risk again. If even Hagrid betrayed Dumbledore, then Neville could make the England Quidditch team. Ha ha. And then what? Everyone found it hilarious when Ron mentioned Neville and urged him to continue. To be fair, Ron did have a talent for storytelling. He was very vivid. Then Harry insisted on going to find Hagrid. Hermione and I were quite confused, but Harry said this was strange. Hagrid's greatest wish was to have a dragon. And a stranger just happened to have a dragon egg in their pocket? How many people walk around with dragon eggs? Don't forget, it's against wizarding law. And besides, wasn't it lucky they could find Hagrid? Hearing Harry's doubts, we thought he was right. This was indeed suspicious. So we went with him to find Hagrid and asked him some questions. After that, we went to Professor Dumbledore. Ron said excitedly. After passing through the three-headed dog, we couldn't see anything under the trapdoor. It was pitch black, and there was no ladder to go down. So we had no choice but to jump. Oh my gosh, Imk looked shocked. What's down there? George asked impatiently. After jumping down, I felt the cold, damp air rushing past my ears. My body kept falling, and then splash. With a strange and muffled thud, we landed on something soft. When I sat up and began to feel around, I could clearly sense that I seemed to be sitting on some kind of plant. Can you guess what it is? We had no idea. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they couldn't guess. It's Devil's Snare, Ron said dramatically. What? Oh my, you guys are still alive. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. I remember that mature Devil's Snare can extend snake-like tendrils to ensnare those who get too close, causing injury or death, right? George asked. Yes. You must have used fire? Fred asked. Upon hearing this question, Ron felt a bit embarrassed. He thought he was going to die at that moment, and if Hermione hadn't used fire to save him, he might have been done for. Yes, Ron said vaguely. After that, once we got through the Devil's Snare, we heard, besides our footsteps, the sound of water droplets slowly dripping down the wall. Then we followed the slope down the corridor, where faint rustling and clinking sounds seemed to be coming from ahead. Could be a ghost? Imp suggested. No, I think it's a group of ghosts. George said. Then you guessed wrong. It was a brightly lit room with a high arched ceiling. Countless small birds, shimmering like jewels, flitted around the room. There was a heavy wooden door on the opposite side of the room, and if we crossed the room, they would attack us. I think we could get through with a freezing spell and freeze them all, Imp said. That's right, Imp. It seems you haven't wasted your studies this semester. But if we use the freezing spell, it requires quite a bit of magical power. Have you considered that? Chris asked. Well, and besides, they are first-year wizards. How could they know the freezing spell? We only learned it this year. Yes, we pulled and pushed together, but the wooden door didn't budge an inch. Hermione tried her Alohomora charm, but it was of no use, and then we saw. Ron said mysteriously, "What? Hurry up and tell us. Those birds, they aren't for decoration. They're not birds at all. They're keys. Winged keys. And there's a flying broom in the corner of the room. We have to catch the key to that door. But you just said there was a flock of birds, right? So there must be hundreds of keys? How do you plan to do that?" Imp asked, confused. "That's right. I had that same question at the time. But we locked onto an antique-looking large key that was shaped like a doorknob in the keyhole of that door," Ron explained. Chapter 181. You are a good person. Then, we each grabbed a broom, pushed off with our feet, and soared into the air, diving into the dense cluster of keys. We desperately tried to grab and catch them, but those enchanted keys dodged too quickly. It was nearly impossible to catch them. However, in the end, Harry was impressive, as the youngest seeker in a century. He was not just a title. After soaring through the whirl of colorful little wings for a minute, he noticed a large silver key with drooping wings, as if it had been roughly shoved into a keyhole. Then, Harry lunged forward, and with a loud, grating screech, he pressed the key against the stone wall with one hand. Wow, that was amazing. Yes, I wish I could be that good too. Everyone cheered for Harry's flying skills. The room below was even more remarkable. Ron continued, "What do you mean?" There was a huge chessboard with black pieces in front that were taller than us, seemingly carved from black stones. At the other end of the room faced some white pieces. We had to play chess to get to the other end of the room. This place is just made for me, Ron thought. I really didn't expect being a wizard chess champion would be so useful. Ron said proudly, "I admit, this duel was the hardest I've ever faced in my life. It was a new tactic I had never seen before, and if we lost, we could very well be taken out by the opposing pieces. But I won. I took down their king, haha," Ron said, dancing with excitement. "Well done. You truly are my brother. I knew you could do it." Everyone praised him, knowing Ron's talent in wizard chess was unparalleled. Chris also didn't expect that after the wizard chess match, Ron's skills improved significantly. What was originally a difficult game was won without sacrificing any of his pieces. It seems this guy has made progress. Next, as we entered the next room, a nauseating stench assaulted us, causing our eyes to water. We saw a giant creature lying motionless on the floor in front of us, larger than the one Chris had battled last time, unconscious with a bloody lump on its head. This meant we didn't need to take it down to get through this room. After all, it had already been dealt with, and in an extremely cruel manner. Hence the rumors that it was the Mermaid Slayer, the snot professor who had returned to do this. Fred pondered. "Yeah, you should have seen it. It was just too cruel. I felt it was even worse than the slaughter of mermaids." Ron replied, "Well, I must clarify this. As someone who experienced it firsthand, I can assure you that the snot professor has long been dead. These speculations are simply nonsense. Such cruel methods are usually the result of dark magic, which dark wizards can employ. If we think of the snot professor, it's only because their methods are quite similar. I seriously doubt the person who raised this question has any ulterior motives or common sense." Chris responded. This really left Chris speechless. What's the connection between what Quirrell did and the snot professor? Can't the dead rest in peace? This is just, okay. Everyone thought Chris made a good point. After all, those rumors were merely malicious speculations from inexperienced young wizards and didn't count for much. "Should I continue?" Ron asked. Yes, hurry up and tell us." After we passed through the giantess room, there was just a table with 7 differently shaped bottles on it. As soon as we crossed the threshold, flames suddenly erupted behind us, sealing the doorway. The flames were unusual. They were purple. At the same time, black flames leapt up at the entrance ahead. We were trapped in the middle. I can responsibly say that I could clearly feel that if you touched those flames, they would incinerate you to nothing. Hiss! Imp was frightened. Then, Hermione noticed a scroll of parchment beside the bottles. It read, "Danger is ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among you can help. Drink them. 1 will lead you forward. The other will take you back to where you came from. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are killers. Waiting in line." What else was there? I can't remember. Sorry about that. Ron scratched his head apologetically. In short, among the 7 bottles, 3 are poisons, 2 are wines. 1 will allow us to safely pass through the black flames, and the other will send us back through the purple flames. Hermione deduced that the smallest bottle could help us pass through, but there was only enough left for 1 person to drink. As a result, Harry said he would drink it. He would go deal with that guy. We should drink the return potion and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore for help. After that, he went, and we went back to write a letter to Dumbledore. In the end, when he returned, he was unconscious and hasn't woken up yet. Ron said, feeling somewhat dejected. He felt he hadn't been able to help Harry much. leaving him in the infirmary in a precarious state, not knowing if he would wake up again, and they couldn't go see him. "Oh, Ron, don't worry, he will be okay. You've done great. You helped them through the wizard's chess, right? If it weren't for you, you all might have been trapped there and couldn't save the Philosopher's Stone." Chris comforted. You'll be fine, Chris. Thank you, I know you've been wronged. You're a good person," Ron said, touched. "I believe in you too, Chris," Imp also said firmly. "And us. We all believe in you." George and Fred chimed in. Thank you all. Don't worry, it's just some people's opinions. I won't mind," Chris said with a smile. 2 days later, Harry woke up, and everyone rushed to visit him. When he heard the news about Chris being wronged, he felt quite upset. This had nothing to do with him. Why blame him? So, just like how Chris had spoken up for him at the time, Harry helped explain everything clearly to everyone. It was all Voldemort's doing. Had nothing to do with anyone else, and Chris was unaware of it. When everyone heard the main character's words, they gasped. They hadn't expected that such a matter was related to that person. It was truly. At the same time, they realized their mistake. They had wronged Chris. I knew Chris was innocent. Yes, his grades and everything are so excellent. How could he be a coward? Exactly. If only Chris had known about this matter. He could have defeated that person. When Chris heard their discussions, he was truly speechless, not knowing how to express his feelings. "You are the ones who slandered me. And now you all know, and think I'm impressive? I'm at a loss for words." Diana, on the other hand, still held a grudge against Chris for his inaction and for stopping her from taking action. This made Diana not forgive Chris yet. However, this was a minor issue. Chris understood that Diana would eventually recognize his good intentions. Now Chris, Imp, and the Weasley brothers, along with Hermione, came to the infirmary to visit Harry and listen to his complete recounting of the events. The true story was indeed more bizarre and thrilling than unfounded rumors. Such situations were quite rare, and now it was happening. Harry told them everything. Quirrell, the Mirror of Ariste, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. Everyone listened attentively, gasping in tension at every thrilling moment. When Harry described the face hidden beneath Quirrell's turban, Imp turned pale with fright, and Hermione gasped in shock. So, he didn't disappear. He is still hiding somewhere, perhaps looking for a body willing to let him share? Ron exclaimed in shock upon hearing Harry's words. Yes, Dumbledore said he isn't truly alive, so he cannot be killed. Moreover, at that time, he was only concerned about his own escape, completely disregarding Quirrell's life or death. He is ruthless to enemies and just as cold-hearted to his followers. Harry nodded. Then why couldn't he touch you? Imp was curious about this. Because my mother died to save me. Dumbledore said that if Voldemort has one thing he cannot understand, it's love. He didn't realize that a love as strong as that of my mother would leave a mark on me. Not a scar, not a visible trace. To have been deeply loved by someone, even though that person is gone, leaves us with a permanent shield. It's hidden in my skin. For this reason, Quirrell cannot touch me. Quirrell is filled with hatred, greed, and ambition. He sold his soul to Voldemort, and if he touches someone marked with such a beautiful imprint, he would feel unbearable pain. Ah, I see. Then aren't you invincible? Imp marveled. I don't know, but I think not. So is this matter over? The Philosopher's Stone is gone? In the end, Ron asked, is LeMay about to die? I asked Dumbledore the same thing, but Dumbledore believes. What did he say? For those with a clear mind, death is just another great adventure. I always said he was a bit eccentric, Ron said. He was shocked that his hero had become so incomprehensible. I feel like, did Dumbledore want you to do this? George keenly caught on to something. Ron said, giving you your father's invisibility cloak, guiding you to do that thing? What do you mean? Harry didn't quite understand. From the origin of this matter, Hagrid brought the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts, and you said you witnessed it yourself. Then there was the three-headed dog and your relationship with Hagrid. Therefore, many things are things you can discover. The final guards of the Philosopher's Stone, the flying keys, wizard chess, the final riddle, aren't they all aimed at you? George said with a serious expression. Everyone knows Ron is good at wizard chess. Harry is good at flying. Hermione is very smart. And little puzzles are no problem for her. So, this really seems like a trap, leading you into a pit. Fred said, if that's the case, it really has nothing to do with Chris. The whole thing revolved around Harry. This also. Imp also reacted. Yes, if it really is like that. What I mean is, that's terrifying. Hermione also thought of something and hurriedly agreed. Everyone felt a bit creepy, their hairs standing on end. It was just too sensational, but anyone with eyes could see that things were probably like this. In an instant, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Chris was also full of admiration for George and Fred. He didn't expect them to be really smart and instantly reveal the most likely truth of the matter. No, it's not like that, Harry spoke up. He said thoughtfully, Dumbledore is a very interesting person. I think he probably wanted to give me a chance. He seems to know a little about what is happening here. I feel he is very clear about what we intend to do. He didn't stop us, but secretly taught us many useful things. I think he let me understand the function of the Mirror of Erist is definitely not a coincidence. He seems to believe that if possible, I should face Voldemort. Everyone became even more convinced upon hearing Harry's words that there was definitely something wrong here. Perhaps because Harry is the boy who lived, the one who could deal with the mysterious man. That's why such a thing happened. Everyone had their own thoughts and sat in silence for a while. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Chris had to break the ice. Well, why think so much? We're just ordinary students. Those big matters are for the adults to consider. The holidays are coming soon. We might as well have some fun and enjoy life. After hearing Chris's words, they also felt they didn't need to think so much. Life still had to go on. Now, let's just have a good time. In an instant, everyone returned to their cheerful state. Chapter 183, I Knew It, at the end of term feast at Hogwarts. The Great Hall was decorated with the green and silver representing Slytherin to celebrate their victory in winning the House Cup again this year. A huge banner depicting the Slytherin serpent hung on the wall behind the guest seats. You could see that the Slytherin nobles like Dorian Pusey were sitting at the table in their exquisitely tailored wizard robes, discussing loudly, occasionally glancing at Gryffindor with disdain. How arrogant, Imp said defiantly. Of course, he was the only Gryffindor feeling this way. Don't forget how we won last year. Maybe there will be a surprise this year too. Chris picked up his cup, took a sip of grape juice, and said with a smile. The little wizards couldn't help but become excited upon hearing Chris's words. Yes, you never know. Harry had also recovered and was discharged from the hospital. As soon as he walked into the Great Hall, it suddenly fell silent, and then everyone began to talk loudly again. He walked to the Gryffindor table, sitting between Ron and Hermione, and people stood up to stare at him, their eyes full of fervor, as if they were going to eat him, making the young man feel extremely awkward. Chris, seeing the scene, couldn't help but smirk. How interesting. After a moment, Dumbledore also arrived, and the noise in the hall gradually subsided. Another year has passed, Dumbledore said cheerfully, before enjoying these delicious dishes. I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's klitsch. What a wonderful year this has been. Your little brains must have become richer than before. There's a whole summer waiting for you ahead, allowing you to digest those things well before the next semester starts, making room in your minds. Now, as far as I know, we must first hold the House Cup awarding ceremony, and the specific scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 327 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 352 points. Ravenclaw, 426 points. Slytherin, 483 points. Upon hearing this result, the Slytherin table erupted with thunderous cheers and stomping. Draco Malfoy was banging a high-footed goblet on the table, looking extremely annoying. Yes, good performance, Dumbledore said, but some recent incidents must also be taken into account. The Great Hall became very quiet, and the smiles of the Slytherins faded a bit. Just as expected. The Gryffindors were excited. They knew there would definitely be such a twist. Slytherins, get lost. Dumbledore cleared his throat. I still have some final points to distribute. Let me see. Right. Hearing this, the usually expressionless Snape curled his lip. This old man is at it again. Professor McGonagall straightened up, smiling, as if she had anticipated something. The other professors also had various expressions. What is going on? The first-year Gryffindor wizards were a bit confused. They hadn't experienced what happened last year, so they were puzzled as to why everyone seemed to have suddenly changed. Just wait and see, a senior Gryffindor said mysteriously. All right, the first one, Mr. Ron Weasley. When Ron heard Professor Dumbledore call him, his face turned bright red, looking like a carrot sunbathing in the sun. He played one of the most spectacular games of chess in Hogwarts history, and for this, I reward Gryffindor House 50 points. The Gryffindors immediately cheered and yelled. I knew it. Ha Ron, the Wizard Chess King. The Wizard Chess King. The stars above their heads seemed to tremble slightly from the excitement. You could hear Percy loudly telling the other prefects. Did you see? It's my little brother, my youngest brother. He successfully passed through the giant chessboard. He is the Wizard Chess King of Hogwarts. After a moment, everyone finally calmed down a bit. The second item, Miss Hermione Granger. She calmly engaged in logical reasoning in the face of fire, and I will award Gryffindor House 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her arms, as if she were secretly crying. The Gryffindor students around them were ecstatic, jumping up and down at the table. They had gained a full 100 points. The third item, Harry Potter. Dumbledore said. The hall immediately fell silent. He showed extraordinary bravery and exceptional courage, for which I will award Gryffindor House 60 points. The noise was deafening. Those students who were hoarse from shouting while still calculating the scores in their minds knew that Gryffindor now had 487 points, 4 points ahead of Slytherin. They had won the House Cup. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. I knew it. The little wizards of Gryffindor cheered with joy. Dumbledore raised a hand. The hall gradually quieted down again. Of course, there are many kinds of courage. Dumbledore smiled. It takes extraordinary bravery to confront enemies, and also takes great courage to stand firm in front of friends. Therefore, I will award Mr. Neville Longbottom 10 points. If anyone were standing outside the hall at that moment, they might think there had been an explosion as the cheers from the Gryffindor table surged higher and higher. Neville looked astonished and pale, instantly overwhelmed by the crowd that surged forward to hug him. He had never earned a single point for Gryffindor. Harry cheered while elbowing Ron, then pointed at Malfoy. Malfoy looked so shocked and panicked, even after being hit with a body-bind curse, that he couldn't have looked more surprised. Ha! He really looks like a dog. Yes. This means... Dumbledore had to shout loudly to drown out the thunderous cheers, because even the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were celebrating Slytherin's defeat. We need to make some small changes to the decorations here. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the green streamers turned bright red, the silver ones turned gold. The huge Slytherin serpent vanished, replaced by a majestic Gryffindor lion. Snape had to stand up and awkwardly shake hands with Professor McGonagall, forcing an awkward smile onto his face. This really is going to be so much fun. Chapter 184. The Outburst of Contradiction. Joyful emotions are always contagious. Soon, except for the Slytherin little wizards, the rest of the little wizards were happily enjoying delicious food, chatting happily. It was quite a comfortable time. 2 days after the end-of-term feast, the exam results came out, and Chris undoubtedly achieved the top score in the entire year. This made Imk almost envious to madness. His scores were barely passing. But at least he managed to pass his flying class, which was a cause for celebration. Chris had finally relaxed a bit after a tense semester. He really had a bit of a headache, and it was nice to have a break to do his own things. However, thinking about the matter for next year still worried Chris immensely. As a wizard from a Muggle family, what if he got caught up in that thing? He really had to be fully prepared. But that was a matter for the next semester. Now was not the time to think too much. Now, there was something that needed to be addressed, which was about Animagus. That's right, Professor McGonagall had agreed to teach Chris about Animagus transformation next semester, and during the holiday, he needed to study hard to prepare for next term's lessons. Amid the clear rumble, the red train slowly pulled into the platform, billowing thick smoke. Outside the carriages, little wizards lined up to get off, but there was no one to guide them, so once the doors opened, it quickly became crowded. Chris held onto the reluctant Diana, trying to prevent others from pushing into them. Then a few of them made their way through platform 9 and 3/4 together. Hey, Harry, you must come to our house this summer. You both come. I'll send an owl to invite you. Ron said to Hermione and Harry. Thanks, Harry said. I do need something to look forward to. Oh, by the way, Chris, you and Imp should come too. We'll pick you up in my dad's car. George winked at Chris. Sure. Imp agreed. I won't. I might have some things to do during the holiday. Chris said with a smile. Oh, that's too bad. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. All right, goodbye then, goodbye, after bidding farewell to his friends. Chris met his parents who came to take him and his sister home. Oh, Diana, I heard you always make your brother angry at school. Lisa said sternly as soon as they met. TCH, I didn't tea. Diana retorted. Enough, get in the car first. I not said coldly. Seeing her father's attitude, Diana dared not say anything. I not drove, and the atmosphere in the car was strange. No one spoke. After returning home, I not and Lisa sat seriously on the sofa, making their eldest son Chris sit down, while leaving Diana standing to the side. I not scrutinized Diana seriously. What? Did you go to school and run wild? Diana bit her lip under Anot's gaze, saying nothing. Do you think just because you learn magic, you're amazing now, and your parents can't control you? I never said that. Diana said softly. What? If you have the guts, say it louder. You've really gone too far. Haven't you? You think learning magic is something to be proud of? Look at what you've done. Damaging your brother's reputation? Wanting to fight with dark wizards? Your brother stopped you, protected you, and you still spoke to him harshly? Throwing a tantrum. Are you our Red family's daughter? How could we have such a disobedient, mischievous child? Can you not behave yourself? You all say it's my fault. Chris is right about everything. He's been good at everything since he was little. He's your precious darling. I'm not. I'm not as good as him at anything, not as good at studying, and not as popular. Everyone only knows I'm Chris's sister, as if I'm nothing but his sister. Diana suddenly shouted. You've completely lost your mind. You're unreasonable. I not was furious. standing up and raising his hand as if to slap her. "Come on, go ahead. Kill me, just kill me, humph." Diana screamed. All right, I not, dear, don't do this." Lisa said gently. "Humph, it's all your good daughter's fault." I not angrily stormed out. Sigh. Chris looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. Just back and this happened. This really is. The atmosphere in the Red family these days is no longer as harmonious as it used to be. Diana has been staying in her bedroom, barely coming out, and only eating when Lisa coaxes her food into her room. Einat is also in a bad mood. He doesn't know what went wrong with his parenting. Perhaps he spoiled his daughter too much before, and now this little darling is no longer considerate but rather hurtful. Lisa is also sighing, unsure how to ease the family's tensions. This state has lasted for almost half a month, and Chris feels that this cannot go on. He must think of a way to ease things. Since Diana has such strong prejudices against him, it might be better for him to not stay at home for now to avoid making things worse. Moreover, he needs to study magic and brew potions. It's frustrating not being able to practice at home. So, he might as well move out. This way, everyone can calm down. And Chris believes that time will heal everything. Diana is still young, spoiled by her family since childhood, never having faced any difficulties or challenges, so she acts impulsively. As she grows up, she'll understand. Therefore, the next day, Chris told Lisa and Einat that he would be staying at a friend's house for a while and wouldn't return during the holidays, going directly to school when it starts. Although Lisa was reluctant, Chris still left. Einat said nothing, just handed Chris a considerable amount of pounds, telling him not to be stingy with spending and that he would give him more if he ran out. As Chris sat in the taxi, leaving home, he sighed deeply. It's truly a pity for parents everywhere. Chapter 185. A different holiday life. Hey, little brother, what are you doing at Charing Cross Road? I remember there's nothing there that you need at your age, the black driver asked, turning his head. Chris didn't want to talk. It wasn't that he thought the black driver was a bad person, but this guy just wouldn't stop talking. He was simply a chatterbox. Throughout the ride, he kept babbling on, and Chris, not being one to engage in small talk, found it quite annoying. After a long, tedious journey, Chris finally arrived at the entrance of a dirty, cramped bar, dragging his luggage inside. It was just as dim and shabby as before, with a few elderly women, presumably regulars, sitting in a corner, sipping drinks. One of them, the one who seemed to enjoy smoking, looked vaguely familiar to Chris. The bar owner, nearly bald and resembling a shriveled walnut, was dozing off in boredom. Hello, Chris said as he approached the bar. Oh, hello, you're Ed, right? I remember you. Did you come alone? Tom lifted his head, waking up. Chris didn't expect the owner to remember him. Yes, I would like to stay here for a while, probably until Hogwarts starts. Okay, let me see which room is available. Room 11. How about that? Tom didn't ask Chris why a young wizard would want to stay out for so long and quickly checked the availability of the rooms. All right. Chris thought any room would do. Okay, you'll need to give me a 10 galleon deposit, and I'll refund the difference. By the way, will you need to have meals at the inn? Yes, Chris replied, handing Tom 10 galleons. After receiving the galleons, Tom became much friendlier, even helping Chris with his luggage and leading him to his room. Chris followed Tom up a beautiful wooden staircase to the second floor, where each guest room door was marked with brass number plates. Arriving at the door of room 11, Tom opened it and handed the key to Chris, asking if he needed anything else before leaving. After Tom left, Chris surveyed the room. The bed looked very comfortable, and the oak furniture was polished to a shine. A cheerful fire crackled in the fireplace, and there was even a talking mirror. Not bad, quite clean. Chris was very satisfied. As for why Chris chose to stay here, there were good reasons. Firstly, there were many wizards here, making it the best choice for him to experiment and study magic. Secondly, it was very close to Diagon Alley, making it convenient for him to purchase supplies or visit bookstores. Thus, this was the best place in Chris's options. The next day, after having breakfast delivered by Tom, Chris went to Diagon Alley. In a quiet corner, he drank a polyjuice potion and transformed into a young Hispanic man. Then he visited a second-hand shop, where he carefully selected and purchased a used wand that performed very well and cast spells smoothly. Why buy such a wand? Naturally, it was to prove that he wasn't using magic. Although he was living at the Leaky Cauldron, who knows if some nosy busybody would report him for using magic. It would be terrible if a spell was cast to check his wand. Therefore, Chris planned to use this second-hand wand for casting spells during holiday, ensuring his safety and making it difficult to be easily discovered, even if he was reported. After that, Chris went to a potion shop to buy some potion materials from the owner. As for the potions he wanted to sell, he wouldn't discuss them with this owner. He always communicated with this owner through owls. The reason? Generally speaking, potions on the market are made by certified potion masters from the Potion Association, which Chris as a young wizard, naturally does not qualify for. So how does he sell them? That depends on this potion shop owner. This owner seems to conduct legitimate business on the surface, but behind the scenes, it's not like that. He buys potions from some decent potion makers who haven't been certified or inconvenient to certify at prices lower than those from certified potion masters, and then sells them at slightly lower prices than retail market prices to those unwilling to buy the certified potions. Naturally, this kind of business is also done in secret, and Chris suspects that this owner makes more money from these underground transactions than from his legitimate business. On one hand, the purchase price is low, and on the other hand, the sales volume is high, resulting in very high daily revenue. Moreover, the quality of these potions is not inferior to those that are certified. So in this situation, the expensive, certified potions will naturally see fewer buyers. Chris speculates that probably only young masters like Dorian Pusey would buy them. Of course, such an impact on the business of the Potion Association would definitely suffer a severe blow, but if this boss still dares to do so, it must be that he has already bribed the right people, and perhaps even the Potion Association is involved. Naturally, regardless of how deep the waters are, it has nothing to do with Chris. He only cares about selling his own potions. You know what? Chris has learned some really impressive things from Master Snape. After Chris first contacted this boss and sent him the potion samples he made, the apothecary owner was simply amazed. It was perfect, whether in terms of efficacy or appearance. It was top-notch. The owner even suspected that some young descendant of a potion master had stolen their potions to sell for money. This kind of transaction has been going on for nearly a year, and Chris has accumulated a considerable amount of galleons, much more than he earned at school. Although he earned a lot, it was also tiring because the quality of Chris's potions was good, so the boss had a large demand. Fortunately, the boss only needed some mid-range and low-end potions. Those high-end potions, like the Felix Felicis, are actually hard to sell. After all, the price is too high, and they're very difficult to brew, belonging to the Precious Potion series. Remember the original domain of this book. Chapter 186. Someone is missing. Moreover, there are only a few people with the financial ability to buy them. These people do not care about a few more or less galleons, and naturally prefer to buy the Potion Association's products for insurance. Why risk buying some potions of unknown origin for a little money? If they work well, that's fine. But if they don't, it might ruin their own affairs, making it not worth a loss. Therefore, mid-range and low-end potions are in the highest demand and easiest to sell. Thus, Chris spent his vacation leisurely brewing potions and practicing magic to make money. By the end of August, he received a list of books needed for third-grade classes and a series of books by Gilderoy Lockhart. In fact, Chris had already bought this series of books before. Although they were all stolen by this fraudster Gilderoy Lockhart, they were really interesting. This guy writes so well. It's incredibly exciting, and Chris couldn't help but applaud. The books written by Gilderoy Lockhart are both novel and entertaining, making it hard to put them down. No wonder he has received so much love from readers. These books really should be popular. On Wednesday, Chris got up early. Today he had arranged to go shopping for some necessary supplies for studying and living with the Weasley family in Imk. When Chris met the Weasley family, he first politely greeted Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and then he was given a big hug by George and Fred. "Hey mate, we thought you were dead." "Yeah, what have you been busy with lately?" "Not much, just reading and studying," Chris replied with a smile. "That's really something, mate. You're too hard-working." Imp said, "Ha ha ha, it's okay, right?" Soon, everyone began an enthusiastic discussion about their holiday experiences. "Where's Harry?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "Yeah, have you seen him?" Mr. Weasley also looked for a long time, but still didn't see him. "He hasn't gotten lost, has he? Could he have gone in Knockturn Alley?" George and Fred joked. "Be serious. Go find him," Mrs. Weasley said. Everyone immediately walked briskly through the crowded street, calling out Harry's name in an effort to find him. Chris also followed them, pretending to look for him, because he knew nothing would happen. "Harry! Harry!" Mr. Weasley seemed to see someone and shouted loudly, while also panting. "We hope you only missed a fireplace." After Mr. Weasley got closer, he wiped his shiny bald head. "Molly is going to go crazy. She's coming right now." "Where did you come out from?" Ron asked. "Knockturn Alley," Hagrid said with a stern face. "Awesome," Fred and George exclaimed together. "The adults never let us go there." Ron said enviously. "I think it's best not to go," Hagrid said gruffly. "Hey, Hagrid, what are you doing here?" Chris pretended to ask curiously. "I'm looking for a potion to drive away the flesh-eating slug. They're about to ruin the cabbages at school," Hagrid said gruffly. "So did you find it? Do you need my help?" Chris asked. "Ah, don't worry. I've already found it. Thanks, Chris." Just then, before the two finished speaking, Mrs. Weasley hurriedly ran over, swinging a handbag wildly in one hand, while Ginny struggled to keep up with her other hand. "Oh, Harry. Oh dear. Where have you been?" She gasped as she took out a large coat brush from her bag and started brushing off the soot that Hagrid hadn't knocked off. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses, gave them a tap with his wand, and they looked as good as new. "Well, I have to go," Hagrid said, but his hand was tightly gripped by Mrs. Weasley. "Nocturne Alley. Thank goodness you found him, Hagrid," Mrs. Weasley said quietly. "Haha, no problem. See you at Hogwarts," Hagrid said casually. He strode away, taller than everyone else on the street. "Guess who I saw at Borgin and Burke's?" Harry asked Ron and Hermione as they walked up the steps of Gringotts. "Malfoy and his dad. Did Lucius Malfoy buy anything?" Mr. Weasley asked warily from behind them. "No. He was there to sell something. He was scared," Mr. Weasley said seriously and with satisfaction. "Oh, I really want to catch evidence against Lucius Malfoy. Be careful, Arthur," Mrs. Weasley warned him, as a goblin bent low to lead them into the bank. "That family is not to be messed with. Don't bite off more than you can chew." "Do you think I can't handle Malfoy?" Mr. Weasley said indignantly. But his attention was quickly diverted when he saw Hermione's parents awkwardly standing by the counter that spanned the entire marble hall, waiting for Hermione to introduce them. "Ah, you're muggles," Mr. Weasley said happily. "We must have a drink. What is that you're holding?" "Oh, you're exchanging muggle money. Molly, look." He excitedly pointed at the 10-pound note in Mr. Granger's hand. Chris felt a bit uncomfortable about this kind of behavior. Why does it feel like watching muggles is like watching giant pandas? Is it really that rare? Chris expressed his confusion. "See you here later," Ron said to Hermione, as the Weasley family and Harry were led by another Gringotts goblin towards their underground vault. The cart, driven by the goblin, sped along the small tracks, rushing through the bank's underground tunnels to reach various vaults. The thrill of racing along that road was exhilarating, but when the Weasley family's vault opened, it was truly a sight to behold. Inside was an unremarkable pile of silver sickles, with only a single gold galleon. Mrs. Weasley had touched every nook and cranny, finally shoving all the coins into her bag. Thankfully, Ron, George, and Fred didn't need to worry about tuition and other expenses anymore. Otherwise, Ginny might not have owned anything new. That would be just too pitiful. Chapter 187. Star meeting at this moment, George, Fred, and Ron all cast grateful looks at Chris. Without him, they might still not be able to afford their books. "And now, buddy, I'm rich. Richer than my family. Richer than my parents. What is this? This is extravagance." After the Weasley family finished taking out their money, everyone headed to Harry Potter's vault. Wow, the small mountain of gold galleons dazzled everyone's eyes. George and Fred swallowed hard. They had never seen so many galleons in their lives. This made them secretly vow to have just as many galleons in the future. No, even more galleons than this. Then the group split on the marble steps outside the bank. The main reason was that Percy mumbled about wanting to buy a new quill, while Mrs. Weasley and Ginny were heading to a shop that sold second-hand robes. Mr. Weasley insisted on taking the Granger family to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. "Let us meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour to buy your textbooks," Mrs. Weasley instructed as she and Ginny set off. Afterward, Chris and the others wandered aimlessly down the cobbled streets. Chris bought everyone Big Cream cheese-flavored ice creams. They were delicious, so refreshing that the little wizard passing by with his mother was drooling. He tugged on his mom's hand and said, "Mom, I want one." As they leisurely enjoyed their ice creams while strolling through the alley, they browsed the dazzling shop windows. Ron and Harry, two little rascals, gazed longingly at the full set of Chudley Cannon's robes displayed in the Quidditch shop until Hermione dragged them into a nearby store to buy ink and parchment. Then, Fred and George took Chris to the joke shop. George was very interested in the automatic ignition of Dr. Filibuster's amazing fireworks, and he and Fred bought quite a few. In fact, they were just magical fireworks that only needed to be moistened to ignite. When they reached the second-hand shop where Chris had originally bought his items, they found Percy intently reading a very dull book, The Heads of Hogwarts and Their Careers After Leaving School. Wow. Ron, eager to join in, walked over and loudly read the blurb on the back, which sounded quite intriguing. "Enough, go away," Percy said with an unfriendly expression. There was no helping it. Seeing him like that, everyone was too lazy to say anything more and left. Of course, Percy was ambitious. He had it all planned out. He wanted to be the Minister of Magic. Chris heard Ron mumbling behind him. An hour later, they headed towards Flourish and Blots, where there were far more people than just a few of them, and it was truly surprising. A huge crowd had gathered outside the store, all wanting to get in. A large banner was hung up. Gilderoy Lockhart signing his autobiography today from 12:30 to 4:30. "Oh my gosh. We can meet him in person," Hermione exclaimed excitedly. "Of course, almost all the books on the list are written by him." Right," Hermione quickly added, realizing she had lost her composure. Most of the crowd seemed to be witches around Mrs. Weasley's age. A weary-looking wizard stood at the door, saying, "Ladies, please be quiet, don't crowd. Watch the books." There was nothing for it. Chris and the others had to push their way in. Chris had Imk lead the way, and naturally, Imk effectively cleared a path for them. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione squeezed through the crowd. The winding line stretched from the door all the way to the back of the store, where Gilderoy Lockhart was signing books. They each casually grabbed a book and sneakily ran over to where the Weasley family and the Grangers were waiting in line. "Oh, you made it. That's great, Mrs. Weasley said, breathless and continuously fixing her hair. "We'll be seeing him soon." Gradually, they caught sight of Gilderoy Lockhart. He sat behind a table, surrounded by his large photos, all of which were winking at the crowd and flashing dazzling white teeth. The real Lockhart was wearing a long robe the same blue as Forget-Me-Nots, perfectly matching his blue eyes. A pointed wizard hat was playfully tilted on his curly hair. You have to admit, this guy really knows how to dress. Chris was a bit curious about where he got his clothes. They looked really nice. Beside them, a short, irritable man was holding a big black camera, hopping around to take pictures. Every time the flash went off, a puff of purple smoke burst from the camera. "Get out of the way, kid," he shouted at Ron, stepping back to find a better angle. "This is for a photo." "Humph, how impressive," Ron muttered, rubbing his sore foot where the man had stepped on it. Suddenly, Gilderoy Lockhart looked up, saw Ron, and then spotted Harry. He stared at Harry for a moment, then jumped up and shouted, "Isn't this Harry Potter?" The crowd parted to make way, whispering excitedly. Lockhart rushed over, grabbed Harry's arm, and was about to pull him to the front when he noticed Chris Red. "Are you that little genius from Hogwarts?" Gilderoy Lockhart asked, but before Chris could answer, Lockhart yanked him along too, dragging both of them to the front. "Hey folks, look who we have here, the famous savior Harry Potter and Hogwarts magical genius Chris Red." The crowd erupted into applause. Chris was a bit dazed, while Harry felt his face burning. Lockhart patted both of their shoulders, urging the photographer to hurry and take pictures. As soon as the short man heard this, he frantically pressed the shutter repeatedly, sending clouds of smoke billowing over the Weasley family. "Oh, this is just fantastic." Lockhart showcased his sparkling teeth, telling everyone, "The three of us will definitely be on the front page tomorrow, dominating the headlines." Ha ha ha. When he finally let go of Harry's hand, Harry felt a bit numb, and Chris was just as bewildered. "What little genius?" I didn't tee." "Don't say that." "Sigh. Why did I have to get caught up in this commotion? Now I'm going to be exposed. What kind of situation is this?" Both Chris and Harry were thinking the same thing at this moment, which was to quickly slip away and leave this place. Chapter 188, Fight. Before the two could make any more moves, Lockhart spoke up. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart waved for everyone to be quiet. "What an extraordinary moment this is. I would like to take this wonderful occasion to announce a little something that I've been holding back for a while. Our Harry and Chris, when they walked into Flourish and Blots today, only wanted to buy my autobiography. I'm willing to give them this book for free right now." Applause erupted again. "But they don't know," Lockhart continued, shaking Harry and Chris vigorously. Chris was fine, but Harry nearly lost his glasses. "Soon, they will receive something far more valuable than my humble work. In fact, they will receive a real, magical me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and pride that I announce that this September I will be the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The crowd cheered and applauded as Chris and Harry held a stack of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. "Oh my God, Chris, this is incredible. You'll definitely be in the papers tomorrow," Imp said enviously. "Come on, Imp, I can see it clearly. This guy is just a fame-seeking fraud. Instead of thinking about that, you should be thinking about how to handle the defense against the dark arts class next semester," Chris replied, pouting. "Well, I think he seems pretty good. He must have some skills, and we should learn a lot of useful things. Besides, if you say he's after fame, what can he gain by going to Hogwarts? Can he gain fame?" Imp countered. "Who knows? We'll find out next semester." Chris shrugged, unwilling to reveal too much. Meanwhile, Harry Potter had finally stepped out of the public eye, moving to the wall to drop the books into Ginny's cauldron, mumbling to her, "Here, you take it. I'll buy it myself." Well, look who it is, the famous Potter. "You must love this, Potter." It was Draco Malfoy, wearing his usual mocking smile. "Look, the famous Harry Potter," Malfoy said, making it impossible for him not to be front-page news even when entering a bookstore. "Wow, that's impressive. Don't be ridiculous. He doesn't want that," Ginny said. This was her first time speaking up in front of Harry, glaring at Malfoy. "Wow, Potter, you've got a girlfriend. Impressive." "I don't even have one," Malfoy teased, drawing out his words. Ginny blushed. At that moment, Chris and a few others who had just bought books came over, all holding stacks of Lockhart's books. "Oh, it's you, little white hair. What do you want?" Imp was the first to speak. Malfoy naturally ignored him, as if he hadn't heard a word. Ron looked at Malfoy as if he had seen something disgusting stuck to his shoe. Malfoy, you must be surprised to see Harry here, huh? Ha! What's more surprising is to see you in the shop, Weasley, Malfoy shot back. I guess your parents are buying a house next month to afford those things, right? But with your family's beggar shack, I wonder if it's worth a single sickle. If you beg me, maybe I'll be merciful and offer you 2 sickles at a high price. You poor thing. Ron's face turned red with anger as he threw the book into the cauldron, clenching his fists and ready to charge at Malfoy. Harry and Hermione grabbed his clothes from behind. Ron. Luckily, Mr. Weasley squeezed through with Fred and George. What are you doing? The people here have gone mad. Let us get out. Wow, haha, Arthur Weasley. It was Malfoy's father, who had one hand on Draco's shoulder, wearing a mocking smile, just like his son's. Lucius, Mr. Weasley nodded coldly. I heard you've been quite busy with your work. Lucius Malfoy said. So many inspections. I guess they're paying you overtime, right? He reached into Ginny's cauldron and pulled out a tattered book from the shiny new Lockhart works. Seems not. My goodness, if you can't even get a decent reward, what's the benefit of being a disgrace among wizards? Mr. Weasley's face was even redder than Ron and Ginny's. We have very different views on what a disgrace among wizards is, Malfoy, he said. Of course, said Malfoy. His light-colored eyes shifted, landing on the terrified Granger couple. Look at the friends you keep, Weasley. I thought your family had sunk to the lowest point already. With a loud crash, Ginny's cauldron flew out. Mr. Weasley lunged at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him against a bookshelf, sending dozens of thick spell books tumbling down on them. Fred and George shouted, Hit him, Dad! Mrs. Weasley screamed. Don't do that, Arthur, don't. The crowd panicked and backed away, knocking over more bookshelves. Gentlemen, please, please, the shopkeeper shouted. Then a loud voice drowned out all others. Step aside. Gentlemen, step aside. It was Hagrid, striding through the sea of books. But before he could get close, Lucius Malfoy was inexplicably suspended upside down in the air. Who is it? Which bastard, Weasley? Is it you? Lucius Malfoy seethed with rage, his hateful glare piercing through his fallen hair. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy was no longer the elegant, aristocratic figure he usually was. He resembled a vengeful woman. Dad! Dad! What's wrong? Dad! What are we going to do? Draco was terrified, running over to pull at his father's robes, but the more he pulled, the more exposed Lucius became. Ha ha ha! Look, don't they look like a big dog and a little dog? The surrounding people, initially shocked by what had just happened, now reacted and burst into laughter, finding it incredibly amusing. There was no way to resist. Such a scene was indeed a rare sight, perhaps a once-in-a-thousand-year occurrence. The bell rang. Lucius Malfoy pulled out his wand to dispel the spell on himself. As he landed, he hurriedly tidied up his appearance. On the other side, Mr. Weasley was relatively fine, just with a split lip and messy hair. Everything else was okay. Chapter 189, 5th edition plus max. Lucius Malfoy, however, had one eye hit by the complete guide to poisonous fungi, which was truly unfortunate. Then Lucius Malfoy picked up Ginny's tattered Transfiguration textbook. He tossed the book in her arms, his eyes flashing with malice. Here, little girl, take your book. This is the best your father can give you. And, Weasley, this time I remember. Just you wait. He waved to Draco Malfoy and rushed out of the store. Ha. After he left, the shop erupted into another round of laughter. Chris couldn't stop laughing either, as he realized that the person who just acted was him. There was no helping it. He originally wanted to witness this rare fight. But who told that guy to mention Hermione's parents? Although it had nothing to do with Chris. He and Hermione both came from Muggle families, and Lucius Malfoy's actions made Chris feel like he was humiliated as well. That's why he couldn't hold back and decided to give that old white-haired guy a taste of his own medicine. The effect was quite good, As for that notebook, Chris didn't seem to see it, but he wasn't very sure if it was in Ginny's bag either. He didn't want to rummage through the girl's things. But what could be done? Chris was already well prepared, and he wasn't worried about being attacked. Sigh, you shouldn't pay attention to him, Arthur. Hagrid reached out to smooth Mr. Weasley's robes, nearly lifting him up. I'm really furious. That guy is rotten to the core, and so is his entire family. Everyone knows it. The Malfoys' words aren't worth listening to. Their blood is tainted, that's just how it is. Let's go outside. The shop assistant seemed to want to stop them for compensation, but he was only as tall as Hagrid's waist, so he didn't dare to act up. They quickly walked out to the street, where the Grangers were trembling with fear, and Mrs. Weasley was furious. What a bad example for the kids. Fighting in public. What would Gilderoy Lockhart think? He'd be delighted. Fred said, Didn't you hear when we left? He asked that guy from the Daily Prophet if he could write about the fight and how Malfoy embarrassed himself. He said it would create a sensation. By the time they returned to the fireplace at the leaky cauldron, everyone was much calmer. The Weasleys had to use flu powder to send their purchases back to the burrow, while the Grangers were heading back to the Muggle Street in town. They said their goodbyes in the pub, and Mr. Weasley wanted to ask them what the bus station was like, but seeing Mrs. Weasley's expression, he quickly shut his mouth. Mrs. Weasley also asked Chris if he wanted to go back with them, and the Grangers asked if he needed a ride home, but Chris declined both offers. He simply said his parents would come to pick him up soon and didn't tell anyone that he was staying at the leaky cauldron. Of course, he could have mentioned it, but he didn't want to bring up anything else regarding that matter, so it was just fine as it was. Soon, the holiday came to an end, and Chris arrived at King's Cross Station as scheduled, where he met his parents. The atmosphere in the family was noticeably better now. Lisa cried when she saw Chris, feeling that their son was wronged because of Diana. Anath clapped Chris's shoulder firmly. As for Diana, she coldly glanced at Chris before pushing the luggage into the station. After Lisa asked about Chris's recent situation and learned that her son was doing well, she felt relieved. She reminded him to remember to wear more clothes when it gets cold, to eat more, not to ruin his health for the sake of studying, to drink more water, to let them know if he needed anything, and to write them more letters to keep them updated so they wouldn't worry. After listening to Lisa's nagging, Chris smiled and waved as he entered the station with Imk, feeling touched rather than impatient by Lisa's endless chatter. His heart felt warm, knowing this was a mother's love for her child. Chris, wow, brother, come look at the new map we just made. After Chris got on the train, George and Fred pulled him to check out their newly developed Hogwarts map, version 5+ Max. This version had been magically enhanced to achieve a 3D effect, making it incredibly appealing. Moreover, under Chris's suggestion, they had processed it into a very tech-savvy map, which would undoubtedly give young wizards a sense of sophistication, making them eager to pull out their last galleons to buy one. Great. Not bad. Let's hurry and sell them. Hopefully, this year's young wizards will have stronger purchasing power. Chris was very satisfied with the version 5+ Max map. Okay, Ron, this is what you need to sell. Huh? Where's Ron? George nodded, counting out 10 copies of various versions and setting them aside for Ron to take, but he didn't see Ron around. Huh? That guy didn't come over? Fred also didn't know where Ron had gone. It seems like we haven't seen him. Imp said. Chris naturally knew that guy was quite something, driving a flying car, and soon he would crash it into Hogwarts, leaving it in pieces. Forget him for now. We have important matters to attend to. Let's go sell first. Maybe that little guy will pop up from somewhere later. George waved his hand, signaling everyone to take action. Sure enough, just as Chris imagined, the version 5+ Max map sold very well. Many people who had purchased maps in previous years couldn't resist and pulled out their galleons to buy another one. Their earnings for the day totaled over 300 galleons. That was quite a sum. After deducting the low-cost materials and other expenses, they made a pure profit of about 325 galleons. Everyone happily shared a portion, but there was no share for Ron. Although he was part of the Hogwarts Brothers gang, he hadn't participated. Amidst the laughter and joy, the train arrived at Hogwarts. As usual, everyone sat in the carriages and returned to this place that felt like home, full of historical weight, countless unknown mysteries in the dust, and the laughter and love-hate relationships of generations of young wizards. Chapter 190, What Classes to Choose. It stood like a harbor, always standing firm, no matter when, whether we were lost or plunged into darkness. This place was our home. This is Hogwarts, a place like home. Returning to the castle, it felt warm as always. Upon entering the great hall, countless candles floated in mid-air, illuminating the 4 long tables filled with people, making the golden plates and goblets glisten. The ceiling was starry, magically reflecting the outside sky. Chris and everyone took their seats, lively discussing the novel experiences of the holiday, and of course, the most pressing topic was this semester's elective courses. After all, starting from the 3rd year, students must take at least 2 elective courses in addition to the compulsory ones. Furthermore, 3rd-year students can go to Hogsmeade on specific weekends with the consent of their parents or guardians. Chris, being a 13-year-old, was very much looking forward to going to Hogsmeade. He had already had Lisa sign the consent form before leaving home, so he didn't need to worry about that issue like everyone else. What worried him the most was the elective courses. The compulsory courses like Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, and Herbology were straightforward. Just attend classes and learn well. However, for the other courses, students needed to choose at least 2 electives from Divination, Arithmancy, Ancient Runes, Care of Magical Creatures, and Muggle Studies. As a result, the coursework in the 3rd year was more burdensome than in the 2nd year, with not only increased difficulty, but also at least 2 new subjects to learn all at once. He also asked George and Fred Who told Chris that divination is about interpreting tea leaves, studying palmistry, omens from flames, and crystal balls, while arithmancy uses numbers to predict the future, including numerology? Ancient runes, however, is a bit difficult. Learning ancient runes requires a lot of effort, and those two would never choose that. Protecting magical creatures is more interesting, as it involves learning about various magical beings, including flobberworms and fire lizards. Muggle studies is the study of how Muggles live without magic, such as how they eat and use electricity. Chris feels that ancient runes is a subject he must choose, as it can help him learn about powerful ancient magic. This class mainly focuses on studying texts and runes or runes literature, so it is primarily theoretical, researching ancient magical manuscripts. This is essential for anyone wanting to become a powerful wizard. As for the other subject, Chris feels indifferent. He is interested in divination, but the professor for that subject makes him a bit uncertain. After all, Trelawney is just an intermittent short-circuit divination teacher, and it's hard to say whether she relies solely on bloodline or actually has real talent, so this subject isn't a good choice either. However, Chris thinks that arithmancy requires using complex number tables, studying numerology and graphology, which is quite intense. He himself is not very sensitive to numbers, and choosing the subject might lead to failing, so he ruled it out. As for Muggle studies, Chris thinks it's purely a waste of time. Not only is there nothing to learn, but he also has to endure the weird views wizards have of Muggles, which is quite off-putting. He feels that this subject is completely unnecessary to consider. Therefore, the remaining choice is the subject of protecting magical creatures. This is still quite interesting. The current teacher is Sylvanus Kettleburn, who graduated from Hogwarts and has been teaching the subject ever since. Due to his reckless nature, he has only one arm and half a leg left. Nevertheless, he still visits the Dragon Reserve in his free time. This teacher is very fond of magical creatures, and his classes should be quite good. Moreover, next year Hagrid will be the professor, which will make it even more interesting. Chris thinks there's no doubt about choosing this course. In the end, Chris's choices are ancient runes and protecting magical creatures. As time goes by, the sorting ceremony is about to begin, and Harry and Ron hurriedly arrive at the Gryffindor table, looking flustered. "Hey, where have you been?" Fred asked curiously. "Oh, don't mention it," Ron said, shaking off the dirt on himself. "Ron, you didn't sell the map today, so there's no galleon for you," George kindly reminded. I'm dead." Ron suddenly felt 100 points hit. Amidst the teasing, a sea of black-pointed Hogwarts hats appeared at the entrance of the hall, and the hall fell silent. The first years nervously walked into the hall in a long line. Ginny Weasley was among them, her distinctive Weasley red hair very noticeable. At the same time, Professor McGonagall, wearing glasses and with her hair tightly tied in a bun, placed a famous Hogwarts sorting hat on a stool in front of the new students. Every year, this patched, dirty, and tattered old hat sorts the new students into the 4 Hogwarts houses, a true labor of love. The sorting began, and a very small gray-haired boy was called to the front to put on the sorting hat. While everyone's gaze was fixed on the hat, Harry and Ron were whispering to each other, and there was an empty seat at the teacher's table. Where did Snape go? Maybe he is sick. Ron said hopefully. Maybe he left, Harry said, because he didn't get the defense against the dark arts position. Maybe he got fired. Ron exclaimed excitedly, think about it. Everyone hates him. Maybe a cold voice came from behind the two. He asked, waiting to hear why you didn't take the train. At that moment, Severus Snape stood right in front of them, his black robes billowing in the cool breeze. The smile on his face indicated that Harry and Ron were in a very bad situation. Come with me, Snape said. Harry and Ron had no choice but to stand up dejectedly. They didn't even dare to look at Snape, only lowering their heads and following him up the steps into the empty, echoing hall lit by torches. Chapter 191. Can we still have breakfast? Oh, my Merlin. Harry and Ron have been caught by Snape. This is terrible, Imp said, watching the scene. Didn't you hear Snape? They didn't take the train, George said, shocked. How did they get here? Did they fly? Fred also fell into confusion. Chris smiled, but said nothing. Was it flying? Just not by themselves, but by the flying car. After the sorting ended, the Weasley family's little sister was also sorted into Gryffindor as she wished, which made George and Fred extremely happy. Next came a lavish feast, along with a speech from Professor Dumbledore and the singing of the school song, after which the young wizards returned to their respective common rooms. As soon as Chris returned to the common room, he noticed that many people had gathered there, discussing something he couldn't quite understand. Clever George stopped his black friend Jordan to find out the reason. It turned out that the Daily Prophet reported on an incident. Shock. The Ford Anglia can actually fly. Muggles were astonished by this, Two muggles in London were convinced they saw an old car flying past the post office building. At noon in Norfolk, Mrs. Hetty Bellis was hanging out laundry when Mr. Angus Flint of the Ministry reported it to the police. About 6 or 7 muggles witnessed this. Wow, this is... should I say cool? Ha, this is amazing. Our little brother has now learned to drive, although his skills aren't great. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been spotted by muggles. George said with a grin. Ha, yeah. Ron is still a bit off. Fred agreed. Before long, Harry and Ron returned to the common room. Many people were still awake, surprised by the news, and when they saw Harry and Ron, everyone cheered and applauded. Fantastic. Lee Jordan shouted, how amazing. What a spectacular way to crash a flying car into the Whomping Willow. People will be talking about this for years. Woo-woo, Diana whistled at them. Well done, Harry. A fifth-year student named Beater blushed with excitement. Some even patted Harry on the back, as if he had just won a marathon. Fred and George squeezed in front, asking together, why didn't you call us back? Our skills would have been better. Then you would have been spotted. Ron's face turned red, embarrassed, while Percy looked displeased. He stood behind some excited first years, seemingly about to push through to scold them. Chris also supported Percy. They had many ways to return to school, but they chose the dumbest one. Perhaps the boys just wanted to do something cool. Who knows? Feeling guilty, Harry and Ron couldn't stand the situation and quickly squeezed towards the other door, where a spiral staircase led to their dormitory. Thus, they squeezed to the other end of the common room and ran upstairs in one breath. Chris also returned to his bedroom to rest afterward. There are always some people who love to stir up trouble when they have nothing to do. Just because of one incident involving driving, there are people comparing him to Harry, thinking he's some washed-up genius or something like that, spewing all sorts of sour remarks as if they were free. Although Chris doesn't care, it really is uncomfortable to hear, isn't it? Better to go back to sleep early. Sigh. The next morning, Chris arrived at the Great Hall for breakfast. The ceiling was gray, mimicking an overcast sky, creating a gloomy atmosphere that made the first day of school feel a bit dreary. On the long tables of the 4 houses were bowls of porridge, plates of pickled herring, mountains of bread slices, and dishes of eggs and bacon. After Chris handed a buttered slice of bread to the sleepy imp, he heard a commotion overhead. Hundreds of owls flew in, circling the hall and dropping letters and packages into the crowd of people talking. A large, bulging package fell on Neville's head, followed by a gray owl that dropped into Hermione's cauldron. Instantly, milk and feathers splattered everyone nearby, including Chris. But that was a minor issue. A quick spell to clean it up would solve it. The only unfortunate thing was the food on the plates that got contaminated with feathers and unknown substances. Chris felt it was inedible. Oh, Chris, good thing you buttered my bread in advance, otherwise. Imp said, looking at the bowl of butter mixed with who knows what. Errol. Ron pulled out the wet owl from Hermione's cauldron. Errol collapsed on the table, legs in the air, still holding a soggy red envelope in his beak. Oh no, Ron exclaimed. He's fine, he's still alive, Hermione said, gently poking Errol with her fingertip. No, it's that. Ron pointed at the red envelope. The envelope looked ordinary to Harry, but Ron and Neville seemed to think it would explode. What's wrong? Harry asked. My mom sent me a howler, Ron said weakly. You better open it, Ron, Neville said quietly. It's worse if you don't. My grandma sent me one once, and I ignored it. And then he took a breath. It was terrifying. Clearly, Neville was an experienced hand at this. Everyone looked at their terrified expressions and then at the red envelope, which was already starting to smoke at the corners. Open it quickly, Neville urged, only a few minutes. Ron reached out with trembling hands, carefully took the envelope from Errol's beak, and tore it open. Neville plugged his ears, and a massive sound filled the entire hall, shaking the dust from the ceiling. You stole a car. If they expel you, I wouldn't be surprised. Just wait until I deal with you then. You probably never thought about how your dad and I felt when we found out the car was gone. It was Mrs. Weasley's voice, 100 times louder than usual, shaking the plates and spoons on the table, with echoes bouncing off the stone walls. Everyone in the hall turned to see who received the howler. Ron shrank in his chair, only able to see a bright red forehead. Chapter 192. Who is sending autographs? Chris found the sound unbearable. He initially thought it was funny and wanted to hear more, but it was so loud. No, his ears hurt. What was that silencing spell? Why did I suddenly forget it? Damn, it's so noisy. Last night, I received a letter from Dumbledore. Your dad nearly died of shame. We raised you with so much effort, only to find out you did something like this. You and Harry nearly lost your lives. It's infuriating. Your dad will face scrutiny at work, and this is all your fault. If you don't start behaving, we'll bring you back immediately. Earplugs. Chris finally remembered the spell and quickly cast it on himself. It was much better. The world became quiet. But was it a bit late? The howling had stopped, and the red envelope that had fallen to the ground was burning, curling up into ashes, and the talking began to rise again. Before long, Professor McGonagall was distributing the class schedules along the Gryffindor table, and Chris received his schedule, which indeed showed that he would be much busier than in previous years. But there was nothing to be done about it. After finishing the morning's charms class and reviewing the material from last semester, Chris walked out of the classroom with him. Sigh, this is really tiring. If I didn't go to school, I wouldn't know. It's exhausting. I don't want to go to school, Ink sighed. What do you want to do if you don't go to school? Chris countered. Ink was left speechless. As Chris reached the corner of the hallway, he saw that very skinny, gray-haired boy from the sorting ceremony clutching a camera. The boy's face was flushed as he approached Harry Potter. He was trembling with excitement. Maybe I could stand next to you. Could your friend help press the button? And then, could you sign an autograph? At that moment, Harry felt extremely awkward. An autograph photo? Are you giving away autograph photos, Potter? Draco Malfoy happened to walk by, his loud and sharp voice echoing in the hallway. He stopped behind the boy, flanked by his two hulking, intimidating friends, Crabbe and Goyle. Everyone line up, Malfoy shouted to the crowd. Harry Potter is giving away autograph photos. I'm not, Harry said angrily, clenching his fists. Shut up, Malfoy. You're just jealous, Colin squeaked, his entire body no thicker than Crabbe's neck. Jealous? Malfoy said. He didn't need to shout anymore. Half the people in the hallway were listening. Jealous of what? I don't want an ugly scar on my forehead, thanks. I don't think having your head sliced open makes you special. I don't believe it. Eat slugs, Malfoy, Ron said angrily. Crabbe stopped laughing and started menacingly cracking his knuckles. Be careful, Weasley, Malfoy sneered. Don't get into trouble, or your mom will have to come pick you up. He pretended to speak in a shrill voice. If you don't start behaving, a group of fifth-year Slytherins burst into laughter nearby. Ron wants an autograph photo. Potter, Malfoy said with a smug smile. That's worth more than his house. Ron pulled out his wand, but Hermione closed her book, Traveling with Vampires, and whispered, be careful. At that moment, Chris was hiding in the crowd, not wanting to stand out. It wasn't because he didn't want to help. He was just too scared of the person with the camera. If he got a picture taken, good grief, he would be in the spotlight again. That would go against his wishes. What is going on? At this moment, Gilderoy Lockhart strode toward them, his aquamarine robes billowing behind him. Who asked giving away autograph photos? Harry opened his mouth to explain, but Lockhart hooked an arm around his shoulder and cheerfully said, no need to ask. Here we meet again, Harry. Harry was sandwiched next to Lockhart, feeling humiliated and flushed. He saw Malfoy retreating smugly into the crowd. Come on, Mr. Creevey, Lockhart cheerfully called to Colin. A double photo. Couldn't he be better? We'll both sign for you. Colin clumsily lifted the camera. Just as he was about to press the shutter, Gilderoy Lockhart noticed Chris in the crowd. Hey, Red, you're here too. Come on, let us take a picture together. Gilderoy Lockhart said. No, Chris said, shaking his head with a smile. Come on, it's fine. Don't be shy. Gilderoy Lockhart swung his large robe and pulled Chris over. There was no way around it. Chris reluctantly posed for a photo with a few others. Then Lockhart led Harry and Chris to one side. Let me give you a few pieces of advice, Lockhart said, as if he were an old father figure. Harry, I covered for you in front of young Clevy. If he had taken a picture of the three of us, your classmates wouldn't think you're too full of yourself. Lockhart didn't listen to Harry as a stuttering defense and continued to drag them through a corridor filled with students climbing the stairs. The students stared at them wide-eyed. Listen to me, it's unwise to hand out signed photos at this stage. Harry, to be honest, it comes off as a bit arrogant. One day, you'll be like me, needing to carry around a stack of photos wherever you go. But as for you, he chuckled lightly, I don't think you're quite there yet. And you, Chris, I think you're just too low-key. As a famous young genius known outside of Hogwarts, you should be like this. You need to learn to present yourself in public. Do you understand? Gilderoy Lockhart said with a smile. Right, you're right. Chris smiled. Yes, you need to learn to showcase yourself appropriately. You and Harry are really one positive and one negative, unlike me, Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. So there is still a lot for you to learn. Keep it up, young people. Gilderoy Lockhart flashed a smile that he considered very charming. Right, you're right, Chris smiled. Chris thought it unnecessary to say much to this guy who was about to become forgetful. Really, it was completely unnecessary to chat with someone who might lose their mind. Chapter 193. Such a professor the next morning, after breakfast, Chris arrived at the Ancient Runes classroom. As expected, there weren't many students who chose this class. Most of them were eager to learn Ravenclaws, with some Slytherins, while Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs were really just a few scattered here and there. Professor Bathsheba Babbling was the instructor for this course. After class began, Professor Babbling said, "Hello, I'm the instructor for Ancient Runes, Bathsheba Babbling, but you can call me Professor Babbling. In this course, we will study texts in runes or rune studies. Our Ancient Runes course is mainly theoretical, focusing on studying magical manuscripts of ancient runes. You will need to prepare a beginner's guide to ancient runes, the runes dictionary, magical symbols compendium, and magical phonetics chart, if you manage to stick with it. We will also use advanced runes translation later on, but that is a topic for another time. For this class, please open a beginner's guide to ancient runes." Chris took out the foundational book along with everyone else. To be honest, he had studied a bit before, but since it was self-taught, there were still many unclear areas. Ancient runes were somewhat too profound, and even the most basic things were a bit hard to understand. In this class, they first learned about the rune for the number 0, which is demiguise, but it actually refers to an invisible creature, a gentle herbivore. Due to the demiguise ability to become invisible, it represents the number 0 in the runic alphabet. Next was unicorn, which represents the number 1, and the grabhorn represents the number 2. By the end of the class, the students had learned the number 5 and some other vocabulary. Since it was the first class, the professor only covered some basic concepts to give everyone a foundational impression of the subject, and the following lessons would gradually deepen their understanding of runes as students progressed. When Chris returned to the dormitory after class, Imp was still fast asleep. Really, Chris felt a bit envious. He had just attended a serious class while this guy was lounging around, still sleeping. No way. He had to be woken up. "Imp, wake up. Snape is checking the dorms." Chris shouted. "Wow, what? Snape?" "Aye." Imp suddenly shouted and sat up, his hair a mess like a bird's nest. "Chris, where's Snape?" Imp looked around but saw no one except Chris. Chris smiled without saying a word. After a while, Imp finally realized there was no dorm check at Hogwarts. Besides, Snape, being a Slytherin head, wouldn't he be checking on Gryffindors if there were checks? It would be Professor McGonagall. No, wait, McGonagall wouldn't he be that idle? What dorm check? All right, Chris, you really got me. How dare you trick me? Take this. Imp threw a flying pillow at Chris's face, and the two of them began to playfully wrestle. After they both got tired and were panting, they realized it was getting late, and they should tidy up, grab some lunch, and head to class. Sit down, my lovely children. 5 minutes before the defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart had already arrived in the classroom, wearing a finely embroidered emerald green robe, looking incredibly flashy. With a smile on his face reminiscent of an ant, and the strange smell of his perfume was quite overwhelming. Lockhart warmly invited the students to take their seats, and the little girls blushed upon seeing him. Reed, you sit in the front row. Excellent students always like to be close to the teacher, right? This honor goes to you. Upon seeing the tardy Reed, Lockhart hurriedly pulled him to sit in the front row, closest to him. Chris was naturally unwilling. He felt like he had 1,000 complaints flying through his mind. However, as a cultivated and well-mannered young man, he knew he should be obedient. So, he just sat down. What was there to be afraid of? After all the students were settled, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly to quiet everyone down. He reached for his book, Walking with Giants, and held it up, showcasing the cover with his own blinking photo. "Haha, I think everyone knows who I am now, right?" he said, pointing at the photo and also blinking. The students laughed at his words. "Of course, to ensure the formality and seriousness of the class, I'll introduce myself," Lockhart said with a smile. Chris thought it was just ridiculous. If you wanted to brag about yourself, just do it without needing a reason. Really, Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Promotion of Dark Arts Defense, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. But I don't go around bragging about it, since I'm not the one who drives away the banshee with a smile. The students laughed in response. "Of course. I see you all have purchased my complete works. Very good," Lockhart said a bit proudly. Chris was even more speechless. If you hadn't told him to buy them, who would be willing to spend that much money on such expensive books? So, I think today we'll start with a little test. Don't be afraid. It's just to see how well you've read and understood. Then, he pulled out some papers and started handing them out to everyone. Once he finished distributing the papers, he returned to the podium and said, "You have 30 minutes. Now begin." Chris looked at the paper and thought it was absurd. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Pink, right? Or that green of the grassy fields? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What is it? To plagiarize? What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? Greatest achievement? Eating melons? There are about 3 full pages of such questions. Chris has read this guy's book like a casual read, so some questions he can answer, but others he can only guess blindly. It's unfortunate to encounter a teacher like this. After half an hour, Lockhart collected the test papers and flipped through them in front of the whole class. TSK, TSK. Almost no one remembers that my favorite color is lilac. I mentioned it in A Year with the Yeti in Tibet. A few classmates need to reread A Weekend with Werewolves. I clearly stated in Chapter 12 that my ideal birthday gift is for magical and non-magical people to live in harmony. But I wouldn't refuse a big bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. Chapter 194. Such a class then, he mischievously winked at the students. Oh my goodness, Lesko, who is Imp Lesko? Lockhart exclaimed in surprise. Imp, looking dazed, raised his hand, unaware of what was happening, and appeared somewhat confused. You actually know that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil from the world and protect world peace. Incredible. Although you didn't get it all right like Miss Hermione Granger did yesterday, I still have to give you 5 points. Yes, you heard me right, 5 points. Of course. The rest is selling my own line of hair care products. In fact, Lockhart said excitedly. Imp was thus awarded points in confusion. Honestly, he had just made it up and didn't expect to get it right. What does this mean? It means that today, Imp has turned over a new leaf. Then Lockhart said with a smile, very good. Now, back to business. He bent down and pulled out a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and placed it on the table. Now, be careful. My task is to teach you to defend against the most evil things known in the magical world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom. But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I just ask you to remain calm. Ha ha. The students laughed uncontrollably at his words. I bet what's in that cage is definitely a Cornish pixie, McLaggen said with a grin. No, I think it's a fairy, said a boy next to him. TCH, what if it isn't? McLaggen retorted. I'll buy you 10 eggs. The boy said uncertainly, as it seemed that McLaggen's love for eggs was well known. Okay, it's a deal. As soon as McLaggen heard about the eggs, his eyes lit up. This guy didn't think he would lose it all. What happened in Lockhart's class yesterday was already no secret. He had captured a bunch of Cornish pixies during class. Then, these bluish creatures about 8 inches tall, with pointy faces and high-pitched, shrill voices, began to chatter and jump around as soon as Lockhart lifted the cover, making all sorts of strange faces at nearby people. Once Lockhart opened the cage, chaos ensued. The pixies flew around like rockets. 2 of them grabbed a student's ears and lifted him up. A few others dashed out of the window, shattering glass in the back row of the classroom. The rest wreaked havoc in the classroom, causing more destruction than a rampaging rhinoceros. It was said that these guys grabbed ink bottles and splashed them all over the class, tore books and papers into shreds, ripped down posters from the walls, overturned trash cans, and threw backpacks and textbooks out of the broken windows. A few minutes later, half of the second-year students were hiding under their desks, while others swung from the chandelier. Meanwhile, Lockhart was utterly powerless. One pixie grabbed his wand and threw it out the window, and Lockhart himself was utterly embarrassed, shamelessly crawling under the podium. No longer the confident figure he was during his book signings. This incident was already well known, yet Lockhart pretended to be unaware to fool people. Some clever students had deduced something from this incident, while those die-hard fans were still stubbornly defending Lockhart, like Miss Hermione Granger. The students attending class today were already fully prepared, although they appeared calm on the surface. They had secretly made plans to escape as soon as Lockhart released what was in the cage. All right, enough chit-chat. Let me show you directly. Ding-ding. Lockhart lifted the cloth covering the cage, revealing what was inside. Wow, what is this? What is it? The students were stunned. This was not what they had imagined. It was a creature they had never seen before. It looked like a cross between a monkey and a frog. Its skin was mottled green. It had short horns on its head, a wide mouth that always seemed to be grinning strangely, and razor-sharp teeth, quite odd. They were croaking softly. Ha ha, you're surprised, right? This is something I brought from my American friends. They are quite dangerous. Lockhart was very pleased with the students' expressions. These creatures are called tree monkey frogs. Did you see their long arms and web hands and feet? These allow them to move gracefully between trees. The tree monkey frog has a big blister on its forehead, which flashes red when it senses danger. They mainly feed on small lizards and birds. Lockhart began to show off some unknown information. You see, American witches and wizards once used tree monkey frogs to warn muggles to stay away. So now you understand how formidable this creature is. All right, I will release them one by one, and you will subdue them in order. Today, Lockhart clearly learned his lesson and dared not release everything at once. Instead, he chose to let them out one by one for everyone to deal with. The students were very excited, especially McLaggen, since this was not the fairy he had bet on. So he would get 10 eggs. This was simply delightful for McLaggen. When faced with these rather novel creatures, the students couldn't help but show some hesitation. First in line was obviously Chris, as he was sitting closest to Lockhart. "Go, Chris! Go!" The little wizards cheered for Chris. Chris shook his head helplessly. With these little things, as long as they didn't bite anyone, it would be fine. Lockhart cautiously approached the cage and opened a small opening, intending to let one tree monkey frog jump out first. But things are never as smooth as one hopes. As soon as Lockhart coaxed one tree monkey frog out, it bit him with its razor-sharp teeth. Lockhart was caught off guard, careless, and did not dodge. As a result, a large chunk of flesh was bitten off his hand, and he cried out in pain. The tree monkey frog seemed quite pleased, croaking softly. Because of Lockhart's hand being bitten, the cage entrance was opened, and the tree monkey frogs rushed out one after another. They called out, lonely and desolate. Chapter 195. Like a farce, there was a tree monkey frog that jumped very quickly, landing right on Imk's robe. Imk was extremely panicked and hurriedly tried to shoo it away. Unfortunately, it was a bit too late. The agile tree monkey frog didn't bite Imk, but did rip a big hole in his school uniform. This caused Imk's belly fat to be exposed. Normally, the students would have laughed heartily at such a situation, but now everyone was too busy dodging the rampaging tree monkey frogs. Lowart beside them was still covering his bleeding hand, shouting in distress. And Chris? Chris was a bit dazed. He couldn't understand why such a thing was happening all of a sudden. This was simply insane, outrageous. Because the incident happened so suddenly and the tree monkey frogs were so fast, Chris didn't have time to do anything before these creatures turned the classroom upside down. This was truly, after dodging a tree monkey frog that was hopping over to him. Chris pulled out his wand and cast a levitation charm to control all the tree monkey frogs that were jumping around the classroom. He then threw them all into a cage, closed it tightly, and cast a sealing spell to reinforce the cage, preventing these creatures from escaping. "Ah, awesome. We did it. Chris, you're amazing. Chris is incredible." The little wizards cheered upon seeing Chris's actions. Imk also raised his hands in cheer, but suddenly remembered something and quickly lowered them, wrapping his clothes tightly around him. "Look, what about the professor?" A girl suddenly remembered Lowart, who had been bitten, and said hurriedly. At this moment, Lowart was already slumped on the ground, his face pale, blood everywhere. He was mumbling something unintelligible, clearly in a state of near collapse. "Is he about to die?" McLaggen said in confusion as he looked at Lowart. "Nonsense. He's still breathing." "Shut up, you idiot." Several girls immediately got angry, and McLaggen didn't dare to say anything more. Then, four strong girls lifted Lowart and hurriedly took him to the infirmary. Chris was a bit confused. These girls looked like they were enjoying lifting someone, and he couldn't tell where their hands were touching. This was really, thus the class, which was even more chaotic than yesterday's defense against the dark arts lesson, came to an end, leaving everyone astonished. No one would have expected that a professor could be so weak. Lowart had nearly lost his life because of his teaching tools. Terrifying, truly terrifying. By Friday, Ron sought Chris's help. As for why, it naturally started with Ron's wand. On the day Hogwarts opened, Ron and Harry missed the Hogwarts Express due to a spell cast by the house elf Dobby. This forced them to drive the Ford Anglia to Hogwarts. At the end of that journey, the car suddenly dropped down, and the two of them, along with the car, crashed into the Whomping Willow. When the tree shook back and forth, they nearly got crushed. The car later abandoned them and entered the Forbidden Forest, where it remained. Ron's wand also broke in this incident, leading to many troubles in the following school year. For example, when Draco Malfoy insulted Hermione with the derogatory term Mudblood, the spell Ron cast backfired. And when they finally entered the Chamber of Secrets, Lowart used Ron's wand, and the memory charm he cast hit himself, causing him to lose his memory permanently. Without that wand, or if Ron had bought a new one, both Harry and Ron would have lost their memories, which would have been a terrifying consequence. This might have caused a significant plot twist. Therefore, Chris would not allow such a thing to happen. After all, if this situation changed, the future would undoubtedly be greatly affected by the flapping of a butterfly's wings. Thus, Chris would face endless unknowns. Fortunately, Ron had already spent a considerable amount of his winnings from wizard chess last semester and the money he made from selling the map. In the new semester, he chose not to use the old, tattered books left over from his brothers, but instead bought new ones. Additionally, Lowhart's books were really not cheap. Therefore, Ron's little savings were insufficient to buy a new wand. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. With no other option, for everyone's sake, Chris could only decline, saying he was also quite strapped for cash and couldn't provide Ron with the galleons needed to buy a new wand. This left Ron feeling a bit downcast. as Chris was the only person he could think of who might help him. With Chris unable to assist, it seemed he would have to make do with this broken wand. However, the accidents caused by Ron's wand soon occurred. During a weekend practice for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the 7 members of Slytherin came with 7 brand new, shiny Nimbus 2000 brooms, dazzling the Gryffindor players in the morning sun. When Ron and Hermione walked over to see what was happening, Malfoy, unable to argue back against Hermione, shouted out that discriminatory term. Ron was furious. He pulled out his wand from his robe and shouted, "You will pay for this, Malfoy." He pointed at Malfoy's face in rage from under Flint's arm. However, a loud explosion echoed throughout the stadium. A green light shot out from the back of Ron's wand, hitting him in the abdomen and causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. He burped loudly, and some snot fell from his mouth onto his thigh. Amidst the laughter of the Slytherins, Harry and Hermione hurriedly helped Ron leave. At this moment, Chris was in Hagrid's hut listening to Lowart talk animatedly. Who knows what this guy came to Hagrid for? Perhaps he wanted to boast, or maybe. As for this guy's illness, it seemed to have been cured, indicating that Madame Pomfrey's medicine was truly effective. At this moment, Hagrid was already clenching his fists in annoyance at the bothersome Lowart, practically wanting to hit him. Today, Gilderoy Lockhart wore the lightest lavender robe. If you know how, it's really simple. Lockhart spoke loudly to Hagrid. Hagrid, unable to hide his feelings, already had a look of impatience on his face. Chapter 196. Can you believe someone hasn't read my book? You should know that mere people are very difficult to deal with, and only I, the brilliant and mighty Lockhart, can guide you, Lockhart said, patting his chest. Hagrid was speechless and just nodded. Just like I once described in a book the process of me expelling a banshee, right? Hagrid shook his head. Oh my, I can't imagine anyone not having read my book. Well, let me explain. A banshee is a kind of dark creature that can be found in Ireland and Scotland. It resembles a woman with long hair dragging on the ground, a skeletal face, and skin that glows green. Furthermore, the scream of a banshee is deadly to those who hear it. It's much harder to deal with than a water sprite, but Lockhart, easily defeated it. Lockhart said proudly. Hagrid wiped the table with a blank expression. In short, I'll help you, and I'll even give you a copy of my book. I'm surprised you don't have one yet. I'll sign it and bring it over tonight. Lockhart continued, oblivious to Hagrid's dissatisfaction. All right, I'll be off then. Red, do you want to come along? No, I'll sit for a while longer. You go ahead, Professor. Chris politely responded. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye. With that, he pushed the door open and strode towards the castle. Who's he think he is? What he's saying is just useless nonsense, as if I don't know. And he brags about how he expelled the banshee. If even one thing he said is true, I'll eat the teapot. Hagrid was furious, banging the table, which trembled but remained undamaged. Chris was also curious about what material it was made of. The quality was surprisingly good. Sigh, Hagrid, you should relax. There are all kinds of people in this world. You don't need to get angry over someone like that. Chris advised. Hagrid opened his mouth to say something, but before he could, someone knocked on the door outside. It must be that jerk again. Hagrid's anger flared up again as he stormed to open the door. When Hagrid opened the door and saw 3 little ones outside, his expression immediately brightened. I've been wondering when you would come to see me. Come in, come in. I thought it was Professor Lockhart returning. Harry and Hermione helped Ron cross the threshold and enter the small room, where they saw Chris leisurely sipping red tea. After greeting each other, Harry helped Ron sit in a chair and urgently recounted the situation with Ron's slug problem, asking Chris and Hagrid if they had any solutions. Well, I don't have any good spells to solve this issue. My suggestion is to go see Madame Pomfrey, Chris replied. Harry also felt Chris was right. Why did he come to Hagrid instead of taking Ron to the infirmary? Really, he must have been dazed by Malfoy. However, Hagrid didn't seem too worried. It's better to spit it out than swallow it, he said cheerfully, then found a large copper basin to place in front of Ron. I think there's no other way except to wait for it to stop on its own. Looking at Ron leaning over the basin, Hermione said anxiously, even under the best conditions, that is indeed a difficult spell, and you're using a broken wand. Oh, Ron, is your wand damaged this badly? Chris asked knowingly. Ron couldn't answer Chris at that moment, just nodding with a pale face while continuing to vomit. At this moment, Hagrid was busy making tea for the 3 little ones, while his giant dog Fong dripped drool onto Harry. What did Lockhart come here for, Hagrid? Harry asked as he scratched Fong's ears. Don't mention it. He's just an idiot. Hagrid, who had calmed down a bit, became angry again at Harry's mention. Harry found it hard to imagine Hagrid criticizing a Hogwarts teacher. It was completely unlike him. Thus, Harry looked at him in surprise. Hermione then said in a slightly higher tone than usual, I think you're being a bit unfair. Professor Dumbledore clearly thinks he is the most suitable candidate. The only candidate. Hagrid served everyone another plate of cream fudge. I mean, the only one. It's hard to find a defense against the dark arts teacher now. People don't want to do it because they think the job is jinxed. No one lasts long. Tell me, Hagrid turned to Ron and asked, who'd want to curse? Malfoy. That nasty piece of work. Harry answered decisively. Not just nasty, he's truly vile. Ron said hoarsely, peeking up from the table, his face pale and sweating. Malfoy called her mudblood. Hagrid. Ron hurriedly leaned down again as a new batch of slugs came out. Hagrid looked outraged. Is that true? He shouted at Hermione. Yes, she said, but I don't know what it means. Of course, I can tell it's very rude. This is the most insulting thing he could think of. Ron peeked up again, panting. How dare he? I think he needs a lesson. Although Chris had known this incident would happen, facing it in reality felt different from reading about it, and there was no sense of immersion. But now it was different. He was also a wizard from a Muggle family, so such discriminatory remarks naturally made him furious. Hermione is a mudblood, and isn't he Chris too? What is the difference between insulting Hermione and insulting him? Hermione. Mudblood is a derogatory term aimed at us Muggle-born or half-blood wizards. Generally, this term is used by pure-blood supremacists to refer to those born to Muggles, that is, wizards born in Muggle families with no wizard relatives. Chris explained, and although our magical power as Muggle-born and half-blood wizards is no different from that of pure-blood wizards, pure-blood supremacists believe they are an inferior race unworthy of using magic. The term mudblood implies that a person's bloodline is dirty, thus making it highly offensive. Additionally, let me inform you that besides mudblood, there are some other derogatory terms that are not widely used but have similar meanings, such as filthy scum. Chapter 197. Mudblood. Yes, Chris said, that's right. Mudblood is a slanderous term for people of Muggle descent, those whose parents cannot perform magic. Some wizards, like the Malfoys, always think they are superior to others because they are so-called purebloods. Ron said. Then he burped slightly, and a slug fell into his palm. He threw it into the basin and continued. Actually, we all know it doesn't matter at all. Look at Neville Longbottom. He has pure blood, but he can't even brew a potion correctly. Our Hermione can't even perform the spells they haven't invented yet. Hagrid said proudly, making Hermione blush brightly. It's a very ugly term, Ron said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with trembling hands. It means dirty, inferior blood. It's all nonsense. Most wizards today are mixed blood. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we would have gone extinct long ago. He gagged and hurriedly leaned down again. Sigh. How should I put it? Hermione, the magical world is a completely different realm from our Muggle world. Many ancient wizarding families place great importance on blood status and refuse to allow family members to marry Muggles or those of Muggle descent. In their eyes, these two groups are far inferior to their own families. This concept is particularly important among the dark wizard community, the Death Eaters, and supporters of that certain someone. Chris continued. Well, I don't blame you for wanting to curse him, Ron, Hagrid said loudly as the sound of slugs plopping into the basin echoed. But it might be a good thing your wand malfunctioned. If you really did curse that kid, Lucius Malfoy would come storming into the school. At least you didn't get into trouble. Hearing Hagrid's words, Ron still felt a bit unconvinced, as if it were implied that he was afraid of Malfoy. So what if his dad came? I have a dad too. Who doesn't he have a dad? However, Ron couldn't say much more, especially since his mouth was still occupied with the slugs pouring out. Harry, Hagrid suddenly seemed to remember something and said, I need to settle a score with you. I heard you were giving out signed photos. How come I didn't get one? Harry was extremely embarrassed. I didn't give out signed photos, he protested vehemently. If Lockhart is still spreading such rumors. Haha, I was just joking, Hagrid said, kindly patting Harry on the back, which caused Harry's face to bump against the table. Chris grimaced. That probably hurt a lot. I know you didn't. I also told Lockhart you didn't need to do that. You're already more famous than he is without even trying. After chatting about various topics, Harry and Hermione finished their tea. Come see what I've grown, Hagrid said as he got up. In the vegetable garden behind the hut, there were 12 huge pumpkins. Everyone had never seen such large pumpkins. Each one was at least half a person tall. They look pretty good, right? Hagrid said happily. They'll be used for the Halloween feast. By then, they'll be big enough. Goodness, Hagrid, you really are a talented gardener. Chris laughed and gave a thumbs up. Hee. Hagrid was a bit embarrassed by Chris's praise. How'd you do it? What fertilizer did you use? Harry asked. Hagrid looked around nervously to see if anyone was listening. I gave him a bit of, how should I put it, some help. Naturally, Chris knew that Hagrid's old wand from school was hidden in his umbrella, and he was capable of using magic, of course, discreetly. It must be the enlargement jar, right? Hermione said, somewhat skeptical but also very intrigued. Oh, you used it very successfully. Your little sister said the same thing. Hagrid nodded at Ron. I just saw her yesterday. Hagrid continued, his beard shaking. She said she was just wandering around, and I think she was hoping to run into someone in my place. He winked at Harry. If you ask me, she wouldn't refuse a signed photo. Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous, Harry said urgently. Ron burst out laughing, and a slug flew out onto the ground. Watch out, Hagrid shouted as he pulled Ron away from his precious pumpkins. Well, this is a bit awkward. After looking at Hagrid's pumpkins, Chris said goodbye to him and walked back to the castle with the trio. Ron occasionally let out a burp along the way, but only a couple of tiny slugs came out. This is really a bit. As soon as Chris and the others stepped into the cool hallway, a voice rang out. Potter, Weasley, Professor McGonagall, after nodding at Chris who greeted her, approached Harry and Ron with a stern expression. You two, come with me. They. Hermione said in confusion. It must be about the start of term. It looks like these two are in for a bit of trouble. Chris guessed what it was about. And today, the Chamber of Secrets incident would begin to unfold. Tonight, Harry would hear the serpent's whispers. As for Chris, he was naturally unafraid. He had already decided not to wander around the castle at night this semester and had brought a secret weapon, a pair of sunglasses and a rooster-crowing alarm clock. He had been carrying these two items with him, planning to wear the sunglasses at night, starting today. Although people might call him odd for it, it was better than losing his life. Naturally, Chris couldn't be sure if the things he prepared would actually be useful if he accidentally encountered the serpent. That was really hard to say, but what else could a little wizard like him come up with? Should he go and destroy Voldemort's diary? How? With Gryffindor's sword or the serpent's teeth? None of those options were easy to obtain. If you use the serpent's teeth, wouldn't that just bring you back to square one? To get the serpent's teeth, you have to deal with the serpent, right? Otherwise, would it let you pull out its teeth for free? Are you crazy? And fiend fire is indeed a good thing for destroying Horcruxes, but he hadn't learned it yet. If he rushed to learn it, how could he ensure he could use it well? Could he control it? Better not burn yourself to death. Be careful not to play with fire. Just like in 1998, during the Battle of Hogwarts, Malfoy's henchman, Crabbe, battled Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger in the Room of Requirement, during which Crabbe used fiend fire, leading to the entire room being burned down, and he himself was consumed by it. Therefore, Chris could never do such a thing. Chapter 198. Care of Magical Creatures. It was another sunny day, and Chris went to class with Imk, who had also chosen Care of Magical Creatures. The professor for this class was Sylvanus Kettleburn, an old British wizard. This teacher, how should I say, could be considered a passionate enthusiast for magical creatures. But due to his personality, by the time he retired in 1993, he was left with only one arm and half a leg. However, even so, he would still visit the Dragon Sanctuary in his spare time. This professor had studied at Hufflepuff and was also a fervent admirer of Mr. Scamander, thus developing a strong interest in magical creatures. You know, Chris, George told me that Professor Kettleburn in Care of Magical Creatures had been put on probation at least 62 times during his time at the school. Imp gossiped to Chris. Really? Why? Chris asked curiously. I heard it was because he acted rashly and recklessly, so he had a pretty tense relationship with the then headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. One time, it was because of a pantomime that led to an accident. At that time, Kettleburn was responsible for providing a huge worm for the pantomime, so he used a magically enlarged Ashwinder. Then, this Ashwinder suddenly exploded on stage, filling the hall with smoke and bits of scenery. The Ashwinder laid many huge snake eggs at the foot of the scenery, ultimately igniting the floor. Chris thought that was indeed a bit careless. Then, the two girls playing him and Anasha started to fight, or at least that's what I think their names were. I can't remember clearly. It was George who mentioned it, since I haven't watched the play. Imp said uncertainly. It's fine, you can continue, Chris encouraged. Then, Professor Beasley, who was in charge of directing the pantomime, also got caught up in their skirmish. The auditorium became chaotic, and students and teachers had to evacuate urgently. After the incident, the school hospital was overcrowded, and the acrid smell of burnt materials in the auditorium took several months to dissipate. It took even longer for Professor Beasley's head to return to its normal proportions, and Professor Kettleburn took a long time to finish his period of observation. By the time our principal, Albus Dumbledore, took over from Dippet as the new principal, Professor Kettleburn had gradually become much more composed. However, this was probably because he only had one arm and half a leg left. I had no idea so much had happened, Chris replied, admitting he didn't know much about the professor. When Chris and Imk arrived at their class location, most of the students were already there. Professor Kettleburn, with his prosthetic limb, arrived late. Oh, children, come here, let's start class, Professor Kettleburn said. Today, we will learn about the Gnarl. Does anyone know about this creature? Professor Ketterburn pointed to a creature beside him. Chris looked at the creature next to Professor Ketterburn. It looked like an underdeveloped piglet with long legs, a short, thick tail, and squinty eyes. What a fascinating creature. I know. Nothing can stump the clever McLaggen. McLaggen clearly chose this elective as well. Very good, go ahead. Professor Ketterburn nodded. The gnarl is delicious. My uncle Tiberius once took me and his Ministry of Magic colleague Betty Higgs, along with Rufus Scrimgeour, to Norfolk to hunt gnarls. Hunting gnarls is one of our recreational activities, McLaggen said proudly. This. Professor Ketterburn was a bit at a loss for words. Clearly, he hadn't grasped the situation and had actually called on McLaggen to answer. Never mind, I'll explain. The gnarl can be found in the countryside of Europe, America, and Russia. Gnarls usually sneak into pigsties, feeding on the mother pig's milk alongside regular piglets, bringing disaster to farms. The longer gnarls lurk, the longer the outbreak of disease on the farm will last. This is something you must remember, Professor Ketterburn stated. Also, gnarls are very quick and hard to catch. The only way to prevent it from returning to the farm is to drive it away with a pure white dog. To address this issue, the Ministry of Magic's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has specially bred about 10 albino hounds. You all know what albino hounds are, right? They are hounds with albinism, lacking pigmentation in their eyes, fur, and skin. Professor Ketterburn provided a detailed explanation about gnarls, after which they were paired up to feed the gnarls. I can't believe this creature eats everything, Imk said after feeding a piece of corn to a gnarl. Although it's called a gnarl, it's a magical creature, but I think you can just treat them as another breed of pig. Pigs eat everything, right? Chris said as he fed a gnarl a tomato with a smile. That's reasonable, Imk nodded. After a class of feeding gnarls, Chris and Imk were walking back to the Gryffindor common room when, by chance, they ran into Professor McGonagall. Hello, Professor McGonagall, Chris greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Reed. I was actually looking for you. Come to my office, Professor McGonagall said. All right, Professor, Chris replied. He then followed Professor McGonagall to her office. Mr. Reed, your performance in Transfiguration class this semester has been consistently excellent, so I think it's time to fulfill the promise I made before, Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. You mean? Chris seemed to have an inkling of what it was about. Exactly, it's just as you thought. Regarding Animagus transformation, Professor McGonagall stated directly. Are you planning to teach me now? Chris was a bit excited. He didn't expect Professor McGonagall to actually intend to teach him about becoming an Animagus, which would undoubtedly be very helpful. Reed, I admire your talent in Transfiguration, so I'm very willing to teach you about it. But becoming an Animagus is not trivial. It's not just a small spell. Chapter 199. Animagus, you must understand that while practicing to become an Animagus, one can become obsessed and unable to revert to their normal human form. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic strictly controls it, requiring all Animagus transformations and their characteristics to be registered in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures Office for the prevention of misuse of magic. Professor McGonagall continued. But many people do not register after mastering it, and that is considered a legal Animagus transformation. Whether you choose to register after mastering it is up to you. I won't interfere, but that's a matter for later. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Chris felt relieved. His biggest fear was that if he practiced successfully, he would still need to register. In that case, it would be hard for him to avoid drawing more attention. Reed, you must know that some people become Animagi in just a few months, while others take several years to transform into the animal that suits them best. You must remain humble and patient and be mentally prepared. Also, I must warn you that you may fail. After all, transformation requires courage. Therefore, only 7 people have registered as Animagi in the 20th century. I understand, Professor. Since I've chosen to practice this magic, I am prepared. Chris nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall was pleased with Chris's humble and cautious attitude toward learning. You must have understood that an Animagus cannot transform into any animal at will, and the animal they transform into is related to the wizard's personality and weight, right? Yes, I understand that each person can only become one kind of animal. Also, Animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures. Transforming into magical creatures can lead to unpredictable consequences. Chris confirmed. All right, take this. You need to hold it for an entire month, from this month's full moon to next month's full moon. Remember, you must never swallow it or take it out of your mouth. If it leaves your mouth, the entire process must start over. Professor McGonagall sternly instructed, taking out the only leaf of mandrake from a crystal box. Chris took it. It seemed this was a leaf Professor McGonagall had prepared in advance. Okay, I understand, Professor. Chris expressed his understanding, but he truly felt helpless. After all, This matter was indeed a bit difficult. With a month to endure, he was really afraid that one day he might accidentally swallow it while sleeping, and that would be the end. Next, on the next full moon, you need to take out the leaf and fill a small crystal vial with saliva, soaking the leaf in it to absorb the pure moonlight. If the night is cloudy, you will have to find a new mandrake leaf and start over. Chris now felt that this magic was really too harsh. It was like gambling with his luck. If the weather was bad, wouldn't that be game over? Then, you need to add a strand of your hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the crystal vial illuminated by moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place that has had no sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Lastly, you must add a cocoon of a ghastly moth. Keep this mixture in a quiet, dark place, and do not look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm arrives. Professor McGonagall continued. Okay, I understand. So what's next? Chris nodded helplessly. Good. While you wait for the storm to come, every sunrise and sunset, you must point the tip of your wand at your heart and recite the incantation Amato, Animo, and Amato. Animagus, Professor McGonagall said. All right, I got it. Chris was increasingly feeling like crying. I must remind you, the waiting period for the storm may last for weeks, months, or even years. During this time, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and out of sunlight. Sunlight contamination will lead to the most severe mutations. If you continue to recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset, there will come a moment when the tip of your wand touches your chest, and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than your original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must remain unchanged. The incantation must be recited the correct number of times, without omitting any. Professor McGonagall stared intently at Chris. Chris also seriously indicated that he understood and remembered. Remember, at the moment lightning splits the sky, you must immediately go to the place where you buried the crystal vial. If you correctly complete all the above steps, you will find a blood-red potion inside that you can drink in one gulp. Then, you must immediately head to a vast and safe place, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or put your body in danger. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, and Amato, Animagus, and then drink the potion. By the way, do you remember this incantation? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. Yes, I remember. Chris replied. Recite it for me. Amato, Animo, and Amato. Animagus. Chris recited. Wait, you need to pronounce the Zin Animagus. Do you understand? Recite it again. Professor McGonagall's teaching was as rigorous as ever, allowing no mistakes. And this was indeed a significant detail. The consequences of mispronouncing the incantation could lead to irreparable and severe results, which Chris did not want. So after Professor McGonagall corrected his mistake, Chris felt relieved, knowing that having a good teacher meant being aware of such details. Professor McGonagall's detailed explanation would help Chris learn and familiarize himself with the knowledge related to Animagus transformation more quickly. If Chris had sought a book on teaching Animagus transformation himself, he might not have learned it as swiftly and smoothly. And issues like incantation mispronunciations could lead to serious consequences. If something went wrong, what if he ended up as neither human nor beast? That would truly be a situation where he would cry without tears. Chris, if everything goes smoothly, you will feel intense pain and experience 2 fierce heartbeats. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will flash through your mind. You must show no fear, and at that moment, if you try to escape, it will be too late. Professor McGonagall continued after confirming that Chris had recited the incantation correctly. Chapter 200, Crying with Tears. All right, I understand, Professor McGonagall. Chris replied. Well, since that's the case, I'll stop here for today. The next steps will depend on you. Tonight, I'll emphasize some other matters with you. Professor McGonagall instructed. Chris nodded, thanked Professor McGonagall, and left the office. He could tell that the old professor had been talking for a long time and was quite exhausted. And Professor McGonagall's detailed explanation made Chris understand a lot about the intricacies of Animagus transformation. Soon, he would need to perform the Animagus transformation as required, which made him a bit excited, but for now, he needed to focus on holding the leaf in his mouth for a month, which could drive Chris mad. That evening, with tears in his eyes, Chris stuffed the leaf into his mouth. He really didn't know if this would make him feel miserable. He had to endure it for a whole month. Fortunately, he had devised a small spell to help keep the leaf fixed in his mouth, so it wouldn't accidentally fall out. As for other issues, there really wasn't much he could do. All right, McLaggen, is this the paper you wrote about the shrinking solution? Truly ridiculous. I can only give you AP grade. In Potions class, Professor Snape was criticizing the last assignment, and McLaggen happened to become his target of criticism. The shrinking solution was historically linked to a wizard named Samuel Plunkett, who was persecuted by a Muggle village. On his birthday, he poured the shrinking potion into the village well and spent the day chasing the shrunken villagers while wearing his flat-headed boots. What about you? Who did you write about? Tell me, who is this Wallace Pants? This is utter nonsense. 10 points from Gryffindor. Professor Snape reprimanded. Perce, why don't you tell us about the shrinking solution? Snape looked at Dorian Perce. The shrinking solution was invented in the 16th century by the famous apothecary Sigmund Barty, who developed the method for preparing the shrinking potion. According to his own words, it was the best of its kind that you could find. According to Master Barty's notes, he mainly stirred in a wrinkled fig, which was not a conventional step. This also caused the potion's effects to become very powerful. He once accidentally spilled some shrinking potion on the lawn outside, and as a result, a lamb shrank down to the size of a fluffy little mouse. During the cold winter on Hermetra Island, Master Barty would use these shrunk lambs as earmuffs. He even gave the potion to the Tertius brothers, and they ended up shrinking to the size of beetles, hiding under the cupboard for several days to avoid being caught and eaten by their cat. Dorian Perce proudly recounted everything he knew. Very good. Now that's the perfect answer. 10 points to Slytherin. Snape said with satisfaction. This guy. Here we go again. Ink said angrily to Chris. Before Chris could respond, Ink was called on by Snape. Let's go. Tell us about the famous apothecary Sigmund Barty. That pharmacist Sigmund Barty graduated from Hogwarts is a wizard, a famous wizard, and also the most accomplished potions expert in history. He was described as a quirky, capricious, and vengeful wizard, and he left school at the age of 14. After that, he moved to the remote island of Hymetla in the Hebrides, where he lived alone. He conducted numerous experiments and eventually wrote a book introducing various potion-making methods. Ink was extremely nervous, stuttering, and narrating imperfectly. Nonsense. What else could he be if not a wizard? You're simply a piece of rotten wood. I highly recommend you learn something serious with your second year, Neville Longbottom, instead of having your mind filled with trivialities. Snape mocked. Ha ha. Ha ha, the Slytherin students laughed uproariously. Ink was also left in an embarrassing situation. Red, our famously talented young genius must know, right? Snape turned the question to Chris. Chris felt helpless. He couldn't say he didn't know, nor did he want him to stand there awkwardly, so he had to muster the courage to answer Snape's question. In fact, he didn't know much about this wizard either, only some general information, and now he could only say what he knew. Master Barty was the best student in the potions class at 14, able to even correct the teacher's mistakes when using the tail of a soft-claw shrimp to make potions. Feeling adequately prepared, he even requested the headmaster's permission to participate in the magical school's potion championship. However, the headmaster refused at that time because he had not yet turned 17 and the championship was too dangerous for him. In anger, Barty decided to leave the school in protest. He felt that Hogwarts was a school that wanted to stifle his potential as an outstanding potioneer. So he never regretted his decision. But Master Barty soon realized that only representatives of the school could participate in the championship, and having left Hogwarts, he no longer qualified. Frustrated and pained, Sigmund moved to a remote island called Hymetla in the Hebrides. He lived in a small house with mice, accompanied only by a flock of sheep, and sometimes tested potions on the sheep. He spent a long life here, conducting experiments, improving recipes, and creating new potions. Sigmund also wrote a book, hoping this masterpiece could serve as a legacy for future potion makers. Chris narrated vividly and in detail, captivating the little wizards who were unaware of this matter. Due to the leaves in his mouth, speaking was somewhat inconvenient, which made his accent sound a bit strange. Can you speak properly, Red? Snape said, picking at him. Sorry, Professor, my throat isn't feeling well. Chris made an excuse. All right, let's begin the preparation of the shrinking solution. Snape did not dwell on Chris and waved his hand, causing the method for making the shrinking solution to appear on the blackboard, signaling the students to start preparing. Chapter 201. Finding some fun, clearly. Chris was quite adept at making this potion, which wasn't particularly complicated, and under his careful preparation, the shrinking solution quickly took shape, displaying a bright and dazzling green color. It was obvious that it was prepared correctly. If the shrinking solution failed, the potion would change color and become toxic. On the other hand, Imp didn't have such good luck. His shrinking solution turned orange because he added too much leech juice and rat spleen. Therefore, after class, Imp had a long face, as Professor Snape punished him to write a paper on the shrinking solution that must fill an entire sheet of parchment. Oh, Merlin, this is driving me crazy. I was supposed to go play with George and Fred, but now I can't. Better go to the library and do my homework, damn it. Imp complained. Chris chuckled a bit, But since he had leaves in his mouth, speaking was not very convenient, so he didn't say much. To be honest, Chris hadn't been able to stand having the leaves in his mouth for long. After a month, he really didn't know what to do. It was truly irritating. But what could he do? This was also a necessary path to learning Animagus. Those accomplished wizards had all gone through this, so how could he avoid it? October arrived, with damp, cold air permeating the grounds, seeping into the castle. A cold swept through the staff and students, causing Madame Pomfrey to be flustered. Her energizing potion had an immediate effect, but those who drank it would have smoke coming out of their ears for hours. Chris noticed that Ginny Weasley had been looking ill lately and was forced by Percy to drink some energizing potion. As a result, steam was rising from her bright hair, making her head look like it was on fire. In the evening, rain the size of bullets pounded against the castle windows, not stopping for several days. The lake water rose, the flower beds turned to mud, and the pumpkins Hagrid planted swelled to the size of garden sheds. At this time, Chris, Imk, Fred, and George were gathered around the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room chatting. Naturally, Chris listened more than he spoke, as he still had leaves in his mouth, making it inconvenient to talk. However, this situation wouldn't last long. There were only a few days until the next full moon, and Chris would soon be free, which made him quite happy. George and Fred were discussing the situation of the Slytherin team. They had seen firsthand the speed of the new Nimbus 2001 brooms. Sigh. The current situation is very unfavorable for us. You know, the Slytherin team members are now just 7 blurry light green shadows, zooming through the air like jets. Those Nimbus 2001 brooms are really making them arrogant, crashing around. George sighed. Hey, you're jealous. Fred teased. No, I'm not. George denied. Sigh, actually, don't say you're jealous. I'm jealous too. Fred sighed. Yeah, the Nimbus 2001 is colored black and silver. It looks cool. And it's slightly shorter than the Nimbus 2000, but the tail forks are longer than the Nimbus 2000. Additionally, the footrests of the Nimbus 2001 are larger and adjustable, while the Nimbus 2000 has fixed positions. George said, hey, don't forget, it also has a speed boost of 100 kilometers, which is faster than the Nimbus 2000. Im chimed in, right? Exactly. George and Fred nodded in agreement. By the way, Halloween is coming up. Don't you have any plans? George continued. What can we do? Other than eat and drink. Imp wasn't interested in that. Hey, you're mistaken. We heard some interesting things from my brother. Just tell me if you want to have some fun. George said, winking. Oh, what? Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Imp said, his eyes glued to George with interest. Chris also perked up a bit, quietly waiting for George to continue. You surely don't know about the Forbidden Feast, right? George said mysteriously. What is that? The Forbidden Feast? I know about birthday parties, Halloween parties, Christmas parties, and Thanksgiving parties, but I've never heard of a death anniversary party. Does anyone even celebrate that? Imp said with a surprised expression. Hee hee, you see, you're quite uninformed. You didn't even know about this. George said proudly. This party is a holiday for ghosts. Unique and exclusive to ghosts. You should know that I had to go through a lot to find out about it. We even gave our brother Ron quite a few good things for this. George said, oh, tell me more about it. Imp asked curiously. You all know the Headless Nick, right? George whispered. The others nodded in understanding. That's right, our Gryffindor ghost. Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington is going to hold a party on October 31st, 1992, to celebrate his 500th death anniversary. George said, slightly excited. Wow, this is so. Imp's face turned red with excitement upon hearing this news. So, are you guys planning to go? George asked with a smile. Of course. Such an interesting event. I definitely want to experience it, but we haven't received an invitation. Imp hesitated. No worries. Don't you see who your brother is? I've already talked to Harry and Ron. They will take us along when they go. That's great. George, you're awesome. Imp cheered excitedly. By the way, Chris, are you going? George turned to ask. Haha, I'm not going. I prefer to attend the Halloween feast. I've been craving the Halloween exclusive pumpkin cheesecake pie for a long time. I'll stay at the feast and enjoy the food. Just think about that freshly baked pie, sizzling deliciousness. Chris said with a smile. Slurp Imp couldn't help but feel a bit tempted upon hearing Chris's words. All right, I knew you would, George said helplessly. Don't worry, you guys go ahead. I'll pack some food for you to take back during the feast. Chris said, that sounds good, TSK, to be honest. I still don't know what ghosts will eat at their feast. Maybe it will be a once-in-a-lifetime delicacy we've never tasted before. Oh, I can't wait. Imp imagined the wonderfulness of the death anniversary party. Chapter 202. Full Moon. Chris couldn't help but shake his head. This guy might be thinking about eating peaches. The taste of the death anniversary party would definitely be sour and refreshing. He was also looking forward to seeing the expressions of these guys when they returned from the death anniversary party. It would surely be an indescribably wonderful scene. Well, he might as well save them some good food. Haha, who told him Chris was kind-hearted? As Halloween approached, Chris was also about to welcome a full moon night. Based on his knowledge of astronomy, he deduced that tomorrow would be the next full moon night. This meant he wouldn't have to keep that damn leaf in his mouth anymore. After a month, Chris was nearly at his wit's end. He almost swallowed the leaf during a meal once. The day passed quickly, and soon it was night. As expected, today was indeed a full moon. After waiting for his roommates to fall asleep, Chris secretly cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly slipped out of the Gryffindor common room. Heading to a quiet and secluded place, Chris looked up at the high-hanging bright moon, carefully took out the leaf, filled a small crystal vial with saliva, and soaked the leaf in it to receive the pure moonlight. Then, he placed a hair into the vial illuminated by the moonlight, took out a small bottle of dew, and poured a silver teaspoon of dew into it. This dew had been collected by Chris with great difficulty, from a place that had not seen sunlight or human contact for 7 days. Finally, Chris took out a small silver box, from which he retrieved a moth pupa with a ghostly face and placed it inside. Under the moonlight, the slightly murky potion faintly emitted an unknown glow. Chris could clearly feel that under the influence of the moonlight, the potion seemed to undergo some subtle magical changes. Now, Chris just needed to place this mixture in a quiet, dark place and not look at it or disturb it until the next thunderstorm arrived. However, the wait for a storm could take weeks, months, or even years, which was a bit torturous. Moreover, during this period, the crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and not exposed to sunlight. Sunlight pollution would lead to the most severe mutations. Sigh, there's no helping it. For the sake of learning advanced magic, Chris had to endure. Luckily, he didn't need to keep that leaf in his mouth any longer. Otherwise, he really would have reached his breaking point. Halloween arrived, and Chris happily went to the Halloween feast with several Gryffindor classmates, including Vicky Flobberworm. The hall was decorated with live bats, as usual, with colorful ribbons and monster masks hanging from the ceiling. The huge pumpkins grown by Hagrid were carved into lanterns, large enough for 3 people to sit inside. Hey Chris, did you know? I heard Professor Dumbledore booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. That is going to be amazing. Jeffrey chimed in. Oh, really? I didn't know that. It should be quite fun, Chris said with a smile. Hey Diana, come over and sit with me. Chris waved to Diana, who was dressed as an old witch in black. Diana reluctantly sat down. How have you been lately? Have you been studying well? Chris asked, as he had been busy with animagus matters and hadn't had time to check in on his troublesome little sister. I'm fine, I guess. Diana replied dismissively. All right. Chris nodded, looking at Diana's face, which seemed to say someone owed her money. He didn't know what to say, so he sighed inwardly. These Western kids really mature quickly. At such a young age, they're already in their teenage years, rebellious, unconventional, and holding grudges. Well, I guess she'll be fine as she grows up. Meanwhile, Imk and the others were excitedly following Harry to the death anniversary party. In reality, Harry was already regretting it. He felt he was too soft-hearted to have agreed to this. He had a premonition that this was definitely not a good thing. However, when he looked at the excited faces of the group following him, he didn't know what to say. Once Harry made a promise, it was hard to take back. Hermione reminded Harry in a commanding tone, "You said you would go to the death anniversary party." Harry nodded, looking as if he was bravely walking to his death. At 7 o'clock, Harry, Ron, and Imk walked straight through the corridor, which happened to pass by the crowded hall, where lights were twinkling, candles were flickering, and gold plates were laid out on the tables, looking very tempting. However, they continued to head towards the basement classroom. Meanwhile, in the hall, Chris ignored the troublesome girl Diana beside him, holding a cup of Sri Lankan black tea, leisurely sipping while watching the younger wizards play around and the older witches and wizards flirt with each other. It was quite entertaining in its own way. Soon, the party began. The Halloween party atmosphere was very lively, and as Dumbledore had truly promised, a skeleton dance troupe was invited. These performers played cheerful tunes on instruments made of bones while dancing in a comical manner. To be honest, Chris really couldn't appreciate this otherworldly style of performance. Such bizarre aesthetics were really not his cup of tea. Meanwhile, the little wizards had satisfied and excited expressions on their faces as they eagerly tasted the unique and innovative festival delicacies. In this scene, McLaggen stands out particularly, munching on a devil's egg and a giant chicken leg, his mouth covered in grease. He doesn't forget to boast to the younger wizards beside him about how fun Halloween was at his uncle's house, claiming his uncle had such high-end taste. As he eats and talks, crumbs fly everywhere, making the little wizards next to him visibly disgusted but too scared to say anything, fearing retaliation from this guy. Meanwhile, Chris is savoring his much-anticipated Halloween pumpkin cheese pie, which tastes absolutely amazing. While still at school, he thinks he should eat a bit more. After graduation, where would he find such treats? Before they know it, it's already 10 o'clock, and the little wizards and teachers have gradually put down their utensils, wearing satisfied smiles after a hearty meal. However, it's not so comfortable for Imk and the others. When they arrive at the underground classroom where the party is being held, it's dark and filled with tiny candles that flicker with a blue light, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Chapter 203. A brand new version never seen before. Wow, this is truly a brand new version I have never seen before, Imk exclaimed upon seeing the scene. As they stepped inside, the temperature noticeably dropped. Everyone quickly pulled their clothes tighter around themselves. They turned a corner and saw a nearly headless Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet curtain. Wow, my dear friends, he said with infinite sadness, welcome, welcome. I'm so glad you could come. He took off his feathered hat and bowed, inviting them in. The sight before them was truly unbelievable. The underground classroom was packed with hundreds of milky, translucent figures, mostly gliding around the overcrowded dance floor, waltzing to the terrifying and trembling sound of 30 musical saws, with the band playing seated on a stage draped in black cloth. Above them, a chandelier was lit with 1,000 candles, casting a midnight blue glow. Their breaths formed puffs of mist in front of them, as if they had walked into a cold storage room. At this moment, Imk was no longer excited. He felt he had been a bit impulsive. Oh, this is really... George's expression wasn't too good either. This is quite the find. Fred tightened his clothes. Shall we take a look around? Harry suggested upon seeing their reactions. After a while, everyone was so cold they could hardly bear it, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. I can't take it anymore, Ron mumbled, his teeth chattering. Yeah. Should we just leave? Imk nodded. All right, let us go. Harry immediately agreed. They moved toward the door, nodding and smiling at everyone who looked at them. A minute later, they hurried down the candlelit corridor. Pudding probably hasn't tea finished yet, Ron said hopefully, being the first to head toward the stairs leading to the hall. It's okay. Chris said he would bring us some food. Imp said, Oh, thank Merlin. That's the best thing I've heard today, Fred sighed. Just as they passed through a porch, they bumped into Chris, who was coming toward them. Hey, how is it going? Was the Halloween party fun? Chris asked with a smile. Hey, Chris, don't mention it. Quick, did you save us some food? Imp quickly walked over to ask. Here. I thought you guys would be finishing up soon, so I came to check on you. This is what I saved for you. I don't know if it's enough. Chris handed a paper bag to Imp. No worries, let us eat first. I'm really cold and hungry. Here, you guys eat some too, Imp said as he took the bag, grabbed a pie, and passed it to George and the others. Without hesitation, everyone quickly took some food and stuffed into their mouths. Although Hermione was also very hungry, she politely thanked Chris first. Chris smiled and waved his hand. Then everyone began to devour the food while heading back. Suddenly, Harry stumbled to a stop, grabbing the stone wall, completely focused as he listened intently and squinted his eyes, searching up and down the dimly lit corridor. Harry, what is wrong? Hermione asked, puzzled. That voice is back. Don't talk, listen, Harry urged. Everyone froze, staring at him. This way, he shouted, taking off, running up the stairs and into the hall. The laughter and chatter from the Halloween feast echoed in the hall, making it unlikely to hear anything else. Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the second floor, with everyone clumsily following behind. Chris suddenly had a thought and hesitated about whether to follow everyone, but seeing the others, he decided to go along. Harry, what are we doing? Imp gasped. Shoo, Harry said, pricking up his ears. Suddenly, Harry's stomach made a loud growl. It's going to kill me, he shouted, ignoring the confused expressions on everyone's faces as he rushed up a flight of stairs, listening intently amidst his heavy footsteps. Harry dashed around the third floor, and the others hurriedly followed. Finally, they turned a corner and entered the last empty corridor. Harry, what is going on? Ron said, wiping the sweat off his face. I can't hear anything, Fred suddenly gasped, pointing down the corridor. Look, on the wall in front of them, something was glimmering. They approached slowly, squinting in the dark to make out what it was. Between two windows, a foot high on the wall, some words were scrawled, shining in the light of the burning torch. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What is that thing hanging down there? Ron said, a bit frightened, causing his voice to tremble. The group cautiously moved closer, with Chris trailing behind. Leading the way, Harry almost slipped because there was a large puddle on the floor. They slowly approached the slogan, their eyes fixed on the shadow below, and everyone saw what it was, jumping back in fright and splashing water everywhere. It was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hanging upside down, her body stiff as a board, her eyes wide open and staring blankly. Chris exclaimed, "Let us get out of here quickly." The group hesitated, seemingly stunned, and hadn't taken a few steps when a low rumble of chatter, like distant thunder, informed them that the feast had just ended. From both ends of the corridor, the sound of hundreds of feet climbing the stairs and the cheerful voices of people who had just eaten filled the air. Then, students began to push and shove their way into the corridor from both ends. When the newcomers saw the hanging cat, the lively chatter suddenly ceased. Chris, Harry, and the others stood alone in the middle of the corridor, and everyone fell silent, crowding forward to see this horrific scene. In the silence, someone spoke loudly. "Enemies of the air, beware. You're next, mudblood." It was Draco Malfoy. He had pushed his way to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes gleaming, and his usually pale face flushed red. He looked at the cat hanging there, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Chapter 204, You, How Dare You? Silencing Charm. A spell hit Draco Malfoy, rendering him unable to speak and making his flushed face turn even redder. "Malfoy, if you dare to say that word again, I guarantee you will never have the chance to speak again." Chris pointed his wand at Draco Malfoy and said coldly. The surrounding young wizards were already shocked by the scene before them, and they could hardly believe what had just happened. It took them a moment to regain their composure, and they immediately began buzzing with endless discussion. "Merlin, Chris is simply stunning," exclaimed a younger witch. "He actually dared to do this in public. Amazing." A Hufflepuff who had suffered bullying from Slytherin remarked, "By the way, what about your focus? Shouldn't we discuss the words on the wall?" A Ravenclaw witch said helplessly. After Draco Malfoy finished speaking, Chris lowered his wand. He realized he had acted a bit impulsively, but he truly couldn't stand that word. It was filled with discrimination and insult. Then, Chris picked up his wand again and lifted the spell, as it was inappropriate to act like this in public. Besides, the professor would be arriving soon. Although he was in the right since Malfoy had insulted him first, he had still used magic, and if he were punished by the professor, it would be pointless. You, how dare you? Aye. Malfoy said fiercely after the spell was lifted. He had long heard from Senior Dranpussy about how detestable this Gryffindor Chris was, but today he truly witnessed it. This guy was really arrogant. A mere mudblood Gryffindor was actually more impressive than him. A pure-blood Slytherin noble, daring to cast a spell on him in public, truly outrageous. Our Draco Malfoy was already plotting how to deal with this detestable Gryffindor in his mind. "Hey, make way, what is going on here? What happened?" Filch was undoubtedly attracted by the crowd's shouting and discussions, pushing through the crowd. Then he saw Mrs. Norris, staggered back a few steps in panic, and grabbed his face with his hands. "Oh no, my cat, my cat," he screamed. "What happened to Mrs. Norris?" he shouted. At this moment, his bulging eyes spotted Harry. "You," he shrieked, you killed my cat. You killed it. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to." Harry looked at Filch's frantic appearance, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Wait a minute, Mr. Filch. How do you know it was Harry?" At this time, Chris stood in front of Harry, blocking the way of the now somewhat madman. "It was him. Get out of the way. It was him." Filch yelled furiously. "Filch!" At this moment, Dumbledore arrived at the scene, followed by many other teachers. In the blink of an eye, he walked past Harry and the others, freeing Mrs. Norris from the torch stand. "Come with me, Filch," he said, "and you lot, Mr. Red, Mr. Lesko, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger." Lockhart, seeing this scene, approached with a smirk, displaying a flattering smile. "My office is the closest, headmaster. Just upstairs. You can—" "Thank you, Gilderoy." Dumbledore nodded. The silent crowd parted to let them through. Lockhart was very excited, feeling that having Professor Dumbledore go to his office was a great honor. He hurriedly followed Dumbledore. Then Professor McGonagall and Snape followed as well. When they entered Lockhart's dim office, there was suddenly a commotion on the walls. Harry saw several photos of Lockhart hurriedly hiding, their hair still in curlers. At that moment, the real Lockhart lit the candles on the table and stepped back. Dumbledore placed Mrs. Norris on the polished table and began to examine her closely. A few young wizards exchanged nervous glances and sat down on chairs that were out of the candlelight, watching closely. Dumbledore's long-hooked nose nearly touched Mrs. Norris's fur. He examined her through his half-moon glasses, gently poking and prodding with his long fingers. Professor McGonagall bent down, her face almost touching the cat, squinting to look closely. Snape stood behind them, half of his body hidden in the shadows, appearing ominous. His expression was quite strange, as if he was desperately trying not to laugh. Lockhart was pacing around them, endlessly making suggestions. It must be a curse that killed her, most likely a transfiguration torture curse. I've seen others use this spell many times. It's a pity I wasn't there at the time. I happen to know the counter curse, which could have saved her. Clearly, our Professor Lockhart had started boasting again. Meanwhile, Filch's tearless sobbing interrupted him. Filch slumped into a chair beside the table, covering his face with his hands, unable to look at Mrs. Norris. At this moment, Dumbledore muttered some strange words and tapped Mrs. Norris with his wand. Chris knew that old Dumbledore was trying to lift Mrs. Norris's curse. Unfortunately, there was no response. Mrs. Norris remained stiff and lay there like a freshly prepared specimen. I remember a very similar incident in Wagadoo, a series of attack events, which I detailed in my autobiography. At that time, I provided various protective charms to the common folk, which resolved the issue at once. Lockhart said proudly. Chris noticed that as Lockhart spoke, the photos of Lockhart on the wall all nodded in agreement. One of them had forgotten to take off his hairnet. Why don't you try to lift Mrs. Norris's curse? Chris said with a smile. Lockhart was momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard by Chris's words, and didn't know what to say. Finally, Dumbledore straightened up. She not dead, Filch. Not dead? Filch choked out. This poor fellow now dared to look at Mrs. Norris only through his fingers. Then why is she all stiff as if frozen? She has been petrified, Dumbledore said. Yes, that's right. I thought so too. But what exactly happened? I'm not sure, Lockhart said, looking as if he suddenly understood. Chapter 205. Who? Ask him. Filch screamed, turning his tear-streaked, blotchy face towards Harry. A second-year student couldn't possibly do this. It requires the most advanced dark magic, Dumbledore said firmly. Indeed, it was quite clear that how could an ordinary second-year Gryffindor cast dark magic that even Dumbledore, a great wizard, couldn't recognize, let alone break? Moreover, this was not something Harry had done. He did it. Filch spat, refusing to give up, his fat, sagging face turning purple. He was now convinced that Harry was behind it. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He discovered it in my office. He knows I'm a. Filch's face twisted in horror. He knows I'm a squib. When Filch said this, he gasped for breath. This sentence was very difficult for him. I didn't even touch Mrs. Norris. Harry shouted loudly, uneasily realizing that everyone was looking at him, including all the Lockharts on the wall. I don't even know what a squib means. Nonsense. Filch roared. He saw my letter about the quick casting course. Allow me to say something. Headmaster, Snape said from the shadows. Dumbledore nodded. Perhaps Potter and his friends simply shouldn't have been in that place at that time. Snape said, his lips curling in a sneer, as if he deeply doubted it. But we do indeed have a series of doubts. Why were they even up in that corridor? Why didn't they attend the Halloween feast? Hearing Snape's words, several people hurried to explain that they had gone to the Ghosts' Death Day party. Hundreds of ghosts came, and they can prove we were there. But after that, why not come to the feast? Snape said, his dark eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Why go to the upper corridor? Everyone looked at Harry. Because. Harry stammered, unsure of what to say. It's like this, Professor. They went to the Ghosts' Death Day party, and I packed some food to bring to them just as the school feast was about to end. I happened to run into them on their way out. They actually missed the school feast. As for why we were there, it was just a coincidence, and I think Mr. Filch's claim that Harry is the culprit based solely on his own assumptions is utterly baseless. What benefit would that do him? Chris interjected just in time. Hearing Chris's words, Harry quickly shot him a grateful look. The reason he didn't dare to tell the truth was that Harry vaguely felt that if he told them he was led there by a formless voice that only he could hear, it would surely sound implausible. Professor Snape shot a cold glance at Chris and said nothing further. To be honest, Severus, Professor McGonagall began, and she also felt this matter was dubious. We have no evidence to show that Potter did anything wrong. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an inquisitive gaze. Under the penetrating stare of his bright blue eyes, Harry Potter felt as if he were being seen through. As long as one is not proven guilty, they are innocent. Severus, he said firmly. Snape appeared very angry. Filch was the same. My cat has been petrified. He screamed, his eyes bulging. I want to see someone punished. We can cure it, Filch. Dumbledore said patiently, Madam Sprout has recently obtained some mandrake. Once they mature, I will have a potion to revive Mrs. Norris. I'll brew it, Lockhart interjected. I've brewed it at least 100 times. I can brew mandrake revival potion in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape said coldly. I believe I'm the potions master of this school. After an awkward silence, Professor McGonagall spoke again, habitually defending her students. Ahem, in fact, I believe they might have merely heard some strange noises. So, Mr. Red, is that so? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and asked Chris, suddenly put on the spot. Chris felt a bit abrupt and, After quickly operating his brain to close off his thoughts, he said, "Yes, Professor, it was Harry who first heard some noises. And then we want to check what was going on. Also, Professor, I have some doubts about the writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Whose chamber is it? Who opened it? Did Harry open it? Who is this so-called heir opposing it? I think this definitely isn't a simple matter." The professors fell silent after Chris's words. They had been at this school for many years, and many secrets were likely known to them, so they could understand what Chris was trying to express. It indeed seemed unlikely that Harry could have done it. Filch's suspicions and accusations were probably nonsensical. "All right, you may go back now," Dumbledore told the young wizards. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly quickened their pace to leave, nearly breaking into a run. On the way back, Harry looked at Chris, who was walking ahead. "Chris, thank you." Chris shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. "Chris, do you think I should tell them about the voice I heard?" Harry continued. Before Chris could answer, Ron jumped in, saying, "No way. Hearing voices others can't hear is not a good sign, even in the wizarding world." "Yeah, but I think we could trust Professor Dumbledore. However, Harry, it doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I can understand your thoughts. It's your choice." Chris said, "Sigh, this matter is really terrifying." Tim shook his head and sighed. "You believe me, right?" Harry looked at everyone. "Of course I believe you." Ron nodded without hesitation. "We believe in you, Harry." George and Fred said, "To be honest, that old Filch, I thought he would suspect us first. I didn't expect him to suspect you. Really, is he getting senile?" Fred joked. Chapter 206. Chris's Animagus turns out to be. You should know that when practicing to become an Animagus, one might go mad and be unable to return to normal human form. So the Ministry of Magic strictly controls it, requiring all Animagus transformations and characteristics to be registered in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Professor McGonagall continued. However, many people who succeed do not register, which makes them a legal animagi. Whether or not you choose to register after you succeed is up to you. I will not interfere. But that's a matter for later. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Chris breathed a sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that if he practiced successfully, he would have to register, which would make it difficult for him to avoid drawing more attention. Red, you should know that some people become animagi in just a few months, while others take several years, transforming into the animal most suited to them. You must remain humble and prepared for this. Furthermore, I must warn you, you might fail, as transformation requires courage. Therefore, only 7 animagi have registered in the 20th century. I understand, Professor. Since I have chosen to practice this magic, I am prepared for it. Chris nodded in agreement. Professor McGonagall was very pleased with Chris's humble and cautious attitude toward learning. You must have understood that an Animagus cannot transform into any animal at will, and the animal they transform into is related to the wizard's personality and weight, right? Yes, I understand that each person can only transform into one animal. Also, Animagus transformations are usually limited to non-magical creatures. Transforming magical creatures can lead to unforeseen consequences. Chris acknowledged. Good, this is for you. You must hold it in your mouth for a whole month, from this month's full moon to next month's full moon. Remember, you must never swallow it or take it out of your mouth. If it leaves your mouth, the whole process must start over. Professor McGonagall sternly instructed, taking out the only leaf of mandrake from a crystal box. Chris took it. It seemed this leaf had been prepared by Professor McGonagall long ago. All right, I understand, Professor. Chris said he understood, but inside he felt quite helpless. After all, this was really a bit difficult. Holding it for a month. He was genuinely afraid that one day he would swallow it while sleeping, and that would be the end. Next, on the next full moon, you will take the leaf out and fill a crystal vial with saliva, soaking the leaf in it to let it absorb the pure moonlight. If that night is overcast, you will have to find a new leaf of mandrake and start over. Chris now felt that this magic was really too harsh. It was like gambling with his luck. What if the weather was bad? Then it would be over. Next, he had to add a strand of his hair and a silver teaspoon of dew to the crystal vial illuminated by moonlight. The dew must be collected from a place that had not seen sunlight or human contact for a full 7 days. Finally, he had to add a cocoon of a horned lizard moth. This mixed liquid must be kept in a quiet, dark place and should not be looked at or disturbed until the next thunderstorm arrives. Professor McGonagall continued. All right, I understand. What is next? Chris nodded helplessly. Good. Next, while you wait for the storm to come, you must point the tip of your wand at your heart every sunrise and sunset and recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato. Animagus, Professor McGonagall said. Okay, got it. Chris felt increasingly like crying. I must remind you that the waiting period for the storm could last for weeks, months, or even years. During this time, The crystal vial must remain completely undisturbed and not exposed to sunlight. Sunlight pollution will lead to the most severe mutations. If you continuously recite the incantation at sunrise and sunset, there will come a moment when the tip of your wand touches your chest, and you will feel a second heartbeat, sometimes stronger than your original heartbeat, sometimes weaker. Everything must remain unchanged. The incantation must be recited the correct number of times, without missing any. Professor McGonagall stared intently at Chris. Chris also solemnly indicated that he understood and remembered. Remember, you must go to the place where you buried the crystal vial the moment the lightning splits the sky. If you correctly complete all the steps mentioned above, you will find a blood-red potion inside that you can drink in one gulp. Then, you must immediately head to a vast and safe place to ensure that the transformation process does not attract attention or put your body in danger. Point the tip of your wand at your heart, recite the incantation Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, and then drink the potion. By the way, do you remember this incantation? Professor McGonagall suddenly asked. Yes, I remember, Chris replied. Recite it for me. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus, Chris recited. Wait, the Zenanimagus needs to be pronounced. Got it. Recite it again. Professor McGonagall's teaching was as rigorous as ever, not allowing any mistakes, especially since this was indeed a critical matter. The consequences of mispronouncing the incantation could lead to irreparable disasters, which Chris certainly did not want. So after Professor McGonagall corrected his mistake, Chris felt relieved. As this was something only a good teacher would know and pay attention to, Professor McGonagall's detailed explanation would help Chris learn and become familiar with the knowledge related to Animagus transformations more quickly. If Chris had to find a book about teaching Animagus transformations on his own, he might not learn as quickly or smoothly. He might even face serious consequences due to issues with the incantation or other details. If something went wrong, if he turned into something neither human nor animal, that would indeed leave him with no tears to cry. Chris, if everything goes smoothly, you will feel intense pain and 2 fierce heartbeats. Images of the creature you are about to transform into will appear in your mind. You must show no fear, and if you try to escape at that moment, it will be too late. Professor McGonagall continued after confirming that Chris had recited the incantation correctly. Chapter 207. The Swift fled at this moment. The reflection in the mirror showed him as a bird. Yes, Chris examined the animal in the mirror carefully and saw that it had long wing tips. Short legs, folded wings, and long wing tips that extended towards the tail, with a short but wide beak, appearing brownish. When Chris spread his wings, they looked like scythes, with dense feathers that were dull or glossy gray and brown, and there were light and white patterns on the throat, neck, abdomen, and waist. Wow, is this really me? Chris looked at the creature in the mirror with a wide body and a short, slightly curved beak. From the initial incredulity to now, Chris had calmed down a bit. He carefully examined his reflection. This creature should be a swiftlet. Why did he say it was a swiftlet? Because its wings were different from those of ordinary swallows. The wings of a swiftlet are relatively long and narrow, appearing like an arc, with a wingspan that is basically twice its body length, looking like 2 sides in flight. Whereas a swallow's wings are angular, with visible wing tips, and are not as long, only resembling the body length. Additionally, swallows, sparrows, and willow warblers all belong to the order Passeriformes, and biologists classify them into the family Hirundinidae and genus Hirundo, while swiftlets, like hummingbirds, belong to the order Apodiformes, commonly known as swifts or common swifts. The tail of a swallow is forked and spread in a scissor shape while flying, often used to adjust direction, with a high frequency of turning and flapping, whereas a swift's tail is gathered into a bundle during flight and only spreads when changing direction, with relatively fewer flaps and turns, not as frequent as swallows. As for why Chris recognized his Animagus form, it was because these creatures are commonly found in the eastern and southern regions of England, so he was quite familiar with them. Although the swiftlet did not meet Chris's expectations, it was still not bad. Chris sighed and shook his head. Now that his Animagus form had been determined, it could not be changed, and he had to accept this fact. Moreover, this transformation could bring him a lot of help. Now, Chris planned to adapt and try to fly. He flapped his wings and adjusted to his new body, and soon he flew up, albeit a bit wobbly. After all, it was his own body, so he quickly mastered the normal flying techniques. Not to mention, this creature flew really fast. The swiftlet is the fastest bird among ordinary animals. The normal flying speed of swiftlet is 170 kilometers per hour, and at its fastest, it can reach 352.5 kilometers per hour. The swiftlet has a pair of scissor-like tails that help it escape air resistance, and its head is round, resembling a ping-pong ball. Its body is long, and in the air, it flies as fast as an arrow. Such rapid flight is a significant advantage compared to transforming into other creatures. Its safety and maneuverability are much higher. Except for its questionable combat ability and inability to use magic, this was indeed a great animagus. Chris thought it was much better than turning into some cat or dog. Chris circled above Hogwarts Castle, feeling the breath of freedom and looking at the castle below. A sense of joy welled up in his heart. This was wonderful. After soaring freely for a while, he flew back, as it was getting late, and he planned to return. Now, to revert to his human form, Chris had to imagine his human shape as clearly as possible. Usually, that was enough. But if the transformation did not happen immediately, he must not panic. Chris took a deep breath and slowly transformed back into his human form. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Chris believed that with practice, he would be able to switch between animal and human forms at will, just by imagining the appearance of the creature. That would mean he had truly mastered this magic. The next day, Chris found Professor McGonagall and shared this good news with her. Chris felt that Professor McGonagall was still trustworthy, and besides, animagus was something Professor McGonagall had taught him. He should tell her regardless. "Oh, is that so? Chris, I didn't expect you to master the animagus transformation so quickly. Well done," Professor McGonagall said with a kind smile, a departure from her usual stern demeanor. "No, it's all thanks to your hard work. Without your diligent teaching, I wouldn't have been able to grasp the animagus transformation so quickly," Chris replied with a smile. "What is your animagus form?" Professor McGonagall asked. "It's a swallow, Professor," Chris answered. "Are you planning to register it with the Ministry of Magic?" "Of course. I don't mean to pressure you into registering, you know." Professor McGonagall hesitated. "Well, I'm not really inclined to register," Chris responded. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded and did not say anything further, indicating her tacit approval. In fact, the Ministry of Magic strictly controlled animagus transformations because during practice, one could become trapped in their animal form and unable to return to a normal human state. Therefore, all animagus forms and characteristics had to be registered at the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. However, many people who mastered it did not register, like James Potter's stag, Sirius Black's black dog, Peter Pettigrew's rat, and Rita Skeeter's beetle. All of them were illegal animagi, and only 7 animagi were registered in the 20th century. Chris had no intention of registering either. He planned to keep this transformation as a secret trump card. Once he mastered it, if he encountered danger, he could swiftly transform into a swift-tailed swallow and escape, or catch his enemies off guard. How great would that be? After discussing this with Professor McGonagall, Chris went to the Ancient Runes classroom. This class was taught by Professor Bathsheba Babbling. To be honest, Chris had made great progress in Ancient Runes recently. Basic textbooks like an introduction to Ancient Runes had become child's play for him. Chris was now tackling Advanced Runes Translation, a book meant for 6th and 7th year students. Thanks to his good friend, Ravenclaw's Penelope Clearwater. This young lady, perhaps influenced by Chris's butterfly effect, had previously had a brief flirtation with Percy Weasley. But when Percy confessed his feelings, she turned him down, leaving him heartbroken, much to the amusement of George and Fred, who teased him for a long time. Chapter 208. A date? Indeed, this Ravenclaw senior was quite impressive. Beautiful, well-built, academically gifted, quick-witted, and skilled in various magical arts. She was truly a good friend and a great role model for Chris. With Penelope's help, Chris excelled in runes, even receiving compliments from Penelope herself, who thought he might soon surpass her. Chris had no comment on that. After all, everyone is different, and no one could truly empathize with another. After class, Chris headed to the library to study with Penelope and do some homework. To be honest, Penelope admired Chris a lot. She thought this little genius from Gryffindor truly lived up to his reputation. As a 6th-year Ravenclaw, she often tried to discuss 6th-year material with him, only to find that what baffled her brought clarity to Chris. For example, the book Advanced Transfiguration Guide, which was used by 6th and 7th year students at Hogwarts for N.E.W.T. level transfiguration studies. It included many spells for transforming between objects and animals, as well as aspects of human transfiguration, which were quite advanced and not something just any student could master. However, Penelope was surprised that Chris understood it so well and could explain it clearly. He truly deserved the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfiguration, due to Chris's excellent academic performance, friendly demeanor, and a plethora of ideas and mature insights beyond his years. Coupled with his slightly revealed, handsome appearance, Penelope looked at him with admiration. "Chris, how about we go to Hogsmeade together this weekend? You 3rd years should have just gotten the permission to go this semester, right?" Penelope said softly, resting her chin on her hand. Yeah, but I've already made plans with Imk and the Weasley brothers, so how about next time? Chris replied, looking a bit surprised. Oh, I see. That's a bit of a pity. I thought you weren't familiar with the place, and I could show you around. There's so many fun spots. Penelope felt a bit disappointed, not expecting her invitation to be declined. How about next week? Chris thought for a moment and suggested. Ah, sure, no problem. Hearing Chris's response, Penelope's mood shifted from disappointment to joy. This little brother of hers, why couldn't he just say everything in one go? She thought she had lost her chance. After hearing Penelope's words, Chris could clearly sense her emotions shifting from anticipation to disappointment and then to happiness. He had to admit, girls were still young. There were their feelings on their faces. Unlike some girls who made you guess. Can you guess? Can you not guess? It was really something. When Chris returned to the Gryffindor common room from the library, he encountered Imk and the Weasley brothers, who were playing chess. To his surprise, Imk had improved his chess skills and was able to exchange blows with George. Not bad. However, Chris suspected that Imk might be a bit too easy to flatter. Just 2 minutes later, Imk made a blunder and lost. There it was. As expected, not long after, Imk jumped up in frustration. Damn, how did I lose again? I was so close to winning this time. Imk, that is 5 nuts for me. It's okay, just practice more, George said with a grin, extending his hand. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. Imk reluctantly counted out some nuts and handed them to George. Chris, do you want to play a couple of rounds for me? No, I just got back from the library, and I'm a bit tired. Studying really takes a toll on the brain. I think I'll just go back to my dorm and relax. Chris shook his head, politely declining Imk's offer. Chris, are you hiding something lately? Fred chimed in with a knowing wink. That's right, with that girl from Ravenclaw. George added with a grin. But before he could finish his sentence, Chris interrupted. Enough. You guys, how do you know so much? Is there anything we don't know? What happens at Hogwarts can't escape our ears. George replied, feigning innocence. By the way, you haven't said yet. Are you hiding something? What could there be? I'm just studying with Penelope Clearwater. Don't overthink it. Chris denied. TCH, look closely at my expression. Do you think I believe you? George laughed. Hey, you little brat. I don't care if you believe me. I said there's really nothing going on. Chris retorted. Of course, whether there was something or not, he couldn't let them know. If they found out, it would spread like wildfire, and he would never hear the end of it. All right. Our little Chris has grown up and has secrets now, huh? Can't even share with his brothers. George pretended to be solemn. Exactly. Our little Chris is into girls now. Not like us little radishes. Fred chimed in. Chris didn't know what to say. These two guys were just unbelievable. By the way, should I mention that our Percy was just rejected by Penelope not long ago? This guy's feeling down, so don't let him know, or we won't be able to help you. George reminded seriously. All right, I got it. Don't worry. I know my limits. Chris replied earnestly. Yes, Chris is quite sensible, even if he's technically 14 years old, being so young. He doesn't want to rush into dating or anything like that. He prefers to wait a couple of years. It's not good to be too anxious. There's plenty of time ahead. In the future, everything will come in due time, and there's no need to rush. Otherwise, when he gets old, all that will be left is tears. Moreover, as a long-lived wizard, he definitely shouldn't be in a hurry. It's better to let things happen naturally. As for Percy, Chris felt there was no need to worry. No matter what, that guy wouldn't resort to revenge just because he was getting close to Penelope. Not to mention, he would have to have the guts to do so. Chris estimated that if anything did happen, Percy would at most just give him a cold shoulder, and then sulk in silence. It wasn't a big deal. With time, everything would be fine. Chapter 209. Hogsmeade and the Sneakoscope on the weekend. Chris, Imk, and the Weasley brothers were lining up in the entrance hall while Filch checked the signatures of students heading to Hogsmeade. Behave yourselves. Don't think you can sneak out. If you don't have a signature, you can't go. If I catch you sneaking out, you'll regret it, Filch said sternly. This guy had been in a bad mood because of his cat and had been causing trouble for the students lately. So no one dared to say or do anything out of line. Otherwise, if he caught them, their plans for the day would definitely be ruined. Of course, Chris and the others weren't worried at all. They had their parents' signatures, so it posed no problem for them. Thus, under Filch's strict inspection, Chris and the others left Hogwarts and arrived at Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards. It is a picturesque little village made up of cottages and shops, and the train station where the Hogwarts Express stops is nearby. Hogwarts students can visit here on weekends, and generally, they mainly hang out on the streets, which are lined with many shops and pubs. Of course, some people also go to take a look at the Shrieking Shack located nearby. Hogsmeade has a long history, dating back about 1,000 years. Those who have studied the history of magic know that in 1612, a goblin rebellion broke out near the village. At that time, Wizards used one of the pubs in Hogsmeade as their headquarters. Speaking of which, the village was founded by a wizard named Hengist of Woodcroft, who lived in the Middle Ages. He was born in Woodcroft, Gloucestershire, and attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry after turning 11, being sorted into Hufflepuff House. He ended up here because he had nowhere else to go and was driven away by muggles. According to folklore, the Three Broomsticks Tavern was once Hengist's residence. After Hengist passed away, wizards commemorated him by putting his likeness on a chocolate frog card. He is considered one of the few famous figures to come from Hufflepuff, which is quite rare. Chris and the others first arrived at a shop called Dervish and Banges, which sells magical supplies, including sneakoscopes, and also provides repair services for magical items. That's right, Ink was planning to buy one of those sneakoscopes to try it out. This guy lacked a sense of security and always felt like someone was plotting against him. The sneakoscope was invented in the 18th century by wizard Edgar Strowger and is a type of dark magic detector that looks like a glass top. If there are suspicious people nearby, it lights up and spins. Chris felt that this thing was quite similar to a burglar alarm. The burglar alarm prevents thieves, while this detects dark magic. You have to admit that, regardless of whether it can actually detect dark magic, it does serve as a good alarm and is even somewhat sensitive. For instance, in 1993, Ron Weasley bought a pocket sneakoscope in Egypt as a birthday gift for Harry Potter. However, Bill Weasley discovered that it was a shoddy product sold to wizard tourists and was unreliable, as it kept lighting up during their dinner. What Bill didn't realize was that Fred and George had put beetles in his soup. When Ron tried to tie the birthday package he sent to Harry to Errol's leg, the sneakoscope also went off, as Ron shouldn't have let the elderly owl make a long journey. On the way to Hogwarts on the Hogwarts Express, Harry's sneakoscope also went off when Scabbers was nearby, because Scabbers was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise. To avoid waking Remus Lupin, who was sleeping nearby, Ron stuffed the sneakoscope into one of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Additionally, during Professor Moody's time at Hogwarts, he had a large sneakoscope in his office. However, Moody himself broke it and explained that it was too sensitive, detecting sound from a mile away. Not to mention the students all around making up lies about not doing their homework. Of course, this sneakoscope continuously beeped for another reason. Even Moody himself was impersonated by young Barty Crouch Jr. Furthermore, in 1995, when Dumbledore's army was training in the Room of Requirement, some sneakoscopes were also placed on the shelves in the training room. Later, on Harry's 17th birthday, Hermione Granger gave Harry a new sneakoscope, and during Harry, Ron, and Hermione's quest for Horcruxes, because Harry accidentally said Voldemort's name and broke the taboo, Chris thought that the detection magic of this thing was quite good. If it could automatically adjust its sensitivity, like Spider-Man's Spider Sense, that would be fantastic, allowing one to foresee life-threatening dangers in advance. With this thought in mind, Chris hurriedly took out money to buy one, planning to study the internal magical patterns of this thing to see what kind of detection magic it used, and then try to see if he could modify it to achieve the desired effect. After Chris and Imk put away the sneakoscope, the group walked out of the shop. "Chris, why did you buy that?" "I can understand Imk being timid, but you?" George asked, puzzled. Chris thought for a moment and shared his thoughts. "Wow, that's amazing. Chris, you always have so many novel ideas. I think it's great. If we could develop it and optimize it further, it would definitely become a great magical item. Imagine it." George was excited after hearing Chris's idea, feeling it was a fantastic suggestion. "Yeah, Chris, you're really something. You could think of this. We've seen sneakoscopes before, but never thought it could be like this." Fred also praised. "But Chris, I think the magical patterns of the sneakoscope might be difficult to study, right? Can we really do it?" Imk felt that this might be a bit unrealistic. "It's okay, Imk. I think we should give it a try. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work, but if it does." George seemed to have already envisioned the moment of their success. "Exactly. Even if we don't succeed, we won't lose anything. Besides, we have Chris, this genius. What is there to be afraid of? We can definitely succeed," Fred said, filled with anticipation. Chapter 210. A whole burn in the tongue. "Yes, Imk, it's good to be cautious and think of failure before victory, but we can't just not do anything, right? If we're afraid of this and that, how can we go on? Young people, we need to have the courage to move forward, face difficulties, and overcome them. That's what it means to be a new generation of Gryffindors," Chris said, looking at Imk. "That's right, this is our brave Gryffindor spirit." George and Fred shouted in unison. Yes, you're right. I'm cheering for you." Imk was inspired by everyone's enthusiasm and nodded vigorously. The group laughed heartily and happily walked towards other shops. At Chris's request, they headed to the Elegant Wizard Clothing Store, a high-end clothing store with branches in London, Paris, and Hogsmeade Village. It offered a variety of outfits, including all sorts of strange socks. Chris intended to see if there were any new clothes. But he was a bit disappointed as the clothing was pretty much the same as what he saw last year, with nothing new or exciting. Even if there were, it was still the same old stuff repackaged. Reluctantly, Chris bought a few pairs of socks to wear when it got cold. Next to the elegant wizard clothing store was the Hogsmeade Post Office, an owl post office located in Hogsmeade Village. There were 200 or 300 different types of owls sitting on the shelves, from great gray owls to tawny owls, all marked with color codes based on their delivery speed. Chris had his own owl, so there was no need to stop by. Then the group arrived at the Honeydukes Candy Shop, a favorite spot for young wizards, selling chocolates and various magical candies. This place was very popular among Hogwarts students and teachers. Upon entering, they found it packed with customers, making it hard to move. The shelves were filled with the most delicious and juicy candies. Large blocks of creamy almond fudge, shiny pink coconut ice, honey-colored toffee, hundreds of neatly arranged chocolates. A large tub of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and another tub of Fizzing Whiz Bees, which are those juice jelly balls that made you float in the air. There was a rich variety of styles. The candy shop was run by Ambrosius Flume, a broad-shouldered, bald man who had attended Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in his youth and was favored by the then-potions Professor Horace Slughorn. He also became a member of the Slug Club, which showed that this bald man had quite a bit of talent. As a member of the Slug Club, Horace introduced Ambrosius to Cicero Harkey's, which led to his first job. To repay Slughorn, Ambrosius would give him a gift basket filled with candied jackfruit each year on his birthday, Slughorn's favorite candy. Later, Ambrosius married Mrs. Flume and ran the Honeydukes Candy Shop. "Hey, Ambrosius, go to the cellar and get some jelly slugs. We're out on the shelves," Mrs. Flume shouted to the bald owner. "Okay, dear," the bald owner replied. "Chris, did you know? There's a secret passage hidden in Honeydukes that goes directly from Hogwarts to the candy shop cellar," George said quietly to Chris. "I know. It's on the Marauders map." Chris nodded in response. "Really? How come I didn't know?" Imk asked, a bit confused. Imk, on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts Castle. In the corridor of Gossamer's Ganchilda, you can find a large statue of a hunchbacked one-eyed witch. If you tap the statue with your wand and say divided left and right, the hunchback will open up, revealing the entrance to the secret passage. A stone slide leads down. After sliding down, you'll end up in a narrow, low dirt passage. The passage twists and turns, resembling a rabbit hole. After walking for a while, the passage begins to rise, and in about 10 minutes, you'll reach the bottom of the staircase. There are over 200 steps, and at the end is a trapdoor. Outside the trapdoor is the cellar of Honeydukes, which blends seamlessly with the gray floor, George explained. "Wow, that's great. Does this mean we can sneak out any time?" Imp was thrilled to hear this news. "Shoo, keep it down. Don't let others know. It would be terrible if we got caught." George quickly covered Imp's mouth. I understand." Imp gestured for George to take his hand away. "Hey, look, what's this?" George then raised a lollipop for everyone to see. "Isn't this just a lollipop?" Imp asked, puzzled. "TCH, this is a sour popping candy. Although it may look like a muggle lollipop you've seen, like most of Honeydukes' food, it has a uniquely prankish flavor, almost like it's been enchanted. This candy can burn a hole in your tongue." George introduced. "Oh my, is it really that dangerous?" Imp thought it was insane that such dangerous items could be sold. "Hee, you just don't understand. This is a trendy extreme sport for your taste buds. Although the sour popping candy can burn a hole in your tongue and seems like a dangerous candy, it's still being sold, isn't it? If it were too dangerous, it wouldn't be allowed." George placed the sour lollipop in the basket to buy later. "Yes, and the damage caused by this candy can be easily healed with magic. Like when I gave Ron a sour popping candy when he was 7. His tongue got burned, and he was crying out in pain. My mother ended up giving me a beating with a broomstick for that. But what does it matter? Ron's tongue healed long ago, and he had no complications or after effects. Now it's as flexible as ever." Fred laughed as he recounted Ron's embarrassing moment. "Ha ha ha, that guy Ron must have been tormented by you when he was little." Imp laughed nonstop upon hearing this. "Not really. We do care for our little brother, right, George?" "Yes. Who could resist our dear little brother?" George winked at Fred. Chris shook his head helplessly and pointed to a cauldron-shaped cake. "Anyone want a piece?" Chapter 211. This thing is delicious. "I do. I'll have a piece. This thing is delicious, and the chocolate inside is simply amazing." Imp reached out and grabbed 2 pieces from the shelf. And this one, chocolate balls and chocolate cauldrons. Both are top-notch treats. Imp casually picked up a few more from the shelf. Chocolate balls are a type of chocolate candy, and these large chocolate balls are filled with strawberry jelly and cream chunks. Chris couldn't get used to them. Simply too sweet. The chocolate cauldron, on the other hand, is a box of chocolates shaped like a cauldron, containing fire whiskey, with milk filling and green foam. Chris remembered that Romilda Vane had given Harry Potter a box of chocolate cauldrons laced with a love potion, and Ron Weasley unknowingly ate half a box, thinking it was a birthday gift meant for him. He even asked Harry if he wanted some, but Harry didn't eat any and didn't notice Ron had taken his box, leading to a near-death experience. That was just stupid. Chris, aren't you having any? Imk asked. I'll have something else. This chocolate ball is a bit too sweet for me. Chris thought for a moment and picked up some bloody-flavored lollipops, chocolate frogs, cockroach clusters, jackfruit candies, blowing bubble super bubble gum, exploding gummy bears, and Zizzybee candy. Chris felt that there was a reason why Zizzybee candy was so popular. When someone sucked on this large snowball candy, their feet could lift a few inches off the ground, and it felt very interesting. It is said that the reason why eating it allows you to rise off the ground is that they use dried billywig stings to make Zizzybee candy, as those stung by a billywig will temporarily float. The billywig sting is a long, thin sting located at the base of the billywig's body. People stung by the sting feel dizzy and float away, and if stung excessively, they may float uncontrollably in the air for several days. In cases of severe allergic reactions, it can even cause a person to float permanently. Dried billywig stings can not only be used to make Zizzybee candy, but also various potions, such as waking potions, making it a decent magical material. Thinking of this, Chris couldn't help but shake his head, realizing he was being silly, thinking of everything in a different light. It was just buying some candy. There was no need for that. No need. After leaving the Honeydukes candy shop, Chris and Imk were pulled by the Weasley brothers to their favorite place, Zonko's Joke Shop. This place is also one of the favorite spots for Hogwarts students when they visit Hogsmeade for shopping. The many prank items and materials sold here are best suited to satisfy Fred and George's wildest ideas. Oh, we might be running low on dumb bombs. We need to buy some more. George was holding a magical stink bomb that emitted a rotten smell. Ugh, get that away from me. It stinks. Imp pinched his nose. He couldn't handle it and wanted George to keep it away from him. Hey, you don't get it, do you? This is a work of art. It's the essence of pranking. What kind of prank is it without a dumb bomb? Fred picked one up and tossed it in the air. Chris felt the same way as Imk and quietly moved a little further away from the dumb bombs, wondering what on earth Aberforth Grunion was thinking when he invented dumb bombs. This prank product has remained popular among young British wizards from the 19th century to the 1990s. By the early 1990s, Aberforth Grunion had even made it onto a chocolate frog card with this thing. It was really impressive. Wow, does this thing even deserve to be sold here? Could it be a magical item like a master key? That would be something. Imp suddenly spotted a bunch of keys, walked over, and picked them up to ask. Ha! Imp, you're out of your depth here. This isn't just a bunch of keys, and it's certainly not what you call a master key. This is a shrinking key, George said with a smile. Huh? A shrinking key? What is that? Imp looked confused. It's a magically enchanted key that continues to shrink until it disappears. Pranking wizards sell these keys to muggles, who are unaware of the existence of the magical world. And when the keys shrink down to nothing, they can't find them when they need them. Of course, it's hard to convince anyone of that, because no muggle would admit that their keys are shrinking. They would insist that the keys are lost. Isn't that funny? Fred explained. That sounds great. I'll buy one to tease my grandpa. He definitely think he's getting old and lost the keys, and my grandma will surely give him a talking to. I seem to already envision the amusing scene. Laughing nonstop. After the group finished browsing Zonko's, it was getting late, and they decided to head back to school. They could explore other places another time. If they visited all the fun spots at once, it wouldn't be interesting, right? When the group returned to the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry were sitting by the fireplace, writing something furiously, while Hermione was reading a book carefully. Hey, little brother, which assignment is left unfinished? Need your brother to help you? George patted Ron on the shoulder. Go away, I'm busy. Ron swatted George's hand off his shoulder. Sigh. Our little Ron has really grown up. He won't even let his brother touch him. George pretended to be sad. This made Ron roll his eyes. He really couldn't do anything about them. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just focus on your homework after saying that. George pulled Fred away. Imp was sprawled on the sofa, feeling as if a trip to Hogsmeade had exhausted him. Chris, how was Hogsmeade? Harry asked curiously, looking up. Not bad. You should think of it as a smaller version of Diagon Alley, just not as bustling since it is a village, Chris replied. That sounds fun. I really wish I could go too. Harry said enviously. Don't worry, Harry, we can go next year. For now, let us just hurry up and finish the potions essay. Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. Chapter 212. Suspect of the Chamber of Secrets, by the way. Hermione, what book are you reading? Chris looked up at Hermione, sitting nearby. This? It's Hogwarts, a history. You don't know, this book has been hard to borrow lately. I waited a long time to get it. Chris, have you read it? Hermione looked up and said, Of course, I've read it. What is going on lately? Is everyone borrowing this book? Chris asked knowingly. I'm just checking out the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, just like others want to read it. Have you found anything? Chris continued to ask. No. Hermione said a bit dejectedly. However, in our last History of Magic class, I asked Professor Binns about the Chamber of Secrets, and he said that the legend I mentioned is a very sensational and even ridiculous story. Then he said, we all know that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of time. The 4 houses are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, away from the prying eyes of muggles. Because in that era, common people feared magic, and witches and wizards faced much persecution. Oh, what a terrible time that was. Imp, lounging nearby, interjected. Yes, I think if we lived in that time, we might have been hanged by muggles. Ron also stopped doing his homework and chimed in. Shut up, Ron. Let me finish my story. Hermione said fiercely to Ron. Ron raised his hands in surrender at that. Hermione rolled her eyes at him and continued. In the early years, the founders worked harmoniously together, searching for young people showing signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to nurture them. However, gradually disagreements arose among them. The rift between Slytherin and the others grew wider. Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to be more selective in admitting students. He believed that magical education should be limited to pure-blood families. He was unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, considering them unreliable. After some time, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce argument over this issue, and then Slytherin left the school. Professor Binns said that the story goes that Slytherin built a secret room in the castle, which the other founders knew nothing about. So, according to this legend, Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets, ensuring that no one could open it until his true heir came to the school. Only the heir can open the secret room and release the terrifying things inside, allowing them to purify the school and eliminate all those unworthy of learning magic. He thought this whole thing was nonsense, and the school had naturally investigated whether such a secret room existed many times with the most knowledgeable witches and wizards involved. The secret room does not exist. It's just a story meant to scare simple-minded people. Professor Binns believed that the East was non-existent. There is no secret room, nor any monster. Hermione said, I don't believe a word of Professor Binns' talk. He's just a confused old ghost. Ron quickly added after Hermione finished, and I've known for a long time that Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old madman, but I didn't know he came up with this pure-blood nonsense. Even if you paid me, I wouldn't join his house. To be honest, if the Sorting Hat had put me in Slytherin, I would have taken the train home without a second thought. Ron said indignantly. Hermione nodded in agreement. She also felt that this matter surely had some basis. As for Harry, he lowered his head and didn't write his homework, not knowing what he was thinking. But who do you think it could be? Who would want to expel Muggle-borns and squibs from Hogwarts? Him spoke up, expressing his inner doubts. Well, I think we need to consider this. Ron pretended to look puzzled. He then continued. As far as we know, who thinks Muggle-borns are worthless trash? He looked at everyone, and they all looked back at him. If you're talking about Malfoy. Hermione hesitated. Of course it's him. Ron said decisively. Did you hear what he said? You read next, you filthy mudblood. In fact, if you just look at that ugly rat face of his, you'll know it's him. Ron was furious. If it weren't for Chris stepping in last time, who knows what disgusting thing he would have said. Malfoy is Slytherin's heir? Hermione said skeptically. Look at their family. They're all in Slytherin, and he often boasts about it. They're probably descendants of Slytherin. His father is evil enough. Harry also agreed with Ron's view. They might have had the key to the secret room for centuries, passed down from generation to generation, father to son. Ron said, yeah, I think that is possible. Hermione cautiously said, I also think that Dorian Pusey is quite likely. That guy's as bad as Malfoy, full of malice. Maybe he is hiding behind Malfoy, pushing him forward to make us suspicious, while the real mastermind is him. Who knows? Imp said with conviction. However, Harry and the others still felt that Malfoy was more likely. Anyway, how do we prove it? Harry said, somewhat pessimistically. Maybe there is a way, but of course, it's not easy, and it's dangerous, very dangerous. We'd probably violate 50 school rules, Hermione said slowly, lowering her voice. Ugh, just say it if you can. Ron said a bit impatiently. All right, it's fine to tell you now, Hermione said calmly. What we need to do is enter Slytherin's common room. Ask Malfoy a few questions, while making sure he doesn't recognize us. That's impossible, Harry said, and Ron laughed. No, it's possible. We just need some polyjuice potion. Hermione glanced at Chris while speaking. Polyjuice potion? What is that? Harry and the others looked puzzled. It's a potion that allows the drinker to take on the appearance of someone else. However, Making this complex and challenging potion is also a challenge for adult wizards. This potion is very advanced, and the making process is divided into 2 stages. The whole process takes a month, Hermione explained. Yes, Polyjuice Potion can make someone change into any age and gender, but it cannot transform someone into an animal, nor can it change non-human or half-human beings. The making method of Polyjuice Potion is very complicated, and the required materials include lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, powdered bicorn horn, and fragments of African snake skin. These materials are also quite rare. By the way, besides that, a lot of preparation is needed before making Polyjuice Potion. For example, lacewing flies need to be brewed for 21 days, and fluxweed needs to be picked at full moon. Therefore, the whole process takes at least a month to complete. Then, before drinking the Polyjuice Potion, a part of the person being imitated needs to be added. This substance is usually hair, but sometimes toenails, dandruff, or worse things are used. Obviously, when taking these things, it is necessary to ensure that the person being imitated is still alive, Chris said with a smile. After hearing Chris's explanation, everyone felt that it didn't sound like something good. This potion, is it really okay? Let us not even mention the materials. Just the stuff you have to put in is disgusting. I don't think this is a good idea. Ron's face looked a bit bad after hearing it, and he was somewhat reluctant to try. Hermione didn't know what to say either. It's fine. Actually, the taste of Polyjuice Potion can differ from person to person. It might even taste good, Chris patiently explained. Also, I need to remind you that a single dose of Polyjuice Potion lasts from 10 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. Drinking the potion continuously before the transformation effect wears off can extend the duration of the transformation until the effect of the newly consumed potion also wears off. With Chris's explanation, Ron no longer asked what if he turned into Slytherin and could never turn back. So Chris, you know this in such detail. You must have the recipe for Polyjuice Potion. Hermione looked at Chris with a hint of curiosity. Of course, I have the recipe, and I even have the potion. The effects are very good, basically maximizing its utility. Just tell me if you plan to buy it. Chris said directly. Buy. Definitely buy. Hermione said without hesitation. Harry nodded in agreement from the side. How many galleons is it? Ron was the first to ask about the price. The process of making Polyjuice Potion is complex, and the materials used are precious. Plus, this is top-notch Polyjuice Potion, so the price won't be cheap. It's 10 galleons per person, 30 galleons for the 3 of you, Chris said with a smile. Why is it so expensive, Chris? You'd have to sell me to get that many galleons. Ron jumped up anxiously when he saw the amount. Chris, can you make it cheaper? Hermione asked. Well, considering we're all Gryffindors and good friends, and for the sake of George and Fred, I'll give you half price, just charging for materials, 15 galleons. You guys should be able to scrape that together, right? Chris thought for a moment and said, Oh, really? That's great. We can do it. The 3 of them were satisfied now. All right, since that's the case, just wait a month. I'll hand it over to you once I've finished making it. Chris nodded. Huh? Does it take that long? Don't you have any in stock now? Ron asked. Yes, unfortunately, the last batch I made has already been sold. So you'll have to wait a bit longer, okay? Chris asked. Okay. The 3 of them nodded in agreement. In fact, they have saved a lot of effort on this matter. And there is no need to think of ways to get Professor Lockhart to allow them to borrow powerful potions from the restricted section of the library and steal 2 rare potion ingredients from Snape's storeroom. They have now begun the long process of potion making. Now, all they need to do is take out a tiny, insignificant amount of galleons. And Chris will take care of it for them. Isn't that wonderful? Chris has always been a decisive person. The next day, he brought a few friends to their secret base, the Room of Requirement. Chris first prepared to brew the Polyjuice Potion, and then he studied the scrying glass with George and Fred. George and Fred discovered that a lot of advanced ancient runes were used in it, which they felt would be somewhat difficult to improve upon. After taking over their research, Chris realized that he was familiar with these things. To be honest, the ancient runes used were somewhat outdated and not recent research in the magical world. Chris thought that if the latest runes were used, the effects might be even better, which would mean that the scrying glass would be more sensitive. However, that seemed somewhat useless. It would only give people a feeling of paranoia or suspicion, making a normal person think that this thing was broken and unusable. Such a product would only be useful for those who feel that someone is trying to harm them every day. Moreover, Chris felt that it wouldn't help him much either. Therefore, it was correct for the manufacturers of these scrying glasses not to use the latest runes. You have to say that there are indeed smart people among wizards. Don't think that just because you have a little cleverness, you can treat others as fools. In the end, you might just end up being the fool yourself. So now, through a series of analyses, Chris felt that since they couldn't innovate, it would be better to start from scratch. In other words, since the house had become a dangerous building, reinforcing it would only be superficial work. The actual problems would not be solved. It would be more practical to tear it down and rebuild. After careful analysis and planning, Chris decided to use a new system of runes. Previously, when Chris was using an ancient runic book written in runic script, he had seen some incomplete rune methods. He thought that if he could perfect them, he might achieve the effect he wanted, and it would definitely be refreshing. At that time, the previously mentioned ability to detect magic, automatically adjust its sensitivity, and even have a spider sense-like ability to foresee life-threatening dangers should be very possible. So now, the first question was how to perfect the previous set of runes. Chapter 214. Me and the vampire. After careful consideration, Chris gradually had a bit of an idea. He planned to discuss it with George and Fred later, and even chat with Penelope to see if they had any refreshing ideas and thoughts. By then, Chris could gradually try to implement a series of improvements. Of course, Chris couldn't spend all his time on magical research. His main occupation was a third-year student at Hogwarts, so he still had to study hard and make progress every day. Unfortunately, Chris felt that some classes were really not worth attending. Naturally, this referred to Lockhart's defense against the dark arts. Ever since he had experienced disastrous events in the first class of every grade, he realized that if he continued like this, he might face trouble with revealing his incompetence. Therefore, Professor Lockhart no longer brought living creatures into the classroom. Now, he read large passages from his books to the students, sometimes even performing some dramatic excerpts. In fact, such things happened in every grade's defense against the dark arts class. In Chris's class, McLaggen assisted him in recreating the scenes at the time. Initially, Lockhart had invited Chris, but after Chris firmly declined, he had no choice but to keep boasting about his uncle, McLaggen. Lockhart felt that building a good relationship with McLaggen was also a good choice. After all, he had that supposedly powerful uncle he always talked about, and perhaps he could provide some help in certain aspects. That was Lockhart's thinking. McLaggen was clearly overjoyed. He had never thought he would have such a day in the limelight. Yes, the job that others found bitter and ridiculous turned out to be a good opportunity for him. This class was about the story from a journey with vampires, which mentioned that after encountering Lockhart, a vampire only ate lettuce. McLaggen played the role of this vampire. I'm a vampire. I love to suck blood. Young and charming wizard, come, let me drain your blood. You want to feel any discomfort. You will experience supreme joy. You want to feel the pain of blood flowing from your body. How wonderful that is. McLaggen read, Damn vampire. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can defeat me? Do you think you are a bloodline prince? You are just a little count. How dare you speak so boldly here? Lockhart expressed emotions richly and colorfully. You want to shed tears until you see the coffin. Young wizard. McLaggen pretended to be fierce. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Do you know who I am? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a third-class member of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and a famous wizard who has won the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times. Am I going to be afraid of you? A little vampire? Are you kidding me? Ha ha ha. Lockhart laughed heartily. No. How can you be such a powerful wizard? Oh, great ancestor of vampires. You must be joking. McLaggen's performance was extremely exaggerated. Ha ha. This is unbelievable. Too funny. I can't take it anymore. I'm crying from laughter. Yes. Ha. My Merlin, are we 3 years old? Ha ha. This class is really amusing. Yes, ha ha. The students listened to the amusing dialogue between the two and burst into laughter, with the Weasley brothers' laughter being the loudest. Such a scene was obviously not what Lockhart, but wanted to earn the students' admiration, so his face immediately turned cold, and the so-called charming smile was gone. If Chris had looked up, given his sharpness, he might have discovered the clues, but unfortunately, Chris kept his head down, scribbling on parchment, studying the scrying glass runes, and had no mind to pay attention to the events in class. Lockhart keenly noticed this and was extremely angry, deciding to take Chris as an example to make an example. Chris read, You're not paying attention. What are you doing? Lockhart said loudly, looking in Chris's direction. However, before Chris could say anything, Lockhart quickly continued, Yes, I know what you're thinking. He spoke lightly. After all, he was already an internationally renowned wizard. But when I was in your grade, I was just as ordinary as you are now. In fact, I should say I was even more ordinary than you. I mean, some people already know you, right? You're the famous genius of Hogwarts, the best newcomer featured in today's Transfiguration magazine. I know. Although this is not as glamorous as the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin, the honorary membership of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, and winning the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times. But this is a start, Mr. Red. You must work hard. Achievements are not achieved overnight. You need years of continuous effort to make progress and reach new heights. Sooner or later, you will achieve what I have now, or even surpass me. Keep it up. Of course, mistakes cannot go unpunished, so Gryffindor loses 5 points. Lockhart said solemnly. After Lockhart's words, not just Chris, but everyone was bewildered. What was going on with this guy? Chris was also a bit speechless. He could only nod helplessly, inwardly cursing. This guy thinks so highly of himself. He really has a way of teaching that is utterly ridiculous. You should know that when Albus Dumbledore was at school, he was the headmaster, and he happened to know the 2 wizards whose memories Lockhart erased, so he knew exactly what happened. He believed that if Lockhart were placed in a normal school life, his scam would be exposed. Therefore, in June 1992, when the defense against the dark arts position at Hogwarts was vacant, Dumbledore approached Lockhart and offered him a job at Hogwarts. Naturally, Lockhart was making money and enjoying fame, but the position of Hogwarts professor was just a hassle for him, and he wasn't enthusiastic about it. But old Dumbledore knew people's hearts well, so he hinted that Lockhart could teach Harry Potter, who was still a second-year student, and being Harry's teacher would give him more popularity than doing anything else. Chapter 217. A date with Penelope. Chris Red walked into the Gryffindor common room, beaming with joy after the victory. His friend, third-year student Imk Lesko, was already there, holding a cup of hot chocolate, ready to celebrate. Did you see that goal? Harry is simply a genius, Imk exclaimed. Indeed, he almost got hit by the bludger. Thankfully, everything turned out fine, Chris replied, relieved that this Quidditch match hadn't turned into another disaster. The two jumped onto a sofa near the fireplace, where Gryffindor students were already seated. George and Fred Weasley were performing a small fireworks display in the corner, while Ron and Hermione were enthusiastically discussing various details of the match. Harry Potter walked in, wearing a victorious smile. Harry, that was fantastic. Chris patted Harry's back. How did you master that flying move? Harry chuckled, shyly scratching the back of his head. Thanks to George and Fred. They showed me that move, Harry said. Chris laughed, knowing that while George and Fred Weasley were masters of pranks, they could also be very reliable when it mattered. If it weren't for you, Chris, I might have really been hit by that bludger, Harry said seriously. Did you do something with your wand? Chris shook his head. No, Harry, that wasn't me. It was probably someone else on the field. They both chose not to pursue the topic further, but they understood that Quidditch wasn't just about luck and skill. George and Fred approached. George said, Harry, you really are our hero. If it weren't for you, we might have lost. Harry shook his head. No, it was a team effort that led to our victory. Fred laughed. But Harry, your flying skills are truly amazing. I think you are definitely qualified to join a professional Quidditch team. Harry smiled, thanks. But right now I just want to focus on studying magic. Quidditch is just my hobby. Chris watched them, filled with emotion. He was grateful to be part of such a team, growing alongside so many excellent classmates. The celebration lasted a long time until the school's clock struck midnight. Chris felt exhausted, but his heart was filled with joy. He stood up. All right, I need to go to bed. We have classes tomorrow. Oh, right, I forgot about that. Imp chuckled. Sweet dreams, Chris. Back in the dormitory, he lay in bed, his thoughts drifting back to the match, the thrilling moments, and the joyful times with his classmates. He felt very satisfied and happy. In this magical world, he had found his place, true friends, and endless magical knowledge waiting for him to explore. Chris took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and entered a sweet dream. When Chris Red woke up, sunlight streamed through the window onto his face. He stretched, feeling unusually cheerful. Last night's celebration had lifted his spirits, but today he had an even more special date. Penelope was a very special girl. She was a Ravenclaw top student, smart, witty, and very charming. Chris met her in the library while he was searching for materials for an assignment, and Penelope had offered to help him. Since then, their relationship had gradually grown closer. Today, Penelope had invited him to Madame Putafoot's tea shop in Hogsmeade. Chris knew it was a great place for a couple's date, and his heart raced with anticipation for his meeting with Penelope. He put on his favorite robe, checked his appearance to ensure everything was perfect, and then left the dormitory for Hogsmeade. The streets of Hogsmeade were bustling with people, and various shops and vendors were lively. Chris walked down the street, feeling happy and looking forward to meeting Penelope. Soon, he arrived at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. It was an old building that looked very historic. The interior was cozy, decorated with magical items and ornaments that filled the atmosphere with romance. Chris walked inside and quickly spotted Penelope. She was sitting at a table by the window, sunlight pouring over her, making her look even more beautiful. When she saw Chris, she broke into a sweet smile. Chris, you made it. Penelope stood up, walked over to Chris, and gently hugged him. Chris felt a bit shy, but returned her embrace. Penelope, you look really beautiful today. After they sat down, they began their date. They ordered some tea and snacks and started chatting. Chris, your Gryffindor Quidditch match yesterday was really amazing, Penelope praised. Thank you, Penelope. Actually, the happiest moment for me yesterday was when you sent me the invitation to come out today. I thought you were joking before, Chris said. Penelope's cheeks flushed lightly. Her expression of shyness and anticipation made Chris's heart race. He had never seen Penelope like this, making him feel that this date was truly special. You know, Penelope, yesterday's match with Harry and the others was really thrilling, Chris began, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere. Penelope nodded. I saw it, especially the out-of-control bludger. It was really dangerous. Yeah, thankfully Harry dodged it, Chris recalled. Actually, every match has a lot of uncertainties. But I believe that as long as we unite, we can achieve victory. Penelope smiled. You really have leadership skills, Chris. I believe you will be an excellent Gryffindor. Chris felt a bit shy and thanked Penelope for her compliment. Actually, I envy you too. You're really outstanding in your studies. Penelope smiled. Actually, I have a lot of areas I need to work on. Studying at Hogwarts is really challenging, especially some advanced magic. Chris nodded. Yeah, I feel that too. Especially transfiguration. It really gives me a headache. The two began to share their learning experiences at Hogwarts, and they both found that they had many similarities in their studies. They both had a keen interest in magic and hoped to become excellent wizards. Have you ever thought about what kind of wizards we will become in the future? Penelope suddenly asked. Chris paused for a moment and said, Actually, I've always wanted to be an excellent wizard. I think any job is a very challenging job. Penelope smiled. I believe you will become an outstanding wizard. As for me, I hope to become a scholar researching magic. I feel that there are many unknown areas in magic waiting for us to explore. Chris nodded. Yeah, magic is really amazing. I believe that as long as we work hard, we can definitely achieve our dreams. Their conversation ranged from Quidditch matches to studies at Hogwarts and their future dreams. And they discovered that they had many common interests and pursuits. This date allowed them to understand each other better and brought them closer together. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. Neither Chris nor Penelope wanted to end their date, but they knew there were many things waiting for them in the evening. Penelope, I really had a great time today, Chris said. Me too, Chris, Penelope responded. The two stood up and walked out of Madame Putafoot's tea shop, strolling together through the streets of Hogsmeade, enjoying this wonderful time. This was their first date, but they both knew it was just the beginning of their beautiful story. Chapter 218. Memory Potion. Chris Red had been feeling very high-spirited lately. Every morning when he woke up, he felt an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. His steps were light, his smiles more frequent, and even the mistakes during magic class experiments didn't dampen his good mood. Imp Lesko noticed this. He and Chris were good friends and had always shared their joys and sorrows. But lately, Chris seemed to be hiding something from him. Chris, Imp said one sunny afternoon, pulling Chris to sit in the courtyard of the academy. Do you have something on your mind lately? Chris was caught off guard by the question. He tried to mask his feelings. What is on my mind? I'm fine. Imp didn't believe him. Your behavior has changed. You seem like you've eaten honey every day. Did something good happen? Chris chuckled inwardly, knowing exactly why he felt this way, but he didn't want to tell Imp yet. His relationship with Penelope was still in an ambiguous stage, and he didn't want too many people know. Nothing much. Chris attempted to change the topic. I've just gained more understanding of magic recently, and feel like I've made great progress, so I'm in a better mood. Imp clearly didn't fully believe him, but he didn't press further. The two began discussing their recent studies and magic experiments. Chris's daily life was very fulfilling. In the morning, he attended magic classes, listening attentively and practicing diligently. In the afternoon, he went to the potion lab to brew some potions. Chris Red had always had a strong interest in potions. He felt that potions were not just a form of magic, but also an art. Each potion required precise proportions and strict procedures. A slight mistake could lead to the potion failing or even causing side effects. Recently, Chris began researching a new potion, which he called the memory potion. The main purpose of this potion was to help people improve their memory, making it easier for them to learn and grasp knowledge. Chris's inspiration came from his own experiences. He found that he often forgot important points while studying magic, especially before exams when he always felt anxious and uneasy. He hoped to develop a potion that could help himself and other students improve their memory and better cope with learning and exams. Chris started searching for related materials in the library. He found that some wizards in history had attempted to create similar potions, but the results were not ideal. Chris decided to start from scratch and develop a brand new potion. He first selected some magical herbs and materials beneficial to the brain, such as wisdom grass, memory fruit, and magical mushrooms. Then, he began experimenting with different brewing methods and proportions, hoping to find the best formula. After countless attempts and failures, Chris finally brewed the first bottle of memory potion. He decided to try the effects of this potion himself. Chris carefully took a small sip of the memory potion and then began to review his magic knowledge. He found that his memory had indeed improved. Many previously easy-to-forget knowledge points could now be recalled easily. Excitedly, Chris shared his discovery with Imk. Imk also became very interested in this potion and wanted to try it out. Chris gave Imk a bottle of the memory potion, and Imk drank it before Professor McGonagall's small test. He found that his test scores significantly improved, even exceeding his expectations. The news quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, and many students wanted to try the memory potion. Chris decided to offer this potion to all students in need, but for a fee. Of course, he had to discuss this with George and Fred before proceeding with the sales. Chris's memory potion caused a sensation at Hogwarts, and he received a lot of praise. Many teachers expressed their admiration for him, commending his innovative spirit and hard work. However, there was one exception. In the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor Snape walked heavily. His black robe billowed in the wind, and a cold light flickered in his deep-set eyes. The students' discussions about the memory potion echoed in his ears, darkening his mood even further. Professor Snape was the potions master at Hogwarts and had a profound mastery of potions. His potions classes were always strict and challenging, and he had very high expectations of his students. Therefore, when he heard that a third-year student had developed a potion that could improve memory, his first reaction was skepticism. He sought out Chris Red, hoping to understand the brewing process and principles of this potion. "Red," Snape said coldly, "I heard you developed a memory potion." Chris felt a bit nervous. He knew Snape's reputation, but he still gathered his courage to respond. "Yes, Professor. I indeed developed this potion, which can help people improve their memory." The cold light flickered in Professor Snape's eyes. "How did you develop it?" Chris explained his research process to Professor Snape in detail, including the magical herbs and materials he selected, as well as his brewing methods and proportions. Professor Snape listened intently, his eyes never leaving Chris's face. After Chris finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before saying, "Your research is indeed very creative, but I still have some doubts. How do you ensure that this potion is safe?" Chris replied, "I have conducted many experiments while developing this potion. I have also tried it myself to ensure its safety." Professor Snape coldly laughed and said, "Do you think your experiments can represent everyone?" Chris felt a bit embarrassed. "I know my experiments are not perfect, but I believe this potion has value." Professor Snape looked at Chris. "I hope you can continue your research, but I also hope you can be more cautious. Potion making is a serious discipline, and any small mistake can lead to serious consequences." Chris nodded. "I understand, Professor. I will work harder." Professor Snape turned to leave, but his words echoed in Chris's ears. Chris knew he had a long way to go with his research, but he also believed he had the ability to develop a truly valuable potion, and he hoped to continue researching potions to contribute more to the magical world. Chapter 219. To sell or not to sell? George and Fred Weasley were always curious about anything new at school. When the news of the memory potion reached their ears, the two were immediately attracted to it. In their dormitory, George excitedly said to Fred, "I heard Chris has developed a potion that can enhance memory. What do you think?" Fred squinted his eyes and smiled, "Oh, that sounds interesting. Shouldn't we get a try?" George nodded, mischief sparkling his eyes. "Not just try it. If the effects are really that good, shouldn't we consider stocking up and selling it?" Fred added, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other's thoughts. George and Fred had always had a business mind, often selling homemade magical items and prank tools with Chris at school. If the memory potion was indeed effective, it would undoubtedly be another great business opportunity for them. The two decided to find Chris to try the potion. When they found Chris, he was not surprised. He had planned to check in with them as well. "So," Chris asked, "are you interested in this potion too?" George smiled. "Of course. Who wouldn't want to enhance their memory? Especially students who often get punished by professors to copy books." Chris chuckled and handed them 2 bottles of the memory potion. "Give it a try, and let me know if you find it effective." George and Fred returned to their dormitory and immediately tried the potion as instructed by Chris. They found that their memory had indeed improved. Many previously easily forgotten knowledge points could now be recalled easily. The two decided to sell this potion widely at school. They approached Chris with their proposal. George said, "Don't worry. We will ensure the quality of every bottle of potion. And we will also tell students not to rely too heavily on potions. Real learning still depends on their own efforts." Thus, in a quiet corner of Hogwarts, Chris, George, and Fred sat together, with a piece of parchment spread out in front of them, filled with various numbers and terms. First, George began. "We need to determine the price of the memory potion. Considering its effects and production costs, I suggest a price of 5 galleons per bottle. Chris frowned. 5 galleons? That price seems a bit high. I hope every student can afford it. Fred interjected. Chris, you must understand that the effects of this potion are priceless. Given that it can help students enhance their memory, 5 galleons is actually not high. Besides, we also need to consider production and promotion costs. Chris thought for a moment and nodded. All right, let's go with 5 galleons. But I hope we can offer some discounts, like buy 3 bottles and get 1 free. George and Fred exchanged smiles, and George said, we can consider that. However, we also need to determine the production and supply issues. Chris said, I can handle production, but I need some magical herbs and materials. Can you help me source them? Fred nodded, no problem. We have contact information for some suppliers who can help you procure the best quality magical herbs and materials. George added, we also need to consider promotion. I suggest we can make some flyers and place them in various corners of the school to let more students know about the memory potion. Chris agreed, I support that. But I hope we can ensure the quality of every bottle of potion and not lower the standards in pursuit of profit. Fred said seriously, don't worry. We would never do such a thing. Our goal is to help students, not deceive them. Additionally, George suggested, we need an attractive packaging design that students can recognize at a glance as the memory potion. Chris said, I agree. The packaging should be simple yet elegant, reflecting the uniqueness of this potion. Fred pulled out a sketch showing a deep blue bottle with golden text reading memory potion. The cap of the bottle was pure silver, engraved with a small brain design. This is my design. What do you think? Fred asked. Chris and George both expressed their satisfaction. They decided to adopt this design and have it produced. Next, George said, we need a quick and safe delivery method to ensure every bottle of potion reaches the students on time. Chris proposed, we can use Owl Post. It's the most commonly used delivery method at Hogwarts, both fast and reliable. The three agreed this was a good suggestion and decided to adopt it. George said, we need to organize some promotional activities to let more students know about the memory potion. Chris said, I also suggest we can organize a memory contest to let students experience the effects of the potion firsthand. George and Fred both thought this was a great idea and decided to adopt it. After several hours of discussion, they finally reached a cooperation agreement. The main contents of the cooperation agreement were as follows. The price of the memory potion was set at 5 galleons, with a buy 3, get 1 free offer. Chris was responsible for production, while George and Fred were responsible for sourcing magical herbs and materials. George and Fred were in charge of promotion and sales, and they could extract a certain profit from each bottle of potion. The three would jointly ensure the quality of every bottle of potion and not lower the standards. If any issues arose, they would all share the responsibility. The three signed their names, and the cooperation agreement officially took effect. After George and Fred left, Chris sat there, knowing this was a huge opportunity, but also a great challenge. He hoped they could succeed in providing truly valuable potions for the students of Hogwarts. Thus, George and Fred began to sell the memory potion widely at school and organize the memory contest. The memory contest was an idea proposed by Chris, aimed at allowing students to experience the effects of the memory potion firsthand. The proposal received strong support from George and Fred, who believed it was an excellent promotional opportunity. This was not just a competition, but an experiment. It aimed to allow students to experience the effects of the memory potion in a real-life context and showcase the magic of potions through the competition format. The competition was divided into 2 phases. The first phase was the learning phase, where all participants would receive the same materials covering various fields, such as the history of Hogwarts, magical creatures, and potion making. Students needed to study these materials within a specified time. The second phase was the testing phase, where participants had to answer a series of questions related to the materials. Each question had a certain score, and the student with the highest score would win. To ensure fairness in the competition, all participants could choose whether to use the memory potion during the learning phase. However, they needed to declare their choice before the competition began and undergo magical testing after the competition to ensure no violations occurred. The winning student would receive a certain amount of memory potion and a special trophy engraved with the words Memory Contest Champion. George and Fred were responsible for promoting the contest. They placed flyers in every corner of the school, detailing the time, location, and rules of the contest. They also held a series of promotional activities in the Hogwarts Dining Hall and Library, attracting a large number of students to sign up. Chapter 220, Memory Contest in the Corridors of Hogwarts. A forgotten classroom stood with its door tightly closed. This classroom had not been used for many years, but tonight, it would serve as the stage for the memory contest. Chris, George, and Fred began preparing the classroom several days in advance. Through their efforts, The once dusty classroom became clean and bright. They magically enlarged the classroom to ensure it could accommodate all participants and spectators. On the walls, they hung deep blue curtains embroidered with the golden words memory contest. In the center of the classroom, they placed a large round table with all the reference materials. Each participant had a dedicated small table and chair, equipped with parchment and quills for answering questions. As night fell, participants arrived at the classroom one after another, their faces filled with nervousness and anticipation. Chris stood at the door, handing out numbers to each participant and explaining the basic rules of the contest. Although this was a closed competition, George and Fred invited some special spectators. They understood that to make the memory contest more impactful, inviting special guests was crucial. They carefully selected important figures from Hogwarts, hoping their presence would lend weight to the contest. These guests included Hogwarts teachers and some student representatives. Before the contest began, George and Fred arranged a short communication session for the invited guests. Professor McGonagall spoke first, praising Chris's innovative spirit and expressing her anticipation for the contest. Her words were filled with wisdom and encouragement, allowing everyone present to feel her charm. She was delighted to see students participating so actively and hoped the contest would be conducted fairly and justly. Professor Snape's remarks were somewhat cold, but he mentioned his love for potion making and expressed eagerness to see the actual effects of the memory potion. Student Representative Harry Potter also spoke, stating that although he wasn't participating in the contest, he was very much looking forward to seeing his classmates' performances. Once all participants were in place, Chris walked to the center of the classroom and announced the start of the contest. "Welcome to the memory contest," he said. "This is a competition to test your memory. You will receive the same materials and need to study them within a specified time. Afterwards, I will ask questions and you will need to answer." After speaking, he magically distributed the materials to each participant. The participants began reading diligently, and the entire classroom fell into silence. An hour later, Chris announced that the study time was over. He began asking questions, each related to the materials. Participants quickly wrote down their answers with quills, with everyone cautious not to be careless. Throughout the process, the invited guests watched intently. They nodded at times and whispered discussions among themselves. When a particularly difficult question arose, both Professor Snape and Hermione Granger showed expressions of contemplation, as if trying to find the answer. Overall, the presence of the invited guests added significant weight to the memory contest. Their support and encouragement made this event not just a memory test, but a stage to showcase the talents and efforts of Hogwarts students. After all the questions were asked, George and Fred began collecting the answer sheets. They used magic to score them, ensuring fairness and accuracy. Of course, there were always some amusingly ridiculous answers among them, which are not only unique but also hilarious. 1. Betty Bubbler. Question: please describe the main characteristics of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Betty's answer: "Oh, I know. Gryffindor is the one who always wears a red hat. Hufflepuff loves to plant potatoes, Slytherin is a snake enthusiast, and Ravenclaw. She must be an early bird." 2. Tom Riddle. Question: please list 3 common magical creatures. Tom's answer: unicorn bunnies, giant goldfish, and flying pigs. 3. Lily Lunett. Question: what potion can cure a common cold? Lily's answer: obviously hot chocolate, and add a bit of chili sauce. 4. Fred Fuzzle. Question: please describe the basic structure of a wand. Fred's answer: it's that long stick, with something inside and something outside, then you shake it, and things come out. 5. Ginny Giggle. Question: what are the 3 major taboos of magic? Ginny's answer: no loud talking in the library, no food fights in the dining hall, and no sneaking and eating someone else's chocolate cake at night. Although these answers were amusing, they had to admit that the participants' imagination and sense of humor were indeed outstanding. This also brought a touch of lightness and joy to the tense atmosphere of the competition. After half an hour of waiting, Chris finally announced the results. A girl named Gringlass emerged victorious. She demonstrated excellent memory and adaptability during the contest, earning applause from everyone present. After the contest, Chris, George, and Fred awarded the trophy to Gringlass. Other participants also received small prizes to encourage their efforts. Participants left the classroom one after another, but they all carried deep impressions in their hearts. This was an unforgettable night, where they experienced an unprecedented contest and witnessed the magic of the memory potion. For Chris, George, and Fred, this was just the beginning. Through this competition, their potion would surely sell like hotcakes. After the memory contest, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat down in a quiet corner of Hogwarts to discuss the recently concluded competition. Harry sighed and said, I really didn't expect the contest to be so intense. Those questions were really challenging. Ron nodded and replied, yeah, I was dumbfounded when I saw those questions. I think I might only be able to answer one or two. Hermione smiled slightly and said, I think this competition is really meaningful. It tests not only our memory, but also our adaptability. I saw many classmates working hard, which is really touching. Harry looked at Hermione and said, you're right. I also saw many classmates putting a lot of effort. However, I'm really curious about why Chris decided to hold such a competition. Ron thought for a moment and said, I think he might want to promote his memory potion through this competition. After all, this competition is closely related to his potion. Hermione nodded and said, I think so too. However, I really admire Chris's creativity. This competition is not just a test, but also an opportunity for us to showcase our abilities. Harry smiled slightly and said, you're right. However, if there's one, I really look forward to the next competition. I want to see what the next questions will be. Ron chuckled and said, no matter what the next questions are, I hope we can participate. This competition was truly meaningful. The three continued to chat for a while and then walked towards the dormitory, preparing to rest. They all knew that this competition was just the beginning at Hogwarts, and there were more challenges awaiting them. Chapter 221. Love? The popularity of the magic potion Chris was very happy, but for him, the happiest moment was at night. He would use his owl to write letters to Penelope. The content of their letters was filled with ambiguity and sweetness. They shared their lives, encouraged each other, and supported one another. Chris sat at his desk, his quill dipped in ink, his thoughts drifting to Penelope. He decided to write her a letter using his owl. He knew that such letters were a special emotional exchange for both of them. Chris wrote, Dear Penelope, how are you? I know the distance between us is not far, but every time I think of you, I feel that distance becomes vast. I think that's the magic of love. Do you remember our last date at Madame Pootafoot's tea house? I remember you said your favorite was the blueberry milkshake there. I think next time we go, I will order 2 for you. Recently, I've been researching that memory potion. Every time I succeed in my experiments, I think of you, because you are my most beautiful memory. I know there are still many unknown things between us, but I believe that as long as we trust each other, we can overcome any difficulties. Please tell me what you have been doing recently. I want to know every little detail about you. Looking forward to your reply. Yours forever, Chris. However, Penelope's reply to Chris read, Dear Chris, I was really happy to receive your letter. Every time I see your handwriting, I feel as if you are right beside me. I still remember our date at Madame Pootafoot's tea house. That day I was really happy. I think that was the most wonderful time of my life. Regarding your memory potion, I really admire you. You're always so hardworking and persistent. I think that's why you were so excellent. Recently, I've been preparing for that magic exam. You know, I've never been good at it, but I believe that if you are by my side, I can do my best. Please tell me what you have been doing recently. I want to know every little detail about you. Looking forward to our next date. Yours forever. Penelope. Their letters were filled with ambiguity and sweetness. Each exchange made them more certain that their feelings for each other were real and worth cherishing. Chris loved this feeling. He felt that this was true life. He once thought that the magical world was only about studying and practicing, but now he knew that there was also love. Whenever he thought of Penelope, his heart would race. He looked forward to every meeting with her, to every exchange with her. He knew he had deeply fallen for her, but he also knew that their relationship was still in the ambiguous stage. He didn't dare to confess easily. He feared rejection and losing this beautiful feeling. So, he chose to wait. He believed that as long as their feelings were deep enough, one day, they would be together. Although Imk did not know Chris's secret, he was also happy for Chris. Chris was very happy every day, and he felt that this was the best time of his life at Hogwarts. He looked forward to the future, to every encounter with Penelope, and to every moment of ambiguity between them. Of course, according to Hogwarts rules, it was impossible for Chris to always be this happy. One night, the corridors of Hogwarts were silent. The students had gathered in the Great Hall, discussing in hushed voices. Their faces were filled with fear and confusion, because another petrification attack had occurred at the school. Colin, the always smiling Gryffindor student with a camera, had become the victim this time. He was found in a corner on the 7th floor, his body stiff, eyes wide open, with a hint of fear on his face. His hands still tightly gripped his camera, as if he was trying to capture something at the moment of the attack. Professor McGonagall was the first to discover Colin. Her face was pale, and her eyes were filled with tears. She gently touched Colin's face and then turned to the students and said, Quick, go find Professor Dumbledore. The students were panicked and at a loss. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walked up to Colin's side, looking at his stiff body, filled with unease. What's going on? Ron whispered, Why Colin? Hermione shook her head and said, I don't know, but I feel that this attack is related to the last one. Harry frowned and said, We must find out the truth. We cannot let more people get hurt. Just then, Professor Dumbledore walked in. His face was serious, and his eyes glinted with cold light. He walked over to Colin, gently touched his face, and then turned to the students and said, "I know you are all very scared, but I promise we will find out the truth and protect every student." The students quieted down, looking at Professor Dumbledore. They knew that only he could resolve this crisis. Professor Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and said, "McGonagall, go find Professor Snape and see if he has any way to resolve this attack." Professor McGonagall nodded and then quickly left. Professor Dumbledore turned again and emphasized, "I know you are all very scared, but I hope you could trust us. We will find out the truth as soon as possible and protect every student." The students nodded and then left the Great Hall. Harry, Hermione, and Ron gathered together and whispered, "We must find out the truth." Harry said, "We cannot let more people get hurt." Hermione nodded and said, "We must take action. We can no longer sit and wait." Ron nodded and said, "We must find out the truth and protect every student." The three of them decided that they had to take action to uncover the truth and safeguard every student. However, the principal's words did not have a calming effect on the students. Every corner of Hogwarts was filled with hushed discussions and a tense atmosphere. The incident with Colin loomed over every student like a shadow, turning a school that was once full of magic and joy into something unusually oppressive. In one corner of the Great Hall, a few Slytherin students huddled together, whispering. "Did you hear?" Colin was petrified. A boy said, trembling. "Really? Does that mean the monster from the Chamber of Secrets has appeared again?" A girl asked fearfully. "I heard Colin was attacked while trying to photograph something. There might be clues in his camera." Another boy said mysteriously. Chapter 222. Once again, terror brews in the library. Chris was flipping through an old book of magic. While nearby, a Ravenclaw student was also whispering, "I'm really scared. If even Gryffindor students aren't safe, who else can escape?" A girl said anxiously, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore is investigating this matter. I hope he finds the culprit soon." Another boy said. On the Quidditch pitch, a group of students was practicing, but they were distracted, each face showing signs of worry. "Do you think this attack is related to the last one?" A student asked. "I don't know, but I'm really scared. I don't want to be the next victim," another student said, trembling. In the dormitory, Imp Glesko was discussing with a few Gryffindor students. "I really can't believe Colin would become a victim. He was always so careful. How could this happen?" Imp's voice choked. "We must be careful. Who knows who the next victim will be?" A student said nervously. The fear and discussions among the students filled every corner of Hogwarts with tension and unease. Everyone was worried about whether they would become the next victim. In such an atmosphere, every day at school became unusually heavy. This also made Chris worried about Penelope, unsure if she was scared. So, Chris and Penelope sat by the Black Lake at Hogwarts, the water rippling in the gentle breeze, reflecting Penelope's worried face. Penelope recounted once again the incident of Colin being petrified and the tense atmosphere within the school. Penelope sighed, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Chris, I'm really scared. This attack came so suddenly, and it was in Gryffindor. I'm worried for your safety." Chris gently held Penelope's hand, trying to give her some comfort. "I know you're worried, but I'll be careful. Besides, Professor Dumbledore and the other teachers are working hard to investigate. I believe there will be results soon." Penelope looked at Chris, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "I know you've always been brave, but this situation is really serious. You have to be careful and not take risks." Chris smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't make you anxious. And I believe our unity and friendship can help us get through this crisis." Penelope nodded, but her eyes were still filled with concern. "I know you're confident, but I still hope you can be a bit more careful. This attack was too sudden, and we don't know what will happen next." Chris looked deeply at Penelope and then tightly held her hand. "I know you're worried, but I promise I'll be careful. And I believe our friendship and unity can help us through this crisis." The two exchanged smiles, knowing that this attack was just the beginning and that more challenges awaited them in the future. But they believed that as long as they stood together, nothing could defeat them. When Chris returned to Gryffindor, George and the others called out to him again. So they sat together, and Imp Glesko looked somewhat pale. "I really didn't expect Colin to become a victim. He was always so lively and full of energy. This is really shocking." George frowned. "This attack is indeed unexpected. But what worries me more is that this is just the beginning. If we can't find out the truth quickly, who knows who will be next?" Fred nodded. "I agree with George. We can't just sit back and do nothing. We need to find out who did it and why." Imp Glesko sighed. "I know we need to take action, but I'm really scared. I'm worried I will become the next victim." George gently patted Imp Glesko's shoulder. "I know you're scared. We all are. But we can't let fear control us. We need to unite and find the truth." Fred added, "Besides, we have Chris. He's always been smart and resourceful. I believe that as long as we stand together, nothing can defeat us." Chris shook his head. I know you're all concerned about this, but I don't want to get involved. I just want to wait and see how things develop. George and Fred looked surprised. Chris, how can you say that? This concerns the safety of each and every one of us. Chris sighed, I know, but I feel that taking action now might make things worse. I want to wait and see what happens. George quickly glanced at Fred, then turned to Chris. Chris, I understand your concerns, really, but this isn't just about you. It's about all of us. If we don't take action, more people might get hurt. Fred continued. Chris, you're our friend, and we don't want to see you or anyone else get hurt. You know, the Weasley family has always been brave. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Chris was silent for a moment, then said, I know you all care about me, but I really don't want to take risks. I'm scared that if we take action, it might make things worse. George took a deep breath. Chris, I know you're scared. We are too, but we can't let fear control us. We need to unite and find the truth. Fred added, and you know, the Weasley family has always been united. We will support you, no matter what you decide. Chris looked at them, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. I will think about it. George and Fred nodded, and then the group continued to sit there, lost in their thoughts. They all knew this was a very difficult decision, but they hoped to find the best solution. At that moment, George's thoughts drifted home, thinking of his family, especially his younger siblings. He knew that if they didn't take action, more people might get hurt. He didn't want to see his family and friends get harmed, and he hoped to find a way to ensure everyone's safety without regretting it. And in Fred's mind, memories of the joyful times spent with George surfaced. They had always been the omnipotent twins, but this incident put unprecedented pressure on him. He knew they couldn't sit idly by. They needed to take action. He hoped to find a way to ensure everyone's safety while also protecting himself and George from harm. Imp Lesko felt very conflicted. He agreed with Chris's decision, but he also understood George's concerns. Furthermore, Imp had always viewed Chris as a close friend, having spent many unforgettable times together at Hogwarts. He knew Chris was a thoughtful person, but he was also worried that this decision could have negative consequences for all of them. He hoped to find a method that would ensure everyone's safety while also making Chris feel comfortable. As for Chris, deep down, his worries and contradictions intertwined. He knew George and Fred were right. They needed to stick together, but he feared his actions might make things worse. He recalled the sweet moments with Penelope and didn't want to hurt her because of his decisions. He hoped to find a way that would ensure everyone's safety without leading to regret. Alas, this matter had troubled everyone. It was indeed very difficult. Everyone knew this was a challenging decision that required time to contemplate. Chapter 223. The dueling club. The atmosphere at Hogwarts had never been so heavy. Colin's attack had filled every corner with tension and unease. Students whispered to each other. Teachers wore serious expressions, and the whole school seemed shrouded in shadow. In this context, Professor Lockhart, the narcissistic and showy defense against the dark arts professor, proposed a seemingly ridiculous suggestion to establish a dueling club. Students, Lockhart exclaimed from the podium in the dining hall, waving his arms, his robes billowing and golden hair shining under the lights. To help everyone relieve stress and enhance your defensive skills, I've decided to start a dueling club. The students looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. Some thought it was a good idea to learn some practical skills. Others believed it was just another one of Lockhart's boasts. This dueling club will teach you how to protect yourselves in real duels, Lockhart continued. I will personally guide you and teach you the most practical dueling techniques. Hermione frowned. Is this really useful? Ron shook his head. I think this is just another one of Lockhart's boasts. Harry was even more worried. What if someone actually gets hurt? But Lockhart seemed unconcerned with their worries. He had already begun organizing the first activity of the dueling club, inviting all students to participate. Thus, the first gathering of the dueling club commenced in the Great Hall. As night fell, the atmosphere in the hall became more mysterious. The floating candles cast a soft yellow light throughout the hall, contrasting sharply with the dark velvet of the ceiling. Students chatted excitedly, each looking forward to the upcoming dueling lessons. They speculated about who would be their instructor. Of course, everyone knew Lockhart would show up, but no one knew who he would bring with him. Hermione's guess piqued the interest of many, especially since Flitwick had indeed been a dueling champion in his youth. But when Lockhart walked onto the stage with Snape, a surprised murmur swept through the hall. Snape's appearance surprised many students. He had always been the serious and aloof potions professor, and few knew of his prowess in dueling. But compared to Lockhart, Snape seemed more composed and professional. Lockhart stood in the center of the stage, his magenta robes shimmering in the candlelight, contrasting sharply with Snape's black attire. He waved his hand to signal for silence and began his speech. Come closer, he shouted, his voice brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Great. His words elicited laughter from the students. Despite many doubting Lockhart's abilities, his narcissism and confidence always managed to draw attention. Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to run this little dueling club, Lockhart continued, to fully train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves, using the methods I have employed countless times. The students whispered among themselves, discussing Lockhart's words. Some expressed support, believing it was a great learning opportunity. Others thought it was just another of Lockhart's boasts. Chris sat in the middle of the hall, his eyes fixed on the two professors on stage. He had always known Lockhart was a show-off, and Snape partnering with him was a stark contrast, one a narcissistic braggart, the other a cold realist. Chris thought it was absolutely incredible. When Lockhart introduced Snape, Chris noticed Snape's expression darken considerably. He knew Snape did not like such public displays, but he also seemed unwilling to refuse. Chris speculated that perhaps Snape had his own agenda or simply wanted to prove his dueling abilities. Wouldn't it be great if they ended up hurting each other? Ron's quiet mutter made Chris unable to suppress a laugh. He knew Ron had never had a good impression of Snape, but he hadn't expected Ron to be so blunt about it. Chris turned to look at Harry and found him smiling as well. Clearly, Harry had also heard Ron's comment. As Lockhart and Snape began to duel, Chris watched Lockhart's exaggerated bows and gestures, then saw Snape's disdainful gaze, and couldn't help but find it amusing. Then, they lifted their wands in front of their chests like arrows. As you can see, we hold our wands in the typical dueling stance, Lockhart said to the silent crowd. On the count of 3, we'll cast our first spell. Of course, none of us will take each other's lives. Chris had a perfect view of everything on stage. When Snape shouted Expelliarmus, at that moment, he saw the red light shoot from Snape's wand, directly hitting Lockhart. Lockhart's body flew backward off the stage, as if struck by a tremendous force. Chris secretly rejoiced. He had always been dissatisfied with Lockhart's narcissism and showiness. Although Lockhart was a magical genius, he never flaunted his abilities like Lockhart did. He believed true geniuses did not need to show off. Their talents would naturally shine through. As Malfoy and other Slytherin students cheered and applauded, Chris smiled slightly. He knew those students shared his views on Lockhart. He turned to Hermione and found her anxiously watching Lockhart. Although Hermione also disliked Lockhart, she still cared about his safety. That was great, Harry and Ron said beside him. Just after Harry and Ron's words fell, Lockhart had already staggered to his feet. His hat had fallen to the ground, and his wavy hair stood on end as if electrocuted, looking quite ridiculous. Well, did everyone see that? Lockhart tried to steady himself, wobbling back onto the stage. Attempting to maintain his composure, he pointed his wand and said, "This is a disarming spell. Just as you see, I have lost my wand." "Ah, thank you, Miss Brown." A girl picked up Lockhart's wand and handed it to him, her face full of sympathy. Lockhart took the wand, smiled slightly, and then turned to Snape, saying yes. "Professor Snape, what a brilliant idea to show them this trick. However, don't take it the wrong way. It was quite obvious what your intentions were just now. If I want to stop you, it would be a piece of cake. I actually think, for the sake of broadening their horizons, it would be good to let them see." Snape's eyes were filled with menace, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He clearly did not appreciate Lockhart's mockery, but he did not immediately retort. Lockhart seemed to sense Snape's displeasure and quickly changed the subject. "The demonstration ends here. Now I will come among you and pair you into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me." Chapter 224. Chris's duel. The atmosphere in the Great Hall instantly became lively. The long dining tables had been removed, leaving an open space where students gathered in small groups, excitedly discussing the duel that was about to begin. In the front row, a group of Slytherin students could hardly contain their excitement as they took out their wands, with some even striking duel poses, mimicking the actions of Lockhart and Snape, casting spells at each other. One boy shouted loudly, "Expelliarmus!" But his spell was clearly not cast skillfully enough, leading to the hair of a girl nearby suddenly turning a bright shade of pink, causing a burst of laughter. On the other side, a group of Hufflepuff students formed a circle, quietly discussing the conflict between Lockhart and Snape. A bespectacled boy said, "Do you think Lockhart can really defeat Snape?" A girl next to him replied mockingly, "Him? He can't even hold his wand steady, and he wants to beat Snape? Dream on." The Ravenclaw students remained calmer, sitting aside and seriously studying their spell books, occasionally exchanging their opinions. One girl remarked, "I think Lockhart is just trying to show off. He doesn't understand dueling at all." The boy next to her nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor students were the most excited. Many of them hoped to shine in this duel and showcase their abilities. The entire Great Hall was filled with the sounds of students' discussions, laughter, and magical spells. creating a lively scene. Everyone was eagerly anticipating who their partners would be, while Snape's sudden intervention was clearly intended to create trouble for Harry. His icy smile was chilling, and his words dripped with sarcasm and provocation. Harry gripped his wand nervously, knowing that the duel with Malfoy wouldn't be that simple. Malfoy's smug appearance clearly showed his excitement about the upcoming duel with Harry. His eyes sparkled with a provoking light, as if he could already see Harry being defeated by him. Hermione, on the other hand, was paired with a Slytherin girl. She did indeed resemble the depiction of a banshee that Harry described, but her gaze betrayed a sense of coldness and disdain. Hermione tried to remain polite, giving her a slight smile, but she completely ignored Hermione, as if she didn't exist at all. Ron was paired with Finnegan, a Slytherin boy who looked frail but had a cunning and clever glint in his eyes. He looked at Ron with a slight smirk, as if mocking him. Neville and Justin Finch-Fletchley were paired together by Lockhart. Both looked a bit nervous, but made an effort to smile, as if assuring each other that they would cooperate as best as they could. Chris stood among the crowd, his gaze moving from Harry to Ron, then to Hermione, and finally landing on Snape. He was not surprised by Snape's actions. Chris knew that Snape had always harbored resentment toward Harry, and this duel club was undoubtedly a perfect opportunity for Harry to face some setbacks. Chris had always had a good relationship with Harry. They had talked multiple times in the corridors and library of Hogwarts, sharing their magical knowledge. Therefore, seeing Harry treated this way by Snape made Chris somewhat uncomfortable. He turned to George and Fred, who were quietly discussing, seemingly speculating about what would happen next. Chris walked over and gently patted George on the shoulder, asking, "What do you think will happen with Harry?" George frowned, saying, "Snape is doing this on purpose. He has always wanted to trouble Harry. But I believe in Harry. He won't be defeated that easily." Fred chuckled and said, "Harry has us. He'll be fine. Besides, I don't think Malfoy is a match for him." Chris nodded, saying, "I think so too." However, this duel club is indeed a great opportunity to see who the real magical master is. The three exchanged smiles and then walked toward the stage, preparing to participate in the upcoming duel. However, George and Fred were soon assigned opponents, leaving Chris somewhat isolated. His magical talent was well known. So many students were somewhat intimidated to duel against him. Snape's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Chris. He smiled slightly, as if he had made a decision. "Chris," Snape said coldly, his voice laced with provocation, "I think you should duel with." His gaze moved through the crowd and finally settled on a figure, Miss Parvati Patil. "All right, then let's have our genius Chris demonstrate first." Snape sneered. Parvati, a Ravenclaw student, had a certain skill in magic, especially in transfiguration. She had had a few academic clashes with Chris, but their personal relationship was quite good. Parvati looked somewhat surprised, but quickly adjusted her mindset, smiling slightly as she walked to the center of the stage. Chris also stepped up, and the two exchanged smiles, both looking forward to the duel. "Are you ready?" Parvati asked softly. Chris nodded. "Anytime." The two stood at opposite ends of the stage, holding their wands, ready to begin. The audience held their breath, anticipating this match between skilled opponents. Lockhart, of course, would not miss an opportunity to show off. He immediately stood to the side of the stage, acting as a judge. He cleared his throat and announced, "Now, we will witness a high-level duel. Both contestants are the best in their respective year. Please adhere to the rules and do not use lethal spells." Chris and Parvati nodded to each other and then took their positions at opposite ends of the stage. Their eyes met, filled with competitive tension and anticipation. "Begin," Lockhart announced loudly. Parvati swiftly waved her wand, shouting, "Expelliarmus." A red light shot from her wand, heading straight for Chris. Chris nimbly dodged while countering, "Stupefy." A blue light flew toward Parvati, but she also cleverly evaded it. The movements of both were very quick, spells and counterspells alternating rapidly, the stage flashing with light, leaving the audience dazzled. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the audience, nervously watching the duel. Ron whispered, "Chris is really amazing. His movements are too fast." Hermione nodded. "But Parvati is not bad either. Her transfiguration is strong." Just then, Parvati suddenly shouted, "Avis!" A flock of small birds shot out from her wand, heading straight for Chris. Chris was caught off guard by this sudden attack, but he quickly reacted, waving his wand and shouted, "A pugno." The flock of birds immediately turned and flew back to attack Parvati. Parvati, quick on her feet, waved her wand and shouted another spell, "Protego." A translucent shield appeared in front of her, blocking the birds. But Chris didn't stop. He cast several spells in succession, and the last one, Petrificus Totalis, successfully hit Parvati, causing her to fall stiffly to the ground. Lockhart walked between the two and announced, This duel was really exciting. Both of you showcased excellent magical skills. But today's winner is Chris. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, cheering for Chris's victory. Chris smiled and extended his hand to Parvati to help her up, and the two showed respect by shaking hands. Chapter 225. Excited Penelope sat in the audience, her gaze fixed firmly on Chris on stage. When the duel began, her heart raced. Every time Chris dodged or countered, she nervously clenched her hands, as if she herself were on stage facing an opponent. Seeing Chris nimbly evade Parvati's attacks filled Penelope with pride. She knew Chris's strength, but seeing him perform so brilliantly in such a public setting brought her immense comfort and pride. When Parvati summoned the flock of birds, Penelope's heart nearly jumped in her throat. She worried Chris might get hurt, but his quick and decisive reaction made her proud once again. After the duel ended, when Lockhart declared Chris the winner, Penelope's face lit up with a radiant smile. She applauded for Chris, her heart filled with joy. She knew this was not just a victory in a duel, but also a display of Chris's confidence and strength. After the duel, Penelope couldn't wait to approach Chris. So amidst the noise in the hall, her footsteps sounded particularly urgent. Her skirt swayed gently with her steps, and her golden hair sparkled under the lights. Her eyes brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as if the whole world had paused, leaving only her and Chris. As she neared Chris, a brilliant smile appeared on her face, one filled with deep pride and joy. She gently patted Chris's back. "Chris, you were amazing," she exclaimed, her voice full of pride. "I knew you could win." Chris smiled slightly, his face showing satisfaction and pride. He gently patted Penelope's back, thanking her for her support and encouragement. Students around them also came over to congratulate Chris. His victory had clearly won over the majority of the students, especially those who had previously been skeptical of him. From all directions, students flocked to Chris, their faces glowing with sincere smiles and admiring gazes. Some students enthusiastically patted Chris's back, while others excitedly high-fived him to congratulate him. "You were incredible, Chris," a Gryffindor boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I never thought you could defeat him so easily." A Hufflepuff girl marveled, her voice filled with respect. Even some Slytherin students couldn't help but come over. Although their expressions were somewhat complex, they also showed respect for Chris. After all, strength could not be denied. Chris slightly bent down, humbly responding to everyone's congratulations. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, but his eyes maintained their calmness and composure. Penelope stood aside, watching all of this, her heart brimming with pride. She knew that Chris had not only won this duel, but had also earned everyone's respect and recognition. At that moment, the hall was filled with laughter and cheers. All the students surrounded Chris, as if he were the center of this moment. "All right, let's continue," Lockhart said. Naturally, this was because Lockhart couldn't stand Chris stealing the spotlight. Soon, the duel between Harry and Malfoy began. Harry and Malfoy locked eyes, the tension between them almost palpable. "Ready?" Lockhart's voice echoed loudly in the hall. "I will count to 3, then you start casting spells, but remember, just disarm each other. We don't want any accidents." 1, 2. But as soon as he said 2, Malfoy quickly waved his wand. Harry felt a tremendous force hit him, as if struck by a heavy object. He staggered, but quickly steadied himself. He retaliated swiftly, shouting, "Expelliarmus!" A beam of light shot towards Malfoy, causing him to bend over, gasping for breath. Lockhart's voice rang out again. "I said just disarm." But before he could finish, Malfoy was struck by Harry's spell and fell to his knees, laughing uncontrollably. Harry paused briefly. Knowing according to the duel rules, he shouldn't continue attacking. But he underestimated Malfoy's cunning. Seizing the opportunity, Malfoy aimed at Harry's legs and shouted, "Tarantaligra." Harry's legs suddenly began to dance uncontrollably, as if controlled by some magic. Lockhart's scream echoed again, "Stop!" But this time, it was Snape who calmly issued the command. "Stupefy." Harry and Malfoy both stopped, both appearing somewhat fatigued, but their eyes were still filled with hostility. Snape walked between them, his gaze moving back and forth between Harry and Malfoy, as if assessing their condition. He said coldly, "This is not a joke, this is a duel. You should both know the rules." Harry struggled to catch his breath, his face showing a determined expression. Malfoy seemed a bit smug, but there was also a hint of caution in his eyes. Lockhart walked up beside Snape, trying to maintain his usual confidence and poise. All right. We've all seen the abilities of these two young wizards. But now, we should move on to the next segment." Snape nodded and then turned to the students. "Who else would like to try dueling?" For a moment, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some students raised their hands to express their willingness to participate, while others quietly discussed the previous duel. Chris stood among the crowd, his gaze fixed on Harry and Malfoy. He knew this duel was not merely a contest of skills, but the eruption of long-standing grudges between the two. Next, in the duels of other young wizards, Neville and Justin seemed to sustain some injuries, lying on the ground, gasping, clearly having suffered during the duel. Ron hurried over to Seamus, repeatedly apologizing for the trouble caused by his rather unreliable wand. Hermione and Millicent's duel seemed to still be ongoing. Millicent tightly held onto Hermione, causing her to feel suffocated. Hermione's cries of pain echoed throughout the hall. Both wands fell to the ground, clearly lost during a fierce struggle. Harry saw this and immediately rushed over, trying to pull Millicent away from Hermione. However, Millicent was much larger than Harry, making his task very difficult. Lockhart moved through the crowd like a useless tour guide, his eyes filled with surprise and concern. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, attempting to help the injured students. "Ernie, get up." "Miss Fawcett, don't worry, just a little scratch." Chapter 226, Fleeing and Disgraced Diana. As for Imk Lesko, his dueling skills were notoriously poor at school. So, when he stepped onto the dueling stage, he clearly felt the pressure. Lesko stood tall, his deep eyes fixed intently on his opponent, extremely nervous. "Are you ready?" Lockhart asked loudly. Lesko nodded, his wand tightly gripped in his hand, ready to cast at any moment. 1, 2, 3, Lockhart shouted. The duel began. Lesko's first move was a powerful disarming spell, but his opponent dodged just in time. Then, the opponent quickly cast a binding spell, trying to bind Lesko's hands. But Lesko agilely jumped aside, simultaneously casting a counterspell that briefly threw his opponent off balance. The audience watched in awe. They all knew Lesko's capabilities, but didn't expect him to perform so well. The duel intensified, sparks of magic clashing in the air with piercing sounds. But ultimately, Lesko, using his excellent skills and strategy, successfully hit his opponent with a powerful stunning spell, causing him to fall to the ground. Thunderous applause erupted in the hall. Lesko smiled slightly, elegantly bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, Chris stood in the crowd, his eyes glued to the dueling stage. When Imk Lesko successfully knocked down his opponent, the applause and cheers in the hall nearly drowned everything else out. But for Chris, his heart was filled only with joy for his friend's victory. His eyes sparkled, and a proud and relieved smile appeared on his lips. He knew how much effort and sweat Lesko had put into this moment, and now, he finally received the honor he deserved. Chris couldn't help but applaud for Lesko. His applause particularly loud, full of genuine congratulations and pride for his friend. He felt his heartbeat quicken, as if he were standing on that victorious stage himself. When Lesko walked down from the stage, Chris quickly approached him and embraced him tightly. Their friendship deepened further at that moment. Chris gently patted Lesko's back and whispered, "I knew you could do it, buddy. I'm so proud of you." Lesko smiled slightly, looking at Chris with gratitude. He knew that behind this victory was Chris's endless support and encouragement. The two shared the joy and glory of this moment together. Next was Diana, Chris's sister. Although notorious at Hogwarts for her willful and unreasonable character, her magical skills were well known. This time, her opponent was an older Hufflepuff student, a little-known dueling expert at the school. When Diana stepped onto the dueling stage, she provocatively glanced at her opponent, clearly underestimating him. Her eyes were filled with confidence, as if she had already envisioned the scene of victory. "Are you ready?" Lockhart announced loudly, and the two stood at opposite ends of the stage. The moment the duel began, Diana quickly waved her wand, trying to gain the upper hand right from the start. But her opponent was clearly well prepared. He skillfully dodged every one of Diana's attacks and gradually suppressed her. Diana began to feel a bit flustered. She attempted to use some complex spells to counterattack, but her opponent seemed to know her every move, easily breaking her offensive. In a fierce exchange, the Hufflepuff student used a powerful spell, directly knocking Diana's wand out of her hand. Without her wand, Diana appeared helpless, her eyes filled with fear. In that instant, Diana's pride and confidence shattered completely. She did not try to pick up her wand again, but chose to flee in disgrace, quickly leaving the dueling stage. The hall fell silent, all eyes focused on Diana's retreating figure. Chris stood in the crowd, shocked to see his once confident sister leave in such a disheveled state. Watching Diana's embarrassed back, Chris felt a mix of emotions. He knew that this failure was a huge blow to her self-esteem. He decided to approach her to offer some comfort and support. Diana sat in a corner, her eyes swollen, clearly having cried. Chris gently walked over to her and softly said, "Sister, it's okay. Everyone has failures sometimes. You just need to learn from it and next time will be better. Diana looked up, a flicker of anger in her eyes. She coldly stared at Chris. What do you know? You just want to take the opportunity to mock me, right? Chris showed a hint of surprise. I just wanted to comfort you, Diana. Diana scoffed. Comfort? What right do you have to comfort me? Chris's expression changed. He took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. Diana, I just want to help you. You don't have to treat me this way. Diana sneered. Help me? You just want to see me in an even worse state when I'm my most vulnerable. Let me tell you, Chris, I don't need your help. With that, Diana stood up abruptly, shook off Chris's hand, and hurriedly left. Chris's heart was filled with conflict and turmoil. He knew Diana's character well. She was a proud and sensitive girl, always struggling to accept failure. But he expected her to lash out at him at such a moment. Nor did he anticipate her to bring up things from his past. He recalled how close they had been as children, always playing together, sharing each other's joys and sorrows. But as they grew older, their relationship seemed to begin to change. Diana became more independent and self-reliant, while he started to have his own life and friends. Chris took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knew that although Diana's words were harsh, they hid her insecurities and fears. She was afraid of losing her reputation at Hogwarts, afraid that she would never be able to hold her head high at school again. Chris decided to give Diana some time to cool off, but he also knew that their issues couldn't be dragged on for too long. The students at Hogwarts were a bunch of gossip-loving kids, and Diana's failure in the duel would soon become a topic of conversation. He didn't want Diana to become even more closed off and sensitive because of it. He walked to the window and gazed out at the Black Lake, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that both he and Diana wanted what was best for each other, but sometimes good intentions could turn into hurt. He felt a wave of guilt, thinking he hadn't fulfilled his duty as an older brother, not providing her the support and encouragement she needed the most. He resolved that, no matter what, he would find an opportunity to talk to Diana, to clear up their misunderstandings and rebuild their close sibling relationship. Chapter 227. Harry's talent. Chris had just returned from Diana's side, still unsettled, when he saw Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart calling Harry and Malfoy to the stage again. He thought, why are these two up again? But he quickly realized that this duel seemed different from the previous one. Professor Snape appeared calmer, his gaze fixed on Harry as if waiting for something. Malfoy was clearly confident about this duel, mocking Harry before loudly shouting, "Serpent out of the hole!" With his voice, a huge snake flew out from his wand, charging straight at Harry. The students in the hall gasped, many of them standing up, ready to flee from the impending chaos. But Harry was evidently unfazed. He calmly watched the snake and then, suddenly, began to communicate with it in a strange language. Chris was shocked by this scene. He could clearly see that the snake, upon hearing Harry's voice, slowed down, its eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. Professor Lockhart was evidently stunned by Harry's performance as well, his mouth agape, staring at Harry in disbelief. Professor Snape, on the other hand, wore a face of indifference, but Chris could see a glimmer of surprise hidden in his eyes. Malfoy clearly did not expect such a result. He stood frozen, watching the exchange between Harry and the snake, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Harry continued to communicate with the snake, his voice calm and firm, as if he and the snake were old friends. The snake became more docile upon hearing Harry's voice. It slowly retreated and then shrank back into Malfoy's wand. The entire hall fell into silence, all the students staring at Harry in shock, as if he were a magical wizard. Harry took a deep breath and turned to Malfoy, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Harry had just revealed his parcel tongue talent, communicating with a snake summoned by Malfoy by mistake. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. Parcel tongue was a unique ability that only descendants of Slytherin could possess, a magic deeply rooted in their bloodline. Chris stood among the crowd, feeling the tense atmosphere around him. He knew that at this moment, Harry had become the target of everyone's scrutiny. Many began to murmur, speculating whether Harry was related to the legendary dark wizard Slytherin. How could he have such an ability? A Hufflepuff student whispered, "Is he a descendant of Slytherin?" A Ravenclaw student asked in confusion. "This is unbelievable. How could we be associated with a descendant of Slytherin?" A Gryffindor student said angrily. Chris looked at Harry and could see confusion and fear in his green eyes. Harry clearly did not expect that this talent of his would cause such a stir. Professor Snape looked coldly at Harry, his gaze filled with scrutiny. Professor Lockhart appeared somewhat awkward, clearly not anticipating that the duel would have such an outcome. Chris gazed deeply at Harry, feeling a mix of emotions within him because he knew the truth. He knew Harry's background, the secrets hidden behind it, and the impact of that thing called a Horcrux on Harry. Looking at the confusion and fear in Harry's green eyes, Chris felt a complex wave of emotions rise within him. He wanted to tell Harry the truth, to assure him that he need not be afraid. But he knew that doing so could change the fate of this world, potentially affecting many lives. This was the power of Horcruxes. Chris sighed inwardly, knowing that Horcruxes were not just objects. They contained powerful magical forces that could influence a person's thoughts and alter their character. Chris looked at the students filled with doubt and fear towards Harry, feeling somewhat helpless. If I tell them the truth, will they believe me? Chris thought to himself, but he quickly dismissed this idea, knowing that the people of this world would not easily accept his words. Chris was filled with confusion, but he knew that now was not the time to seek answers. What he needed to do was help Harry through this difficult moment. Chris walked over to Harry, gently patting his shoulder. Don't worry. Harry looked at Chris, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head, appearing somewhat dejected. Chris knew that Harry's feelings were complicated right now. He needed time to digest everything. But Chris also knew they did not have much time, as the hidden enemy was waiting for them. Afterwards, Ron tightly grasped Harry's arm, quickly leading him out of the hall, with Hermione closely following, her expression appearing tense. As they exited the door, the surrounding students hurriedly stepped aside, as if there was some dangerous aura about them. Harry felt confused, not knowing what had happened. But Ron and Hermione had no time to explain. The three of them reached the Gryffindor common room, where Ron pushed Harry onto a sofa and said seriously, Harry, how could you not tell us you're a Parseltongue? Harry blinked, confused, and asked, what is a Parseltongue? Hermione chimed in, it's someone who can communicate with snakes. Harry recalled the experience at the zoo, saying, I remember I did talk to Big Python, but I thought it was just a coincidence. The python told me it had never been to Brazil, and then I unknowingly helped it open a glass door. Ron looked at Harry in shock. You mean, you really spoke to that python? Harry nodded, yes, but I thought that was pretty normal in the wizarding world. Hermione shook her head. No, Harry, that is not normal. Parseltongue is a very rare ability. Harry frowned. Then why is everyone so afraid of me? I was told that snake not to hurt anyone. Ron sighed. Because Parseltongue is usually only possessed by descendants of Slytherin, and Slytherin's descendants are the Dark Lord. Hermione added. Harry's face went pale as he finally understood why everyone was so afraid of him. That night, Harry couldn't sleep for hours. Through the gaps in the curtains around his bed, he watched the snowflakes drift past the castle windows, feeling a sense of confusion in his heart. He tried to shake off the troubling thoughts, but the questions and unease clung to him like dark clouds that wouldn't disperse. He remembered the Sorting Hat's hesitation during his first year at Hogwarts, saying he was well suited for Slytherin. However, Harry had firmly requested not to be sorted into Slytherin because he had heard that its students were all bad. He recalled the duel with Malfoy and the exchange with the python at the zoo. At that time, he and T realized he was using Parseltongue. He just felt that communicating with the snake was a natural thing. But now, everything was linked to the legends of Slytherin, making Harry uneasy. He thought of his parents. He had never truly known them, only that they were two great wizards who sacrificed themselves to protect him. Could they really be connected to Slytherin? Harry couldn't believe it. He thought of Ron and Hermione's reactions. They're his best friends at Hogwarts. But the shock and concern on their faces were so obvious when they saw him using Parseltongue. Harry was afraid that all of this would affect their friendship. Late at night, Harry heard the distant hoot of an owl and the sound of the wind outside. He tried to relax and drift off to sleep, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 228 hissed now. The corridors, library, dining hall, and even the bathhouse of Hogwarts were filled with discussions about Harry. Whenever Harry walked by, he could always hear whispers and pointing. Those discussions were like an invisible curse, always surrounding him. Did you hear? Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. A younger student whispered to her friend in the library. Really? Can he talk to all the snakes? Her friend asked with bright eyes. I heard he used this ability during a duel. It's really cool. Another student said in the dining hall. But not all discussions were filled with curiosity or admiration. Some students began to distance themselves from Harry, especially those who were biased against Slytherin. Did you know that only descendants of Slytherin can speak Parseltongue? A Hufflepuff student said in the bathhouse. I'm really starting to doubt whether Harry truly belongs to Gryffindor. I heard that Parselmouths are all masters of dark magic. Is Harry also? A Ravenclaw student said, deliberately raising her voice so that those around could hear. Of course, there were also some students who found it very amusing, even mimicking Harry talking to snakes, gathering together to joke and laugh. Hiss, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. A student imitated a snake's voice, causing a round of laughter. In one corner of the hall, several Hufflepuff students were mimicking Harry's conversations with snakes, one boy contorting his face and exaggerating his hissing. Hello, I'm Harry. What do you want to eat? Another boy pretended to be a snake, responding, do you have mice? Or chocolate frogs will be fine. Two girls whispered, I heard Harry can talk to the boys' ties in parcel tongue. He says those ties love to be tied in a Windsor knot. On the playground, a group of students formed a circle, mimicking snake movements. One student loudly declared, look, I'm Harry. I can summon my Quidditch broom with parcel tongue. Then they all burst into laughter. Even among the teachers, someone jokingly said, if Harry can really talk to snakes, we should ask him to help solve the pest problem at the school. These jokes and discussions spread quickly through the school. Although some were afraid of Harry's parcel tongue, more chose to view it humorously, adding a lot of fun to daily life at Hogwarts. So, overall, a tall boy said, I suggest Justin stay in our dorm for now. I mean, if Potter really has hostile intentions toward him, he better be careful. Justin had accidentally mentioned he was Muggle-born before, and since then, he had been worried that this day would come. He even told Potter that he had attended Eton. Such words should not be casually spoken by someone who might be a descendant of Slytherin. Well, Ernie, are you sure it was Potter? A girl with a blonde ponytail asked eagerly. Hannah, the tall boy said seriously, he can talk to snakes. This is usually considered a characteristic of dark wizards. Have you ever heard of a good wizard having this ability? They even call Slytherin the serpent speaker. People around began to whisper among themselves. Ernie continued, remember the words on the wall? Beware the heir of Slytherin. Potter had a quarrel with Filch, and soon after, we learned that Filch's cat was injured. That first year, Creevy offended Potter during the Quidditch match, and even took a picture of him when he fell. Then we heard that Creevy was also injured. But he always seems so friendly. Hannah hesitated, and he asked the one who made you-know-who disappear. He can't be a bad person, right? Ernie lowered his voice mysteriously, and the people around leaned in closer. Harry quietly moved closer, wanting to hear what Ernie was saying. Harry heard these discussions from behind the bookshelf, his heart racing, blood rushing to his head. He had never thought that his parcel tongue ability would cause such a stir, let alone that someone would doubt his motives. He took a deep breath and stepped out from behind the bookshelf. When he appeared, the Hufflepuff students were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Ernie's face instantly turned pale, as if he had been scared out of his wits. What are you talking about? Harry's voice was calm, but the anger was unmistakable. Ernie stammered, we were just discussing, that thing about you and snakes. Harry's eyes widened. Do you really think I would harm Justin? You saw. That snake didn't hurt him. Ernie bit his lip, looking very uneasy. But you spoke to the snake in that strange language. It was really scary. Harry scoffed. That was just an ability I exhibited unintentionally. I meant no harm. Besides, why would I want to hurt Justin? Ernie hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, I heard you don't like living with muggles. Harry was furious. That's because they treat me badly, but that doesn't mean I would harm others. Ernie looked a bit awkward. I know we might have misunderstood you, but you have to understand that many people here are very scared. Harry sighed, I know, but I hope you can believe me. I am not a bad person. After saying that, Harry turned and left, leaving behind a group of Hufflepuff students who were still whispering. On the other side, in the corridors of Hogwarts, Chris ran into George and Fred. The two were quietly exchanging some new prank tools, and upon seeing Chris, they immediately hid what they had in their hands, revealing mischievous smiles. Hey, Chris, George greeted. Did you hear? Harry is actually a parcel mouth. Fred added, it's so interesting. We're considering whether we can use this to develop new products. Chris shook his head. You two are always thinking about how to cause trouble. But I think everyone's reaction to Harry is a bit excessive. George shrugged. Well, that's Hogwarts. There's always something strange happening. But honestly, I think it's cool that Harry can talk to snakes. Fred nodded. Yeah, if we could learn that language, it would be perfect. Chris sighed. I know Harry. He is not the type to hurt others. It's really unfair that he is misunderstood just because he has this ability. George said seriously. You're right, Chris. But you know, Hogwarts students always love gossip. After a while, everyone will forget about this. Fred added, and we'll help Harry. If anyone dares to bully him, we'll make sure they regret it. Chris smiled, yes. Chapter 229, Another Terrorist Attack. However, not long after the suspicions about Harry arose, another terrifying event occurred. At this moment, the corridors of Hogwarts were eerily silent. Only the sporadic sound of footsteps and low whispers broke the heavy atmosphere. Students were discussing the recent events, and this time, the victim was none other than Justin Finch-Fletchley. Justin Finch-Fletchley was a well-liked student, always smiling and friendly. But now, he lay on the floor, cold and stiff, as if all life had been completely drained from him. His eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, and his expression was one of deep terror, as if he had seen something indescribably horrifying in his last moments. Students gathered around, some staring at Justin in shock, while others whispered among themselves. But even more shocking was the presence of another figure beside Justin, nearly headless Nick. Nick was one of Hogwarts' ghosts, always floating around the school, joking with the students. But now, he too had been petrified. He was no longer translucent and pearly white, but had turned pitch black, shrouded in smoke. Lying motionless 6 inches off the ground. Half of his head was missing, and he wore the same expression of terror as Justin. The scene was bizarre and strange beyond belief. The students could hardly believe their eyes, speculating about what monster or powerful curse could have caused this. But what was even more concerning was that Harry Potter had witnessed the event. This only fueled the suspicions surrounding him. Harry Potter, a name that resonated throughout Hogwarts, was the boy who had defeated Voldemort as an infant, but now he was under suspicion for being able to speak Parseltongue. Some said Harry was a descendant of Slytherin. Others suggested he had some unspeakable connection to dark magic. And now, having witnessed the petrification of Justin and Nick, the doubts about him deepened. Chris knew Harry's true identity and recognized him as a kind and brave boy. He was with George and Fred, listening to the discussions about Harry. It was so unfair. George exclaimed, "How could Harry possibly do something like this?" Fred nodded. "Yeah, we all know Harry isn't that kind of person." However, the situation was indeed too bizarre, and everyone was scared, looking for a scapegoat. Chris took a deep breath. "I know Harry is innocent, but what we need to do now is find the real culprit, not just talk about it." George and Fred nodded in agreement. On the other hand, the fate of Justin Finch-Fletchley and nearly headless Nick filled every corner of the school with fear and doubt. And Harry Potter's name again became the focus of discussion. His gift of Parseltongue, combined with his witnessing of these 2 incidents, made him a suspect in everyone's eyes. The impact of this event had gone beyond the control of Professor McGonagall and the other teachers, even alarming Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, had always earned everyone's respect for his profound wisdom and impartiality. He decided to personally intervene and uncover the truth. Harry sat on the sofa in the common room, feeling heavy-hearted. He knew he was innocent, but he also understood that proving his innocence would not be easy. Just then, Professor McGonagall entered, her face serious and her eyes filled with concern. "Harry," she said, "Professor Dumbledore wants to see you." Harry's heart raced. He knew this situation had become very serious. He followed Professor McGonagall out of the common room, down the stone staircase, and to the door of the headmaster's office. The ancient wooden door was carved with various strange patterns, and the phoenix statue at the entrance seemed to be watching him. Professor McGonagall gently knocked on the door, which slowly opened to reveal Professor Dumbledore's spacious office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, holding a long wand, his eyes peering at Harry through half-moon glasses. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was calm and deep. Harry stepped inside, followed closely by Professor McGonagall. Once they sat down, Dumbledore set his wand aside and sighed deeply. "Harry," he said, "I know your feelings must be quite complex right now, but I hope you can tell me honestly what happened." Harry nodded and began to describe everything that had occurred in the corridor that day. Dumbledore listened attentively, his gaze filled with concern and devoid of doubt. After hearing Harry's account, he was silent for a moment. "Harry," he said, "I believe you. However, we need to find a real culprit to clear your name." Harry nodded, determined to uncover the truth behind it all and restore justice for himself and the students of Hogwarts. Thus, after meeting with the headmaster, Harry sought out Ron and Hermione. The gravity of Harry's situation weighed heavily on all 3 of them. They knew that to find the truth, they needed to act quickly, and the Polyjuice potion was the key. "We need to find Chris," Hermione said, her eyes resolute. "Only he can help us." Ron nodded, knowing Hermione was right. The preparation of the Polyjuice potion required time, and what they lacked most was time. When they found Chris, he was sitting at a desk, an ancient spellbook in hand, seemingly engrossed in his studies. "Chris," Harry said, "we came to ask about the Polyjuice potion." Chris put down his book and looked at the 3 of them, a hint of concern in his eyes. "I know you're anxious. The potion will be ready soon. Just give me a bit more time." Hermione nodded. "We understand making the Polyjuice potion is not easy, but you see the situation we're in. We really need it." Chris sighed. "I understand. I'll finish it as soon as possible." Ron looked at Chris, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Chris." Chris smiled slightly. "No need to thank me. We're all friends." Harry looked at Chris, filled with gratitude. He knew Chris was key to uncovering the truth. He took a deep breath and said, "Chris, we believe in you. We hope this Polyjuice potion can help us." Chris nodded. "I will do my best." The 3 said goodbye to Chris, feeling a little more relaxed. They knew that with the Polyjuice potion, they would have a chance to uncover the truth. Walking through the corridors of Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were all lost in their thoughts. They knew that the days ahead would be filled with challenges and uncertainties. But they also knew that as long as they stood united, there was nothing they could not solve. And Chris would become an important ally in their quest for the truth. Chapter 230. A hilarious class at this moment, after Harry and the others had left. Chris sat at his desk, having put down the spellbook, his gaze drifting through the window, looking out at the distant Hogwarts sky. The sky at this moment appears so deep, as if it could swallow all secrets and confusion. He feels a mix of emotions. As someone who has crossed into this magical world, he has been trying to fit in and find his place here. The requests from Harry, Hermione, and Ron make him feel his value and the meaning of his existence. He knows what the polyjuice potion in his hands means to them, and he is willing to give for them. But at the same time, he feels a heavy responsibility. He understands that this polyjuice potion is not just a simple magical potion. It concerns the fate of Harry and his friends, and even the safety of Hogwarts as a whole. He cannot afford any mistakes. Chris takes a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He knows he cannot let his feelings affect the preparation of the polyjuice potion. He must wholeheartedly ensure that everything is flawless. His thoughts drift back to Harry and the others. He can feel their anxiety and worry, and he understands their determination and courage. He knows that the friendship among the three of them is so deep that they are willing to sacrifice everything for each other. And he, as an outsider, feels very warm to be trusted and relied upon by them. He decides that no matter what, he will help them and provide them with the greatest support. Chris lightly sighs, then picks up the magical book in his hands and begins to study it earnestly. He knows that in the days to come, he will face great challenges, but he is also confident that a magical genius is not made of clay. The next day, at breakfast, Chris walks to the Great Hall with his classmates. He is always fascinated by the floating candles and the seemingly real sky on the ceiling. He enjoys trying various magical foods, although sometimes the taste isn't quite satisfactory, but the novelty of the experience always excites him. After finishing breakfast and arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, unfortunately, today is another lesson with Gilderoy Lockhart. There stands Lockhart in a sparkling pink robe, wearing a matching hat, with a string of garlic around his neck. He walks to the center of the classroom, confidently announcing, "Today, I will show you how to easily defeat a vampire." Chris and the other students can't help but chuckle. They all know that Lockhart's abilities are far less impressive than he boasts. Lockhart has a student dress up as a vampire, and then he begins to demonstrate his skills. First, he tries to use garlic to repel the vampire, but the vampire just makes a disgusted face, showing no signs of being repelled. Next, Lockhart attempts to stab the vampire with a stake, but his movements are too slow and the vampire easily dodges. The most comical moment is when Lockhart tries to use magic against the vampire, accidentally turning his own hat into a bat. The whole classroom erupts in laughter. After Lockhart awkwardly dispels the situation, he decides to demonstrate how to combat ghosts. He confidently announces that he once successfully subdued 7 ghosts during an adventure. He then calls upon several ghosts from Hogwarts, including nearly headless Nick, as his demonstration subjects. Lockhart pulls out a bottle of liquid he claims is a ghost-subduing potion, then loudly proclaims, "Just spray this, and any ghost will disappear instantly." As he speaks, he sprays nearly headless Nick. The result is not only ineffective, but also leaves unsightly stains on Nick's clothing. Nearly headless Nick looks at his clothes and says with dissatisfaction, "Professor Lockhart, your wonder potion seems to only dye my clothes." The entire classroom bursts into laughter again. Lockhart is extremely embarrassed, and with no other option, he has to think of another way, at least to get through the lesson. So, he pretends to be profound and walks to the podium, pulling out a metal cage from behind. Inside the cage, a white rabbit curls up quietly in one corner, its fluffy little body and bright red eyes looking quite unusual. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lockhart says in a loud voice, "today, I will demonstrate a very special magic. The white rabbit before you is not what it seems." The students immediately start to discuss and speculate about what secret this white rabbit might be hiding. Chris and George exchange a glance, both secretly laughing and looking forward to Lockhart's next performance. Lockhart continues, "This white rabbit is actually a transfiguration creature. Its true identity could be a fierce lion or a mighty rhinoceros. Now, I will show you how to turn it back to its original form." He begins to chant a spell, pointing his wand at the rabbit. However, no matter how he chants, the rabbit remains just a rabbit, completely motionless, as if mocking his incompetence. The students start to whisper, some giggling, others shaking their heads. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly becomes tense and filled with anticipation. As Professor Lockhart's repeated failed attempts continue, the students' reactions become increasingly evident. The initial excitement gradually gives way to disappointment and mockery. Among the girls in the front row, a blonde girl whispers, "I really thought he would succeed this time." As soon as she finishes speaking, a dark-haired girl next to her can't help but chuckle softly. "You really believe what he says?" In the middle rows, a group of Slytherin boys start to snicker. One boy mimics Lockhart's gestures, making an exaggerated wand-waving motion, then loudly declares, "Hey, look, I could do magic too." His companions laugh uncontrollably. In one corner of the classroom, two boys exchange a meaningful glance. One shakes his head and whispers, "I really thought Professor Lockhart was at least an expert in this area." The other sighs, "Maybe he really is just a pretty face that can talk." Fred and George sit in the back row, passing a note to each other. The note reads, "Next time we can bring a real transfiguration creature and see what Lockhart will do." The two exchange smiles, feeling that this class is even more entertaining than they expected. The entire classroom is filled with a relaxed and playful atmosphere, although everyone tries to keep a low profile. The uncontrollable smiles and whispers clearly convey the students' views on Lockhart. Chris and Imp Lesko are laughing so hard they can barely stay in their seats. Meanwhile, Lockhart's face begins to turn awkward, and he tries various different spells, even attempting some that are clearly incorrect, but the rabbit remains unresponsive. Finally, Lockhart has to admit, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize. I may have made a mistake earlier. This white rabbit may just be an ordinary white rabbit." The classroom erupts in laughter. Chris and George are laughing so hard they can't straighten up, knowing this is yet another comedy brought to Hogwarts by Lockhart. After the class ends, Chris and his friends feel that Lockhart's lesson not only failed to teach them any practical skills, but instead brought everyone joy. George says to Chris, "You know, I think Professor Lockhart should teach a magical comedy class at Hogwarts. I would definitely sign up." Chris nods with a smile, fully agreeing with his opinion. "This is great. At least Lockhart's funny class can relieve the terrifying atmosphere at Hogwarts," Chris thinks. Chapter 231. The arrival of the holiday, finally. After a series of events, the students welcomed their midterm break. Hogwarts in winter always has a special kind of magic, especially at the end of the term. The heavy snow covered the entire castle and the surrounding hills, making the ancient magic school even more tranquil and mysterious. In the cold air, the distant calls of magical creatures could occasionally be heard, but for the most part, the entire castle was immersed in a peaceful silence. At this moment, Chris sat in a corner of the Gryffindor common room, holding a book about ancient magic, completely engrossed. The flames in the fireplace danced, casting a warm glow that enveloped the entire room in a cozy atmosphere. Suddenly, a burst of laughter broke the tranquil ambience. Fred, George, and Ginny walked in, their faces beaming with excitement. "Chris," George called out loudly, his voice filled with anticipation, "we have big news to tell you." Chris looked up, put down the book in his hands, and curiously asked, "What news?" Ginny said eagerly, "We decided to stay at school for Christmas instead of going to Egypt with our parents." Chris's eyes lit up. He knew this meant they could spend a holiday filled with adventures and fun together. "Really? That's great." Fred smiled and said, "Yeah, we think it'll be more fun at school. Plus, we have some special plans." George added, "You know, with the school being empty, it's practically a paradise for us." "Chris," George began, "I've been wanting to ask, why aren't you going home for the holidays this time?" Fred chimed in, "Yeah, Hogwarts is great, but home is always the warmest place." Chris smiled slightly. He knew this question would come up sooner or later. He took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I would love to go home too, but I received a letter from my parents this holiday." He took out an already opened letter from his pocket, the handwriting clear and familiar. George and Fred leaned in curiously to take a look. The envelope was light blue, adorned with exquisite golden handwriting that read, "Dear Chris." The edges of the letter were decorated with intricate patterns, giving it a noble and maternal warmth. It read, "Dear Chris, how are you? I hope you're having a good time at Hogwarts. I know you have always loved it there, but I can't help but miss you. Every time the house becomes quiet, I think of your laughter and playful figure when you were little. I am writing this letter to let you know that your father and I have decided to visit your aunt in Edinburgh. She hasn't been well lately, and we feel we should spend some time with her. I know this means you and your sister won't be able to come home for the holidays, and I'm truly sorry, but I believe you will understand our decision. Hogwarts is a magical place, and I hope you will find true friends there and have a pleasant holiday with them. Remember to dress warmly and don't let yourself get cold. Also, don't forget to eat every day. Don't skip meals just because you're having too much fun. I have included some chocolates and special candies in the envelope. I hope you like them. Additionally, I specially sewed a new scarf for you. I hope it brings you warmth. Please tell your sister that I miss her too, and I hope they can also have a great time at Hogwarts. Lastly, no matter where you are, always remember that we love you forever and support you. Looking forward to your reply. Forever loving you, Mom. Lisa. After Chris finished showing the letter to George and Fred, he sighed. So, I'm staying at Hogwarts too. My parents think it's safer for us at school. Plus we have friend around. George gently patted Chris on the shoulder. Don't worry, you have us. We'll have a great time during the holidays. Chris smiled. Thank you. I know I will never be alone at Hogwarts. And what about you, Ink? Let's go. Why aren't you going home? George asked Ink, who was eating cake nearby. Fred chimed in. Honestly, you little chub, you're always munching away. So, why aren't you going home for the holidays? Ink replied. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Chris asked, is there something troubling you? If you don't want to talk about it, we want to push you. Imp said, no, actually, my home is under renovation, and it's full of dust and workers. My mom thinks it would be quieter for me at school. George laughed. Haha, well, enjoy the peace here. But don't forget to have fun with us. Imp replied, of course. With you guys around, how could I feel lonely? He broke into a silly grin that was truly warm. On the other side, Harry sat by the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the snowflakes fall outside, filled with anticipation. He knew this holiday would be different. With no other students' noise, they could freely explore the castle, conduct various magical experiments, and even venture into the Forbidden Forest. Hermione sat by the fireplace, flipping through a thick magic book, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. The Weasley siblings gathered together, debating what they should do next. Ginny suggested go to the library to find some books on ancient magic, while Fred and George leaned more towards causing some mischief in the castle. We could look for interesting materials in the herbology room, Fred suggested. Maybe we can create some new magical candies. George nodded, adding, or we could go to the alchemy room and see if we can find some interesting recipes. Ginny frowned and countered, you two are always thinking about how to cause trouble. Why not take this opportunity to learn some genuinely useful magic? Fred and George exchanged glances and then said in unison, that sounds too boring. Chris chuckled at this, knowing that such debates among the Weasley siblings would never cease. But he also knew that whatever they decided to do, it would be an unforgettable experience. Percy sat on the other side of the common room, holding a book, his eyes revealing a sense of pride and arrogance. He occasionally glanced up at Harry and the others, showing a hint of disdain. Everyone knew that Percy always considered himself the most promising child in the family. He constantly tried to showcase his maturity and sense of responsibility. But no one really cared about Percy's attitude. Chapter 232. The Gifts on Christmas Day. Chris woke up early, his heart racing with excitement. He knew that today was Christmas, which meant there would be a pile of gifts waiting for him by his bed. He quickly jumped out of bed, pulled back the curtains, and indeed, a pile of beautifully wrapped gifts lay in front of him. First, there was a large rectangular box wrapped in golden paper. Chris opened it to find a wool sweater hand-knitted by his mother, with a big letter C embroidered on it. This was his mother's traditional gift to him every year. Although the style was simple, Chris knew it represented the warmth of home. Next, there was a small package containing a book title. Imp knew that Chris was very interested in the interesting things of the magical world, so she specially selected this book for him. There were also gifts from George and Fred, a round box that, when opened, contained a set of candies they made themselves, including color-changing chocolate frogs, flying candies, and various other fun, magical sweets. They also attached a card that said, hope you like it, but don't eat too much. Additionally, Chris received a gift from Hermione, a delicate little box containing a magical clock. This clock could not only display the time, but also remind Chris of important things. Hermione knew that Chris sometimes forgot things, so she prepared this gift for him. There was also a gift from Hogwarts, where every student received a chocolate frog and a Hogwarts Christmas card. Of course, Chris noticed a small box wrapped in light purple paper by the bedside, tied with a silver ribbon, with a small card that read, Merry Christmas from Penelope. He carefully opened the box, revealing a delicate magical music box. When he opened the music box, a little ballerina inside began to spin, accompanied by a gentle melody. The melody seemed familiar to him, bringing him a sense of warmth and comfort. Chris suddenly remembered that it was the melody of a song Penelope had sung to him one night while they were sitting by the lake. That night, Chris was feeling down, and it was Penelope who comforted him with this song. He was deeply moved. This music box was not just a gift, but a reflection of Penelope's deep concern for him. Lastly, there were some other gifts from Little Wizards for Chris, such as an anonymous chocolate frog in a delicate little box containing a giant chocolate frog. The card said, hope you like this special chocolate frog. It won't jump, but the taste is absolutely top-notch. There's also a magical feather quill, a beautiful feather pen with a small gem at the tip, said to help the writer produce smoother and more elegant handwriting. The accompanying card had only a red heart, and the words "Guess Who I Am." There was also a self-turning magical book, which looked ordinary on the outside, but would automatically turn pages for you as you read, requiring no hands at all. The front page had a line of small text. Hope this book accompanies you through a peaceful winter night. There was also a perfume in a delicate little bottle, containing a light fragrance that smelled fresh and woody. The bottom of the bottle was engraved. Hope you like this scent. It reminds me of you. Additionally, there was a hand-knitted scarf, bright in color with even stitches, clearly made with care. There was a card that read, "Winter is here. Hope this scarf brings you warmth." Chris looked at these gifts, feeling a mix of emotions. He was grateful for the kindness of these gifts, but also felt a bit awkward. He decided that after the holidays, he would find a chance to properly thank those who gave him gifts, even if he might not know who they were. Of course, Chris was a thoughtful and considerate person, and he had started preparing Christmas gifts for his friends and loved ones early this year. He hoped that each gift would reflect his care and appreciation for them. He gave Harry a book about advanced magical defense techniques. This book was found in the ancient section of the Hogwarts library and detailed some rare defensive spells and techniques, which would be very useful for Harry, who often faced danger. As for Hermione, Chris knew she loved reading, so he selected a set of ancient magical history books for her, detailing various periods and significant events in a magical world. For Ron, considering his love for Quidditch, Chris gave him a set of professional Quidditch player cards, including some players Ron admired. For George and Fred, Chris gave him a set of rare magical materials that could be used to make new magical candies and toys, which were very valuable to them. Chris's gift for Penelope was particularly interesting, as he considered her interest in plant magic. He gave her a box of rare magical seeds that could grow some unusual magical plants. As for Imkalesko, Chris prepared a set of books about the history of interactions between the magical world and the Muggle world to help him better understand the relationship between the two worlds. For Professor McGonagall, Chris knew she had a keen interest in various magical creatures, especially cats. Therefore, he gave her a rare special edition book that detailed some magical creatures she might not yet know about. For the esteemed Professor Dumbledore, Chris prepared a box of special magical candies. These candies not only had unique flavors, but also produced different magical effects with each one consumed, such as temporary levitation or producing certain sounds. He knew that Professor Dumbledore had a particular fondness for candies and hoped this box would bring him joy. As for our Professor Snape, since he was a serious person, Chris knew he had a deep knowledge of potions. Therefore, he gave Snape a set of rare potion materials that were hard to find in the magical world, which would be a treasure for Snape. Naturally, Chris had deep feelings for his family. He knew their support and care for him. Thus, he also carefully selected gifts for them. Chapter 233. Christmas. Chris knew his father was a pragmatist, so he chose a magical pen for him. This pen was not only elegant in appearance, but also had special magical functions. It could change the color of the ink based on the user's mood and automatically correct writing errors. For his father, who often needed to write, this was undoubtedly a very practical gift. Chris chose a special magical perfume for his mother. This perfume not only had a pleasant scent, but also had magical effects. Each use would make the user feel relaxed and happy, dispelling fatigue. For his mother, who often worked hard for the family, this was a very thoughtful gift. Considering that his sister was already a little girl who loved beauty, Chris picked a set of magical cosmetics for her. This set of cosmetics not only had bright colors, but also magical effects. It could automatically adjust colors based on the user's mood and clothing, ensuring a perfect makeup look every time. For his sister, this was undoubtedly a very interesting gift. Thus, Chris's Christmas was undoubtedly filled with rewards. The gifts he received were not only numerous, but also filled with thoughtfulness. From Penelope's gift to various little trinkets from Muggle-born students, and to those gifts from students who admired him, each represented his deep connections and wide influence at Hogwarts. These gifts were not just material. They were more about emotional exchange, recognition, and affection for Chris. The gifts Chris gave were equally heartfelt, whether it was the magical candies for friends, the carefully selected gifts for professors, or the special gifts for family. Each represented his thoughtfulness and deep care for everyone. His gift choices reflected his understanding of each person's personality and preferences, showcasing his attentiveness and consideration. On this Christmas, Chris deeply felt the warmth of love and care. He was proud of the deep friendships and extensive connections he had built at Hogwarts. At the same time, he felt fulfilled and happy to bring joy and surprises to those around him. For Chris, this Christmas was not only a holiday for receiving gifts, but also a time to feel warmth and concern. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry always became particularly enchanting during the Christmas season. As the holiday approached, the atmosphere in the school grew even more festive. Large snowflakes seemed to magically float down from the high ceiling of the Great Hall, disappearing before they touched the ground, leaving no trace behind. This created a scene of snowfall in the hall without making it slippery from accumulated snow. A giant Christmas tree, magically moved into the hall by Hagrid, was adorned with dazzling decorations. Shimmering baubles, flying little angels, softly glowing stars, and various magical trinkets hung from the tree, adding endless magical colors to the hall. In the Great Hall, the flames of the fireplace danced, as if reflecting everyone's heartbeat. The warm red glow illuminated the entire hall. Each beam of light seemed to carry a touch of magic, making the ancient castle feel even warmer and more magical on this special day. Beside the fireplace, groups of students sat on the carpet, their faces beaming with joyful smiles. Some were opening gifts, exclaiming in surprise. Others were carefully wrapping their own gifts, looking forward to surprising others, while others were sharing the joy of playing with newly received magical toys with their friends. In one corner of the hall, several professors sat together, holding steaming cups of magical drinks and conversing softly. Although their topics might relate to academics or school affairs, smiles were also present on their faces on this special day. Occasionally, they would be drawn in by the students' laughter and joy, pausing their conversation to join in the fun and share this special moment with them. The walls of the hall were adorned with various Christmas decorations, from colorful lanterns to handmade snowflakes, each filled with a magical aura. The floating magical candles added an air of mystery and romance to the hall. Whenever a student walked by, the candles would automatically make way for them before slowly drifting back to their original positions. Before the Christmas feast, Professor Lockhart decided to perform what he called a special magic for the students. He stood in the center of the hall, wearing a sparkling pink robe, topped with a matching oversized Christmas hat, complete with a moving golden feather. The students began to whisper as they watched him. Some nudged each other, secretly pointing at him and laughing quietly, while others stared wide-eyed, seemingly anticipating what would happen next. "Look at that hat," a Hufflepuff student exclaimed, pointing at Professor Lockhart's enormous Christmas hat. "Does he really think he's Santa Claus?" A Slytherin girl scoffed. "Dear students," he announced loudly, "today, I will show you an unprecedented magic that I learned in the Far East, guaranteed to open your eyes." With that, he began to chant a spell, and the wand in his hand emitted a bright light. However, to everyone's surprise, the beam of light did not produce any magical wonders, but shot directly at Professor Lockhart's Christmas hat, causing the golden feather to suddenly grow enormous, nearly lifting Lockhart's head off. Laughter erupted in the hall. Students clutched their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. "Haha, look at him," a Ravenclaw boy laughed. "He really is a genius," a Gryffindor girl playfully remarked, pointing at the gigantic feather. "I bet he did it on purpose," another Slytherin student said, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Professor Lockhart awkwardly tried to remove the giant feather, but each attempt only made it bigger and more ridiculous. Finally, Professor McGonagall came over, waved her wand gently, and helped Professor Lockhart return to normal. By that time, the laughter in the hall had already echoed for quite a while. Students began to mimic Professor Lockhart's awkward pose, laughing and nudging each other. "I really wish I had a hat like that," a young Hufflepuff student exclaimed. "Do you want to be the next Lockhart?" his friend teased. Although Professor Lockhart felt a bit embarrassed, he still maintained his signature confident smile and said to the students, "Oh dear, it seems I need to go learn more in the East." This statement triggered another round of laughter, and some even stood up to applaud the humorous professor. "He really is a natural comedian," a Gryffindor student said. "I hope he brings us surprises like this every year." Another Ravenclaw student laughed. Chapter 234. Preparing for action. Meanwhile, Chris and his friend sat in a corner of the hall, positioned perfectly to see every move of Professor Lockhart. When Lockhart appeared in his sparkling pink robe, Chris's eyes widened in shock at his outfit. George was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, look at Lockhart. He really manages to surprise us every time." Fred teased. "I bet his closet is full of these kind of clothes." Chris shook his head, laughing. "I'm really curious where he buys such special clothes." Imklesko was laughing so hard he could barely stand up. "I really wish I had a hat like that, so I could be the center of attention at school." Hermione smiled slightly and said, "I really admire Professor Lockhart's confidence. Doesn't he fear becoming a laughingstock?" Ron shook his head and said, "I really don't know what he thinks, but he definitely has a lot of courage." Chris nodded and said, "However, I must admit, he has indeed brought a lot of joy to this Christmas." George and Fred exchanged glances, and Fred said, "Maybe we should consider collaborating with Professor Lockhart to start a magical comedy course. I'm sure it would be very popular." Chris laughed and said, "Then I would definitely sign up. I'm really curious what other surprises Professor Lockhart will bring us." Then Chris took out an exquisite small bottle from his bag, containing a light golden liquid, which was the polyjuice potion he had painstakingly brewed. Hermione's eyes lit up upon seeing the potion. "Is this the polyjuice potion you were talking about?" Chris nodded. "Yes, I have brewed it according to the book. But you all need to remember, this potion is very powerful, so be careful when using it." Ron curiously asked, "Is this potion really that magical?" Chris explained, "Yes. This potion can turn you into anyone you want to be, but the effect only lasts for an hour. Also, you must ensure that no one sees you using it, or the consequences could be severe." Hermione nodded seriously. "We understand. Thank you, Chris." Harry also expressed his gratitude. "Really appreciate it, Chris. This potion is very important to us." Chris smiled slightly. "You're welcome. I just hope I can help you. But you must remember to be careful when using this potion and not let others know." Harry and Ron exchanged a knowing smile, and Harry said, "Don't worry, we'll be careful. Plus, we have some little plans to do something fun with this potion." Chris shook his head with a smile. "You two are always up to something. But again, be careful." Ron waved his hand. "Don't worry, we know our limits." Chris reminded them, "All right, remember, this potion can only be used once, so cherish it. And there may be some side effects after use. So make sure to use it in a safe place." Hermione, Harry, and Ron all expressed their understanding and thanked him once more. Chris smiled slightly, hoping for their success. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Professor Dumbledore, dressed in a shiny purple robe, stood at the front of the hall, leading the students and staff in singing his favorite Christmas carols. His voice was deep and powerful, seeming to penetrate every corner, immersing everyone in the wonderful melody. Hagrid, the tall gamekeeper, sat to one side, drinking cup after cup of his favorite eggnog. With each cup he drank, his cheeks grew redder, and his voice became increasingly loud. He would occasionally sing loudly along with Professor Dumbledore or joke with the students sitting next to him, completely immersed in the festive atmosphere. Percy, the always serious prefect, seemed to have relaxed a lot today. However, he did not notice that his brother Fred had secretly cast a spell, causing the words on his prefect badge to change to dunce. Whenever someone saw the badge, they couldn't help but laugh. Percy, however, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a laughingstock and foolishly asked around, "What are you laughing at?" Draco Malfoy, the boy who always liked to pick on others, sitting at the Slytherin table, also did not miss any opportunity to mock others. He saw the new sweater Harry was wearing and immediately made a loud joke about it. But Harry was unfazed. He just smiled slightly, thinking that if luck was on his side, Malfoy would soon get what he deserved. Not long after, Harry and Ron were satisfied, their plates piled high with the remnants of their third serving of Christmas pudding. Just as they were about to leave, Hermione suddenly appeared in front of them, eagerly signaling them to follow. Her eyes were filled with determination and anticipation. Clearly, she was well prepared for the evening's plan. "We still need some things from the people we want to transform into," Hermione said, her tone revealing a hint of cleverness and mischief, as if she were suggesting a little prank, preferably something from Crabbe and Goyle. "They are close to Malfoy, and he will definitely share many secrets with them." Harry and Ron exchanged glances, seeing a hint of doubt and unease in each other's eyes. But Hermione had clearly planned this out well. She pulled 2 chocolate cakes from her pocket, topped with some golden frosting, looking very tempting. "I put some sleeping powder in these cakes," Hermione explained. "You just need to make sure Crabbe and Goyle find and eat them. Once they fall asleep, we can easily take their hair." Harry and Ron both looked incredulous. They had never thought Hermione would propose such a bold plan. But Hermione's eyes were filled with determination, as if she could already foresee the moment of success. "Hermione, this is too risky," Harry tried to persuade her. "And if we get caught, the consequences would be unimaginable." Ron added his voice to the persuasion. But Hermione was clearly resolute. "Without Crabbe and Goyle's hair, our plan will fail," she said firmly. The two boys could only helplessly nod, deciding to support Hermione's plan, hoping everything would go smoothly. Introduction. The Daily Prophet recently conducted an in-depth interview with Chris Redd. The article stated, "Chris Redd, the greatest wizard of this century. He has changed the wizarding world and made an indelible contribution to our world." Albus Dumbledore praised him highly, saying, "Chris Redd is our most outstanding student at Hogwarts." And his classmate Mr. Malfoy said, "Oh, my dad says I have to admit he does have some talent."